What up, Dream Stream? Good morrow to every single one of you. I am Emerson Lazio hosting a show we call The Sweat. You see it here weekday mornings at 11 o'clock Eastern Time. All the DFS and sports betting talk your beefy heart desires. Like today on the Diamond, we're price checking with DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey, along with RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Kenny, who is your pitcher at 8K or higher?
Oh, man, it's got to be Carlos Rodon here. Look, I love the Tigers. I always say great things about the Tigers. You know me, Emerson. We've been talking since opening day. I'm generally higher on the Tigers offense than most other people. But the one thing you have to admit about the Tigers is they cannot hit lefties. They're dead last in WRC plus against left-handed pitching. A lot of their left-handed bats this year have been surprising, but their right-handed bats have really lagged behind. They do have Miguel Cabrera back, so that's something to consider. But when you look at the numbers for Rodon, I'm not too concerned about his ability. In 88th percentile in expected batting average, he's done a very, very good job of striking out hitters, and the Detroit Tigers have been swing and miss happy against left-handed pitching. So, yeah, I think that this sets up pretty perfectly. And when you look at the rest of the slate, like Tyler Glasnow going against a good lineup, a hot lineup in Oakland, I kind of don't know if I want any piece of that Colorado and San Francisco game, but I do kind of like Alex Wood. So I kind of land on Rodon here. I think that he's a perfectly fine player to pay up for here.
All right, yeah, second highest price player on the main slate, which includes 10 games. Eric, who is your pitcher north of 8K tonight?
I think Rodon is a great choice. I was deciding between him and Tyler Glasnow, and I am going to go with Tyler Glasnow at 10,300. I think he's the only true ace on this slate, I think. The other guys who are priced near him because on a good day they look like Tyler Glasnow, and Tyler Glasnow pretty much always looks like Tyler Glasnow. Doesn't have the easiest matchup, as was mentioned, against the A's. But even in a bad outing, he still gets his points. Last time out, he allowed 5 runs against the Jays, but still struck out 10 at pretty respectable 19.3 points on DraftKings. So I think he's very stable floor and as high a ceiling as anybody. I think that high price is justified.
All right, Eric, how about a hitter over 5K? Lots of choices here, including 3 that'll cost you at least $6,000.
Yeah, I'm looking for an Astro to start against Justin Dunn, who has a 3.68 ERA, but all the ERA estimators are in the upper fives. Just bad strikeout, walk, and ground ball rates so far this season. And the guy I'm going to go with is Jordan Alvarez at 5,400. He's not even doing everything we know he can do, and he's still having a great year, hitting 309 with a 149 WRC plus. But when he's, at his best, he's as good a hitter as anyone in the league. In his 87 game debut 2 years ago, 27 homers and tied Mike Trout in WRC plus. So he's the guy I'm going with tonight.
What about you, Kenneth?
I think I have to go with Fernando Tatis Jr. He does have a slight advantage from the right side. He does better against righties and lefties this year. But the main reason is that Taylor Widener is just a very bad pitcher. And I love the assurance of getting a hitter that's looked really good at the plate over the last 4 games. Really, even last night, he had a double and a run scored despite, relatively speaking for Tatis lately, not a great game. Widener, bottom 8 percentage and expected slugging. He's just really kind of skated along this season. He does have decent numbers, but when you look behind the curtain, he's not striking anybody out. So that's going to match up well. He's a pitch to contact guy against a San Diego Padres team that I love stacking up here against Widener, just because, he's just allowed a boatload of hard contact here. The only thing he's done, again, is not walk hitters, but that shouldn't be an issue when you think about the quality of contact that now over the last 2 years we've seen this team make. Tatis should be right up there in the heart of the order with plenty of run scoring runs to drive in and also, opportunities to score runs as well. So I think that I want to ride the hot hand here. He still looks fine at the plate, still looks locked in.
All right, anyone hot as a value bat, someone swinging the wood?
Well, I don't know if he's really a hot name, but I like Nico Horner here at $2,800 for the Chicago Cubs. All this guy has done in his time in the major leagues is just made contact. He's 83% this season, and he just gets hits. And he has a decent matchup here against Husker Ynoa, which I think that he can certainly capitalize on. And the reason I like this guy also is because he's been leading off for the Cubs. And he's only $2,800, and that's sort of what you like to target in the value options, right? If you want to look at a guy under $3,000, you get a guy around this price range that's going to get maybe 5 at bats, you want to take him. Horner's not coming out of the game, and he's certainly going to get the bat on the ball against a guy that is, allowed a lot of bad contact in Ynoa. So I do think that he has the opportunity here to get a few pops, get you, 7 to 9 DK fantasy points, which at this price is pretty good.
Eric, looked like you were nodding your head in agreement there.
Yeah, he was on my list, but I'm actually going to go with Mike Brasso at 3,400 as my top value bat. He actually has not gotten off to a great start this year, hitting just 208. But it's a pretty small sample because he's mostly a platoon guy. And when he does face lefties, he typically hits in the middle of the order. I think he's bat 3rd, 4th, or 5th against every time he's been in the lineup against a lefty this season. And he's got a very hittable lefty in Cole Irvin that he's facing. He's got a 5.83 career ERA, even after a couple good starts. Low strikeout rate. He doesn't walk people, but that profile works better if you keep the ball on the ground a lot, which he doesn't. So he just gives up a lot of contact in the air. Brasso has crushed lefties over the course of his career, hitting 299, 345, 555. And I think that makes him a great value play at just 3,400 tonight.
Eric, take us over to the DraftKings Sportsbook here and hook us up with your favorite Major League Baseball bet.
Yeah, I'm interested in the over-under for Angels-Rangers, which is set at 9. And I like the under there. I think the two teams are averaging just 8.8 runs. So on an average night, they meet the under by a fraction of a run. And they're playing in a very pitcher-friendly park, Globe Life Field in Texas. That new park is a lot more pitcher-friendly than the Rangers' old stadium. And the two pitchers, I think, are both pretty good. Alex Cobb has a bad ERA, 6.28, but the ERA estimators are way better. His FIP and XFIP are both around 250 or even better. He's getting a ton of ground balls. Strikeout rate suddenly over 30%, which is not something he's normally done. And he's not walking guys. So he's having a better season than it looks. And Dane Dunning on the other side, he's got an ERA of 3.06, which is backed up by the estimators. A decent strikeout rate at 24%, high ground ball rate, and low walk rate. So you got two pretty good pitchers in a very pitcher-friendly park against teams that are already meeting that under on an average day.
Kenny, favorite baseball bet tonight. Hook me up, babe.
Yeah, you want to talk about ground balls. Where have they gone for Kyle Hendricks? Career low so far, 39.7% ground ball rate. Of course, I should mention that's in the StatCast era, but we have not seen him this ineffective at doing what he does best, which is getting guys to put the ball on the ground in a very long time. His fastball is all the way down to 86 miles an hour, which is the bottom 1% of the league, which seems ridiculous. He's throwing his sinker more, and it's been, somewhat effective, but the rest of his repertoire is very, very bad. And, as a result, he's given up 9 barrels in 4 starts. And when you look at the way that the Atlanta Braves have hit Kyle Hendricks, and my bet's going to be Braves minus 130, it's been very good. You have 6 home runs between all the hitters in this lineup that are going to be facing Kyle Hendricks over the last 6 years. Marcell Ozuna with 2, Freddie Freeman with 1. Ozuna, by the way, a 382 hitter off of Kyle Hendricks. Plenty of guys here like Acuna, Albies have homered off him. So they know Kyle Hendricks. They can hit Kyle Hendricks. And the thing about it is everyone's been able to hit Kyle Hendricks this year. I don't even care that is not like in the greatest spot in the world, because he's not that good. But the Cubs, they ran into a few bad pitchers. I still don't think this is a good lineup. I'm not ready to say that this is a great lineup because they had a couple offensive outbursts. They still have a ton of problems. Nico Horner, like I said, can fix some of them. He does get some hits, but this team in general has just failed to make contact so much that I think they should have no problem at all, the Braves, winning this game behind a big offensive night from their bats against Kyle Hendricks, a guy that everyone in the league has been beating up on, but the Braves especially have lately.
Eric, Kenny, appreciate you dudes. NHL, NBA, and NFL mock draft and PGA still on the menu right after this Mother Nature update on sports that are played outdoors from Roto Grinders Chief Meteorologist Kevin Roth.
Hey guys, what's up? Roto Grinders Chief Meteorologist Kevin Roth here. We'll talk some weather, some baseball weather, and some PGA weather. Valspar starting tomorrow. I think the weather's fairly quiet. We're going to see some breezy afternoons, but there's not really an edge to be had with the weather. So just trust whatever experts you like there on DraftKings or with Roto Grinders, and don't worry about the weather for that. Now, baseball does get a little bit more interesting. There's a handful of games with rain threats. That includes games in Cleveland, Pittsburgh, St. Louis, and Chicago today. I think Pittsburgh is the one that I'm really looking at as maybe the primary concern as far as a likely delay. Can't rule out a postponed game there either. So certainly stay tuned on Twitter at KevinRothWX for that. There's also some games with great hitting weather, and these are some games I'm pretty excited about. Cincy at Dodgers, temperatures are well into the 80s. That ball should really carry nicely there. And then Boston at Mets and Yankees at Baltimore. Both of these games, we've got temperatures in the 80s. You've got winds blowing out to right center, 10 to 15 miles per hour in both games. Should really help the ball carry nicely. At the Mets game, you've got DeGrom going, so I don't really care what kind of weather it is there. That probably doesn't help. But maybe that Baltimore game, Yankees at Baltimore, nice hitting weather. You've got the over-under set at 10. That could be a spot where you're looking at bats, and I actually like the over 10 in that case. You look at the sample of similar weather games, and that tends to produce pretty well as far as home runs and runs go. I'm meteorologist Kevin Roth. Hope you guys have a good one.
All right, a 6-game slate around the NHL tonight. And here for our opening face-off segment is DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's Paul Bruno. You guys are choosing between the top DFS and sportsbook options on tonight's schedule here, guys. At center, it's an absolutely stacked slate. Matthews, McKinnon, McDavid, Draisaitl, and Scheifele all in action. So Scheifele, the cheapest at $7,200. But which stud center is worth paying up for tonight in your eyes, Jeff?
Yeah, so for me, I mean, this is a situation that I take advantage of with the Oilers centers. Once the gap between McDavid and Draisaitl kind of gets to be around 1K, I just like to take the cheaper guy. And it almost always ends up being Leon Draisaitl, who's the cheaper one. But the Oilers have a good matchup here against Winnipeg. Winnipeg still allows quite a few shots on goal. They got a mediocre kind of power play or penalty kill, They still allow a ton of scoring chances. It's a good matchup for your forwards generally when they're going up against Winnipeg. Draisaitl's got multiple points against the Jets in 5 of 8 games this year as well. And the Oilers have split up McDavid and Draisaitl. So it does kind of give you that edge. I mean, it's not necessarily if one goes off, the other one is also going to, because they're not on the same line anymore. So you could pair Leon Draisaitl with a guy like Nugent Hopkins, go with like a little mini stack there and potentially, get a little bit of leverage on the McDavid owners. I just like Draisaitl mainly because he's cheaper though. Again, another value option you might want to go down to is like a Ryan O'Reilly. But of the studs that we're talking about there, yeah, I definitely like Leon.
Paul, what's your approach here with the studs at center?
Did you watch the game on Monday night? There is no choice. It's Connor McDavid, guys. You got to go with him because he's clearly at the top of his game. 10 points in his last 3 games. Has absolutely toyed with the Jets all season long, averaging over 2 points a game against them. And I have it on good authority, guys, that Connor Hellebuck has had a couple of sleepless nights with nightmares about this matchup tonight based on what happened 2 days ago. A 4-pointer. Connor McDavid has the motivation to go off again, guys, because he's now chasing the 100-point mark. That's the new challenge put before him. And the Oilers still believe that they have a slim chance of catching the Leafs for first in the division. And don't forget, he scored that hat trick and goal and assist on Monday in only 16 minutes of ice time against Winnipeg, well short of the season leading average that he has among forwards at 22.5 minutes. So if he goes for the full ride tonight, he'll easily get 4 points, in my opinion.
All right, good stuff, Paul. Well, we'll ask you to shell out like a little less cash, like in the wings and things department here as we look in the 5K range. So you have San Jose's Timo Meier, 5-2, scored 10-plus fantasy points here in 3 straight games. Meanwhile, St. Louis Blues winger Braden Shen has at least 12 fantasy points in each of his last 2 contests. He's going to cost you $100 less. Do either of those guys interest you, or are you looking elsewhere?
Look, I love the idea of shopping in this range because, I already went big at center. And in addition to the guys you mentioned, I would also consider Andreas Athanasiou for $4,300 in Los Angeles lineup. He's an uber skilled skater who has 7 points in his last 10 games and is featured on the power play here. He's costing you only $4,300 tonight. And going back to Edmonton, don't forget about a guy like a Jesse Puljujarvi and even Dominic Cahoon if you want to do a full line stack based on McDavid's wingers. Puljujarvi, for his part, has finally started to play to the expectation the Oilers management had of this guy when he was 3rd overall pick in the NHL draft 5 years ago. He's got 6 points over his last 4 games played and only $4,300 tonight. Cahoon, for his part, an underrated offensive piece, guys, but he's only a paltry $2,600 tonight. Plenty of reps in his early career as a top 6 forward, and he scored fairly regularly with those opportunities. So if you're jammed up against the cap, don't forget about a possible full line stack here. If you want to look off the Oilers matchup tonight, take a look at a guy like a Matt Zuccarello, 7 points in his last 10 games played, one of the best playmaking wingers in the whole league, and the Wild have been on fire, humming top to bottom offensively of late. He's priced at only $4,500. And one more flyer that I'll give you, a little bit higher than these guys, Timo Meier, 6 points in his last 10 games played. Power play minutes are his part of his game every night, and he's one of the cheapest core forwards here at $5,200. So there's a lot of good value on the wingers tonight that afford you to go big at the center position.
Okay, what do you do here? What do you do, Jeff Ulrich? Please help us out here with the wings.
So, I mean, Paul and I definitely on the same wavelength. Like, there's a lot of good value on the wings. I mean, obviously you want to pay up for guys like McDavid or Draisaitl at center, but I'm obviously we're in a little bit of conflict here as well. I like the Oilers' second line tonight. I do. I think Ryan Nugent-Hopkins is also a little bit undervalued at $5,800. Typically, Draisaitl and Nugent-Hopkins, once they get together, they will gel. They'll gel at some point. And why I like stacking these two, it's not just the cheapness, but you're going to get them on the power play too. Both these guys play a ton of minutes for the Oilers on the PP1. So, obviously, the McDavid line is fine too. Puljujarvi is great value. He is definitely playing better. You really can't go wrong with both. But again, everyone is going to be flocking to McDavid after the big night. I like for the big field GPPs going with Nugent-Hopkins as well because you can pair him with Draisaitl. But there are a ton of names to talk about here. I agree. Timo Meier would be the target for me there in the low 5K range as well. Arizona allowing, more scoring chances, more shots on goal this year than normal. They've just been a good matchup, but you can even go to the other side of that matchup. San Jose is always a good target for your forwards. A guy like Michael Bunting, just been a pretty consistent point producer as well. So, Paul mentioned a guy like Matt Zuccarello, who again, probably would be my favorite play in the 4K range, we don't need to go about him again, but he is definitely a play you should keep your eye on. So all things considered, winger tonight, you really want to look hard in the 5 and 4K range because there's a ton of good value there, and it'll let you fit in the big name centers.
Okay, as for the blue line group here, let's try to save even more money. Arizona's Alex Golix. All right, hold on a second. I knew it, dude. I knew it. I knew what happened to me. Hold on, here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Alex Goligoski. Nailed it.
Bingo.
Let's go, boys. Has 13 points in his last 14 games and is playing well over 20 minutes a night. Seeing first power play unit time as well, 3.6. So that seems like some good value here, right? $200 less, though. You can snag another guy. Sees a lot of ice time in Minnesota's Ryan Sutter. So do you like the savings for one of these two bets, or are you looking to pay up on the blue line, Jeff?
Yeah, Goligoski is a guy who plays top line minutes. He's been a good value like most of the season, if we're being honest. He blocks shots a little bit as well. He'll get his shot through, which just, again, it just piles up the cheap DK points. So guy's playing over 24 minutes a night, over his last 10 games as well. Arizona's really just been riding him all year. Again, he's not going to play a ton on the power play, but he'll get some exposure. It's really just more of a volume play, and at 3,600, like whenever he's under 4K, he is a good value. I prefer him to Sutter for sure. Sutter is a guy who has still can break through for a few big games, but Goligoski, you just know what you're getting. He's playing big minutes. He's got a good matchup. Defense is a little bit weird tonight. I mean, other than Jacob Chychrun, like the rest of the players don't really have a great matchup. I'm fine paying up for Chychrun again, quite frankly. This guy leads the league in goal scoring in terms of defense, but he's just got great upside coming off a 43.9 fantasy night as well. I think the guy who's really undervalued, though, among the top players is Tyson Barrie. Again, another player you can just stack. Regardless of who you like in the forwards, you can easily pair Tyson Barrie with them from the Oilers because he's going to be out there for a lot of the power play as well. And at 5,400, I believe this is his lowest price point of his last 10 games, which, again, let's take advantage here in a pretty good matchup against the Jets.
Dude, love me some Goligoski. What about you, Paul?
I was already looking at the names you mentioned before we referenced this section of the show today. I always already talk about these guys on the RotoWire pod that I host with co-host AJ Scholes every Tuesday. If I can get a quick plug in, we've been touting Goligoski as a guy who's recently started to pile up the points like he's done in recent years. He started the year very slowly and likely fell out of favor in DFS circles earlier on, but he's a great option right now. And I like Suter for the same reasons. He's been on the IR for a while as well. He's back up to his normal rate of ice time, which is among the tops in the league, and we know about his offensive skill set. And I already mentioned the fact that the Wild is on offense is ranking among the best in the league over the past month. But if you're looking for a cheaper D-man on the board tonight, I really like the situation for Toronto's Rasmus Sandin, as he's priced in at only $2,500. He's getting looks now on the club's power play, which has been really struggling and just starting to look like it did earlier in the season. And if it goes like it can tonight against Montreal, he could really be a great value in your winner's circle edition of your lineups tonight. In addition, though, we already went cheap on the wings, and if you can fit him in, I like Cale Makar if you want to pay a little bit more tonight. $5,800 his price tag. He was another guy that was a slow start of the season with some injury issues, but is rapidly rising among defensive scoring leaders with 12 points in his last 10 games. And don't overlook him if you can fit him in tonight's lineup.
You two were stunning. You two were absolutely phenomenal, but we have run out of time. So thank you so much to you guys. NBA Building Blocks is next, right after Jason Sobel dishes the 4-1-1 on the Valspar Championship.
We've got 10 of the world's top 30 golfers in action this week, getting ready here for the Valspar Championship, and we don't get ready without talking to Jason Sobel from the Action Network. I'm Adam Kaufman. Jason, how are you, man?
I'm doing well. Can't wait for the Valspar Championship to get started. We haven't seen one of these events in more than 2 years. Turns out that Tampa is more than just a football city.
Yeah, as it turns out. So, looking at the top of the board, you would think normally you'd have, the world number one, Dustin Johnson, as the favorite. Obviously, he's participating. Thing is, he's not the favorite. You have Justin Thomas at the top of the heap at plus 1,000. DJ right behind him, plus 1,100. But how do you feel about that, and how do you feel about these two this week?
Yeah, I don't think the odds are wrong. Justin Thomas has probably been playing better lately. I think he's a better fit for this golf course. DJ not far behind him. DJ hasn't been playing great golf over the last month and a half, but he was T13 at the RBC Heritage in his last start just a few weeks ago, so showing signs of coming through that. Look, on any week at any golf course, either of these players can not only win, they can dominate. They can win by a half dozen shots. That said, at these prices, I'm going to bypass them this week, and I'm going to move to some guys who are sort of at that next level of prices. But again, if your heart is set on either one of these players this week, I won't talk you out of them. They certainly have a good chance of winning. That's why they're the top two at the board.
Okay, so you have Dustin and Justin on one level, but then you go to that next level, like you alluded to, and you have Corey Connors, Patrick Reed, these guys plus 1,800, the both of them. How do you decide between the two?
I love Corey Connors this week. 4 top 10 finishes in his last 6 starts, playing great golf. Everybody loves Corey Connors this week. The problem is, Adam, even the odds makers love Corey Connors this week. Tied for the third favorite. This is a guy who has 1 win at the Valero Texas Open 2 years ago to his name, and yet he's rising up those boards. Obviously, the odds makers knew that we were all going to like Corey Connors this week, so he was the 54-hole leader at this event 2 years ago. The last time it was played was paired with Tiger Woods in the final round, did not play well, finished in a share of 16th place, but a couple of weeks ago won that Texas Open I alluded to, his first career victory. He's been on a steep ascension ever since. I like him a lot. Do I like him to take him at a number he's really never been at before? Not really, but maybe for some other formats, top 10, DFS, those kind of things. I do like Connors this week. I think he's a good course fit.
You're going to have to tell me if the odds makers disrespected Paul Casey at all, because he is the 2-time defending champ, obviously going for his 3rd victory at this event. Only plus 2,200 to win the whole thing, plus 125 to finish inside the top 20. How do you feel about him?
Yeah, compared with Corey Connors, they probably did disrespect him a little bit. I mean, this is a guy who's going after a three-peat, which we don't see very often on the PGA Tour. Tiger Woods has most of them over the last 30 or 40 years, and there aren't a whole lot of guys who have been able to do this at specific events. Casey's playing well. I like Casey. Based on the law of averages, I'm probably going to fade him just because it's really hard for anyone to win back-to-back, let alone back-to-back-to-back. So I don't love him this week for that very reason, that at some point somebody else has to break through and win this thing. But look, I don't mind him for a top 10, top 20 this week. Like I said, he's playing well. He's in form. Strokes gained approach is his specialty, and that's what should be what sort of separates the guys on the leaderboard from the rest of the pack this week. So again, good player, like him, decent number, don't have a problem with it. Just probably not all over him based on the fact that I can't go chasing those 2 victories the last couple of years.
This gets a little confusing, I think, because you have Charles Schwartzel, who is a past winner here. 2016 won the Valspar Championship. Of course, coming off the Zurich Classic, he was good. He was a runner-up. Thing is, it's tandems. We talked about it last week. So, the fact that he was a runner-up wasn't all on him. It was actually his partner, Louis Oosthuizen, letting him down. So as we look at Schwartzel going into this event here, you got plus 12,500. It's a big, big number. Is that your favorite long shot right now?
Yeah, come on, Adam. I mean, Louis feels bad enough already, and now you're going to rub it in and saying that he let down his partner last week?
And your mother's watching, by the way, Louis.
Boy, Louis with the sweetest swing in golf. I just don't know how the thing goes that far right when the water is all the way over there. In any case, yes, Charles Schwartzel did play very well. 125-1, like you said, past champion here. I do like him. Even more importantly, my podcast partner over at Golf Bet, Justin Ray, he really likes him this week. He's way smarter than I am. So if he likes him, then I tend to tail that a little bit and jump on that. I don't know that he's my favorite long shot this week. Keegan Bradley is sort of on that borderline between mid-tier and long shot at 80-1. I really like him for the fact that he's always a very good ball striker. This is a good ball striker's course, and the putting is really coming around for him. I think it's a great number on Keegan Bradley. Don't think you'll be able to get this number much longer after this week, so you might want to jump on it now. And he's a proven winner, too. He's won a major. He's won a WGC. He's won a FedEx Cup playoff event. So if I had to dig somewhere in that area, granted, Keegan is much shorter than Charles Schwartzel, but I like him a lot more for an outright than Schwartzel. But for top 10s, top 20s, don't mind Schwartzel this week.
How about just some other long shots in general that stand out to you?
Yeah, John Huh is a guy that I'm not sure I've seen him on TV in the last couple of years. He gets little to no respect at all. You never see a big bet in his name, and yet he's been top 30 in half of his 10 starts so far this year. That's not bad. And when you're chasing a guy who's got a decent price for a top 20, top 30, John Huh is a guy that I kind of like. Sepp Straka has some stats that should correlate well for this golf course. And if you want to go really deep, I don't know that it's going to happen this week, but at some point, Kevin Chappell is going to start showing the form that he had back in 2017 when he was a member of the U.S. President's Cup team. He's not that far removed from it. I liken him to Daniel Berger, who was also on that team, had some injuries, kind of fell off the face of the golf planet for a little bit and then rose back up. He's a top 15 player in the world right now. I don't know that Chappell is going to get to that level, but I do think at some point he comes back and shows why indeed he was a really good player to begin with. And again, you don't want to get on that too late. You might as well get on it early. He's got a big number next to his name this week. Don't go all in. I'm not saying, throw the mortgage on Kevin Chappell to win the Valspar Championship. Just a name to keep in mind moving forward.
So, Jason, the almighty fade, who would you caution bettors to stay away from this week?
There's not a whole lot of guys at the top of the board that I really dislike this week. Dustin Johnson at his number is a guy that I won't be chasing after. It's one of those, look, if he wins it, he beats me, and I'll be okay with that. Victor Hovland, again, they didn't really have individual stats for the Zurich Classic, but he played with Christopher Ventura during the week and sort of fell apart on the weekend. Didn't look like he was playing his best golf. So Hovland's a guy with a short number next to his name as well, and I will probably fade him this week also.
Who's going to win the Valspar Championship?
I'm going with a player with decent odds next to his name, plus 2,800 this week. He was tied for fourth 2 years ago in his lone Valspar Championship appearance so far. Tends to play some of his best golf on Florida golf courses, putts Bermuda greens really well, and the iron game is coming around. When he's striking it well, he's one of the best with an iron in his hand. Sungjae Im, for me, is my favorite outright play this week. Really like him. I feel like he could break through for his second career PGA Tour title this week.
My favorite interview this week, Jason Sobel from the Action Network. Thanks, man.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, guys, let's build some NBA lineups one block at a time here. Host of the Four Seasons podcast for Ball is Life, Ryan Mock, Josh, and RotoWire. NBA editor Nick Whalen. Y'all know the drill for building blocks, but if anyone at home does not, these two will select who they are building their lineups around at the following positions. So, Nick, start us off at center here.
I got a few options to throw out at center. One of them doesn't have a great matchup, and that's Clint Capella going up against the Philadelphia 76ers. Obviously, Joel Embiid, not an opposing center that you generally want to target, but the scoring and the rebounding numbers and the shot blocking on certain nights for Capella are pretty eye-popping. I mean, he's essentially been like a 2020 guy or close to it over the last month, and it hasn't really mattered who the matchup is. So if you're willing to pay up at 8,900, I do like Capella. A little bit further down, Jared Allen, if you want to target that Orlando Magic team that has the worst defense in the NBA over the last 10 games. Wendell Carter, Mo Bamba not providing a ton of resistance on the inside there. I think it's a pretty nice opportunity for Allen to bounce back after just an okay game against Toronto on Monday. And then Jusuf Nurkic, how can we not mention him going up against Memphis for the third time in 4 games? He's at 6,800. His 2 best games of the entire season came against Memphis over this past weekend. Those were both Trailblazers losses, but he had huge games in each of those. And he had another double-double against Indiana last night in just 20 minutes.
Mark Josh, what do you got, dude?
I like that Jusuf Nurkic call. I'm going to stick with the same game. I'm paying up for Jonas Valanciunas at 7,900, which is pretty cheap for him. They're playing a Portland team, which is probably my favorite matchup of the entire night. The pace is going to be extremely high. There's really no injury news yet around the league. So without value there, I'm going to go with what works. Jonas Valanciunas. This is going to be a meaningful 8 seed in the West versus 7 seed in the West game. So I think the people that are going to produce, and they've been using Jonas Valanciunas for this all year long.
All right, dude, it is a 10-game slate. So, Ryan, how about your building block at forward?
Yeah, I really like what I saw out of Jaylen Brown last night. 8,500. I think he only went up in price by $100 from last night. And tonight, there's still no Kemba, and Tatum is questionable versus Charlotte team. Now, they did play horribly. Scalabrine said it was their worst loss of the season. Yeah, to an Oklahoma City team who is struggling to be an NBA team this year. But last night, Jaylen Brown, 67.3 fantasy points. I think that they need to rally behind somebody outside of the fantasy aspect. It's going to be Jaylen Brown. So I think they're going to look to Jaylen Brown, especially if Tatum's out all night long tonight.
Going to have to lean on the only active Hall of Famer in the NBA right now, too, Peyton Pritchard, dude. Nick, what do you got? Building block it forward.
I like the Jaylen Brown call. I do think Tatum is expected to play tonight, so maybe that lowers his ceiling a little bit. But yeah, OKC just cannot catch a break. They're trying to lose as many games as possible, and they just kind of keep backing their way into wins throughout this year, despite that 14-game losing streak. At forward, I like Julius Randle. If you want to pay up, good opportunity for him to bounce back. He had one of his worst games in weeks against Phoenix on Monday. But other than that game, he's pretty much, maybe not exceeded value at this price, but at least met value pretty much every night. He's averaging 40 minutes a game over his last 12. That doesn't project to slow down anytime soon, playing for Coach Tom Thibodeau. Bradley Beal, forward eligible on DraftKings. I mean, that's just scoring, and more scoring when it comes to Beal, not offering a ton in terms of rebounds or assists or defensive numbers, but he's at 34 points per game over his last 9. Of course, he had 45 in that OT loss on Monday. And then Jimmy Butler at 9,500. Again, another guy, if you want to pay up, has a good, not great matchup against San Antonio. I think he has kind of a low-key first-team All-NBA case when you start to look at all the forwards who have missed time outside of Giannis Antetokounmpo. He's averaging 2.7 steals per game over his last 13 games, which is just absolutely ridiculous.
Ryan, how about your building block at guard, dude?
So the game I'm obsessed with tonight, Portland, Memphis. I really like John Morant, $8,200. They played Portland the last 4 games. It's a weird scheduling thing, but they're very familiar with each other. All those games are very high scoring. Their last 5 games, John Morant has played 52.6 fantasy points on average. He is kind of finding his strides, and I think that he's liking to play in these meaningful games as we wind down here in the NBA season. Season average is only 37, so he is blowing up right now. Portland 29th in defensive rating. They don't play a lick of defense, so I think Morant really goes off against Portland tonight.
What about you, Nick? Who are you building around at guard?
Yeah, Morant's one of the guys on my list. I mean, he torched Portland for 46 and 63 DraftKings points, respectively, in their 2 matchups over the weekend. I think given that recent track record, 8,200 is actually a pretty reasonable price. I think this is a bounce back spot for Damian Lillard, too, if you do want to pay up at guard. He's been shockingly bad over the last 10 or 15 games by his standards, shooting like 35% from the field. His free throw shooting, his 3-point shooting are way down as well. You have to think at some point he's going to snap out of this. And this is obviously, close to a must-win game for Portland, which is trying to climb out of that play-in spot. A little further down, Darius Garland at 7,700. No Colin Sexton again tonight for Cleveland. So I think this is a really good spot against that really bad Orlando defense. And then the last guy I'll throw out is Bogdan Bogdanovic at 7,600. Again, not a great matchup against Philadelphia, but no Trae Young for Atlanta. And he's averaging 22 points, 4.5 rebounds, 4.5 assists, 1.5 steals, and 4.4 threes per game since entering the starting lineup. He's shooting almost 50% from three. You know, when Trae Young doesn't play, he's just been fantastic.
Let's switch over and look at the DK Sportsbook here for tonight's NBA schedule, guys. What is your favorite overall bet? It's going to be total, prop, you know, all that jazz. You've been here before, not your first rodeo. Nick, start us off.
I like Portland plus 1.5 against Memphis. I think there's no way they lose 3 times in 4 games to this Memphis team, and I feel like they probably think they're better than, and on paper, they are better than. I like Denver -4 against New Orleans tonight, and then Dennis Schroeder over 17.5 points. He's averaging 20 plus over his last 5. He has 3 straight double-doubles, playing really as well as he has all season, and I think he's really benefited from having Anthony Davis back.
Josh, favorite NBA bet tonight on the DK Sportsbook?
Yeah, I like the 76ers -7.5. Ben Simmons comes back tonight. Embiid's been there. The Hawks were hot, and without Trae Young, people were asking me, hey, are they better without Trae Young? Of course not. But they ran into Detroit Monday night, I think it was. Lost to a bad Detroit team. Did not look great. I think the no Trae is catching up with them. So I think the Sixers roll tonight.
Gentlemen, lovely work, and I mean it. Gary and Thorne will join us next. We're going to break down his mock draft right after part of my conversation with Acacia Courtney, who knows a hell of a lot more than all of us about the Kentucky Derby. Weather definitely comes to mind. I think there's no like middle ground. Sometimes you're used to seeing like the horses and the jockeys just covered in like mud, but as of now, like the forecast looks to be clear with no rain. But if it does rain, how does that affect like the running of the race?
Well, you always want to see horses in big fields when it's raining, I think, that have a little bit more speed. So kind of going to what we were talking about already with the tactics that may be in place in this race. There's kind of the old racing adage, clean faces win races. The horses that are up more on the front end and are part of setting the pace, you'll see there's no mud on the front of their bodies. They don't have to deal with that kickback. With a big field, 20 horses, that's likely the largest race that any of these horses will ever run in, unless they decide to go run in a race in Australia or something like that. You know, we in the US don't run 20 horse races unless it's a race like the Derby or in the Triple Crown. So there's going to be a lot of kickback coming back. As far as the mud is concerned, if it is rained, I think that horses with a forward placed running style have a big advantage when it comes to that.
Okay, so fans love to make money here when they bet the Derby, obviously. Give us a long shot you like this year.
I'm going to say Super Stock. I think that he's a horse that is one that's really kind of impressed on the track. I think he'll be a pretty big price. He was a big price at winning the Arkansas Derby. I think that he will have to improve to beat some of the other horses that we've discussed heading into it as far as a potential win candidate. But I think that he's got the physical makeup and the running style to kind of be a true closer. He was a little bit more forwardly placed last time, and he had a dream setup with 2 horses setting the pace in the Arkansas Derby. But Steve Asmussen had said that he had kind of rushed to get to the Rebel and was really kind of fine-tuned for the Arkansas Derby. I think now making the 3rd start of his 3-year-old season, we're going to see an improved horse, and he'll need to improve. But he's one at a big price, I think, could grab a share.
Okay, so before you take off, we want Acacia Courtney's pick to win the Kentucky Derby. Let's go, girlfriend. Hook it up.
I'm going to go Hot Rod Charlie. He's a horse that I've liked since he was a 2-year-old. I think he has the right running style. Flavian Pratt got elevated to win the Derby with Country House a couple of years ago, and certainly his barn, Doug O'Neill, knows how to win the Kentucky Derby.
All right, joining me now is DraftKings contributor Gary Thorne, or college football expert Gary Thorne. You just drew up a nice little NFL draft, a mock draft here, because this is the eve of the NFL draft. So let's rip through some of why you placed dudes where you placed the dudes. Right. So like the rest of America here, man, you got Trevor Lawrence, smart man, and Zach Wilson going 1 and 2 overall. It would truly be shocking, really, if those guys did not go 1 and 2 overall. Number 3 is where all the drama starts. I think that's the case for a lot of people's mock drafts. Like, no one really knows where the 49ers are leaning, except for we all expect it to be maybe a quarterback, possibly. Steve Buchanan had Justin Fields. It's kind of shocking going here.
Yeah.
But you went Bama's Mac Jones. Why is that?
Yeah, I think if you went solely on talent, I would agree with Steve. I mean, I think a lot of people who have just watched Justin Fields accept the fact that he is someone who probably deserves to go in the top 3 picks, maybe even the top 2 picks. But for whatever reason, his stock is falling. And it seems like people, NFL insiders who have kind of made their reputation on being close to Kyle Shanahan and knowing what Kyle Shanahan is thinking, they've been connecting him to Mac Jones for a very long time now. And it almost seems like they have it down to 2 quarterbacks, and it's Trey Lance and it's Mac Jones. Justin Fields isn't even in the debate at this point. At least that's what the latest reports have. So at a certain point, I think when you just consistently hear it over and over and over again, I know there's a lot of worry about like smoke screens and, teams trying to get other teams sniffing in the wrong direction, et cetera, et cetera. But for me, it's just been too much news, too much smoke about Mac Jones going to San Francisco. And hey, if the best this guy can be is a really good system quarterback in the NFL, the best system you could choose would be a Kyle Shanahan system. So I can see why maybe it's a match made in heaven, even if I do think there are more talented quarterbacks on the board.
Well, speaking of Kyle Pitts to Atlanta, that buzz has picked up steam, especially with news that the Falcons will listen to offers on Julio Jones. So why do you think Pitts works here instead of Atlanta making it 4 straight quarterbacks?
It just seems like with what they're trying to do, and maybe this is a little different now that Julio could possibly be on the move, but it almost seems like they want to take one more crack at this. And I know they're in salary cap hell. They've really got to figure out some stuff with some of those veteran deals, but this offense has the potential to be scary, especially if they hang on to Julio and add someone like Kyle Pitts, and Calvin Ridley is still there. And look, Matt Ryan, he's older, obviously, but someone who can still play at least at a competent or an above average level. Maybe you give him these types of weapons and he becomes not quite the MVP version of himself, but something close to that. I do think it's important to remember that there might not have been a team more unlucky or a team that was more snake bitten in the fourth quarter last season than the Falcons. They only finished with 4 wins, but their Pythagorean record had them at 7.5 wins. So I think they're in a spot where, especially with how Matt Ryan's contract works out the next couple of years, they might as well keep trying to make the playoffs. And if you add someone like Pitts and you create like a top 5 NFL offense or something that has the potential to be a top 5 NFL offense, maybe you can be a team that kind of slides into the wild card if you have some positive regression in 2021.
Dude, I saw that George Kittle wants the 49ers to take Pitts at 3 overall.
Wow. I mean, that'd be fun.
It'd be unbelievable. He says he wants to see him spread out. He wants 2 running backs. He wants 2 tight ends. So just run it down their throats.
I could see it. I mean, look, Shanahan could do something crazy, but I don't think he'd trade up that much capital to get a tight end. I will say that.
Yeah. Here's hoping that they know what they were doing when they decided to trade up 2-3 overall. But hey, he doesn't know if any of us will be alive on Sunday, which he's not wrong.
That is true.
Let's go to your guys here, the Miami Dolphins at number 6. You got him snagging LSU wide receiver Jamar Chase. So you think Chase's talent here like supersedes the urge to pair 2 with one of his favorite targets at Bama, Jalen Waddle? Like, wouldn't you want that duo, like connection?
I mean, maybe 3 months ago, it was a really nice narrative. I can't remember Waddle's exact answer, but I know they were asking a lot of the Alabama receivers, like, hey, maybe you can't answer this, but like Tua or Mac, and they were all like Mac very quickly. So it's possible that the connection, the Alabama connection, the good vibes, maybe not as good. I think Miami, we just talked about that San Francisco trade, the amount of capital they traded up to switch with Miami and get that number 3 pick. And then Miami goes and trades with Philadelphia and moves back up to 6. It seems like the reason they were so desperate to get back up to 6 was that they knew with how the board was playing out, 3 quarterbacks were going in the first 3 picks. And there are, depending on who you talk to, 3 quote unquote generational talents at the skill positions. You've got, or if we want to consider offensive tackle a skill position, which we probably should at this point. So they wanted one of those 3 guys, and it seems like Pitts isn't going to be an option. I don't think he's going to make it to 6. So depending on what the Bengals do, if they want to pair Chase with Burrow, I know that's a big narrative too. I think the Dolphins are more than happy to just take Sewell and bolster an offensive line that was also very bad last season. There's also the chance that they trade down. I know there are reports coming out of camp today that while the Dolphins might not trade down to like New England's got 15, Washington has 19, Chicago has 20, all teams that might want to trade up for a quarterback. They don't want to go that far down the board. They want a number 1 offensive weapon for Tua, but maybe that 9 pick, maybe Denver would want to move up and try to snag a quarterback that's been falling. So Cincinnati and Miami, that's really like the linchpin of this first round. Like they're going to dictate so much of what else happens in this draft. But I do think, all things being equal, if the Dolphins are picking 6th and Chase is on the board, they're going to take Chase.
And that was Waddle and Heisman winner Devontae Smith picking Mac Jones over Tua as their favorite quarterbacks. At number 9, yeah, right. Super awesome and super awkward. Yes. At number 9, you have another quarterback going. This time, Trey Lance of North Dakota State to the Broncos. So that obviously means here, Gare Bear, that Justin Fields, in your eyes, did not make your top 10. So how far do you think and how far do you expect Fields to fall then?
I mean, if we work under the framework that no one makes a trade, which I think is pretty unlikely, he could obviously fall as far as 15. And I think Patriots fans would be incredibly happy if that scenario were to play.
Yeah, because there were some reports too that they've been like kind of flirting a little bit with the Panthers there at 8 to get up and potentially take Fields.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like when I say he's not a top 10 pick, I think this mock, I underwent it and said, I'm not going to guess at any trades. We'll just make the picks that could possibly happen if these teams keep their selections.
Okay.
I think there's going to be a trade. I mean, there's just so many teams that are desperate for some sort of quarterback play. Whether it's the Patriots, whether it's the Bears, whether it's Washington, there's just a lot of teams that seem like they need to take one of these guys. And there's a surplus of quarterbacks. And there's also a bunch of teams who it doesn't really seem like they want to pick where they are currently picking. The Dolphins, as I mentioned, they probably want a skill position player, but they don't need to pick at 6. The Lions have so many needs that I'm sure they would be very happy to move down and acquire more draft capital. The Panthers, I mean, it's a weird spot. I wouldn't say that Sam Darnold is like a long-term fix, but you brought the guy in, you gave something up real for him. He's going to be the starting quarterback this year in Carolina. So maybe they want to move down and acquire some more capital. So there's a lot of opportunities for teams to trade up and take Justin Fields. And I do think someone will, and I do think he'll actually end up being a top 10 pick.
Yeah, you got Waddle going to the Lions there at 7, and then Rashawn Slater, offensive tackle out of Northwestern, to the Panthers at 8. Garion, good talking to you, dude. Appreciate you, man. Have fun these next few days throughout the draft. Len Hochberg brings us home with some PGA Chaser Fade right after this. right, everyone. Last block of the show. It's time to chase or fade ahead of the PGA Tour's Valspar Championship. I'll ask the questions. RotoWire senior golf writer and 2020 DFS Writer of the Year, Len Hochberg, will answer them. So a lot of talk all week here, dude, about Paul Casey because he's won the last two of these events. But at 10 grand this week, are you fading the two-time defending champ?
Well, Emerson, if he wins the tournament once, then I think you maybe have to, throw in some other considerations and stuff. But when a guy has won the tournament 2 times in a row at a tough track, and he's playing well this year, 5th recently at the Players, 10,000 is not 11.5. It's barely in the tens. I think Paul Casey is definitely a chase this week. He's probably going to be a popular pick, but I expect him to be in the mix come Sunday.
All right, you've also got some pretty big names involved, like DJ, Reed, Justin Thomas at the top of the salary list and over 10K. But one name just under that mark, Scotty Scheffler, $9,800. You chasing or fading him?
When I've gone back and looked at my notes from previous Valspars, it seems like year after year, I see a path to avoiding the top guys and go with a balanced lineup and getting into the 9s and the 8s. So I think Scotty Scheffler is a decent play at $9,800. There are 2 guys just under him who I like more. Corey Connors at $9,600. I think he's going to be a popular pick. He's kind of become a fantasy darling of recent weeks. We see him playing well week after week. And Louis Oosthuizen, $9,500, just missed last week, just missed in 2019 at the Valspar. He was runner-up to Casey.
Yeah, Scheffler, by the way, reigning PGA Tour Rookie of the Year. This will be his debut at the tournament. So, mid-February, last time Abraham Answer here did not finish in the top 30 in the tournament. He's 9,300 this week, Len. You want to chase or fade that Answer will make a run at the Valspar?
You're right. He's been very, very consistent. He's finished top 30 all the time. He's actually had 10 top 25s already, but those top 25s have not been top 10s, and they've sort of been closer to top 25th than 10th. His last 6 times, 3 18th place finishes. I think he's got a 22 and a 23. So that's a tough one to call. That's a tough one to chase for $9,300. He's outside the top 100 in putting. His putting is what's holding him back this year. He was 40th last year in putting, 41st to be specific. I think at this price, $9,300, and the way he's playing, I think it's got to be a fade.
Yeah, Answer tied for 16th in his only appearance here. That was back in 2018. How about your favorite value play this week, dude?
Yeah, I think this is really a week that you can avoid the 10s and the 11s, the 5-figure guys. I don't know if these are really value picks, but I like 3 guys in the 8,000s a lot. Jason Kokrak at $8,700. He's been on the first page of the leaderboard 3 times in the last 5 years at the Valspar. Emiliano Grillo, 2nd in greens in regulation this season, 3rd in bogey avoidance, which will be an important consideration this week. He's either 2nd and 3rd or 3rd and 2nd. I'm trying to remember that. And Chris Kirk. Chris Kirk has not had a good history at the Valspar, but there are tracks earlier this year where I've fallen into the trap of fading Chris Kirk because he hasn't had a good course history. He's been playing pretty much pretty well everywhere this year. $8,200. All 3 of those guys, very good putters from inside of 10 feet, or at least better than average putters inside of 10 feet. An important consideration this week. Chase Seifert, $6,600 for a real value play. 20th in bogey avoidance. He's made his last 6 cuts, including 3rd at the Honda.
Love it, dude. 90 seconds left in this show. So now is when you're going to tell us who will win the Valspar Championship.
Well, Louis Oosthuizen is not a very big guy, so I can get him into 90 seconds. He has never won in the States. He has one PGA Tour event, one PGA Tour victory, and that's the Open Championship. So some people will not count that. I do. But anyway, he was close last week until going into the water in the playoff.
Yep.
Zurich. He was 2nd a year ago or 2 years ago to Paul Casey. He plays well in big tournaments. Putting from inside of 10 feet is historically important this week. Louis Oosthuizen is number one on the PGA Tour in putting inside of 10 feet this year, $9,500. He will continue a trend of old guys getting it done on tour this year.
Well, the good news for him, there's little water to be found at Copperhead. So Len
Not a traditional
Hochberg,
Florida track. Yeah.
right? Len Hochberg, award winner. Good seeing you. Good catching up with you. Thanks for helping us out. Everybody, a 6-game slate here on the Dream Stream of Madden Sims will kick off next. I'll be hosting it with Jeff Ulrich. Seahawks at the Broncos. I got a free roll contest cooking for you right now in the DK Sim Fam Friends League. Fill out a lineup. Let's go. Let's have ourselves a day, people. Adios. on the latest, greatest edition of Wild Weather Wednesday. I don't do a whole lot of Wednesdays, but when I do, they are wild and they are weathery, Jeff Ulrich.
Yeah, very excited. I always forget it's Weather Wednesday. I always come to Wednesday. I actually forget that by this time of the week, I've forgotten what day it is anyways. So it's a good reminder from me, really anchors me in the rest of the week to get a weather day in.
Dude, I am absolutely thrilled for this one. We're going to have the Broncos. We're going to have the Seahawks. It's you and me. It's TP Thomas on the ones and the twos. Producer Jordan is here. Frangelico from the ops team. Hell of a way to start the day. Happy NFL Draft Eve, by the way.
Yes, dude, I know. That's another thing that's creeping up. Like, I don't know why my brain can't figure out that it's like in the middle of the week. I feel like, oh yeah, it's the weekend, but it's actually tomorrow. So we got the Draft Eve, probably get some maybe deals, some rumors mongering on the Twitter machine tonight. It's going to be awesome, dude. So, and yeah, now we get to sit back, enjoy a couple sims. Or I get to do two. You're only doing one. But
sorry, man. I hosted the Sweat, and as the highest paid employee at DraftKings, I call my own shots.
It's true. It's true. Always forget that about you. Yes.
Yeah, let me know if you need me to Venmo you, okay?
I will.
So we're underway here in the snow, in the Mile High. Dude, I recently went to Denver for a wedding. That city's phenomenal, by the way. I'm just going to throw it out there. I don't know if you've ever been there. I know we were trying to meet up, but I still can't pinpoint like where you are in Canada. Like you're all over the joint. Yep. And so, if you've been to Denver, shout out to everyone in the Mile High. Great, great city. Fantastic people. Good food, good drinks. Love it.
Colorado's just a nice state, you know?
It is.
A lot of nice places there. There's a, it's like a massive wildlife reservation there too. If you ever thinking about, or if you just like animals and you want to, donate to somewhere, look it up. I think it's called I can't remember the specific name, but there's a huge one in there. It's like a real life. It's like the opposite of the Tiger King scenario where all the animals are in cages. These animals have like acres to themselves. It's really cool. So cool state, Colorado. Always one of my favorites.
I love how you take it to a nature preserve. That's amazing. I didn't know that about you.
That's always what I think about when I think about Colorado, because I know there's a site I donated to it and it's cool. And I want to take my kids there one day. So I always come back to that whenever I think about Colorado. Oh God, Russ.
Oh, what? No, baby. What is you doing? You pretty excited to see Trevor Lawrence go number 1 overall tomorrow night?
Yeah, big day for you, isn't it?
Wow.
I'm
a little nervous.
No, you shouldn't be. I think Urban Meyer's going to be a fantastic coach. Regardless of how Lawrence does, I think he's going to be fine because he's got Urban Meyer. I think Urban Meyer's going to be really successful at the NFL. I really do.
Obviously, I hope you are correct as Russ picking up some of the yards that he just lost on the sack. So 3rd and 7 coming up here, opening drive of the game, Seahawks and the Broncos. I'm a little nervous because he never really developed any of the NFL quarterbacks during his time in college. I mean, Many of them made it to the NFL. Not many of them ended up being super successful, but you're not really asking him so much to develop, just kind of don't screw up, right? As a big first down pickup here by the Seahawks.
And he's brought in guys like Schottenheimer and Bevel who have developed quarterbacks before. So I think he recognizes that and brought in the appropriate dudes. But I think Urban Meyer is just someone who he's a little bit like Belichick. He'll win I don't want to say win at all costs, but he really wants to win. He's not there to implement a program. He's just going to win. He's going to find out ways to do that. And I think part of the way, that was a backwards run. Was a catch there, though, by, I think that was Hollister. Yes.
My wife used to work at Hollister back in the day. That's it.
Is Hollister a clothing store?
Yeah, it's like a Abercrombie and Fitch.
Okay. I could see you working there.
Yeah, my wife, not me.
Oh, you. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I couldn't fit in those clothes. I'm too large.
You're just too in shape.
Anywho, I didn't mean to distract you there. My brain's all over the place today. I should have taken my medicine and I didn't. Whatever, man. This is it. This is the real me. I'm a real boy.
Raw Emerson.
I did also appreciate the text you sent me. Can we talk about that?
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, dude. Right before.
Okay, cool. 3rd and 7, terrible play call.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what you try to do here. It is in the snow, but it's also the mile high. So maybe you decide to send out Jason Myers for like a 50-yard field goal.
They're gonna kick it. It's not that long. Look at 21.
What? Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, the snow covering up those numbers. Look at that.
Sure,
I can't see clearly.
Sure, covering up the
almost
numbers on the screen that says the 21-yard line.
Oh man, I have a bunch of smudges on my computer screen. My bad. All right, so there's your first 3 points of the day. Jason Myers, good to have you here. Former Jacksonville Jaguar legend, which is why he's no longer on the team. But yeah, you apparently are going to be getting back into the dog game soon. I know it's been a while, and clearly the Sassy Springers on Instagram, that's at the Sassy Springers, have motivated you to look at that same breed.
It's true. Yeah, we are on a waiting list right now for a Springer. Sent you the pictures of their parents. Give me your raw thoughts. What would you give them out of like a 10, 7.5, 8?
Honestly, as I'm looking at them here, I'm 12 out of 10.
Okay.
2 beautiful, beautiful specimens. Now, do you probably going to be like a 50-50 shot here? You got a liver and white, and then you've got a black and white.
Yeah.
Is there a color that you guys would lean towards?
I think my wife is a little bit enamored with the black and white, but we told the breeder we're kind of deep in the waiting list for these ones, so it's not a guarantee we'll get one from them. So I just told her we don't really care about the color. Quite frankly, I love both those colors. I think they're gorgeous in both colors. So yeah, kind of just take what sees.
Did you have to give them any references?
Not yet, but we haven't because once the litter is being born this weekend. So once we know how many puppies there are, then she's gonna call us and she'll probably have like a deeper conversation and stuff like that. But these people are pretty easygoing. I've already told. So
dog breeders are a different breed. They are interesting, right?
They're out there. They're all realms, dog breeders, man.
And then sometimes they may not reply to you for months, and then they just slide into your DMs and they're like, all right, puppies are here.
Yep,
So
that's pretty
where
much
the hell have you been?
Yeah. No,
And I think we've talked about it before too, like their websites are like so ridiculously it's like you built it on back in the day on AOL, and there's clip art like everywhere.
Every single dog breeder website in the entire world has not been updated since 2001. Like it's just, it's a law. We were looking again because we got news that like there was we were on the waiting list, and so we started looking at a couple other, and it's just like it's the funniest thing in the world. Like I could just look at dog breeder websites for days. It's just so they're all so unique and so old that
yeah, it's very nostalgic. You're living in like the 90s. On a website.
Oh yeah, I remember when websites used to look like this. But yeah, they are. It's weird. These people live like 5 hours away, but they're very cool and definitely like devoted to the breed and stuff like that. So hopefully we get one. But yeah, ready to make the dive, dude. And I've done my research. I think it's going to be a great breed. So both my wife and I like to run and stuff, both side lots. So.
I didn't think you really exercised a whole lot.
Well, actually, this is another topic. I had to go off running for like 8 months because my Achilles was so bad. I had like tendinitis in it because I ran so much when I was younger. Didn't tear it.
Okay.
Didn't tear it. Didn't get recommended surgical, but it's better now. Like I've been running now the last couple weeks, so very excited to like start running again because like I had to just do biking and stuff, like which is fine, but. I want to get out there and run a little too. So
yeah, big
last month for me.
You're going places, Ulrich.
I am.
You're going places, and I hope you take me with you. As Drew Lock tests the atmosphere, that's an incomplete pass, and that was on 3rd and 8. So that brings up 4th and 8 here with just a little more than a minute and a half to go. Really, really good to have everybody here today. 6 sims on the slate. Let me go over to the Madden Streams information page. And coming up next, Bengals and the Chiefs. That's going to be in the wind. Typically only do one wind game. each Wild Weather Wednesday. Lions at the Ravens at 4 in the rain. Oh, dude, nice little punt there, down at the 6 by number 6. And then the Raiders and Packers in the snow. Saints and the Dolphins in the rain. Bears and the Steelers in the snow.
Trent
and it'll
says,
be
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say Kaufman and you, Jeff Ulrich, will be on that 2 o'clock game in the win, Bengals at the Chiefs.
That is my name. There's Lockett. Bengals Chiefs, though. Okay, all right, that'll be interesting.
Yeah, I know you're just hearing that for the first time.
I 100% am, yes. Trent says there's nothing like rolling out of bed, ordering Chick-fil-A for the early sim. That actually does sound really good. I'm not going to lie.
Do you guys have Chick-fil-A's up there?
We don't.
Damn, you are missing out.
No.
Even Thomas there on the 1s and 2s says that is a mood. It really is, Trent. Like, that's ideal though. That's the world we live in, where you could just lay in the nude in your bed, watch us talk to you about this sim and other things, and just get on an app, have a couple spicy chicken sandwiches delivered to you, that delicious pickle on a buttery bun with the waffle fries, the Chick-fil-A sauce. Grab yourself a Coke Zero, or it's the summertime. They have incredible peach milkshakes. I mean, they got mac and cheese now. They got it all. The Lazias are big Chick-fil-A fans. So good for you, Trenton. I'd love to be your roommate one day.
Yeah. Congrats on the success.
Dude, congrats on living your best life.
If you can do that on a Wednesday, I just assume you're a very successful person. So.
Oh, man. Speaking of successful, this sim has been anything but that. But we got a damn good crew today. We got the DK Sim fam all showing up, waking up eventually, some not even leaving their bed. But Jeff Ulrich, Emerson Lotze hanging with you guys. TP Thomas on the 1s and 2s, producer Jordan here. Frangelico from the ops team. Russ Wilson is perfect through the first quarter, so he's 6 of 6.
In all ways.
Yeah, he's got 3 carries for 20 yards, just a field goal to show for everyone's work. Melvin Gordon's got a couple carries, 3 yards. Philip Lindsay, 1 for 2. Chris Carson, 1 for 3. Let's see. 143 out of the 150 spots ended up getting filled up in our happy NFL Draft Eve, my Sweet Chinchillas contest. Did you get a lineup in? I can't remember if we even talked about that. Probably not.
We didn't talk about it. But I did get a lineup in. I can
what
check
do you
it out
got?
here.
Yeah. I mean, I'll go ahead and give you mine. I'm 99 right now in our contest. I got Greg Olson, who's got 1 catch for 23 yards in the captain spot. I got Russ. I got Drew Lock. I got DK Metcalf. I got Hamler, and I got Dorsett the second. Hamler and Dorsett right now with big old fat bagels.
Yeah, not looking good for me. I'm in 138th. I did go with like a Drew Lock stack, Fant, Judy, and Cortland Sutton in the captain spot. So they all have like 0 points. Who cares though? It's all about having fun.
Yes, it is.
Have you done like a deeper dive into the Jags draft day plans? Like, is there like 2nd and 3rd round guys you hope they target?
I just need skill position players.
I agree.
I want sexy picks. Don't make the right pick. Give me sexy picks. Like, we know what you're doing at 1. Then they've got a 2nd first rounder coming up later in like the 20s. I forget where exactly. But I talked about it a little bit with Kenny yesterday. And I am a little nervous with Trevor Lawrence, who did sign with Adidas this morning. So he's got a big deal there. But he's just got an immense pressure on his shoulders, essentially to save the franchise. So you've heard the comments from him recently too, like, and I didn't think twice about it. He was like, yeah, football's like not my life. And I said, okay, I kind of like respect that. It's not like what you're eating, drinking, and sleeping. He's like, hey, I've got other parts of my life. I said, okay, that doesn't scare me away. That's normal. That's a healthy mindset. When you're playing football, I want you to be completely dialed into it.
Yep. Yeah. I think Lawrence is actually a good person to be like taken, like just from a personality perspective, because like I don't think he's going to feel pressure, but all the top prospects do. But I don't think it's going to be like, he's not coming in with like the media against him or like a chip on his shoulder where he's going to feel like he has to do everything. He's got a veteran coach in Urban Meyer who's going to take heat off him. I think it's a good situation for him. Again, he's not like, I don't think I don't want to talk him down. I don't think he's necessarily quite as good a prospect as people are making him out to be, but he's a very, very, very good prospect. And I do think he's like going to be set up to succeed long-term. So regardless of what happens his rookie year, I think it's a good situation for him and Urban Meyer. So is Oldson.
Yeah, so we know what they're doing 1 overall. I mean, their second first-round pick is going to be 25. This is when I think they're just – and while I want sexy picks, I also realize that, like, success with these teams as Carson takes the carry inside the red zone now, out at the 12. So he's got 3 carries for 26 yards all of a sudden. I do realize, though, a lot of these teams, and it's the way, like, New England has, I believe, built success over a couple decades. Tom Brady obviously helps. But where Bill Belichick is so successful is building in to out. He starts inside, whether it's the offensive line or defensive line, starts there and then kind of works his way out, which is why, like, Brady's never had, like, the top skill position players. Like, he makes them look good for sure, but not too many Hall of Famers he's thrown to over the years. So that's when I think the Jaguars later in the first round will start going, like, defensive tackle, edge rushers, like in round 2. They definitely need a tight end. I see some talking about Tommy Tremble out of, like, Notre Dame as on 2nd and 4. Carson again down at the 5, 3rd and 3 coming up. Ooh, one mock draft has him going Richie Grant, little safety out of UCF in the 3rd round. So I think they will start building up in the trenches, the big beefy dudes. And
yeah,
on the surface, not exactly what many fans want to see from a team. You want to see those sexy wide receivers, quarterback, skill position players, but can't ignore the guys in the middle.
You never know. I mean, they do have the draft capital to, like, move up to, like, 15 or something and, like, maybe grab Devontae Smith if he falls. It could happen. Probably won't. I don't think Urban Meyer's going to do that. I think you're right. I think he'll probably take the Bill Belichick approach. He might even trade back and try and get more draft capital so he can take, like, more O-linemen or draft a defensive guy. Like, so it's a smart move. It really is. Like I said, I like the hiring 100%. Ready to get back on the Jags bandwagon. I like their Marvin Jones signing as well this offseason.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Got him for a reasonable price. You know, he's a guy who's just going to go out there. He's going to catch some contested balls. It's fine. Good depth.
Good to see everyone over on Twitch, our Twitch fam. Happy hump day to every single one of you. We got around 50 of you chilling with us now. So Simon's here. Retease, did you know? Smash Lana. What's cooking, guys? Piercy, welcome back, dude. Simon's here. First time. Heavy Kevy. Sup, squad? You got a bold prediction for the draft? Get something that's kind of, like, wild and crazy and out there. Like, I haven't seen your mock. Did you make a mock draft like all the other analysts did?
I did it last week. Okay.
Was there anything bold?
My prediction is going to be the Bears move up into the top 10 and take a quarterback. I think the Bears are going to be the team that
what?
Like, you know,
I thought they wanted Andy. You have Andy Dalton. You don't need a quarterback. What are you talking about?
Right. No, I know. How can you possibly need another quarterback? But that's kind of my bold prediction for the top 10. I'm sure there'll be something crazier that happens, you know. But I still have Mac Jones pegged going 3. I still think that's Kyle Shanahan's. He's just not a guy who cares what people think about. You know, he's not listening to, like, the podcasts that are saying Mac Jones isn't a good enough prospect to go 3. He's going to evaluate on his guys and pick from that. So I think it's always been Mac Jones for him. I think that's where he goes. And then it gets interesting after that. But I think the Bears are going to move up, and I think if it'll be Fields they try and target.
Wow, okay. As 2nd and 10, Drew Lock takes the sack. We had Gary and Thorne on the Sweat this morning, and in his mock draft, speaking of one of these teams playing right now, the Broncos, he had the Broncos taking Trey Lance. Didn't even have Justin Fields in his top 10.
Could happen.
What do you think of that?
It could happen. We always see a quarterback fall. I'm of the opinion like Fields would probably get scooped up by a team like the Bears beforehand, but we just don't know. We don't know, what the price is going to be. Maybe these teams just are more soured on him than we realize for some reason. I think that a team, once it gets to 9, would probably I think the Broncos are actually a good trade back target. I don't think they are going to take a quarterback. I think they're going to stick with Drew Lock for another year. Doesn't mean I'm right, but that's my prediction. I think the Broncos would actually be a team more likely to trade back than take a quarterback. But yeah, I think 9 is it's funny because I have Trey Lance going at 9 as well. I just don't have them going to the Broncos. I have them trading back and another team taking them. So.
Okay.
I think Gary and I are kind of on the same wavelength in that. I think that's the spot where Trey Lance is likely to go, assuming he doesn't get picked by San Francisco. But I don't think it's going to be Denver. I really do think Denver is going to stick with Drew Lock for one more year.
Maybe you and Gary, and it's that Canadian connection that you two share.
It is. East Coast.
Another incredible punt down inside the 10. If only you were able to roster punters and pick up those pinned punting points. Do you hear the construction workers outside my place, or is the mic not picking that up? They are like rebuilding the street for the 8th time in the past 4 months. I just don't understand what could possibly be.
I heard like one little banging, but it's not. Yeah. It's not like distinctively like I can hear it consistently. No.
Okay, great, good. I'll trust producer Jordan and TP on the 1s and 2s who both said that they don't hear it, so that's okay. So occasionally I will not be listening to what you're saying because all I can hear is that. We're talking a lot about the draft here. Tomorrow night, between the 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock sim. So we're still ripping through sims tomorrow night, babes. Matt LaMarca and Glash are going to be doing a live NFL draft segment. So I'm sure they'll break down like what's happened up to that point and what happens as they are on the screen. So that's probably going to be like 9:15 up until 10 o'clock. So that'll be fun. And LaMarca's a good guy to talk to about it. And Glash, who I think even over on Twitch, Retease Did You Know, mentioned Glash is like oddly obsessed with Kyle Shanahan right now. Like Glash is out there crushing that TikTok life again. But I don't know if it's like he really envies him, wants to be him, loves his like style or look. But he is doing a lot of Kyle Shanahan right now, who gave us like one of the best quotes we've heard all offseason the other day. I can't really tell you if anyone's going to be alive on Sunday.
Right.
I said, run, Jimmy, run. He's plotting your murder right now.
I can't tell you which one of my teammates isn't going to have a heartbeat next Sunday. Just amazing stuff from Kyle Shanahan. It's funny. The 49ers have put themselves in this position, but they clearly do not want to, participate in the games, which is fine. It's funny to hear them deflect all for the past. The San Francisco 49ers should get like an extra draft pick for making this more entertaining though, for moving up and having all these questions. And now all everyone discusses is like Trey Lance and Mac Jones. So, shout out to the 49ers because without them, I mean, the last 2 weeks wouldn't have been as exciting. So
George Kittle at number 3 overall wants his team to draft Kyle Pitts. He wants another tight end in there who can just straight up kick ass, and those two can dominate together. Back in the end zone.
Ours.
Drew Lock, let's go, baby.
That was a sick catch, man, right on the back. My captain, too. Bumped me up a few spots.
Yeah, Cortland Sutton. That looked like it was in double coverage as well. Guy rises up, climbs the ladder. Here's a replay of it. My germs. Sutton, dude. First touchdown of this game.
That'd be pretty sick if they took Kyle Pitts. Just brought back Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, and you have you and a lot of folks have Pitts going 4th overall in your mock draft, going to Atlanta. So,
other than trading back, I just can't really see another better fit for Atlanta than Kyle Pitts. I mean,
yeah. Well, especially too if they end up getting rid of Julio once they can on June 1st. I know they're in salary cap hell. Julio's owned at least $11 million here over each of the next 3 years. They need that tight end. You can see how successful Matt Ryan was when he had like that Austin Hooper type.
Yeah,
you know,
Tony. Even going back to Tony Gonzalez, dude. I mean,
yes, yeah,
Matt Ryan. So, they could go wide receiver if they're thinking about trading Julio too. But like they still have some good young talent there behind Ridley too. So, I think going Pitts makes so much sense for them. I just don't think they're going to get off it. And I kind of do think they're going to get rid of Julio. Atlanta is whatever the smart move is. Atlanta tends not to do it though, so I don't know. I do think it's kind of would be smart for them to do it, but maybe they don't get rid of Julio. I don't know. If it's gonna happen, they'll trade Julio after June 1st, so we won't know for like a month anyways, because of salary stuff. Oh, Russ splits the D, slides.
Yep. Yeah, we've got a minute to play here in the first half. So Denver scoring the late touchdown just moments ago to take a 7-6 lead, but Seattle burning the first of its 3 timeouts, so 2 more to go here.
Yeah, Musbing says whoever picks Fields will win the draft, period. I actually tend to agree, especially if he falls to like 9th or something like that. Maybe the Bears will win the draft.
A 2nd and 1 here. Russ feeling it, and he picks up the first down and then some, dudes. You better slide that football. Little bread popping right out of the oven. Little bun. I would like to say thank you to the members of the DK Sim fam who yesterday reached out to me asking about Winnie following her spay appointment, her spay surgery.
Then you made her drive home too.
I know, dude. I love how like randomly I just send you like random pictures of my dog. And look at this. I've motivated you now to get a Springer.
Yeah,
it's
incredible. And I love them so much that I'm getting one. That picture's hilarious though. She just looks like she's like ignoring you too. Like she's never going to talk to you again.
She was zonked out of her mind, man. You know, like I said, all right, here, get in the car. And I walk around the car and she's just sitting in the driver's seat. I said, that's fine. Like, you want to drive, bro. Like, I'm totally cool with that. Russ, slicing and dicing, dropped at the 11. He's in the zone.
He's in the zone, running wild here.
Yeah.
Hopefully she's recovering well, though.
She is. It's been a little bit of a challenge because we still have the Raptor, the 4.5 month old who wants to still pull and tug at everything, and she can't do that. But right now, they're both passed out like in the crate together, which is incredible. We removed the cone. It was really tough for Winnie to navigate with the cone, so we put a bodysuit on her. It was like one of those 80 workout videos. Just a woman rocking the jumpsuit. Are they going to get in? No, they're going to call him down at the 1. No timeouts. They're screwed here.
Oh my God! They're gonna run out of time.
And son of a gun! That was my guy Dorsett. That was like my punt play here. Wow. Guy, reach out, man.
Dude, Dorsett. I had him in my lineup too.
Dude, that's because you just love copying my lineup.
It's true.
Grow the hell up.
Copying you with the dog. I mean, a year from now, I'll get another dog, and we'll be exactly the same.
Yeah, let me guess. Is your wife named Megan too?
Well, no.
Yeah, exactly. Russ, by the way,
averaging
just under 22 fantasy points in Simland this season. And Dorsett there, just under 30% owned, 13% owned in the flex and the free showdown. So about 13% of us, a little on edge, a little upset. Why can't you just crack the goal line, potato chip? So here we are, 7-6 in the receiving department because it's on my screen. Tyler Lockett, 4 catches, 38 yards, guys. Greg Olson, my captain, 2 for 49. Dorsett, 2 for 19, and an almost touchdown. Lindsey's got 2 for 17. Cortland Sutton, 1 catch. It goes for 29 yards, but it's the only touchdown of this one, Jeff.
It is the only touchdown. Cortland Sutton. It was a beautiful play right to the back of the end zone. Good throw by Drew Lock, put in a place where only he could get it. And Cortland Sutton's still got some beefy Madden stats. Guy I hope bounces back next year. He's a legit wide receiver 1 prospect. We haven't really seen the massive breakout year from him, but if he's healthy, it'll come. Well, might not come Drew Lock, but it'll come eventually at some point. Guy you can think about for fantasy drafts. I guess we'll see what Denver does in the draft. They could take a quarterback. I don't think they're going to again, but you never know. They could also trade for a guy like Teddy Bridgewater. So Sutton, the big catch. Dorsett really just, I still can't believe that one didn't count. But
I know. You know what? I've seen those two in these stems multiple times. Like half the time that's called a touchdown. The other half of the time it's like not. So it is what it is. I'm not shocked or surprised anymore at anything that I see here. Little surprised that we got 400 people watching and we're only at 66 likes. I mean, so the first time I'll ask all of you while we're on your screen and we could get lost in each other's eyes. But if you got a like to give, feel free to hammer it away. It really, really makes Jeff feel good. And today it's all about making Jeff feel good and making all of you in the DK Sim fam feel loved.
Does hit that like, guys. It'd be awesome if we get over 100 likes here to start this one off. Then we can hold it over Kaufman's head in the next sim.
That'd be sick, dude. Would love it.
Hit that like button if you could. We appreciate it. Keeps these streams going, obviously. We like it. You guys like it. Got a bunch of people over on Twitch, too. That's awesome to see.
Yeah.
Twitch fam is really just growing, which is great. We could have like a mud wrestling contest between Twitch fam and the YouTube fam.
Yeah, well, usually you went ahead and skipped Turkish oil wrestling, and you went straight to the mud, which is interesting. Turkish oil just maintains its moisture. As Drew Lock's going to go ahead and throw the hell out of the football downfield. That's pulled down. That is pulled down. Drew Lock.
No, wait.
No.
Second and 10.
He dropped it?
They're not giving that to you. I thought it was complete, too. We must have missed the drop or something. Okay.
What the hell's going on out here? Jeff Windsor, that's Jeff with a J over on YouTube, says, "You make me feel good." We are here to help you feel good. Anytime you guys are down and out, just lean on us, babe. We do the same thing with you as Philip Lindsay. What a coward, decides to get out of bounds. 3rd and 4 coming up here, guys. Over on YouTube, what's up, Mo? Mr. Hawk, good to see you swooping in, my friend. David L. Damon says, "I dig that hoodie, dude." So do I, man. When my wife's not hermit crabbing her way into all of my hoodies and I actually get to wear it, it's pretty nice. Noah Moon, your positivity is infectious. Congo Cab, Tater Hater, Emerson's forehead. Someone said earlier, oh yeah, it was Emerson's forehead. Next thing you know, Jeff is going to start dressing like Emerson. That would just, it's very easy.
A sweatshirt in my closet. Just going to throw that out there. So,
yeah. You dress like me, you go no pants, you go hoodie, you go hat, you wear it forward or backwards, and that's it. And the same gray Nike running shoes every day. Philip Lindsay smack dab down the middle. That's a first down.
There he is. Lindsay, who did you sign with? Texans? God, that team's going to be terrible.
Oh my God, why would you ever do that to yourself? Hold on. Let me look it up. It was it? Yeah. Yeah. Houston Texans. I can confirm.
They got Ingram too there, so.
Stats have been updated to the half, so thanks again to Frangelico for doing that for us. Frangelico, I believe we are connected now on LinkedIn, Frangelico. So
wow.
I'm glad we are taking the next step in our relationship.
Are we connected on LinkedIn?
I don't know, dude.
No, I really just don't.
There we go. I am accepting Frangelico. Now, if you guys go to my Instagram story right now, Billy, babysitter Billy. All of a sudden, I wake up today. I'm getting hammered by invitations on LinkedIn. And I get a William Delaney, also known as Billy, an invitation in my inbox. So I have put up a poll now on my Instagram story. Go to it. Instagram story, _Emerson, and vote. Do I accept his invitation on LinkedIn, or do I kind of sit this next play out and let it cook for a little bit? He's getting very emotional about this. He's been blowing me up through text all day. Oh, wow. I'm not the only one. Producer Jordan says he also added me. So maybe this is like the one time a month Billy gets on LinkedIn, like me.
Yeah. So Billy is bugging you to accept his invitation on LinkedIn? Is that what it is?
Billy is not only bugging me, as Drew Lock gets sacked on 1st and 10. So now comes 2nd and 21 from the 44. Not only bugging me, but he's begging me.
Really?
I don't know what's up with him. Something's up with him, but I think I'm eventually going to do it. I just don't know if it's one of those things like back in the day, you meet a girl, you don't really know how soon to call her or text her. You don't want to look desperate, even though you really are desperate because it's been a while since you've had a girlfriend. That's kind of the way Billy is acting right now. And he's just like, screw it. I met you 2 hours ago. I'm going to text you. I'm going to ask you out to lunch, and maybe we could go on a trip together.
I wonder why someone as talented as Billy is so worried about getting your, LinkedIn.
Yeah. You know how there's like Glash is like TikTok star, other people are shining and living their best life and have a bajillion followers on Twitter like a Kaufman. LinkedIn is where I shine.
Okay.
That's it right there. And you know what's supposed to be like super professional? You can go on there and I'm uploading like pics and videos of my dogs.
That's actually a good plan. Like, honestly, if you want to set yourself apart on LinkedIn, you be as unprofessional as possible. Because everyone there is like, like they're living in a sterile, like, hospital setting with like their picture, like, look at my white background, like with no germs and my perfectly pressed suit. I'm going to actually update my LinkedIn profile later today. I'm just going to take a picture of myself, like eating Cheetos. I'm going to update my details, like complete slacker, hates work. I'm going to see if that gets me attention. Maybe it will.
Noah Moon really wanted the Denver Broncos to miss that field goal, and congratulations. Brandon McManus did. We had a little postie, a little doink. No good, and that was makeable. That was just north of 40 yards, so that would have been 4 points for your lineup if you decided to roster Mac Attack.
Well, it was deep 40s. It's like 47. You're right. It's usually made, though.
Yeah, I mean, again, on Wild Weather Wednesday, this is what happens.
This is why we like it. And some people hate it.
Well, is it why we like it? I know we do something a little different. Hopefully you guys and gals have been getting into free rolls. You can get plenty of paid contests as well.
You can, and you should. And you should smash the like button. We're almost at 100 on YouTube. Really appreciate it, guys. Appreciate you guys showing up. Wednesday morning, we've got Trent with his Chick-fil-A, living his best life.
Just not even leaving bed. Has anyone ever ordered like an Uber Eats, or any kind of delivery, and stayed in bed or on your couch and like messaged them, said, "Hey, I'll like tip you a little more if you actually come in and drop it off on my coffee table"? I'm sure there are videos out there with that. That is the epitome of lazy, and that would 100% be me.
Oh, man.
And then my wife would get super pissed as Chris Carson here picks up nearly 20 yards on the run. She'd be like, "Why was there a random delivery dude in our house?" Because I didn't want to get out of bed today, babe. That's why. Gonna make that long, treacherous walk from the couch to the fridge.
It's a rough life.
David L says, "Smash the like for Sutton." How about smash the like for all you guys?
Well, this is a looking forwards question. When the World Cup comes to North America in 2026, will DraftKings do something special then? Well, I'm going to give you the Kyle Shanahan answer. I don't even know who's going to be alive in 2026, so. I assume they probably will try to do something, though, because DraftKings is into that sports arena, and they do offer a lot of contests on sports like soccer. So probably, but I was really looking ahead. I do appreciate the commitment, though. World Cup is a great event, so I'm not making fun of your excitement. It is a great, especially for betting. It's a fantastic event.
Oh man, it's awesome, and it's one of the best times to be, as Russ Wilson's just like, dudes, get off of me. He is dialed in. And when he is dialed in, you see those like exclamation points over the heads of the defensive players, because his X factor is like a blitz radar. So he can see who is going to be blitzing right before the snap. That's how good he is. Almost untouchable and unstoppable. But on first and goal here, half a minute to play in the third quarter from the 5, they hand it off to Chris Carson, who gets down to the, I guess they're going to give him nothing. I guess they're going to stay at the 5. Okay, it looked like he got to like 3, but second and goal coming up. I like being, a reporter and then fun things like that with DraftKings. Yes, when the World Cup comes around, it's so great. Like bars in whatever city you're in are just slammed with people, hammered out of their mind at like 10 o'clock in the morning. It is the best atmosphere ever. You want to like feel the energy as Chris Carson gets into the end zone. Guy's been tearing it up throughout this sim, and now you're going to have Seattle going for 2. That was Seattle's first touchdown of the day. They go right back to him, it looks like.
I think that was Hyde. I think that was Hyde.
Yeah, that may have been Hyde.
They got it, though.
Carson, 28% in the flex in the free showdown there. But yeah, I love the World Cup. It's great. Like you wake up, you think Mondays and Tuesdays suck. Absolutely not during that stretch of the World Cup. Go get hammered at Flanagan's or something like right down the street at 10 a.m. Then you could go to work and just, now you can wear a mask, you know what I mean? Like you can kind of fake it. So I do not encourage that. 13 of 15, 137 yards for Russell Wilson here. Drew Lock's got a passing touchdown. He's 9 of 13 for 60. No, that's his completion percentage. I just see the number 69. I'm drawn to it. 89 yards is what he has through 3 quarters of play. On the ground here, dude, Russ Bus, 17 yards away from the rushing bonus. 11 carries, 61 yards for Carson. Yeah, guy's been running all over the joint.
Some breaking news here, Emerson. I too have gotten a request from William Delaney.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I'm going to text him right now and ask him what's up with all the LinkedIn invites. Sending.
I'm just going to I like Billy a lot. I'd like to take our relationship to the next level here. I'm going to do that. There we go.
So you accepted it right away without hesitation?
I did. I just accepted. Yeah. Wow. I haven't accepted. I'm not connected with Reed. I'm really not connected with very many people. You know what, though? 1 LinkedIn per month is about my limit. So I'm just going to leave it. Billy's my one. Billy's my, what month are we in? April.
Yep. Kyle D asking, who is Glash with today? Allow me to check. I know Jordan just dropped the schedule in a little earlier in our Slack conversation. Glash is going to be with Christian, actually, for back-to-back there, Kyle. So Glash and Christian at 4 o'clock for Lions at the Ravens in the rain. Then Glash and Christian at 6 o'clock for Raiders at the Packers. That is in the snow. Shirag and Matt are going to have an NBA edition of the slate between those 2 games. So, yeah, we got a lot of good duos. Again, Jeff's going to be hanging out. We're joined by Kaufman for the 2 o'clock. I'm sure Kauf already has a free roll contest up. Bengals at the Chiefs in the wind.
He'll probably be bugging you to get into his NBA contest.
I stopped.
Probably will just spend the sim making NBA lineups, if I'm being honest, which is what he does now. So, anyways, it'll be fun.
Stats have been updated. So check out whatever contest you're in. I am moving in the wrong direction. I have only 37 points through 3 quarters, which is absolutely pathetic. In the 110th position out of 143. Wergie's got 62 in first place right now. That's in our free roll. Currently a 5-way tie in the free contest with $250 in cash prizes up for grabs.
Yeah, got some golf talking tomorrow too, guys. Lots of big golf contests. The Valspar Championship. Reed and I did a little Q&A yesterday in the stream. You can always go back and look at that. But I'm excited. Going to be a good event. Tough course. Oh, dear God, Drew Lock.
Oh, my.
You got saved, though. His lineman got it back. Second and 18.
You can rely on those guys a lot to do that.
That's their job. Just following balls.
Moose, a question for you from the sign. Is Jeff related to Matt Ryan? Smash Lana says, you look like Matt Ryan.
I mean, I wish I was Matt Ryan just because of his bank account. But no, we're not related. I've a couple people have mentioned that we look similar with hats on or something. I think that's fair. I've seen pictures of Matt Ryan. It's probably true.
Hey, how are you? We'll go outside here soon.
Is that Winnie or George?
Yeah, Winnie. Yeah, Winnie has. Actually, I'm going to lock Georgie back in the crate by herself now.
Uh-oh.
Winnie has emerged. She's still a little tired. All right, she has decided to lay down.
Yeah. Okay.
So just kind of same thing, moving into different spots.
Good choice.
Yeah, great choice. Great choice. 3rd and 18 here. Speaking of not a great choice, that choice there made by Drew Lock. But you get a point if you have Philip Lindsay on your roster, in your lineup.
Give us the lowdown on your puppy situation. Who was I don't want to say the better puppy. Who was easier to train between Winnie and Georgie?
Oh my God, Winnie, 100%. Winnie was fantastic.
Really? Okay.
Winnie is like one of the sweetest dog on planet Earth. Like, seriously, she does no wrong.
Wow.
Which is incredible. Picked up on potty training, just loves and snuggles and loves people and just wants you to love her back. And it's so easy to do that. Now, Georgie is like Satan's child and will destroy anything and everything, including your fingers. Like, I thought I was going to have to go to the hospital the other day and get like a couple stitches in my finger because her tooth touched the bone. I felt it touch the bone. It was a sensation I've never felt before. Literally called my wife at work. I said, should I go and get a stitch? I said, you know what? F it. I'm going to put some Neosporin on it, a little Band-Aid, bleeding through the Band-Aid. Everything in the house covered in blood, all from my finger. But you know what I did? I manned up. I got back to the stream, hanging out with the DK Sim fan because I don't quit.
I like it. I like that Georgie's a bit of a problem child, bit of a rebel.
Yeah, you would like that.
Well, having two young girls, I can tell you, they like to take turns as well. So similar situations.
Yep, look at us. Just two dads of two little girls.
Pretty much.
We're not like regular dads. We are cool dads.
Yeah. Wish my kids thought so.
Jordan, you're right. Hockey tape fixes any problem. It's true. And I'm going to have this finger wrapped up like a son of a bitch this weekend when I'm going out and I'm tearing up the links, putting on a show. So the Seahawks here with a 14-7 lead with 5 minutes to play, everybody. Coming up after this sim, we're going to re-air the sweat. We're going to have re-air of the sweat leading up to 2 o'clock sim with Kaufman and Jeff. So we're going to open up with baseball. We go to hockey. We have NBA building blocks. We're going to rip through Gary and Thorne's mock drafts. We're going to wrap up the show with Len Hochberg, who's going to have some Valspar championship picks for you guys on the DFS side. And I think Russ may be in the bonus now. No, 9 carries, 96 yards. So he's close to it.
Trenton has a great idea. Once Winnie is healed, Emerson should wear the cone for a sim.
No, I saw that, and I love that idea. And there is no one who would enjoy putting that cone on me more than my wife. So, absolutely, if I can fit that thing around my beefy neck, we will do it. We will have some fun, and we will get weird with it.
A lot of people looking for Metcalf to do something in the sim. I'll be honest. If you got your hopes on a passing play right now with this wild weather going on, you might be disappointed. But Russ got the X factor lit.
It's kind of wild to think, and that's a good point by our DK Sim fam, asking for DK Metcalf to do something who has one catch for 11 yards. Who is it? Oh, it's incomplete.
Oh, thought that might be
incomplete. 3rd and 10. Philip Dorsett has more points right now than DK Metcalf. Dorsett was 3,400 to roster in the flex, 2 catches, 19 yards. Metcalf was 8,600 and has 1 grab for 11. How about this, dude? KJ freaking Hamler has a big old fat 0 in the points column. Was that incomplete too? Yeah, man, these guys are like dropping balls left and right.
This is a tough scene here.
And I'm looking back at, just for example, Hamler's recent performances: 17, 7, 6, 2, 11, 7, 4, 7, 11. So I wasn't expecting much when I put him on the roster, but definitely more than 0 points. Myers misses the field goal. Damn, that would have been from like 52, 53. Very aggressive move in the snow. Would have given Seattle a 10-point lead, but now Denver with 4 minutes to play. Plenty of time to work with. Try to march downfield here, Jeff, and tie this thing up.
Yeah. That could come back to bite Seattle in the proverbial butt here. 4 minutes, 3 timeouts, and quite frankly, great field position. So can you do it, Drew Lock?
Can you do it?
He can't complete a 1-yard pass, so probably not, but yeah. 2nd and 10.
What about you guys and gals in the chat, DK Sim fam, as we're winding up, winding down our first sim of the day? Drew Lock gets it off just before he's taken down. Philip Lindsay, man.
There's a nice little run to the
outside. Philip Lindsay with that speed. He's got 93 speed here in Madden 2021. But do any of you guys or gals give me a bold prediction that you could see going down tomorrow night in the first round of the NFL draft? And if we don't get to all of them, Jeff and Kaufman can try to touch on some of them there in the 2 o'clock sim. But I'd love to hear what many of you expect tomorrow night, like straight madness. For me, it feels like there could be some moving and some shaking. There could be a couple teams trying to get up into that top 10. Maybe a few teams we haven't really talked a whole lot about because some of these quarterbacks look like franchise-altering quarterbacks. And as Jeff mentioned earlier, so many of these teams need quarterbacks right now, which is why you saw in Jeff's mock draft, he has Chicago, who no one has talked about, moving up into the top 10 to take Justin Fields. So what do you guys think?
I'll just lay out another scenario too. I mean, we're all talking about quarterbacks, but we have some really high-end skill position players like Pitts, Jamar Chase, even an O-lineman like Sewell, obviously not what you call a skill position player, but a very important position. You could see teams move up for these guys. If Penei Sewell's still on the board at 10 or something, you could see a team shoot right up. Or if Kyle Pitts drops to 6 or something. So a lot of different scenarios on the table. But the quarterbacks are going to set the tone. And really Atlanta's going to set the tone. Do they trade? Does the team trade up with them? Do they just take a skill player and let one of the quarterbacks drop? Yeah.
I think Ryan was asking you over on YouTube who you think the Niners will take tomorrow, which you mentioned earlier, Mac Jones, right?
Yeah.
Fourth and three. Sorry to cut you off there real quick. 4th and 3, and the Broncos do not get it. They try to keep it on the ground. Bold strategy, 2:20 to play. They're down 7. You knew they were going to go for it. Not sure I agree with the whole running portion of it because even Philip Lindsay, he's shined through the passing game here most of the time. But, yeah, 3rd overall tomorrow night, you expect who?
Mac Jones, sorry, yeah. Broncos fail again.
Yeah.
I expect Mac Jones. Mac Jones was the guy that obviously Adam Schefter, everyone kind of forgets. Adam Schefter reported this like a month ago that Mac Jones was their guy. And it's like, yeah, okay, we've seen the Justin Fields pro day. Oh my God, Kyle Shanahan went there and talked to Justin Fields. And then, oh my God, now they're considering Trey Lance. It's always been Mac Jones as their guy. Kyle Shanahan clearly is a type of player he likes at quarterback. It's a Matt Ryan, Kirk Cousins, Jimmy Garoppolo. This is more who Mac Jones profiles as than anyone else in the draft. It's probably going to be Mac Jones. I just feel like people are getting too fancy with that pick. Again, it was reported that's who the guy was at the start. I don't think Kyle Shanahan's going to change his mind if that's who he really wanted. So it does sound like Trey Lance in the mix, but I personally think that's going to be Jones. And I hope it is Mac Jones because that's like Trey Lance and Justin Fields are two high-end prospect guys who I could see teams trading up for. So that should really set off the draft. A lot of intrigue. Should be a lot of deals being made in the top 10 if Jones is pick 3.
Yeah. We have a 4th and 1 situation here.
This is ball game right here.
Yeah, this is ball game. Had they picked up that first down, that would have been ball game. So now what do you do here?
Oh, right.
Do you
yeah.
Go,
they're probably not going to go for it. I was going to assume they're going to go for it, but they're in their own zone, so they're just going to punt it away.
Yeah, they are going to punt it away.
Because Drew Lock has been he's just been terrible.
No, he's just been dumping it off left and right to Phillip Lindsay. Nice coverage there on the punting unit. So 1st and 10 from the 19. They need a touchdown here. They have 1 timeout to go, 1:43 to play, everybody. Alan over on Twitch says his bold prediction, Fields go, whoa, 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 whoa.
Okay. It's one way to do
Let's
it.
go, baby. There's that Seattle defense stepping up, and that is one way to end the game.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Jeff Friedman in the YouTube chat predicted this. If you look back, game ends with the Seattle defense touchdown, and
wow.
Well, sir. Yeah, boom, there you go, man. Good prediction.
The pick, and he houses it, and Myers is going to add the extra point, 21-7. This one may be over, like talking scoreboard, but I say it all the time. Still plenty of opportunity if you rostered some of those Broncos players to kind of climb up the leaderboard in whatever contest you're in. But Alan over on Twitch says Fields goes number 2, Wilson drops. That would be a mind-boggling scenario that not a single person on planet Earth sees coming.
That is a nice hot take. Yeah, we haven't heard much from the Jets, but I'm pretty sure they're taking Wilson. I'd love it. I'd love to see that. Things would get real saucy quick if Fields all of a sudden went to. Pretty sure that's not happening though.
You know what's funny too is Jeff called that. Jeff Freeman, he goes, I didn't roster the defense though in a single game. Haha, but thank you.
I love it.
Andrew chimes in, says, I need some fans to win your contest, Lazio. Where you at, homie? So I'm looking at it right now. Stud 2, currently the leader. Oh, there he is, Andrew, chilling out in the 2nd spot. And is that him? Yeah, there he is, bro. Right on cue. From Fresno in 3rd. Doggone, and then Smashburger rounding out the top 5 currently in our LOTZIA free roll contest.
Yep, Fant with the 2nd catch there, 2 for 23 now. Most of the Denver receivers outside of Sutton not doing much.
Just want to say one more time, thanks for everyone who decided to make us part of the start of your Wednesday. More than 400 people watching on YouTube right now. Got a great number of likes, 114. So thank you, everybody who showed us a little bit of love today. Jeff is hanging out. We'll be joined by Kaufman. They'll dive a little deeper into the draft, whatever direction you want to take them, guys. They'll talk about just about anything and everything, as we do every day here. Billy says, haha, I went on for the first time in months. LOL. Talking about LinkedIn, going back to how he just went on this. He's got a smorgasbord of friend requests on LinkedIn right now.
Some hot takes here in the chat.
What do we
Red
got?
Raiders says Fields will be a second-round pick at best. No way he's picked.
Whoa. I don't know, man. I don't think he makes it past New England.
Well, I mean, look, if he's still there at Chicago, I mean, Chicago's 19th. Probably just even forgetting about a couple teams. I mean, you might even just get. I mean, you're just going to get like a team. If he's there when Pittsburgh comes around, a team like Pittsburgh might just be like, well, we'll take Justin Fields. Ben Roethlisberger. Who knows how many years he has left? Minnesota. Maybe Jacksonville.
Dude, watch Jacksonville trade down. You know what's going to be crazy? Jacksonville trading that number 1 overall pick for Deshaun Watson. And I could see it happening. Yeah, I could in my beefy brain. I would do it, by the way. I'd do it in a heartbeat.
For Deshaun Watson?
Yep, for Deshaun Watson. Knowing like if he wanted to sign some kind of extension and hang out, knowing he'd want to like be there and commit to the franchise and not be disgruntled. 3rd and 1, last play of the game. It is completed, but down inside the 15.
Or no, a 10. Who's 10? Is that Deshaun Hamilton?
Hold on a second. Jerry Judy. It's all good. Let's go ahead and do the awards real quick. Sorry, Jordan, I missed your message there in Slack again. I'm terrible at Slack.
Player of the game, Philip Lindsay, 9 catches. Really good return. Really good return for value. 59 receiving yards, 20 rush yards. And the babysitter Billy, not my kid award, is going to be. I was going to give it to Judy, but he just it's Judy or Fant. I'm going to go Noah Fant. He had more ownership and less points. Only 2 catches for Noah Fant. So there you go.
All right, rock and roll.
What about DK Metcalf? He had like 0 points, didn't he?
Hold on, I have him in my lineup. We're trying to get out of here quick so we get the whole episode of the
DK Metcalf is the babysitter Billy award. He had 1.
Yeah, 1 for 11.
There. Okay, get out of here.
All right, we got to go because we're going to air the whole sweat. So whatever contests you guys decide to enter, looks like Andrew, you're going to hang on to this one, big guy. Much love to you, my friend. Much love to everyone who filled out a lineup. I'm sure Kaufman has one right now. For Jeff Ulrich, Emerson Lotzie, TP on the 1s and 2s, producer Jordan Frangelico. We are out. A re-air of the sweat coming up now, and then Kaufman and Jeff at 2 o'clock. I love you guys. I'll see y'all tomorrow. What up, Dream Stream? Good morrow to every single one of you. I am Emerson Lotzie, hosting a show we call The Sweat. You see it here weekday mornings at 11 o'clock Eastern time, all the DFS and sports betting talk your beefy heart desires. Like today on the Diamond, we're price checking with DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey, along with RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Kenny, who is your pitcher at 8K or higher?
Oh, man, it's got to be Carlos Rodon here. Look, I love the Tigers. I always say great things about the Tigers. You know me, Emerson. We've been talking since opening day. I'm generally higher on the Tigers offense than most other people. But the one thing you have to admit about the Tigers is they cannot hit lefties. They're dead last in WRC plus against left-handed pitching. A lot of their left-handed bats this year have been surprising, but their right-handed bats have really lagged behind. They do have Miguel Cabrera back, so that's something to consider. But when you look at the numbers for Rodon, I'm not too concerned about his ability. In 88th percentile in expected batting average, he's done a very, very good job of striking out hitters, and the Detroit Tigers have been swing and miss happy against left-handed pitching. So, yeah, I think that this sets up pretty perfectly. And when you look at the rest of the slate, like Tyler Glasnow going against a good lineup, a hot lineup in Oakland, I kind of don't know if I want any piece of that Colorado and San Francisco game, but I do kind of like Alex Wood. So I kind of land on Rodon here. I think that he's a perfectly fine player to pay up for here.
All right, yeah, second highest priced player on the main slate, which includes 10 games. Eric, who is your pitcher north of 8K tonight?
I think Rodon is a great choice. I was deciding between him and Tyler Glasnow, and I am going to go with Tyler Glasnow at 10,300. I think he's the only true ace on this slate, I think. The other guys who are priced near him are priced near him because on a good day, they look like Tyler Glasnow, and Tyler Glasnow pretty much always looks like Tyler Glasnow. Doesn't have the easiest matchup, as was mentioned, against the A's. But even in a bad outing, he still gets his points. Last time out, he allowed 5 runs against the Jays, but still struck out 10 at pretty respectable 19.3 points on DraftKings. So I think he's very stable floor and as high a ceiling as anybody. I think that high price is justified.
All right, Eric, how about a hitter over 5K? Lots of choices here, including 3 that'll cost you at least $6,000.
Yeah, I'm looking for an Astro to start against Justin Dunn, who has a 3.68 ERA, but all the ERA estimators are in the upper 5s. Just bad strikeout, walk, and ground ball rates so far this season. And the guy I'm going to go with is Yordan Alvarez at 5,400. He's not even doing everything we know he can do, and he's still having a great year, hitting 309 with a 149 WRC plus. But when he's, at his best, he's as good a hitter as anyone in the league. In his 87 game debut 2 years ago, 27 homers and tied Mike Trout in WRC plus. So he's the guy I'm going with tonight.
What about you, Kenneth?
I think I have to go with Fernando Tatis Jr. He does have a slight advantage from the right side. He does better against righties and lefties this year. But the main reason is that Taylor Widener is just a very bad pitcher. And I love the assurance of getting a hitter that's looked really good at the plate over the last 4 games. Really, even last night, he had a double and a run scored despite, relatively speaking for Tatis lately, not a great game. Widener, bottom 8 percentage and expected slugging. He's just really kind of skated along this season. He does have decent numbers, but when you look behind the curtain, he's not striking anybody out. So that's going to match up well. He's a pitch to contact guy against a San Diego Padres team that I love stacking up here against Widener, just because he's just allowed a boatload of hard contact here. The only thing he's done again is not walk hitters, but that shouldn't be an issue when you think about the quality of contact that now over the last 2 years we've seen this team make. Tatis should be right up there in the heart of the order with plenty of run scoring runs to drive in and also, opportunities to score runs as well. So I think that I want to ride the hot hand here. He still looks fine at the plate, still looks locked in.
All right. Anyone hot as a value bat, someone swinging the wood?
Well, I don't know if he's really a hot name, but I like Nico Horner here at $2,800 for the Chicago Cubs. All this guy has done in his time in the major leagues is just made contact. He's 83% this season, and he just gets hits. And he has a decent matchup here against Husker Ynoa, which I think that he can certainly capitalize on. And the reason I like this guy also is because he's been leading off for the Cubs, and he's only $2,800, and that's sort of what you like to target in the value options, right? If you want to look at a guy under $3,000, you get a guy around this price range that's going to get maybe 5 at bats. You want to take him. Horner's not coming out of the game, and he's certainly going to get the bat on the ball against a guy that is, allowed a lot of bad contact in Ynoa. So I do think that he has the opportunity here to get a few pops, get you, 7 to 9 DK fantasy points, which at this price is pretty good.
Eric, looked like you were nodding your head in agreement there.
Yeah, he was on my list, but I'm actually going to go with Mike Brasso at 3,400 as my top value bat. He actually has not gotten off to a great start this year, hitting just 208. But it's a pretty small sample because he's mostly a platoon guy. And when he does face lefties, he typically hits in the middle of the order. I think he's bat 3rd, 4th, or 5th against every time he's been in the lineup against a lefty this season. And he's got a very hittable lefty in Cole Irvin that he's facing. He's got a 5.83 career ERA, even after a couple good starts. Low strikeout rate. He doesn't walk people, but that profile works better if you keep the ball on the ground a lot, which he doesn't. So he just gives up a lot of contact in the air. Brasso has crushed lefties over the course of his career, hitting 299, 345, 555. And I think that makes him a great value play at just 3,400 tonight.
Eric, take us over to the DraftKings Sportsbook here and hook us up with your favorite Major League Baseball bet.
Yeah, I'm interested in the over-under for Angels-Rangers, which is set at 9. And I like the under there. I think the two teams are averaging just 8.8 runs. So on an average night, they meet the under by a fraction of a run. And they're playing in a very pitcher-friendly park, Globe Life Field in Texas. That new park is a lot more pitcher-friendly than the Rangers' old stadium. And the two pitchers, I think, are both pretty good. Alex Cobb has a bad ERA, 6.28, but the ERA estimators are way better. His FIP and xFIP are both around 250 or even better. He's getting a ton of ground balls. Strikeout rate suddenly over 30%, which is not something he's normally done. And he's not walking guys. So he's having a better season than it looks. And Dane Dunning on the other side, he's got an ERA of 3.06, which is backed up by the estimators. Decent strikeout rate at 24%, high ground ball rate, and low walk rate. So you got two pretty good pitchers in a very pitcher-friendly park against teams that are already meeting that under on an average day.
Kenny, favorite baseball bet tonight. Hook me up, babe.
Yeah, you want to talk about ground balls. Where have they gone for Kyle Hendricks? Career low so far, 39.7% ground ball rate. Of course, I should mention that's in the StatCast era, but we have not seen him this ineffective at doing what he does best, which is getting guys to put the ball on the ground in a very long time. His fastball is all the way down to 86 miles an hour, which is the bottom 1% of the league, which seems ridiculous. He's throwing his sinker more, and it's been, somewhat effective, but the rest of his repertoire is very, very bad. And, as a result, he's given up 9 barrels in 4 starts. And when you look at the way that the Atlanta Braves have hit Kyle Hendricks, and my bet's going to be Braves minus 130, it's been very good. You have 6 home runs between all the hitters in this lineup that are going to be facing Kyle Hendricks over the last 6 years. Marcell Ozuna with 2, Freddie Freeman with 1. Ozuna, by the way, a 382 hitter off of Kyle Hendricks. Plenty of guys here like Acuna, Albies have homered off him. So they know Kyle Hendricks. They can hit Kyle Hendricks. And the thing about it is everyone's been able to hit Kyle Hendricks this year. I don't even care that is not like in the greatest spot in the world, because he's not that good. But the Cubs, they ran into a few bad pitchers. I still don't think this is a good lineup. I'm not ready to say that this is a great lineup because they had a couple offensive outbursts. They still have a ton of problems. Nico Horner, like I said, can fix some of them. He does get some hits, but this team in general has just failed to make contact so much that I think they should have no problem at all, the Braves, winning this game behind a big offensive night from their bats against Kyle Hendricks, a guy that everyone in the league has been beating up on, but the Braves especially have lately.
Eric, Kenny, appreciate you, dudes. NHL, NBA, and NFL mock draft and PGA still on the menu right after this Mother Nature update on sports that are played outdoors from Roto Grinders chief meteorologist Kevin Roth.
Hey guys, what's up? Roto Grinders chief meteorologist Kevin Roth here. We'll talk some weather, some baseball weather, and some PGA weather. Valspar starting tomorrow. I think the weather's fairly quiet. We're going to see some breezy afternoons, but there's not really an edge to be had with the weather. So just trust whatever experts you like there on DraftKings or with Roto Grinders, and don't worry about the weather for that. Now, baseball does get a little bit more interesting. There's a handful of games with rain threats. That includes games in Cleveland, Pittsburgh, St. Louis, and Chicago today. I think Pittsburgh is the one that I'm really looking at as maybe the primary concern as far as a likely delay. Can't rule out a postponed game there either. So certainly stay tuned on Twitter at KevinRothWX for that. There's also some games with great hitting weather, and these are some games I'm pretty excited about. Cincy at Dodgers, temperatures are well into the 80s. That ball should really carry nicely there. And then Boston at Mets and Yankees at Baltimore. Both of these games, we've got temperatures in the 80s. You've got winds blowing out to right center, 10 to 15 miles per hour in both games. Should really help the ball carry nicely. At the Mets game, you've got DeGrom going, so I don't really care what kind of weather it is there. That probably doesn't help. But maybe that Baltimore game, Yankees at Baltimore, nice hitting weather. You've got the over-under set at 10. That could be a spot where you're looking at bats, and I actually like the over 10 in that case. You look at the sample of similar weather games, and it tends to produce pretty well as far as home runs and runs go. I'm meteorologist Kevin Roth. Hope you guys have a good one.
All right, a 6-game slate around the NHL tonight. And here for our opening face-off segment is DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's Paul Bruno. You guys are choosing between the top DFS and sportsbook options on tonight's schedule here, guys. At center, it's an absolutely stacked slate. Matthews, McKinnon, McDavid, Draisaitl, and Scheifele all in action. So Scheifele, the cheapest at $7,200. But which stud center is worth paying up for tonight in your eyes, Jeff?
Yeah, so for me, I mean, this is a situation that I take advantage of with the Oilers centers. Once the gap between McDavid and Draisaitl kind of gets to be around 1K, I just like to take the cheaper guy, and it almost always ends up being Leon Draisaitl, who's the cheaper one. But the Oilers have a good matchup here against Winnipeg. Winnipeg still allows quite a few shots on goal. They got a mediocre kind of power play or penalty kill, excuse me. They still allow a ton of scoring chances. It's a good matchup for your forwards generally when they're going up against Winnipeg. Draisaitl's got multiple points against the Jets in 5 of 8 games this year as well. And the Oilers have split up McDavid and Draisaitl, so it does kind of give you that edge. I mean, it's not necessarily if one goes off, the other one is also going to, because they're not on the same line anymore. So you could pair Leon Draisaitl with a guy like Nugent Hopkins, go with like a little mini stack there, and potentially get a little bit of leverage on the McDavid owners. I just like Draisaitl mainly because he's cheaper, though. Again, another value option you might want to go down to is like a Ryan O'Reilly. But of the studs that we're talking about there, yeah, I definitely like Leon.
Well, what's your approach here with the studs at center?
Did you watch the game on Monday night? There is no choice. It's Connor McDavid, guys. You got to go with him because he's clearly at the top of his game. 10 points in his last 3 games. Has absolutely toyed with the Jets all season long, averaging over 2 points a game against them. And I have it on good authority, guys, that Connor Hellebuck has had a couple of sleepless nights with nightmares about this matchup tonight based on what happened 2 days ago. A 4-pointer. Connor McDavid has the motivation to go off again, guys, because he's now chasing the 100-point mark. That's the new challenge put before him. And the Oilers still believe that they have a slim chance of catching the Leafs for first in the division. And don't forget, he scored that hat trick and goal and assist on Monday in only 16 minutes of ice time against Winnipeg, well short of the season leading average that he has among forwards at 22.5 minutes. So if he goes for the full ride tonight, he'll easily get 4 points, in my opinion.
All right, good stuff, Paul. Well, we'll ask you to shell out like a little less cash, like in the wings and things department here as we look in the 5K range. So you have San Jose's Timo Meier, 5-2, scored 10-plus fantasy points here in 3 straight games. Meanwhile, St. Louis Blues winger Braden Shen has at least 12 fantasy points in each of his last 2 contests. He's going to cost you $100 less. Do either of those guys interest you, or are you looking elsewhere?
Look, I love the idea of shopping in this range because I already went big at center. And in addition to the guys you mentioned, I would also consider Andreas Athanasiou for $4,300 in Los Angeles lineup. He's an uber skilled skater who has 7 points in his last 10 games and is featured on the power play here. He's costing you only $4,300 tonight. And going back to Edmonton, don't forget about a guy like a Jesse Puljujarvi and even Dominic Cahoon if you want to do a full line stack based on McDavid's wingers. Puljujarvi, for his part, has finally started to play to the expectation the Oilers management had of this guy when he was 3rd overall pick in the NHL draft 5 years ago. He's got 6 points over his last 4 games played and only $4,300 tonight. Cahoon, for his part, an underrated offensive piece, guys, but he's only a paltry $2,600 tonight. Plenty of reps in his early career as a top 6 forward, and he scored fairly regularly with those opportunities. So if you're jammed up against the cap, don't forget about a possible full line stack here. If you want to look off the Oilers matchup tonight, take a look at a guy like a Matt Zuccarello, 7 points in his last 10 games played, one of the best playmaking wingers in the whole league, and the Wild have been on fire, humming top to bottom offensively of late. He's priced at only $4,500. And one more flyer that I'll give you, a little bit higher than these guys, Timo Meier, 6 points in his last 10 games played. Power play minutes are his part of his game every night, and he's one of the cheapest core forwards here at $5,200. So there's a lot of good value on the wingers tonight that afford you to go big at the center position.
Okay, what do you do here? What do you do, Jeff Ulrich? Please help us out here with the wings.
So, I mean, Paul and I definitely on the same wavelength. Like, there's a lot of good value on the wings. I mean, obviously you want to pay up for guys like McDavid or Draisaitl at center, but I'm obviously we're in a little bit of conflict here as well. I like the Oilers' second line tonight. I do. I think Ryan Nugent Hopkins is also a little bit undervalued at $5,800. Typically, Draisaitl and Nugent Hopkins, once they get together, they will gel. They'll gel at some point. And why I like stacking these two, it's not just the cheapness, but you're going to get them on the power play too. Both these guys play a ton of minutes for the Oilers on the PP1. So, obviously, the McDavid line is fine too. Puljujarvi is great value. He is definitely playing better. You really can't go wrong with both. But again, everyone is going to be flocking to McDavid after the big night. I like for the big field GPPs going with Nugent Hopkins as well because you can pair him with Draisaitl. But there are a ton of names to talk about here. I agree. Timo Meier would be the target for me there in the low 5K range as well. Arizona allowing, more scoring chances, more shots on goal this year than normal. They've just been a good matchup. But you can even go to the other side of that matchup. San Jose is always a good target for your forwards. A guy like Michael Bunting, just been a pretty consistent point producer as well. So, Paul mentioned a guy like Matt Zuccarello, who, again, probably would be my favorite play in the 4K range. We don't need to go about him again, but he is definitely a play you should keep your eye on. So all things considered, winger tonight, you really want to look hard in the 5 and 4K range because there's a ton of good value there, and it'll let you fit in the big name centers.
Okay, as for the blue line group here, let's try to save even more money. Arizona's Alex Galix. All right, hold on a second.
Yeah.
I knew it, dude. I knew it. I knew what happened to me. Hold on, here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Alex Goligoski. Nailed it.
Nailed it.
Let's go, boys. Has 13 points in his last 14 games and is playing well over 20 minutes a night. Seeing first power play unit time as well, 3-6. So that seems like some good value here, right? $200 less, though. You can snag another guy. Sees a lot of ice time in Minnesota's Ryan Sutter. So do you like the savings for one of these two bets, or are you looking to pay up on the blue line, Jeff?
Yeah, Goligoski is a guy who plays top line minutes. He's been a good value like most of the season, if we're being honest. He blocks shots a little bit as well. He'll get his shot through, which just, again, it just piles up the cheap DK points. So guy's playing over 24 minutes a night, over his last 10 games as well. Arizona's really just been riding him all year. Again, he's not going to play a ton on the power play, but he'll get some exposure. It's really just more of a volume play, and at 3,600, like whenever he's under 4K, he is a good value. I prefer him to Sutter for sure. Sutter's a guy who still can break through for a few big games, but Goligoski, you just know what you're getting. He's playing big minutes. He's got a good matchup. Defense is a little bit weird tonight. I mean, other than Jacob Chychrun, like the rest of the players don't really have a great matchup. I'm fine paying up for Chychrun again, quite frankly. This guy leads the league in goal scoring in terms of defense, but he's just got great upside coming off a 43.9 fantasy night as well. I think the guy who's really undervalued, though, among the top players is Tyson Barrie. Again, another player you can just stack. Regardless of who you like in the forwards, you can easily pair Tyson Barrie with them from the Oilers because he's going to be out there for a lot of the power play as well. And at 5,400, I believe this is his lowest price point of his last 10 games, which, again, let's take advantage here in a pretty good matchup against the Jets.
Dude, love me some Goligoski. What about you, Paul?
I was already looking at the names you mentioned before we referenced this section of the show today. I always already talk about these guys on the RotoWire pod that I host with co-host AJ Scholes every Tuesday. If I can get a quick plug in, we've been touting Goligoski as a guy who's recently started to pile up the points like he's done in recent years. He started the year very slowly and likely fell out of favor in DFS circles earlier on, but he's a great option right now. And I like Suter for the same reasons. He's been on the IR for a while as well. He's back up to his normal rate of ice time, which is among the tops in the league, and we know about his offensive skill set. And I already mentioned the fact that the Wild is on offense is ranking among the best in the league over the past month. But if you're looking for a cheaper D-man on the board tonight, I really like the situation for Toronto's Rasmus Sandin. As he's priced in at only $2,500, he's getting looks now on the club's power play, which has been really struggling and just starting to look like it did earlier in the season. And if it goes like it can tonight against Montreal, he could really be a great value in your winner's circle edition of your lineups tonight. In addition, though, we already went cheap on the wings, and if you can fit him in, I like Cale Makar if you want to pay a little bit more tonight. $5,800 his price tag. He was another guy that was a slow start of the season with some injury issues, but is rapidly rising among defensive scoring leaders with 12 points in his last 10 games. And don't overlook him if you can fit him in tonight's lineup.
You two were stunning. You two were absolutely phenomenal, but we have run out of time. So thank you so much to you guys. NBA Building Blocks is next, right after Jason Sobel dishes the 4-1-1 on the Valspar Championship.
We've got 10 of the world's top 30 golfers in action this week, getting ready here for the Valspar Championship, and we don't get ready without talking to Jason Sobel from the Action Network. I'm Adam Kaufman. Jason, how are you, man?
I'm doing well. Can't wait for the Valspar Championship to get started. We haven't seen one of these events in more than 2 years. Turns out that Tampa is more than just a football city.
Yeah, as it turns out. So, looking at the top of the board, you would think normally you'd have, the world number one, Dustin Johnson, as the favorite. Obviously, he's participating. Thing is, he's not the favorite. You have Justin Thomas at the top of the heap at plus 1,000. DJ right behind him, plus 1,100. But how do you feel about that? And how do you feel about these two this week?
Yeah, I don't think the odds are wrong. Justin Thomas has probably been playing better lately. I think he's a better fit for this golf course. DJ not far behind him. DJ hasn't been playing great golf over the last month and a half, but he was T13 at the RBC Heritage in his last start just a few weeks ago, so showing signs of coming through that. Look, on any week at any golf course, either of these players can not only win, they can dominate. They can win by a half dozen shots. That said, at these prices, I'm going to bypass them this week, and I'm going to move to some guys who are sort of at that next level of prices. But again, if your heart is set on either one of these players this week, I won't talk you out of them. They certainly have a good chance of winning. That's why they're top two at the board.
Okay, so you have Dustin and Justin on one level, but then you go to that next level, like you alluded to, and you have Corey Connors, Patrick Reed, these guys plus 1,800, the both of them. How do you decide between the two?
I love Corey Connors this week. 4 top 10 finishes in his last 6 starts, playing great golf. Everybody loves Corey Connors this week. The problem is, Adam, even the odds makers love Corey Connors this week. Tied for the 3rd favorite. This is a guy who has 1 win at the Valero Texas Open 2 years ago to his name, and yet he's rising up those boards. Obviously, the odds makers knew that we were all going to like Corey Connors this week, so he was the 54-hole leader at this event 2 years ago. The last time it was played was paired with Tiger Woods in the final round, did not play well, finished in a share of 16th place, but a couple of weeks ago won that Texas Open I alluded to, his first career victory. He's been on a steep ascension ever since. I like him a lot. Do I like him to take him to a number he's really never been at before? Not really, but maybe for some other formats, top 10, DFS, those kind of things. I do like Connors this week. I think he's a good course fit.
You're going to have to tell me if the odds makers disrespected Paul Casey at all, because he is the 2-time defending champ, obviously going for his 3rd victory at this event. Only plus 2,200 to win the whole thing, plus 125 to finish inside the top 20. How do you feel about him?
Yeah, compared with Corey Connors, they probably did disrespect him a little bit. I mean, this is a guy who's going after a three-peat, which we don't see very often on the PGA Tour. Tiger Woods has most of them over the last 30 or 40 years, and there aren't a whole lot of guys who have been able to do this at specific events. Casey's playing well. I like Casey. Based on the law of averages, I'm probably going to fade him just because it's really hard for anyone to win back-to-back, let alone back-to-back-to-back. So I don't love him this week for that very reason, that at some point somebody else has to break through and win this thing. But look, I don't mind him for a top 10, top 20 this week. Like I said, he's playing well. He's in form. Strokes gained approach is his specialty, and that's what should be what sort of separates the guys on the leaderboard from the rest of the pack this week. So again, good player, like him, decent number, don't have a problem with it. Just probably not all over him based on the fact that I can't go chasing those 2 victories the last couple of years.
This gets a little confusing, I think, because you have Charles Schwartzel, who is a past winner here. 2016 won the Valspar Championship. Of course, coming off the Zurich Classic, he was good. He was a runner-up. Thing is, it's tandems. We talked about it last week. So, the fact that he was a runner-up wasn't all on him. It was actually his partner, Louis Oosthuizen, letting him down. So as we look at Schwartzel going into this event here, you got plus 12,500. It's a big, big number. Is that your favorite long shot right now?
Yeah, come on, Adam. I mean, Louis feels bad enough already, and now you're going to rub it in and saying that he let down his partner last week?
And your mother's watching, by the way, Louis.
Boy, Louis with the sweetest swing in golf. I just don't know how the thing goes that far right when the water is all the way over there. In any case, yes, Charles Schwartzel did play very well. 125-1, like you said, past champion here. I do like him. Even more importantly, my podcast partner over at Golf Bet, Justin Ray, he really likes him this week. He's way smarter than I am. So if he likes him, then I tend to tail that a little bit and jump on that. I don't know that he's my favorite long shot this week. Keegan Bradley is sort of on that borderline between mid-tier and long shot at 80-1. I really like him for the fact that he's always a very good ball striker. This is a good ball striker's course, and the putting is really coming around for him. I think it's a great number on Keegan Bradley. Don't think you'll be able to get this number much longer after this week, so you might want to jump on it now. And he's a proven winner, too. He's won a major. He's won a WGC. He's won a FedEx Cup playoff event. So if I had to dig somewhere in that area, granted, Keegan is much shorter than Charles Schwartzel, but I like him a lot more for an outright than Schwartzel. But for top 10s, top 20s, don't mind Schwartzel this week.
How about just some other long shots in general that stand out to you?
Yeah, John Huh is a guy that I'm not sure I've seen him on TV in the last couple of years. He gets little to no respect at all. You never see a big bet in his name, and yet he's been top 30 in half of his 10 starts so far this year. That's not bad. And when you're chasing a guy who's got a decent price for a top 20, top 30, John Huh is a guy that I kind of like. Sepp Straka has some stats that should correlate well for this golf course. And if you want to go really deep, I don't know that it's going to happen this week, but at some point, Kevin Chappell is going to start showing the form that he had back in 2017 when he was a member of the U.S. President's Cup team. He's not that far removed from it. I liken him to Daniel Berger, who was also on that team, had some injuries, kind of fell off the face of the golf planet for a little bit and then rose back up. He's a top 15 player in the world right now. I don't know that Chappell is going to get to that level, but I do think at some point he comes back and shows why indeed he was a really good player to begin with. And again, you don't want to get on that too late. You might as well get on early. He's got a big number next to his name this week. Don't go all in. I'm not saying, throw the mortgage on Kevin Chappell to win the Valspar Championship. Just a name to keep in mind moving forward.
So, Jason, the almighty fade, who would you caution bettors to stay away from this week?
There's not a whole lot of guys at the top of the board that I really dislike this week. Dustin Johnson at his number is a guy that I won't be chasing after. It's one of those, look, if he wins it, he beats me, and I'll be okay with that. Victor Hovland, again, they didn't really have individual stats for the Zurich Classic, but he played with Christopher Ventura during the week and sort of fell apart on the weekend. Didn't look like he was playing his best golf. So Hovland's a guy with a short number next to his name as well, and I will probably fade him this week also.
Who's going to win the Valspar Championship?
I'm going with a player with decent odds next to his name, plus 2,800 this week. He was tied for fourth 2 years ago in his lone Valspar Championship appearance so far. Tends to play some of his best golf on Florida golf courses, putts Bermuda greens really well, and the iron game is coming around. When he's striking it well, he's one of the best with an iron in his hand. Sungjae Im, for me, is my favorite outright play this week. Really like him. I feel like he could break through for his second career PGA Tour title this week.
My favorite interview this week, Jason Sobel from the Action Network. Thanks, man.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, guys, let's build some NBA lineups one block at a time here. Host of the Four Seasons podcast for Ball is Life, Ryan Mock, Josh, and RotoWire. NBA editor Nick Whalen. Y'all know the drill for building blocks, but if anyone at home does not, these two will select who they are building their lineups around at the following positions. So, Nick, start us off at center here.
I got a few options to throw out at center. One of them doesn't have a great matchup, and that's Clint Capella going up against the Philadelphia 76ers. Obviously, Joel Embiid, not an opposing center that you generally want to target, but the scoring and the rebounding numbers and the shot blocking on certain nights for Capella are pretty eye-popping. I mean, he's essentially been like a 20-20 guy or close to it over the last month, and it hasn't really mattered who the matchup is. So if you're willing to pay up at 8,900, I do like Capella. A little bit further down, Jared Allen, if you want to target that Orlando Magic team that has the worst defense in the NBA over the last 10 games. Wendell Carter, Mo Bamba not providing a ton of resistance on the inside there. I think it's a pretty nice opportunity for Allen to bounce back after just an okay game against Toronto on Monday. And then Jusuf Nurkic, how can we not mention him going up against Memphis for the third time in 4 games? He's at 6,800. His 2 best games of the entire season came against Memphis over this past weekend. Those were both Trailblazers losses, but he had huge games in each of those. And he had another double-double against Indiana last night in just 20 minutes.
Mock Josh, what do you got, dude?
I like that Jusuf Nurkic call. I'm going to stick with the same game. I'm paying up for Jonas Valanciunas at 7,900, which is pretty cheap for him. They're playing a Portland team, which is probably my favorite matchup of the entire night. The pace is going to be extremely high. There's really no injury news yet around the league. So without value there, I'm going to go with what works. Jonas Valanciunas. This is going to be a meaningful 8 seed in the West versus 7 seed in the West game. So I think the people that are going to produce are going to produce. And they've been using Jonas Valanciunas for this all year long.
All right, dude, it is a 10-game slate. So, Ryan, how about your building block at forward?
Yeah, I really like what I saw out of Jaylen Brown last night. 8,500. I think he only went up in price by $100 from last night. And tonight, there's still no Kemba, and Tatum is questionable versus Charlotte team. Now, they did play horribly Scalabrine said it was their worst loss of the season. Yeah, to an Oklahoma City team who is struggling to be an NBA team this year. But last night, Jaylen Brown, 67.3 fantasy points. I think that they need to rally behind somebody outside of the fantasy aspect. It's going to be Jaylen Brown. So I think they're going to look to Jaylen Brown, especially if Tatum's out all night long tonight.
Going to have to lean on the only active Hall of Famer in the NBA right now, too, Peyton Pritchard, dude. Nick, what do you got? Building block it forward.
I like the Jaylen Brown call. I do think Tatum is expected to play tonight, so maybe that lowers his ceiling a little bit. But yeah, OKC just cannot catch a break. They're trying to lose as many games as possible, and they just kind of keep backing their way into wins throughout this year, despite that 14-game losing streak. At forward, I like Julius Randle. If you want to pay up, good opportunity for him to bounce back. He had one of his worst games in weeks against Phoenix on Monday. But other than that game, he's pretty much, maybe not exceeded value at this price, but at least met value pretty much every night. He's averaging 40 minutes a game over his last 12. That doesn't project to slow down anytime soon, playing for Coach Tom Thibodeau. Bradley Beal, forward eligible on DraftKings. I mean, that's just scoring, and more scoring when it comes to Beal, not offering a ton in terms of rebounds or assists or defensive numbers, but he's at 34 points per game over his last 9. Of course, he had 45 in that OT loss on Monday. And then Jimmy Butler at 9,500. Again, another guy, if you want to pay up, has a good, not great matchup against San Antonio. I think he has kind of a low-key first-team All-NBA case when you start to look at all the forwards who have missed time outside of Giannis Antetokounmpo. He's averaging 2.7 steals per game over his last 13 games, which is just absolutely ridiculous.
Ryan, how about your building block at guard, dude?
So the game I'm obsessed with tonight, Portland, Memphis. I really like John Morant, $8,200. They played Portland the last 3 of the last 4 games. It's a weird scheduling thing, but they're very familiar with each other. All those games are very high scoring. Their last 5 games, John Morant has played 52.6 fantasy points on average. He is kind of finding his strides, and I think that he's liking to play in these meaningful games as we wind down here in the NBA season. Season average is only 37, so he is blowing up right now. Portland 29th in defensive rating. They don't play a lick of defense, so I think Morant really goes off against Portland tonight.
What about you, Nick? Who you building around at guard?
Yeah, Morant's one of the guys on my list. I mean, he torched Portland for 46 and 63 DraftKings points, respectively, in their 2 matchups over the weekend. I think given that recent track record, 8,200 is actually a pretty reasonable price. I think this is a bounce back spot for Damian Lillard, too, if you do want to pay up at guard. He's been shockingly bad over the last 10 or 15 games by his standards, shooting like 35% from the field. His free throw shooting, his 3-point shooting are way down as well. You have to think at some point he's going to snap out of this. And this is obviously, close to a must-win game for Portland, which is trying to climb out of that play-in spot. A little further down, Darius Garland at 7,700. No Colin Sexton again tonight for Cleveland. So I think this is a really good spot against that really bad Orlando defense. And then the last guy I'll throw out is Bogdan Bogdanovic at 7,600. Again, not a great matchup against Philadelphia, but no Trae Young for Atlanta. And he's averaging 22 points, 4.5 rebounds, 4.5 assists, 1.5 steals, and 4.4 threes per game since entering the starting lineup. He's shooting almost 50% from 3. When Trae Young doesn't play, he's just been fantastic.
Let's switch over and look at the DK Sportsbook here for tonight's NBA schedule, guys. What is your favorite overall bet? It's going to be total, prop, all that jazz. You've been here before, not your first rodeo. Nick, start us off.
I like Portland plus 1.5 against Memphis. I think there's no way they lose 3 times in 4 games to this Memphis team, and I feel like they probably think they're better than, and on paper, they are better than. I like Denver -4 against New Orleans tonight, and then Dennis Schroeder over 17.5 points. He's averaging 20+ over his last 5. He has 3 straight double-doubles, playing really as well as he has all season, and I think he's really benefited from having Anthony Davis back.
Josh, favorite NBA bet tonight on the DK Sportsbook?
Yeah, I like the 76ers -7.5. Ben Simmons comes back tonight. Embiid's been there. The Hawks were hot, and without Trae Young, people were asking me, hey, are they better without Trae Young? Of course not, but they ran into Detroit Monday night, I think it was, lost to a bad Detroit team, did not look great. I think the no Trae is catching up with them, so I think the Sixers roll tonight.
Gentlemen, lovely work, and I mean it. Gary and Thorne will join us next. We're going to break down his mock draft right after part of my conversation with Acacia Courtney, who knows a hell of a lot more than all of us about the Kentucky Derby. Weather definitely comes to mind. I think there's no like middle ground. Sometimes you're used to seeing like the horses and the jockeys just covered in like mud, but as of now, like the forecast looks to be clear with no rain. But if it does rain, how does that affect like the running of the race?
Well, you always want to see horses in big fields when it's raining, I think, that have a little bit more speed. So kind of going to what we were talking about already with the tactics that may be in place in this race. There's kind of the old racing adage, clean faces win races. The horses that are up more on the front end and are part of setting the pace, you'll see there's no mud on the front of their bodies. They don't have to deal with that kickback. With a big field, 20 horses, that's likely the largest race that any of these horses will ever run in, unless they decide to go run in a race in Australia or something like that. You know, we in the US don't run 20 horse races unless it's a race like the Derby or in the Triple Crown. So there's going to be a lot of kickback coming back. As far as the mud is concerned, if it is rained, I think that horses with a forward placed running style have a big advantage when it comes to that.
Okay, so fans love to make money here when they bet the Derby, obviously. Give us a long shot you like this year.
I'm going to say Superstock. I think that he's a horse that is one that's really kind of impressed on the track. I think he'll be a pretty big price. He was a big price at winning the Arkansas Derby. I think that he will have to improve to beat some of the other horses that we've discussed heading into it as far as a potential win candidate. But I think that he's got the physical makeup and the running style to kind of be a true closer. He was a little bit more forwardly placed last time, and he had a dream setup with two horses setting the pace in the Arkansas Derby. But Steve Asmussen had said that he had kind of rushed to get to the Rebel and was really kind of fine-tuned for the Arkansas Derby. I think now making the third start of his 3-year-old season, we're going to see an improved horse, and he'll need to improve. But he's one at a big price, I think, could grab a share.
Okay, so before you take off, we want Acacia Courtney's pick to win the Kentucky Derby. Let's go, girlfriend. Hook it up.
I'm going to go Hot Rod Charlie. He's a horse I've liked since he was a 2-year-old. I think he has the right running style. Flavien Prat got elevated to win the Derby with Country House a couple of years ago, and certainly his barn, Doug O'Neill, knows how to win the Kentucky Derby.
All right, joining me now is DraftKings contributor Gary Thorne, or college football expert Gary Thorne. You just drew up a nice little NFL draft, a mock draft here, because this is the eve of the NFL draft. So let's rip through some of why you placed dudes where you placed the dudes. Right. So like the rest of America here, man, you got Trevor Lawrence, smart man, and Zach Wilson going 1 and 2 overall. It would truly be shocking, really, if those guys did not go 1 and 2 overall. Number 3 is where all the drama starts. I think that's the case for a lot of people's mock drafts. Like no one really knows where the 49ers are leaning. Except for we all expect it to be maybe a quarterback, possibly. Steve Buchanan had Justin Fields. It's kind of shocking going here. Yeah. But you went Bama's Mac Jones. Why is that?
Yeah, I think if you went solely on talent, I would agree with Steve. I mean, I think a lot of people who have just watched Justin Fields accept the fact that he is someone who probably deserves to go in the top 3 picks, maybe even the top 2 picks. But for whatever reason, his stock is falling. And it seems like people, you know, NFL insiders who have kind of made their reputation on being close to Kyle Shanahan and knowing what Kyle Shanahan is thinking, they've been connecting him to Mac Jones for a very long time now. And it almost seems like they have it down to 2 quarterbacks, and it's Trey Lance and it's Mac Jones. Justin Fields isn't even in the debate at this point. At least that's what the latest reports have. So at a certain point, I think when you just consistently hear it over and over and over again, I know there's a lot of worry about like smoke screens and, you know, teams trying to get other teams sniffing in the wrong direction, et cetera, et cetera. But for me, it's just been too much news, too much smoke about Mac Jones going to San Francisco. And hey, if the best this guy can be is a really good system quarterback in the NFL, the best system you could choose would be a Kyle Shanahan system. So I can see why maybe it's a match made in heaven. even if I do think there are more talented quarterbacks on the board.
Well, speaking of Kyle Pitts to Atlanta. That buzz has picked up steam, especially with news that the Falcons will listen to offers on Julio Jones. So why do you think Pitts works here instead of Atlanta making it 4 straight quarterbacks?
It just seems like with what they're trying to do, and maybe this is a little different now that Julio could possibly be on the move, but it almost seems like they want to take one more crack at this. And I know they're in salary cap hell. They've really got to figure out some stuff with some of those veteran deals, but this offense has the potential to be scary, especially if they hang on to Julio and add someone like Kyle Pitts, and Calvin Ridley is still there. And look, Matt Ryan, he's older, obviously, but someone who can still play at least at a competent or an above average level. Maybe you give him these types of weapons and he becomes not quite the MVP version of himself, but something close to that. I do think it's important to remember that there might not have been a team more unlucky or a team that was more snake bitten in the fourth quarter last season than the Falcons. They only finished with 4 wins, but their Pythagorean record had them at 7.5 wins. So I think they're in a spot where, especially with how Matt Ryan's contract works out the next couple of years, they might as well keep trying to make the playoffs. And if you add someone like Pitts and you create like a top 5 NFL offense or something that has the potential to be a top 5 NFL offense, maybe you can be a team that kind of slides into the wild card if you have some positive regression in 2021.
Dude, I saw that George Kittle wants the 49ers to take Pitts at 3 overall.
Wow. I mean, that'd be fun.
It'd be unbelievable. It says he wants to see him spread out. He wants 2 running backs. He wants 2 tight ends. So just run it down their throats.
I could see it. I mean, look, Shanahan could do something crazy, but I don't think he'd trade up that much capital to get a tight end. I will say that.
Yeah. Here's hoping that they know what they were doing when they decided to trade up 2-3 overall. But hey, he doesn't know if any of us will be alive on Sunday, which he's not wrong.
That is true.
Let's go to your guys here. The Miami Dolphins at number 6. You got him snagging LSU wide receiver Jamar Chase. So you think Chase's talent here supersedes the urge to pair Tua with one of his favorite targets at Bama, Jalen Waddle? Wouldn't you want that duo connection?
I mean, maybe 3 months ago, it was a really nice narrative. I can't remember Waddle's exact answer, but I know they were asking a lot of the Alabama receivers, hey, maybe you can't answer this, but Tua or Mac, and they were all like Mac very quickly. So it's possible that the connection, the Alabama connection, the good vibes, maybe not as good. I think Miami, we just talked about that San Francisco trade, the amount of capital they traded up to switch with Miami and get that number 3 pick. And then Miami goes and trades with Philadelphia and moves back up to 6. It seems like the reason they were so desperate to get back up to 6 was that they knew with how the board was playing out, 3 quarterbacks were going in the first 3 picks. And there are, depending on who you talk to, 3 quote unquote generational talents at the skill positions. You've got, or if we want to consider offensive tackle a skill position, which we probably should at this point. So they wanted one of those 3 guys, and it seems like Pitts isn't going to be an option. I don't think he's going to make it to 6. So depending on what the Bengals do, if they want to pair Chase with Burrow, I know that's a big narrative too. I think the Dolphins are more than happy to just take Sewell and bolster an offensive line that was also very bad last season. There's also the chance that they trade down. I know there are reports coming out of camp today that while the Dolphins might not trade down to New England's got 15, Washington has 19, Chicago has 20, all teams that might want to trade up for a quarterback, they don't want to go that far down the board. They want a number 1 offensive weapon for Tua, but maybe that 9 pick, maybe Denver would want to move up and try to snag a quarterback that's been falling. So Cincinnati and Miami, that's really the linchpin of this first round. They're going to dictate so much of what else happens in this draft. But I do think, all things being equal, if the Dolphins are picking 6th and Chase is on the board, they're going to take Chase.
And that was Waddle and Heisman winner Devontae Smith picking Mac Jones over Tua as their favorite quarterbacks. At number 9. Yeah, right. Super awesome. And super awkward, yes. At number 9, you have another quarterback going. This time, Trey Lance of North Dakota State to the Broncos. So that obviously means here, Gare Bear, that Justin Fields, in your eyes, did not make your top 10. So how far do you think and how far do you expect Fields to fall then?
I mean, if we work under the framework that no one makes a trade, which I think is pretty unlikely, he could obviously fall as far as 15. And I think Patriots fans would be incredibly happy if that scenario were to play.
Yeah, because there were some reports too that they've been like kind of flirting a little bit with the Panthers there at 8 to get up and potentially take Fields.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like when I say he's not a top 10 pick, I think this mock, I underwent it and said, I'm not going to guess at any trades. We'll just make the picks that could possibly happen if these teams keep their selections.
Okay.
I think there's going to be a trade. I mean, there's just so many teams that are desperate for some sort of quarterback play. Whether it's the Patriots, whether it's the Bears, whether it's Washington, there's just a lot of teams that seem like they need to take one of these guys. And there's a surplus of quarterbacks. And there's also a bunch of teams who it doesn't really seem like they want to pick where they are currently picking. The Dolphins, as I mentioned, they probably want a skill position player, but they don't need to pick at 6. The Lions have so many needs that I'm sure they would be very happy to move down and acquire more draft capital. The Panthers, I mean, it's a weird spot. I wouldn't say that Sam Darnold is like a long-term fix, but you brought the guy in, you gave something up real for him. He's going to be the starting quarterback this year in Carolina. So maybe they want to move down and acquire some more capital. So there's a lot of opportunities for teams to trade up and take Justin Fields. And I do think someone will, and I do think he'll actually end up being a top 10 pick.
Yeah, you got Waddle going to the Lions there at 7, and then Rashawn Slater, offensive tackle to Northwestern, to the Panthers at 8. Garion, good talking to you, dude. Appreciate you, man. Have fun these next few days throughout the draft. Len Hochberg brings us home with some PGA Chaser Fade right after this. All right, everyone. Last block of the show. It's time to chase or fade ahead of the PGA Tour's Valspar Championship. I'll ask the questions. RotoWire senior golf writer and 2020 DFS Writer of the Year, Len Hochberg, will answer them. So a lot of talk all week here, dude, about Paul Casey because he's won the last 2 of these events. But at 10 grand this week, are you fading the 2-time defending champ?
Well, Emerson, if he wins the tournament once, then I think you maybe have to, throw in some other considerations and stuff. But when a guy has won the tournament 2 times in a row at a tough track, and he's playing well this year, 5th recently at the Players, 10,000 is not 11.5. It's barely in the 10s. Duh. I think Paul Casey is definitely a chase this week. He's probably going to be a popular pick, but I expect him to be in the mix come Sunday.
All right, you've also got some pretty big names involved, like DJ, Reed, Justin Thomas at the top of the salary list and over 10K. But one name just under that mark, Scotty Scheffler, $9,800. You chasing or fading him?
When I've gone back and looked at my notes from previous Valspars, it seems like year after year, I see a path to avoiding the top guys and go with a balanced lineup and getting into the 9s and the 8s. So I think Scotty Scheffler is a decent play at $9,800. There are two guys just under him who I like more. Corey Connors at $9,600. I think he's going to be a popular pick. He's kind of become a fantasy darling of recent weeks. We see him playing well week after week. And Louis Oosthuizen, $9,500, just missed last week, just missed in 2019 at the Valspar. He was runner-up to Casey.
Yeah, Scheffler, by the way, reigning PGA Tour Rookie of the Year. This will be his debut at the tournament. So mid-February, last time Abraham Answer here did not finish in the top 30 in the tournament. He's 9,300 this week, Len. You want to chase or fade that Answer will make a run at the Valspar?
You know, you're right. He's been very, very consistent. He's finished top 30 all the time. He's actually had 10 top 25s already, but those top 25s have not been top 10s. And they've sort of been closer to top to 25th than 10th. His last 6 times, 3 18th place finishes. I think he's got a 22 and a 23. So that's a tough one to call. That's a tough one to chase for $9,300. He's outside the top 100 in putting. His putting is what's holding him back this year. He was 40th last year in putting, 41st to be specific. I think at this price, $9,300, and the way he's playing, I think it's got to be a fade.
Yeah, Answer tied for 16th in his only appearance here. That was back in 2018. How about your favorite value play this week, dude?
Yeah, I think this is really a week that you can avoid the 10s and the 11s, the 5-figure guys. I don't know if these are really value picks, but I like 3 guys in the 8,000s a lot. Jason Kokrak at $8,700. He's been on the first page of the leaderboard 3 times in the last 5 years at the Valspar. Emiliano Grillo, second in greens in regulation this season, third in bogey avoidance, which will be an important consideration this week. He's either second and third or third and second. I'm trying to remember that. And Chris Kirk. Chris Kirk has not had a good history at the Valspar, but there are tracks earlier this year where I've fallen into the trap of fading Chris Kirk because he hasn't had a good course history. He's been playing pretty much pretty well everywhere this year. $8,200. All 3 of those guys, very good putters from inside of 10 feet, or at least better than average putters inside of 10 feet. An important consideration this week. Chase Seifert, $6,600 for a real value play. 20th in bogey avoidance. He's made his last 6 cuts, including third at the Honda.
Love it, dude. 90 seconds left in this show. So now is when you're going to tell us who will win the Valspar Championship.
Well, Louis Oosthuizen is not a very big guy, so I can get him into 90 seconds. He has never won in the States. He has one PGA Tour event, one PGA Tour victory, and that's the Open Championship. So some people will not count that. I do. But anyway, he was close last week until going into the water in the playoff.
Yep.
Zurich. He was second a year ago or 2 years ago to Paul Casey. He plays well in big tournaments. Putting from inside of 10 feet is historically important this week. Louis Oosthuizen is number 1 on the PGA Tour in putting inside of 10 feet this year, $9,500. He will continue a trend of old guys getting it done on tour this year.
Well, the good news for him, there's little water to be found at Copperhead. So Len Hochberg.
Florida track. Yeah.
Right. Len Hochberg, award winner. Good seeing you. Good catching up with you. Thanks for helping us out. Everybody, a 6-game slate here on the Dream Stream of Madden Sims will kick off next. I'll be hosting it with Jeff Ulrich. Seahawks at the Broncos. I got a free roll contest cooking for you right now in the DK Sim Fam Friends League. Fill out a lineup. Let's go. Let's have ourselves a day, people. Adios. What up?
Well, thank you, Len, Emerson, everybody, and the Dream Stream rolls on, baby. It's time for the Madden Matinee here on this Wild Weather Wednesday. We got a win game between the virtual Chiefs and Bengals. Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman. Moose, how's it going, bud?
Doing good, man. Just trying to get through hump day. Like I was telling the DK Sim fam earlier, a little Wild Weather Wednesday to kind of anchor us down the middle of the week.
Yeah. Not to mention NFL Drafts Eve, so I'm sure to get into there, including a trade that happened only moments ago that we're going to have to weigh in on, see what that does to the quarterback market. But before we dive into all of that, obviously, remember lineups locking in about a minute. So jump on in and get those things filled out for the Madden Matinee here. We have got, I guess in fairness, I didn't create the contest that long ago, so I won't pick on the people, but 121 entries out of the possible 200. So you got a little time. Hop on in the final 40 seconds or so. The Mad Matinee, the sim between two teams who do have their QB situation handled, all shored up, and those, of course, Kansas City and Cincinnati. Who's your captain here in this one?
Sorry, I'm just reading that Teddy Bridgewater news. My captain's John Ross. I went contrarian. I went with John Ross up top. Obviously got Burrow in there as well. Azuma is also in my lineup. I won't give away the rest because we haven't hit lock. I know it's a big secret, but I did captain John Ross. Go with that value play. Everyone's going to have a Chief up there. So, yeah, that's the way I went. And once the game starts, we'll get into this. But some interesting draft news for sure. Actually playing out exactly how I thought it would. So I'm very proud of myself for foreseeing this.
Well, good. I want to dive further into Moose's crystal ball and see what's going on. Lineups have locks. So why don't you give us your complete build?
Okay. Let's see here. Sorry. Got like a million things. Now people are messaging
so
me
many
about
tabs.
the draft. This is all just very confusing time for me, Kaufman, but I will give you the rest of my lineup. I've got that's the last sim. Okay, maybe I won't give you the rest.
You want me to give you mine first?
Yes, I do, because I don't know what I'm doing right
While
now.
you're digging away for yours, as we get ready, obviously, for the Bengals to start off with the ball, virtual Kansas City. Again, a win game here on this Wild Weather Wednesday. I did what I always do when the Chiefs are involved, or at least it's become that way. So you guys know where I'm headed with this. Travis Kelce, the tight end, is my captain. Just you can't ignore the fantasy points per dollar. You got to put him in there. And I went very Chiefs heavy. So I also have Patrick Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and Harrison Butker for the sake of a little bit of a salary savings. My lone Bengal, though it was tough to fade Joe Burrow, my lone Bengal was C.J. Uzomah. We got a good long run right there out of Joe Mixon, who knows? He could tear the slate apart today. 2 for 24 early for him. So he is already pacing toward like a 300-yard game or whatever crazy number that is. But we'll see what goes on here about a minute into this opening quarter. What do you have?
Okay, so like I said, I got Ross, Burrow, and Azuma from my Bengals side. I went pretty even on this one. Obviously, do have some Chiefs in there. Mahomes, Watkins, Robinson. So I went with the cheap dudes. Obviously, leaving myself open to a massive game from Kelce or Tyreek Hill. But I'm expecting some points from the Bengals here. We'll see how accurate that'll be, but that's the way I went. That was my choice. Jeff's choice.
So again, we are scoreless. KC, Cincy. This Wild Weather Wednesday, second sim of the day for Jeff Moose Ulrich. He was with Emerson for the Seahawks and Broncos for anyone that tuned in. Of course, we do have some Broncos-related news here. Unfortunately for you guys, it came after your sim, but it comes in time for us to really dissect it here. And you said that this is something you thought it was going to play out this way. Here's what it is for anyone who missed it. The Panthers dealing quarterback Teddy Bridgewater. Of course, remember, Carolina has Sam Darnold now. Dealing Teddy Bridgewater to the Broncos for a 6th-round pick. The Panthers are paying Bridgewater's $7 million salary. The Broncos are paying him $3 million per source. That's according to Adam Schefter, ESPN. And he adds, feel how you will, the trade does not take Denver out of the QB market Thursday night per source. So there are a lot of different things that we can delve into here, but just your overarching thoughts on Bridgewater getting dealt and going to Denver. As that ball's punted away, it'll be Kansas City ball in a matter of moments.
So I got to give some credit here to our guy, BK, Brandon. He was all over this, dude. I'm telling you, like, you got to listen to Brandon when it comes to the Broncos stuff. And I'm going to bring up something else he said with the draft, which I think could definitely play out. He said that the Broncos are probably going to go with Drew Lock and give him one more year, and it makes a lot of sense. He's still on the rookie deal. And he said that they're looking to bring in a guy. He said Teddy Bridgewater's been the name they're exploring the whole time. I was expecting this. I think it made a ton of sense as well. Carolina clearly has made it known from the start of the offseason they don't want Teddy Bridgewater anymore. They've been in on Deshaun Watson. The owner has come out and said he hates Teddy Bridgewater's contract. this was just like inevitability here. So it's happened. And quite frankly, the reports about Denver still being in on a QB, I don't really buy it personally. I think that's just for a smoke screen. I think they're very interested in trading back, and I think that's what's going to happen. And Brandon has suggested that's also a likelihood. So look for that to happen. I do have Denver trading back in my mock. I don't know who it's going to be, but the last BK nugget I'll give you, I don't want to give him too much credit, but he was right on this one. Look out for Minnesota if Trey Lance is there at 9. Minnesota native. The two GMs from Minnesota and Denver know each other. If he's right on that, we'll have to have a Brandon celebration day. So I do have the Patriots up at 9, but he made a good case for the Vikings too.
BK Day is what we'll do for the Sims. He'll appreciate it. I ought to text him and tell him to tune in while we, sit here and toot his horn. He'd love every second of it. Mahomes with a completion up to 20 yards for him. 3rd and 1 on the way. It was Hill on that catch. His first 3 minutes gone by. Scoreless opening quarter. So I'm with you on really most of what you said. I'm not at all surprised that Bridgewater moved. They basically made it known as soon as they acquired Sam Darnold, this is the guy. That's why we acquired him. It doesn't mean he's the guy long-term necessarily, but they're willing to explore that possibility and hope a change of scenery does benefit him. Some good yards after the catch right there. Chiefs moving the ball to the 45, 13-yard rack out of CEH. 1st and 10 coming up here. And beyond that, I don't know. I just never really looked at, short of Darnold going down with an injury, I didn't look at Teddy Bridgewater as someone that was going to push him for that job. So then it becomes obviously, now that he is gone, is Carolina in the quarterback market to, draft a guy that is either obviously an unquestioned backup to start off, or someone that's going to push Darnold, or just the heir apparent for Darnold if it doesn't work out. You can look at it in a bunch of different ways. But, I think this whole situation honestly becomes a little bit more interesting quarterback-wise for Carolina than it does Denver, because I'm with you. While it's not, it's not like it, as Schefter said, it doesn't take Denver out of the QB market. Certainly, you don't have neither option, be it Locke or Bridgewater, is this set in stone. This is our guy to build around. So who knows? Maybe they want to get a little wild there, but I think it more logically opens up a spot for Carolina to do something there, especially with the team at number 8 right now. I mean, a guy is going to be there. Now, it may not be who they want, and I don't know who it is that they do want between Jones, Lance, or Fields, whomever, or whichever two are still available at that point, but Carolina is going to have an option. 1st and goal after the 26-yard catch, Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, I personally think I kind of wanted Carolina to take a quarterback, have them be on a Justin Fields or something, but I'm not sure. They're a bit of a wild card for sure. I'm not going to be super shocked if they take a QB. I think it's actually a smart move on them because I'm not sold on Darnold at all, but they have committed quite a bit of money to Darnold, and it feels like they might just be rolling with him this year. So a really interesting team, the Panthers. I could see them doing anything. I could see them just drafting an O-line, maybe even a wide receiver, and just supporting Darnold. But if they're involved in a trade back or just take a quarterback, those things are on the table too. So Carolina is very much kind of a wild card team right now. I think they could do anything. I think they could take QBs and pretty much any skill position. So definitely a team that could be on the move. I tend to think they're just going to take O-line. They're just going to support Sam Darnold. They made their move. They committed. But, if Justin Fields is there at 8, I don't know, man. Maybe they do commit to it.
Touchdown run for CEH. Our first points of this game about to be 7-0. 2 minutes left here, opening quarter. David says, WTF is the weather on the sim, bruh. It's wind, baby. You can't see the wind. That's where we're at right now on this wild weather Wednesday. A lot of people jumping on in. Steven says, good luck in the matinee. Howdy, Moose. Cough. I need an NBA DFS bounce back. My night was as bad as the Celtics. Man, I finished a quarter point out of the money last night in our popular last-minute NBA contest. That was, when I say out of the money, it would have been like $2. It's not about the money. It's about finishing a quarter point out of the money. That was a real bummer for me. So we'll see what tonight brings. Fill up that contest, by the way. It exists in the DK SimFam Friends League, the last-minute NBA hashtag. Fill it fast. That is in there for you. I'm so interested, obviously, in in what ends up happening in that draft with regard, obviously, to the quarterbacks. Quarterbacks are the story right now. And, everyone has said to the point where it becomes cliche. We got a fumble, but Cincinnati comes right back with it. It's, draft starts at number 3. We all presume it's going to be Lawrence at 1 and Wilson at 2. And then, people just, we don't know. We don't know what the Niners are going to do. And credit, I guess, Lynch and Shanahan for throwing everybody off their scent, because short of not believing it's going to be Fields, though some people still think that's a possibility, it's between Mac Jones and Trey Lance. And it just keeps going back and forth, depending on who you read, what you read, who you listen to, and all of that. And a lot of people assume Jimmy Garoppolo's days are numbered there in San Fran, although I don't remember who I saw with this tweet, but someone said, and it's a good point, good luck, for anyone that thinks. I was talking to Ross Tucker, and he's like, I think Garoppolo's good as gone, like in the next few days, provided we're all alive come Sunday, Shanahan,
Right.
that Garoppolo is going to be on a different roster. And this tweet that I saw was, good luck trading Garoppolo in the middle of a draft with a $25 million contract and a no trade clause. How much do you think that is going to hamper the ability to move him in the next couple of days?
Yeah, no, big time. I mean, I don't think there's like a huge market for Jimmy Garoppolo. So you're dealing with a few other teams. Could be a day 2 trade. Maybe the Bears don't get their guy. Maybe the Bears don't move up. Maybe the Patriots don't get a guy. And that happens. I think Garoppolo could definitely be a day 2 trade. Teams have time to talk overnight. I would be kind of surprised if he gets traded in round 1. But maybe they have something work out. Maybe there's already irons in the fire. Most likely there is. But I think the teams that would be interested in him are also going to be interested in the quarterbacks in this draft, and they're not going to be able to make a move until the first round is done. So I'm kind of agreeing with him. Like I think he's probably going to be gone, but it's tough to say. I mean, I don't think that, the San Francisco said the right things to be able to bring him back too. So I think in a perfect world, they probably move on from him, but just holding on to him for one more year, I guess, outside of just the money issue, is it really hamstringing them that much or anything? I don't know.
Where do you think
It's
San
just
Fran's
a
going to go
weird
with this
situation with Garoppolo. It's such a weird situation. He could be a starter for other teams, but like the contract is there. Other teams have already committed to their team starters. Like New England and Chicago are really the only places that kind of make sense to me. So,
do you think? And I don't know, obviously, what the internal relationships are for the Bears with the Niners front office. We could delve into it, see what common links exist. We know, obviously, there are plenty between the Patriots and the Niners. We'll give you some stats here and then get back to this. 101 passing from Mahomes through one quarter, 8 of 9 for him. Burrow, 3 for 6 for just 13 yards. Hasn't had the ball quite as much, though. The only touchdown from CEH on the ground, he's 3 for 7. Joe Mixon got off to the 24-yard start inside the first minute. Hasn't done anything since. So that's where he's sitting still, but is pacing toward a bonus. Pretty close to it anyway. Hill, 3 for 36. CEH, 2 for 35. Travis Kelce, 1 for 12. Gio, he does have a catch, but -2. AJ Green, 1 for 8. Sammy Watkins, 1 for 7. Uzuma, who we've both got, probably pretty popular today, 1 for 7 for him. And that's about that. So it's all about CEH, really, as far as the offense. And again, Mahomes, who has already hit the century mark in terms of his passing at this point. So Jared Kilgore says, Patriots are going to get their third-round talent in the first round pick, just as planned. We don't know. We don't know, obviously, what Bill Belichick has up his sleeve, whether it'll work out, whether it won't. Time will tell and all that. It's exhausting even trying to guess. But where I was going with this, and this isn't me, heaven forbid, I know, excusing relevance, this isn't me turning this into a Patriots conversation. I ask you only this with regard to Garoppolo as it concerns the Pats and the possibility of Jimmy G getting traded. Do you think, knowing that, let's not forget that Bill Belichick, when he did trade Garoppolo to the Niners originally for a second-round pick, that was the only team he even talked to. And he's got a relationship with Shanahan's dad. It was like he served him up on a silver platter. Here's your guy. I'm only talking to you. Do you want him? Basically, was, at least according to reports, what that was. Do you think there is any sort of, behind-the-scenes conversation right now where Bill Belichick's not going to say who he wants, but Bill Belichick is saying to Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, or both, if our guy is not there, like we don't know what we're going to do. Maybe we'll move up, maybe we'll trade back, maybe we'll stay at 15. If our guy, whomever that guy is, if our guy is not there in day one, round one, or even stretching it out, if he's not there round two, maybe they got their eyes on Kellen Mond or Kyle Trask or Davis Mills. I have no idea. Does Belichick potentially say to them, if our guy's not there round one, or day two, we're interested in taking Garoppolo off your hands, but we're going to need to do some sort of a contract restructuring in order to make that happen, and where they've already kind of potentially worked out a loose framework of what that deal looks like, and knowing Garoppolo would waive his no trade clause to go back to New England, so that isn't an issue. How much of that do you think that potential bartering has already happened behind the scenes if New England doesn't identify a Fields or whomever it is?
Yeah. Wouldn't shock me in the least. You got to think they've talked about him, right? So this is kind of the time, like you said. Just to, Jared asked in the chat there on YouTube, I saw the question, like, how much would San Francisco have to take of Jimmy G's contract? It's a $26 million cap hit if they keep him. It's only 2.6 dead cap if they get rid of him. So it's opening up $24 million in cap space. Now they could restructure something with New England, maybe where they take more salary back or whatever, but it's still going to open up a ton of space for them. So like they can move him. It's not like they just need to find the willing trade partner, and it's going to be very beneficial for them. So yeah, I think they've probably talked to New England about it at the very least. I think you're dead on here. Like you've got to think New England is waiting for this draft. Like I said, it's going to be a day two move if Jimmy G gets moved at the draft, because you've got a team like New England who's got to be in the conversation. If there is a conversation about Jimmy G, maybe we're way off base on this and like he's just completely untradeable right now. But if there is, teams like New England, Chicago, they've got to wait to see how this draft shakes out. Like there's 5 viable quarterbacks. So, if Trey Lance falls, one of those teams probably going to get him. Maybe the other one just goes after Garoppolo. Maybe no one goes after Garoppolo. I can't really think of any other potential trade partners, but there could be some. Maybe Houston, I don't know. But yeah, I think for me, like Chicago, New England, probably the teams to be looking at in terms of a Garoppolo deal.
Simon says, Clark Kaufman, great t-shirt. Thank you. I am the Sim Superman, self-appointed. Buckets says, Kauf, my gosh, please stop talking LMAO, you won't stop. So my wife's burner is in the chat. That's good. 7-0 Kansas City. A few minutes gone by, second quarter here. Moose, Koff. Of course, we got Jordan, our producer, undercover boss. Tom is our technical director. Frangelico in game ops. Good to see you. Good to see everyone. There's a catch out to the 4-yard line. Mahomes keeps on racking up yards almost to 150, and that's the third catch for Sammy Watkins. Maybe setting up for another CEH touchdown here. First and goal from the 4 on the way. So I guess it all starts, like we said, at number 3. Which way do you think San Fran is going to go? Because people keep flip-flopping. Mac Jones, Trey Lance. Mac Jones, Trey Lance. How do you think, I can't imagine that they don't know, right? I'm not blaming them for the smokescreen. That's fine. That's just posturing. That's part of the way this works. Their guy is short of like, I don't know, Zach Wilson. Maybe they like Zach Wilson and we're all wrong and he falls and like Fields goes number 2 or something like that. Short of liking him better, I don't really know what's preventing them from even coming out and saying who they want, because no one is in front of them to stop them. Which way do you think this plays out? CEH touchdown.
There's a touchdown there for the Bengals. If you had CEH, obviously like that. Look, I just listened to what is being reported, and I mean that's pretty much all you can do, and then you try and take the information and work with it. I've said, Mac Jones it was reported by Adam Schefter, obviously a very reliable source, that it's Mac Jones, most likely for San Francisco, very early on. There's been no reports to refute that Mac Jones isn't being considered by San Francisco, and then you just look back at Kyle Shanahan's history, who he feels comfortable with at quarterback, who he's had success with. It all speaks to Mac Jones being the pick. I have no doubt they've considered Trey Lance and are still considering Trey Lance and probably consider Justin Fields at some point, because of course you're going to consider when you have 3 options to pick from. But I think people are just trying to talk themselves in to San Francisco making another pick. And look, if it was me, I agree. I would probably be taking one of the other guys, but it's not me. It's Kyle Shanahan. And when you look at what's being reported, look at who he's had success with, I definitely think, I've thought from the start it's probably going to be Mac Jones. And I won't be shocked if it's someone else, because obviously they're considering other people, but like it definitely, I think, would have signified a big change that, you know, because they'd be essentially be going away from Mac Jones, because I really do think Mac Jones is the reason they traded up here.
We got a 1st and 10 from the 30, about halfway through the second. It's really interesting. And some of the stuff that you hear, that you read with regard to Kyle Shanahan, and I guess I didn't realize, maybe I just didn't know enough about Kyle Shanahan, but it, you know, because for all the initial reports, speculation, theories saying, like, you know, why, I heard somebody say, why would you draft Mac Jones when you basically already got an older version of him on the roster, and that being Jimmy Garoppolo? They're very similar stylistically quarterbacks, but apparently where Shanahan has been upset with Garoppolo, it's not his ability, it's not anything like that, or, you know, him as a game manager, he doesn't like it when he freelances. He does, you know, he wants someone who's just going to come in and follow his system to a T. And I don't know. I've never really thought of Garoppolo as this significant freelancer to begin with. It's not like he's a super mobile quarterback, but apparently any little bit has been enough to irritate Shanahan. So is that the logic? Is that, or at least a good chunk of the logic, in a Mac Jones, bringing a guy who's maybe a little more, there's no nice way to say this, but a little more skill set limited in someone like Mac Jones, who you believe a la what he thought Garoppolo would be, Kirk Cousins, you know, Ryan Tannehill, guy like that, you know, someone who's just going to come in, manage the game, stay in the system, don't freelance, and that's why we want him.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways, you know, maybe Kyle Shanahan just looks at Matt Jones as maybe like a more durable, you know, potentially more successful version of Jimmy G. I mean, the guy had a 76% completion rate last year, and look, I know his receivers were like open by 5 yards every play, but it's still impressive. You know, it's impressive what he was able to do. Obviously led his team to a national championship. So I think there's some validity in that viewpoint, that this is an upgrade over the same type of player you had. He's like a better, more durable version of Jimmy G. Probably not going to get us hurt as much. He's obviously a bigger dude. We know from the pictures, maybe not super athletic like the other guys, but again, if you're just going to be a more of a distributor, then, you know, who cares? I think that's probably how they're viewing him. And I just think it's not that Kyle Shanahan is like down on athletic quarterbacks. I just don't think he necessarily values it as much in his decision-making. He's probably just looking at different attributes than most people. So again, I'm not, well, I don't want to say I'm not criticizing it, because I obviously would take something else. But if you're doing mocks and you're trying to look at it, I'm pretty sure that's how Kyle Shanahan is viewing this thing, and that's why it's probably going to be Mac Jones.
1st and 10 from the 32 as we get the 2-minute warning. Joe Burrow, he's got time, he's got space, a little dump off to his left. AJ Green, a short catch. So Denver has put out the press release on acquiring Teddy Bridgewater, and general manager George Patton says, if I'm saying that right, is it Patton or Peyton? I don't know. Says, acquiring Teddy Bridgewater adds competition, experience, and a strong veteran presence to our quarterback room. So he's basically telling you he is there to compete with Drew Lock.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's fine. You know, if you're going to commit to Drew Lock and have him on his rookie salary and give him one more year, you want to bring in like a legit second option that you can go to. And, you know, we've seen Teddy have success with good defensive teams, with the Saints before. I think Bridgewater's fine. It's a fine move by the Broncos. I'm just not sold that they're going to bring in a third option this year. I think that would just really make things a little crazy. I guess you could consider Lance there, and you could just sit him and have the other two or something. But I know Schefter reported they're still in the market, but again, I think that's just a smokescreen for trade purposes. I really think they're probably out on QBs.
Dom says, happy birthday, Koff. It's also my birthday today, but I only have one a year. Happy birthday to you. And thank you all for being with us. Smash that like button. Let's get to 200 by the end of this sim. We're at 134 as I look at it right now. Hit the like with a minute to go in the opening half. 14-0 Kansas City. 3rd and 10 on the way. Bengals trying to cut this deficit in half before the break. Reading from Ben Vole in Boston Globe, he had written back in early March, so pretty much a month and a half ago, as we got a touchdown here, Cincinnati, and Gio Bernard with his first score of the game. Congrats to you, those who have him. Says what a Garoppolo trade might look like in general. This even wasn't specific to the Patriots, just in general. No higher than a third, probably a fourth, and a new contract for Jimmy, lowering his 2021 salary, but more years tacked on. Adam Schefter apparently said this morning on WEEI in Boston, the Patriots are right now the only trade partners for Jimmy G, to which an athletic reporter who covers the Niners, Tim Kawakami, if I'm saying that correctly, writes on Twitter, the Patriots were always the most likely trade destination for Garoppolo, but of course that severely restricts the Niners' bargaining power here, plus his no-trade clause. I will say it again. I find it hard to believe they can get more than a third rounder, and it might be even less.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Again, day 2 trade. Makes a lot of sense, right? I think a third rounder sounds about right. Maybe even a third rounder from like next year or something, you know?
Yeah.
So maybe even like a third rounder, and then you got to like send a 7th rounder back or something with Jimmy G. So that's the kind of trade you're looking at for Garoppolo. And again, it doesn't shock me that the Patriots are the only team mentioned. I bring up Chicago, but really, how much interest does Chicago have? They basically have like Jimmy G in Andy Dalton already in there. So I also don't think Chicago has the cap space. So this is all also to my plan of why I think Chicago is going to go hard after a rookie, because they can afford a rookie. They can't afford to take on another vet anyways, since they've already signed Dalton. So
we got a 1st and 10 from the 42. Chiefs ball again. It's 14-7. Mahomes gets it out to Demarcus Robinson for a first and a timeout. Freak of Nature says there's a great energy in the sim. I'm just looking at Carolina's depth chart. I know everyone were a little scatterbrained. We're just kind of talking about quarterbacks with regard to the draft and bouncing all around. I get that. I'm looking at it, though. So Sam Darnold obviously is the number one, undisputed with Teddy Bridgewater gone. And then at least what's on the roster right now that I'm seeing, PJ Walker, Will Grier, 2nd and 3rd string. So I guess it comes down to, going back to what I was asking before, is Carolina more likely to take a quarterback at number 8 now, as a nice first down for Tyreek Hill. PJ Walker, is he enough, or Will Grier, either one? Are either of these guys enough as a backup to take Carolina out of the quarterback market right there?
Right. I mean, the team likes Walker. I know that. I know he's got connection to Matt Rule. I would say, you know, I think Rule probably likes Walker. I mean, Walker's a guy who's shown a little bit, you know, obviously at a pro level with the XFL. Grier, I don't know. I'm not too high on, but I think it's probably fine. Like I said, I'm not crossing Carolina off completely. Like I think Carolina has a far better chance of taking QB today than Denver does, but I also recognize that I don't think they're going to take a quarterback. I think they are going to be fine with like a Walker-Darnold combo, and also having Will Grier in the house. So that's kind of where I am. I really do think Carolina's just committed to the Sam Darnold thing, and you know they've got a guy in Walker who the head coach knows from college and stuff like that. So yeah, I think Carolina might be set, to be honest.
Be interesting. Keep an eye on it, obviously, and keep on chatting away with us here in the Chat Kings conference room, YouTube, Twitch.
It is going to be interesting, though. Like, I mean, Justin Fields falls to 8, you know, all of a sudden, this guy's like, you know, was being bandied about as a potential number 2 pick a little while ago. Now he's right there. You don't even have to trade for him. Carolina, I would be much more, like I said, I think they'd be more apt to take him, but I still, if they're getting a trade offer, it just feels like a natural trade down spot. So,
are you expecting? And I know you did your mock, and obviously on your mock you said yes, but we talk about it all the time. Like mocks are, they're more fun than exhibiting expertise on the draft, because no one, whether you're Jeff Ulrich or Mel Kiper, like no one really knows what's going to happen. We're all just sort of listening to, like you said earlier with regard to the Broncos, listening to what's out there, and then at that point throwing some darts. Do you expect there to be additional trades within the top 10? I know we've already seen some, like the Niners. Do you think there'll be more?
You mean just trades up into the top 10?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I do. I think someone's going to trade up into the top 10. I think someone will make a move for most likely Fields. Could be Lance, though. Assuming I'm right, Mac Jones goes at 3. I think the Dolphins have already announced they're willing to trade back. Detroit, I think Detroit's more apt to stay there, and then you got Carolina and Denver. I think you'll see at least one team move up into the top 10. I have 2 teams moving up, but I think at the very least you're going to see one. There's a couple QB needy teams, and there's even some teams that are going a little under the radar. So yeah, I do think you will see at least one team move up into the top 10 and take one of those other 2 QBs that don't go at 3. So yeah, I'm expecting it. I'd be kind of shocked if both Lance and Fields just dropped, and they ended up getting taken by even just like Denver at 9. So.
Stats are updated through the half, folks, as we move on to half number 2 in virtual Kansas City. Wind on this Wild Weather Wednesday. Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman, Jordan, undercover boss Tom Frangelico, all here with you, DK Sim fam, and approaching 150 on the old Lycometer. So keep smashing away. J-Man says Fields is going to be a bust. So BK, it was an interesting exercise. We were together recently, I don't know, the other night, and he looked at the top 10, or no, he looked at all the quarterbacks drafted in round 1 over the last decade. And we, obviously offered whether this guy has gone to be great, good, serviceable, bust, already out of the league. Just to properly exhibit the point that of the 5, maybe 6 guys, quarterbacks that get drafted in round 1 come Thursday, odds will tell you that not more than a couple are going to be any good. That's just the way it historically has worked out. We all assume that Trevor Lawrence is the second coming of Peyton Manning, and he's your only lock. But then is Fields going to be good? Will it be obviously? Will it be Wilson? Will it be Jones? Will it be Lance? Will it be any of those guys? Who's going to be the career backup? Who's going to, a la Ryan Tannehill, need a change of scenery and wind up somewhere else after his rookie contract and then comes alive? It's impossible to project. For us, for NFL experts, for front offices, you're just hoping to get it right. What is your guess? And it's all it is. What's your guess looking at the guys who could be expected first round quarterbacks taken, what we're looking back and saying they are 5-10 years from now?
Yeah, no, for sure. It's a fair thing to bring up. I'm of the opinion Trevor Lawrence could get himself into trouble from just an injury perspective. Guy doesn't like to quit on plays. He's got a big arm. Again, I wouldn't put him in bust territory or anything, but I just look at Lawrence as a guy who may take a little bit, he's not going to be as consistent off the top as people think. Could struggle with injuries as well. Maybe a little bit like Josh Allen. Oh, there's Kelsey's going to get there? No, not quite. Potentially looking at a couple seasons like Josh Allen had to figure it out. I think eventually he'll figure it out and have some big years, but that's kind of where I think he could end up being just a little bit more raw than people think right off the bat. Wilson is a really interesting one. He looks like just an absolute natural as a passer, but it's against no pressure in college. It just, every highlight you look at Zach Wilson is he's not really under any pressure. And it just worries me, in a scheme with the Jets, he might not be that good beginning. Does he suffer just from being on a bad team and an adjustment period? I would say Wilson, maybe not even from a skill standpoint, just from a landing spot standpoint, has the biggest bust potential for me. I think Fields is the guy who's going to surprise people and be a star. I really do. Just his ability to adapt in college to me just looked like the best. I think he's very natural at the position. Never look like really out of sorts to me. Obviously, potentially the most athletic of the three. So I look at Wilson very much like people were looking at Deshaun Watson that year, where some people were down on him. He drifted further down because of weird concerns. I think it was mostly about his arm with Watson. I think you're getting a similar thing with Fields. People are just down on him for no good reason, like for having like a good college career. That's why people are down on him. So I kind of look at Fields as the guy who might just pop up, kind of like Herbert did last year, and people are like, oh yeah, this guy was really good. He's raw. Why were everyone down on him? And the other two might actually have a little bit more risk. So that's how I'm looking at the top four, I guess. Wait, 3, 4? I don't even know. I guess, yeah, top 3, and then we got Jones and Trey Lance as well.
You think
I don't
there's
even
any
know.
possibility that Amond or Trask could find their way into the end of round 1?
I don't think so. I just don't know if there's going to be the desire there. I mean, do the Bears trade back for one of those guys maybe? The Bears taking one of those guys at where they are right now just seems like not a good thing. So, I don't think it would be Trask. It might be Amon. No, I don't think it'll happen. Those guys might not even get those guys would be more like late second rounders, I think, at best, if I had to guess.
We had another touchdown for KC. It was not CEH this time. It was Tyreek Hill from Patrick Mahomes. So those of you checking out the leaderboard, the Mad Matinee, the sim between two teams that have their QB situation handled, free roll. I am sitting 18 out of 123 because I just got touchdowns all over the place, Moose. Fooligan, P-Foo, our guy, is in front by about 4 points. Where's Wave Goodbye?
I'm probably getting hammered because I have John Ross in my captain spot. I don't have the correct contest open here.
You're 122 right now out of 120.
There we go. Yeah. 122.
Yeah, 122 out of 123.
I'm probably like the only person who actually captained a Bengal player. So
that's not true. Some other people did as well. I know it because I can see the metrics.
Yeah,
Gio Bernard, for instance, who has a touchdown in this one, is captain in 4.9% of lineups.
What's the most QBs that have ever gone in the first round? Do you know off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, I don't. I have to look it up. I bet it's probably a pretty easy Google. While we do that, by the way, Moose, I'm hoping you can help me with this for a second.
Okay.
From Nomad Traveler and Friend, Hope Hold On Pain Ends. That's the long username. Kaufman, my man, can you ask my girl Carly if she'll marry Jay? Thanks, man. Hope you're safe during these times. Carly, I hope you're sitting down. Jay is a very important question for you. It's been a tough year. It's been a long, long year. And I can't thank you enough for your patience allowing me to spend so much time in Simland with guys like Jeff and Adam and everybody else who's part of the DK Sim fam. Over this time of being locked down, mask wearing, just us together, getting to know each other, it's really reinforced for me that you're the one for me. And while I don't hope we spend forever in a pandemic, I do want to spend forever with you. So if you could be so kind, if you see it in your heart, as I drop down on one knee, to spend the rest of your days with me and the DK Sim fam, it would just mean the world to me. Now I have to go smash that like button. I'll be right back. Anything to add?
No.
Then we can do when they actually go down the aisle, we can do our wedding, our little wedding golf broadcast.
That's true. The wedding broadcast, which I thought was a great idea.
It's the best idea. There's no better idea. I mean, I hope Nomad Traveler wasn't just Jay here wasn't yanking my chain, but even if he was, I had the opportunity to do that. Brian says, "Oh my God, Koff, you're going to make me cry." Deathpaw says, "Pop the question already."
Yeah, I know.
Straight cash, good shiz. Brian, say yes.
Congo Cab, yeah, I
Wait,
agree.
what the hell's going on here?
Yeah, it's pretty much my response as well. Never know what you're gonna get. What's this?
Bucket says if you would just stop talking, she could answer. Sorry, I wanted to get it all out there. Carly, you've got yourself a fine man. That Jay. I hope that when we go on tour, you guys will come to the live show.
Yep. Kaufman and I are available for hire.
Serenaded.
Actually, Kaufman, I, and Glash come as a package. Kaufman and I will narrate your wedding. Glasheen will DJ it and also bartend.
Hey, speaking of Glash and music, by the way, I'm glad that inadvertently came up because I was on Twitter earlier, and granted, like it's Twitter. He wrote it. He didn't say it. There is a difference. I'd probably write some things that I wouldn't say. Oh, Nomad says she said yes. And Kaufman, you, sir, are the man. She'd love for you to come to the wedding, not yanking your chain. You can DM me. I will tell you where to send an invite. But as Jeff said, I come with Glash and Moose. I don't come alone. It's a package deal. You have all three of us. Congratulations to the two of you. I wish you many, many sims of happiness.
Yeah, congrats, dude. There you go.
Tom says, tell him to send you a head-to-head about the details of the wedding. You can even make it free. But he adds, but seriously, congrats. And congrats to Jay and Carly. Can we just off clap? That's awesome. Getting back to Glash, because, we got to tease Glash a little bit. So I don't remember exactly what it says, but I'm going to remember the important part. He referred to a song by saying, this song, in all caps, slaps. Okay? Which I know is a popular term among the young people today. Okay? And I couldn't have sounded older saying it that way. I am not someone, like, you're never going to catch me saying, and probably not writing either, but at least saying, this song slaps. Because there's no way that those words coming out of my mouth can sound natural. There's just, I can't. Maybe I'm too old. Maybe it's just because I'm me. I can't, man, it's going to be lit. Nope. Can't do it. Can't pull it off. And you know what? I don't think Glash can pull it off either. I don't think Glash can. You know what? This song slaps. Nope. Maybe if he's in character as somebody else, but as himself, can't do it. Can't do it. You can't do it.
Oh, I would never even attempt it. I know my limitations. I know my limitations, Coffin. Speaking of Glash, I'm just going to play his latest TikTok here, and we can listen to the music.
Are there rights we need to worry about?
No, I don't think so. It's someone playing flute. So, from his latest TikTok, imitating Kyle Shanahan, thinking about the draft, that really slapped though. That TikTok, but no,
slap that TikTok.
But to answer your point, Glashkin, I don't know, man. I don't know who is allowed to use those words or not. I just know I'm not allowed to use those words and sound cool to me. So
nope. Can't do it.
That's all I know. That's all I can say.
Nope. Bucket says the wedding will be a whole day thing. Koff will still be talking during the after party, explaining his thoughts. Koff 2 for 2 in proposals, says Straight Cash. You have a good memory, Straight Cash. We are 2 for 2.
This is 2 for 2. That's true. I think you were with me both times too.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, if anyone wants to get engaged, make sure it's a sim that we're doing together. Let's see. Brian, Patrick Mahomes is he's got $500 million. Starbucks Grande Coffee is $17. Kaufman helping a marriage proposal in Simland, priceless.
CH stuffed.
What's the weather for the next game, Koff? We can give you that rundown. Not to worry. We'll take a little look-see. Winalda, Jeff, please don't do that. I'm not even sure what he's talking about now. But it was
I assume it was the
recent.
Glash music.
Oh, okay. Just let's not relive the TikTok altogether. Rain on the next one, as far as the weather goes, folks.
Ooh, I think that was Tyreek in the touchdown. It was.
That's a pair.
Wow. Not a good sim to go against the Chiefs here. Just bottling my Bengals. Bengals.
Not great for you. That should keep me in the top 20. Having both Hill and Mahomes, though neither one captained. I guess I went with the wrong captain in Travis Kelce.
This is like legitimately the worst sim I've ever had. 122nd out of 123rd.
I'd say it's early, but we're early in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, no, we're early grave for my lineup.
Tater Hater says Glash is an 18-year-old trapped in a 38-year-old's body, whereas Koff is a 58-year-old trapped in a 38-year-old's body. That's why it's the perfect pair. If Glash is in a 38-year-old's body, he'd really resent that because I think he's like 28.
Yeah, Glash is. I know. I always forget. Glash is.
He's a child.
He really is. You know.
Must be 2 for 2 and a baby status. That's true. We did bring Madden Samantha into the world. I mean, the Kilgores had something to do with it, but I think it was mostly us.
Madden Samantha.
Madden Samantha. Steven says, so if Koff is the go-to, if you want to get engaged, which commentator is the one that you go to for help with a breakup? Hashtag it's not you, it's me. 1000% Kenny.
That was the first thing that came up. I was about to say Kenny too. I don't even know why, but yeah, he gets that. He's sure. Yeah. It's Kenny. Put your wife in a room with Kenny for 10 minutes and she'll want to break up with you. You listen to this guy?
It's not working out.
Is your tennis tout?
Tater Hater. Wait, Glash is only 28? I just assume you're all 38. That's true. Identically. We all are exactly the same age.
Oh, drop off there. Gio.
28-7, very lopsided. DFS Queenie says, never lose that inner child. Couldn't agree more. Gotta have that. I just assume now that I know Jeff has legs that he dances around his house with his kids, listening to the soundtrack from Frozen, and just he gets wild, gets nuts. Up in the kitchen while he's making dinner, or probably more likely watching his wife make dinner.
Yeah, I was going to say ordering dinner. The rest is all true, though. We do like Elsa and Anna and their songs in this house. We also like to dress up like them.
You as well?
No, I'm not allowed to dress up like them. My kids would lose it if I tried to do that.
What if you dressed up as what's the little guy's name?
The reindeer?
No,
the little guy.
Yeah, and for the little snow guy.
Oh, Olaf. Yeah, I could pull that off. I'd be fine with that. Yep.
Brian says, Ducey, during the breakup, would have you sit down on the race car bed and talk Jets for 90 minutes. Congo Cab says, see this, the Adam I wanted to see with Glash on the call the other night. You two was too nice to each other. We were kind of, we weren't at odds. I'll give you that. We were kind, but I think it was an entertaining tandem.
Did Glash come over or no?
Nope. We never even discussed it. What I said to him too, after the fact, when we were on the sim, I said he said he didn't want to come over. He figured like a weekend would be better because he knows I do a lot of work at night. He kind of, I think he was just making an excuse for his laziness, but he was trying to kind of project it upon me and saying he didn't want to get in the way because he knew it was the 8 o'clock and then he'd have the 10 o'clock, but I wouldn't. I'd have to get to work. I said, no. This is where you screwed up. I wanted nothing more than for you to come over and do the pork sim we would do the 8 o'clock together. And then for the 10 o'clock that I'm not part of, that you did with Lamarca, I think it was, I was just going to sit on the porch and heckle you the whole time. I was going to be a live studio audience for the sim, and that would have been so much fun. And
that would have worked well. That really would have worked well, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he said, "All right, I guess we'll do it the next time." Can you imagine like a live buzzword?
Just in the background the whole time.
Woo! Oh, I don't have him. I didn't roster him.
Update the scores.
Come on, ops. This is ridiculous. I was in 63rd. Am I in the top 50 now or what? I've got that guy. I got the stack. This is stupid. Rigged.
Yeah, we definitely need to do that now. I'm a little sad I can't do that.
Right?
That would be fun.
You fly in just for that. I'll even let you stay in the house.
I just yell outside your window.
That's true. We'll get you sleep.
Oh, did he get it? Did. Is that John Ross? It is.
Yeah, there you go. Old Capitan, you got the right guy.
Up to 121. It's all uphill from here.
How about one big push to 200 likes? Smash that like. We got north of 400 people watching the Dream Stream on the YouTube. We do have a booth review, so we'll see, but I don't think it's going to be
Make sure you subscribe, too, to the DraftKings channel, guys. Tomorrow on The Sweat, we are going to be doing the draft the entire time, so it'll be my awesome mock draft. Smart people like Gary will be there, too, and then you'll have some terrible advice from Julian and Steve as well, but it's going to be draft all the time tomorrow on The Sweat, 11 Eastern. Make sure you tune in, guys. It'll be fun, for sure. For sure. All right, cut it down to 2 scores. What did that bump me up to? 119th. Wow, that's it?
Yeah, there you go.
Who did you guys roster today?
Stats, in fairness, may not be fully up to date yet. Don't beat yourself
No,
up.
I think they are. That's
Dan says, hey, Kaufman, maybe get ordained. You can perform that whole ceremony.
Yeah, man. I was thinking about doing that.
Not a bad idea.
Ordained ministers, they rake in the cash. Not cheap to get married these days.
I've gotten married. I've been a best man, been a groomsman. Can't say I've ever been the ordained minister. So may have to cross that one off the bucket list. Onside kick. Whoa! That was awfully close. Casey's got it, but that was awfully close. DeMarcus Robinson. Nice work on the hands team, guy. I am sitting top 20, but Juice G is in front by about 1.5 points on Pifu.
Interesting note here, too. Bridgewater's been traded twice now, both times because of Sam Darnold. Bridgewater was in training camp with the Jets in 2018. Then the Jets took Darnold 3rd overall and traded him. Now the Panthers acquired Sam Darnold and traded him before camp.
I did not put that together.
I didn't either, but I always forget that Teddy was on the Jets for a little stint. And realistically, Jets probably would have been better off just keeping Darnold and using the draft capital somewhere else there. So, wonder if it's going to work out the same way for the Panthers. Although they didn't give up draft. Well, actually, they did give up draft capital. So,
Kicking Club says, Moose, getting married is so much cheaper than getting divorced, though. And it's true, but
in most cases, you are absolutely correct, friend.
But I mean, do you know, like, short of those people that have been married like 6 times, do you know anybody who goes into a marriage thinking like this isn't going to end well? I mean, maybe, but it's not the mindset you should have.
I don't think most people think that at the beginning of their marriage, anyways, especially when they're getting married. So maybe some people should, but
this is
it's probably not good.
We're gonna take a flyer on this situation.
Yeah, just taking a flyer.
See how it goes.
Your wedding speech. Yeah, we'll just take a flyer.
I don't think we should rush to kids because that makes it ugly. We don't want to do that. We want to make sure that if in a handful of years we decide to break apart, it's a little cleaner. I don't want to get you on that whole child support thing. Plus, we can really cut the cord. There are no kids in the picture. We can just be done. We don't even have to stay in touch.
National Superhero Day today.
Is that right? I'm sure I've asked you this. I was not intentionally wearing a Superman t-shirt, but that's fun. Who is your favorite superhero? And you can be specific to the movies, the comics, the one you wore for Halloween growing up. I don't care. Who is your near and dear favorite superhero?
I mean, when I was growing up, it was more Spider-Man, but I've definitely become more of a Batman guy as I've gotten older. Darker. I've always been like Batman. So probably because it's like that old, I can't remember who did the bit, but it's like, well, like, why do men like Batman? It's because they actually see, like, they consider Batman as like a future potential career. Like, I could become Batman. If I really put my mind to it, if I really committed, I could be Batman.
He's got a ton of money. He doesn't have any superpowers.
Exactly. His superpower is that he's rich and committed.
Yeah, it's true. He's dedicated. And he has Alfred. He has a butler.
Yeah. I can get all those things, I don't have to get like gamma radiation like the Hulk or be born on Krypton like Superman, But seriously, I do like Batman. Always like the Batman stories.
Always been Batman for me. Batman was the one that I was for Halloween, like, all the time as a kid.
I don't think I ever dressed up as Batman. I dressed up as Spider-Man once.
I was Batman for Halloween last year with the kids.
What's that?
I was Batman for Batman for Halloween last year with the kids. You know how difficult it is to find a Batman costume on Amazon that fits? I had to order like 17 costumes and send them back.
What?
Just to find one that actually fit. Very difficult. And even then, I kind of gave up. Like, it definitely doesn't fit perfectly. It fit well enough. But it really rides uncomfortably, let me tell you. It's like walking around with a permanent wedgie, so long as you have that costume in. Because there's no, short of like going out and getting a customized one because you're just loaded, you can't, they're either like too short, and they're one pieces. So they're either too short lengthwise, but like the upper body is just way too, ridiculously big in terms of the padding, or there's no correlation where it fits comfortably. You just can't find it. You can't find it. I mean, maybe the ones, like, I'm talking about the ones that you can get for like $50. Maybe the ones that are like $300 actually fit, but I wasn't that dedicated.
Yeah, Halloween costumes are, if you can find like good ones for like not that much money, you hold on to that. It is hard to get them.
Yep.
We always get on it too late. I always get on it too late too. I'm like, oh yeah, Halloween's coming up. And then it's like 2 weeks before and you're like, oh God, I've left it late again. I have to like make a wild run. Everyone's doing a run on Halloween costumes. There's nothing left. I gotta set a reminder, like September 1st to get in a Halloween costume.
If not earlier, man.
Yeah, like summer, when no one's thinking about it, when it's on no one's radar,
I'm going to scroll back in my pictures here for post-game, see if I can find a picture from Halloween. Because I know the people just feel like we got to have it. We got to see it. Let's see. That's not right. No, all right, good. Here we go. Question is, can I find one without my kids in it? Not that I'm not all excited about showing you guys my kids, but... no, that's not very good. It's just so bad. It's terrible. Yeah, all right. So are we on camera? We're on camera. All right, so look at this, if you can.
Oh, okay.
It's probably because I'm holding the phone so it doesn't reflect off the ring light here, so it probably looks a little warped or whatever. But
Oh, no, I can see it fine.
you get the idea. That's right.
Yeah, does the mask fit snug?
No, it's not great. None of it's great. But this is me ripped, guys. I'm just gonna let you look at this.
I mean, I just assumed that the suit was like,
form fitting.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what I look like when I take my shirt off.
It was like spandex suit,
Who you got for your awards?
Oh God, yeah, got to do this.
Yeah. I think the Krusty Koff player of the game probably is pretty easy.
Well, you give me the Krusty Koff.
All right, let's do CEH for that. 30 points in the flex, 72 receiving, 64 rushing, multiple touchdowns. He was popular.
It's either him or Tyreek.
But he was, exactly. Tyreek was awesome as well. But I'm gonna go to CEH. How about your Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award? Who's the bust?
Yeah, well, that's pretty easy because I just have to look at my teams and my team and the team around it. Teams around it. It's gonna be Tyler Boyd, 35% owned, 1 reception, 2.4 points.
Not good.
Horrible. Not good at all.
Not good. All right. Well, here's what's up. You've got, again, lots of weather coming up today. So the 4 o'clock sim will be the Lions, the Ravens. It's a rain game. Brendan Glasheen, Christian DeAndrea will have you. NBA The Slate with Shirag and Matt after that sim before the 6 at 6 o'clock. You'll have Raiders, Packers in the snow. Glash and Christian again. I will return with Kenny Ducey. We'll see if he breaks up with anybody. For the Saints, Dolphins in the rain at, again, 8 prime time. Madden After Dark, Bears, Steelers in the snow. It will be Jason Rossi and Tom Carroll. So we want to thank everybody involved with this one. Of course, Jordan, Undercover Boss Tom, Frangelico, everybody. And congrats again to Jay and Carly. Engaged! What a moment. Moose will be back with you. Let's see. Tomorrow's Thursday. Moose. When are you back?
Saturday.
Moose will return on Saturday. So look out for that. Jeff, pleasure, pal.
Yep. Have a great one, guys. See you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the No Laying Up preview show presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook. DJ Pie, Neil here. Neil, congratulations. The boys picked a couple winners last week. Cam and Leash.
It's a pleasure being in business with you, Pie, man. I'll tell you that.
That's 2 wins for you, 3 wins for me. We're both in the negative, but that's neither here nor there because we're turning it around. We're continuing the mode this week. Is that right?
That's right. The Beluga possibly could be out of last place, or he's getting close. I think I'm creeping up on Big Randy, who's having a bit of a slump lately. But 2 of the last 4 weeks picking winners, people wonder, how does the Beluga do it? Keep watching. I'll show you.
This week, we are going to Innisbrook Resort, a place you were just at.
Excuse me. I was. Check out the crash course on Innisbrook, the Copperhead course. Shout out to the Snake Pit. Swear I've heard that name Snakes before. It's a testy little course. I think some crafty players, similar to Heritage. I think you're going to have to work the ball both ways out there. And, it's kind of a ball striker's paradise.
One of those places, every year we always talk about it. Underrated golf course on the PGA Tour. Second shot golf course, iron players paradise out there. A place where you got to drive it in play. I know that probably factors into some of your plays. I'm going to guess I know at least one person who made the starting lineup this week, but you could surprise me. Who knows? What do you think? Do you want to kick it off?
Yeah, I can do that. The other thing I'll say, though, is tricky greens. Don't want to be above the hole. So, going to need some Shafua out there this week, too. I have a couple interesting plays this week. So 5 bets, as always.
As always.
We are going. This is the week Corey Connors breaks through. We're going 30 nuggies plus 1,800 for Corey Connors to win. He's been sniffing around too much not to. He's a top 10 machine.
Corey Connors is like the third best odds or third worst odds, shortest odds. I always forget how to.
Everybody's picking up on him. I think he's going to break through. I'm also going Corey Connors top 10 for 20 nuggies as well. That's plus 200. I'm going Patrick Reed plus 225. It kind of feels like a good golf course for him for a top 10. 20 nuggies there. Lord Tyrell Hatton. I love my guy, my Opus Dei guy. Plus 275, 20 nuggies there. And, a bit of a pouch dodger. Justin Thomas top 10, 20 nuggies. Nobody heard that.
No Ches.
I know what you're saying, that this is the week that Ches does it, but
I hope he wins.
We got to put him on the bench for a week, and just hasn't been performing in practice. So we can't, coaches aren't seeing enough out of him. But yes, I think this probably is the week that he does it.
I hate seeing you pouch dodge. That sucks.
Plus 100. It's plus 100. It's not a pouch dodge.
Yeah, but it's Justin Thomas for a top 10. It's not a good look, is what I'll say. I thought we were kind of riding together on making fun of the pouch dodgers, but I hate seeing you do that.
I'm trying to build a little bit of momentum. Listen, I haven't been in the pouch in a little while, and I'd like to stay there. I just need a break from the pouch, okay? just lay off me, dude, okay? Just lay off me.
I understand why you're doing it. I don't have to like it, but I do understand it. A couple of my picks, I'm gonna ride you on the Patrick Reed top 10 plus 225. These are all 20 nuggets, of course. I'm going with not a ton of great value over in the LPGA. There's a lot of the favorites are in your plus 500, plus 600, plus 700. But I'm going down the board a little bit. I'm going Arya Jutanagarn in Singapore. I think she's ready to flash some form. Played pretty well here last year. Plus 335 for top 10 for Arya.
Hopefully you and her. Hopefully everyone's smiling.
Hopefully everybody's smiling.
Hopefully everybody's smiling.
And another big smiler, Shanshan Feng.
Yes.
We saw some form at out west and it played okay last week, but going over to Singapore again, played fairly decent last year at this golf course. I think she's ready to kind of get some of that mo going. She's plus 2,000 to win, so I'm going to go there. And then two more plays back at the Valspar. One of the guy who's playing some of the best golf in the world right now. Not a PGA Tour player. He's playing on the Korn Ferry Tour. Just won on the Korn Ferry Tour. Almost won on the PGA Tour last week. Peter Uihlein. He's played this event a bunch. So I'm going Peter Uihlein top 20 plus 500.
Like that.
And I'm also, what the hell? Shocked the world. Where were you when it happened? Peter Uihlein win.
Wow.
On the PGA Tour plus 17,500.
No Ches.
No.
You're beating me up about Ches.
Oh, I never
Ches
picked Ches.
The odds were plus 500 for a top 20. I'm just lighting money on fire. That's like, I picked him 6 weeks in a row. I can't do it. I know I should probably pick him one more time, but you know what, Ches? Just play a little better and I'll pick you.
All right, let's see what Solly's got this week.
Thank you, gentlemen. Sorry to miss the studio filming today. Had a Florida Mid-Am qualifier. We rocked him. We made it through. See you at Admiral's Cove here in a couple of weeks. I got 5 plays this week, all PGA Tour. Nelly Corda's not teeing it up this week, so my go-to LPGA bet is out the window. Patrick Reed has had success at this event. He's just been too quiet lately. Top 10 plus 225, 20 nuggets on that. Victor Hovland is also going to top 10. He's plus 250, 20 more nuggets on that. Biggest play, Scotty Scheffler for a top 20, 40 nuggets on that at plus 120. We're also taking him to win, plus 3,000, 10 nuggets. Feels like a good venue for a first-time winner. Cameron Tringale, Tron's boy, also known as Scam Tringale. The data guys love this guy. He keeps putting up numbers. He keeps beating the odds on, some of these events that you just wouldn't expect him to. He's not a sexy name. He's going to top 10. That's plus 500, and we're going to put 10 more nuggets on that. Had a decent week last week. Scraped a little bit out of it. But you know what? We're coming for TC. We're still just plodding along.
All right, thank you, Solly. We've got the two out in San Francisco, probably stuffing their face with burger dogs right now. Let's see what Tron and Randy. I gotta assume one of these guys was supposed to be in the pouch this week. Rather than paying off their pouch, they're playing the Olympic Club.
There will be some pouches to be paid in next week's episode.
The boys are not going to forget. The boys are not going to forget the pouches. You two, what do you got?
Hello, everybody. Where am I? I'm at the Olympic Club in San Francisco. My guy TC invited me out to his private club today. What a treat. Excellent day here in the Bay Area. Maybe you can see the Sutro Tower in the background. Oh my gosh, what a world. I have 5 plays this week, as I always do. Let's get right into them. We're going out to Singapore for the LPGA event. Lee 6. I'm taking her to the lead after the first round. Total flyer here. She showed a bit of form last week in LA. Plus 3,300. I'm putting 10 nuggies on it. Lee 6, leader after the first round. Top 10. Hanako Shibuno, major winner. Plus 550. 30 nuggies on that. Last one, So-Yun Ryu. Again, showed really good form in LA. I'm taking her to win. 15 nuggies at plus 1,400. 3 LPGA picks. I've been god-awful betting the LPGA. One of these has to hit this week. Thought about going to the PGA for my final two. Didn't really like anything. Valspar, weird spot on the calendar. I'm going to leave that for the other people. F1's back. We got 2 plays. Portugal Grand Prix. Lewis Hamilton to win. When is he ever plus 160 to win? I'm taking him 30 nuggies. We're big on the Benzes this week. And then finally, Daniel Ricciardo to hit the podium, plus 550. I feel like, he's a little bit of a slow starter. Hopefully that McLaren's dialed. I'm putting 15 nuggies on that. So there you have it.
Hello, friends. Greetings from San Francisco. Like Randy said, we shared a wonderful day here at the O Club. I'm about ready to be done with lefty golf. It stinks. Like I'm backsliding like crazy. Pets' heads are falling off. It's bad out there. Got 5 plays this week. First things first, super uninspired by pretty much everything on the golf front. We're going to the NFL draft. Devontae Smith or Jalen Waddle, who goes first in the draft? Devontae Smith plus 133. I was shocked to see him as an underdog there. So going 50 nuggies on that. Very, very confident there. If anybody picks Jalen Waddle over Devontae Smith, they're an idiot. Lucas Glover plus 550 down at Valspar for a top 10, throwing 20 nuggies at that. Brandon Grace, top 10, just taking a flyer there, 10 nuggies plus 900. Going over to Singapore for Patty Kabatanakit. Randy, did I say that right?
Yes.
Plus 900 for a top 5, 10 nuggies there. And then finally, we're going down to Houston. Scott Harrell, plus 1,600 for a win, 10 nuggies there. He's loves this course. Runner-up a couple years ago. I think he finished top 5 here last year as well. Playing his off right now. So send it.
What's going on, golf addicts? Welcome to Tour Junkies After Dark. It's dark. We have been drinking.
It is dark.
I got my Crow's Nest Masters Cup right here.
Vino.
Drinking some vodka that I can't say because no free ads. You got some vino. We just recorded the Tour Junkies podcast for the Valspar 2021. That's what we're doing. Valspar in lovely... near Tampa, pretty much, Florida.
Palm Harbor.
Yes. Innisbrook Resort, the Copperhead course. Good stuff, Pat. I'm excited to be here, your host of the Tour Junkies podcast. Pat Perry with me. We're having a great time. We took a week off last week because the Zurich was a team event, and frankly, we needed a week off. So, here we are. We just had a couple great shows. We did the DraftKings preview, DFS preview on our channel. We did the betting picks preview, if you're interested in that, which you probably are. You're not watching this. And now we're going to talk a little bit about the DraftKings Sportsbook plays that we like, the outrights, the top 20s. We're going to give you a great course breakdown. Before we do that, go ahead and hit the thumbs up button if you wouldn't mind. Give it a thumbs up. Give it a subscribe. Hit the subscribe button to the DraftKings YouTube channel. Good content every single day, multiple times a day on the DraftKings YouTube channel. And, Pat, we did have our caddy friend, 9-year, 10-year caddy on the PGA Tour, Mr. John Rathouse, very familiar with the Copperhead course here at the Innisbrook Resort. He talked about on our YouTube channel, on our show, a lot about the golf course, about how it's going to play, about how it's going to set up. So why don't you kind of condense that for the people? If they want to go check it out, they can head over to the Tour Junkies YouTube channel and check it out on the DraftKings preview for the Valspar. But why don't you kind of summarize and tell us what we're looking at here for the Copperhead course?
Yeah, it's a great course. This course typically plays as one of the most difficult courses on tour. It is a par 71 playing just over 7,300 yards. Interesting thing about this course is you've got 4 par 5s, which is pretty normal, but you also got 5 par 3s that all play pretty difficult, and that's not something you typically see as 5 par 3s on a golf course, but we got it here this week. Another thing that really I think that Rathouse mentioned the most was just how this is like a
a Florida course that isn't really a Florida course. Okay, you got a lot of undulation. You got a lot of elevation changes here that are different than you might see on a typical Florida layout. So it's something that's a little bit unusual. He says that is certainly a factor in why it's so difficult. It's just not something that's normal for these guys. You do have Bermuda grass, tee to green here. There is some overseed with POA, but as we know, we're getting later in the spring. This course is, they typically used to play this in March, but now they're playing it here in late April, early May. So that could play a difference here in this course and how we see it. You got the snake pit, DB. You got the snake pit this week. Watch out. The snake is going to get ya. Watch out for that snake. They bite you. And you don't know where they are. They're coming from all angles. But in this course, it's 16, 17, and 18. So when you're going into the snake pit.
True.
It's not going to shock you here. But look, it's a difficult course. I think it's going to be a stern test for these guys. For me, and just like Red House said, he said strokes gained approach is huge this week. You got to look at that stat. He liked course history.
He did. He's a big fan, he said. Big fan.
He likes some course history. And then he also likes scrambling. But I kind of pressed him a little bit, not just on the scrambling. And he did eventually mention some driving accuracy. But if you look at driving accuracy stats, it's going to be a little bit different because this is a course where they can dial it back off the tee. They're not always just hitting drivers off the tee. They're hitting all kinds of shots here, but you do need to be in the fairway. This is a very tight tree-lined golf course, so it's important to be in the fairway here on this course. So there you go. Let's talk about some picks, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. We talked about how this tends to be a more difficult course, so you want guys who play difficult courses well. Wind is a definite factor here. It's looking like a big factor the first couple days. It can be tough. Paul Casey's won here 2 times in a row. They didn't play it in 2020, so they played it in 2019, 2018. He won both of those. Big time ball striker course. He talked about everybody kind of plays the same spots off the tee. So whether you're going to get there, if you're a shorter hitter, you're probably still going to hit driver. If you're a longer hitter like a Dustin Johnson, a Justin Thomas, you're going to see these guys take a lot of irons off the tee, maybe a 5-wood, a hybrid, 3-wood, something like that. Play into the same spots on these golf courses, and then it's all about the iron play and approach play into these very small greens. And they're difficult. They're fast. They're undulating. They're grainy Bermuda. So you're going to miss them. And so I think that's why Caddy John says
that's why scrambling comes into play.
I think that's why he said strokes gained around the greens is your stat to look at there. There's a lot of bunkering here. It's going to be an interesting test. The weather looks great. It looks dry. It looks windy. So it could be good. I see right now, winning score projected at like minus 10.5. So could be a tougher test for these boys. It's not going to be like a 19 under winning this thing like we're used to seeing. So should be good, decent field. It's anyway, the first name that really gets me going would be Patrick Reed at 18-1. He's a guy that has 2 runner-up finishes here at the Valspar. He's a guy that, just finished 8th at the Masters, 22nd at the Players, won the Farmers Insurance Open just a couple of months ago. Patrick Reed never gets a lot of love, never gets a lot of credit. I'm sitting here looking at him. He's the same price on the DraftKings Sportsbook betting market as Corey Connors, who's a hot name. Corey Connors, good player, great player, playing very well, great ball striker, almost won this golf tournament a couple years ago, is a one-time PGA Tour winner. But since the one time he's won, Patrick Reed has won 3 times since Corey Connors last won. I just think at 18-1, I'm getting a decent value there for Patrick Reed. I like a little bit of Paul Casey as well at 22-1, defending champ. Can he go back to back and do something that very few men have ever done on the PGA Tour? I'm sorry, back to back to back, hit 3 in a row here at the Valspar. He could. He's a great ball striker, tremendous ball striker, plays well at this course, loves this course, is in good form as well. But I think Patrick Reed's my favorite play in kind of the shorter range, that 18-1 number. Who's your shorter player that you're digging?
I don't mind Patrick Reed at all.
Okay,
he
good.
is certainly a good play this week. I like Corey Connors at 18-1. Okay, like look, there's a
The
lot
battle
we
of
could
the
get
18 to 1s. Here we go.
We could get into a lot of debate on win equity and all that kind of stuff. I do think that Patrick Reed obviously presents a better chance to win because he's shown that. I think that the way Corey Connors has trended this year on tour, this could be a week where he breaks through and wins his second tour event. He's a good enough player to win a second tour event.
100%.
It's not like
100%.
It's not like he just won his first one, out of nowhere. I mean, and you look at the ball striking, everything that Corey Connors has been doing lately. This is another course that sets up extremely well for him. So I do like him at 18-1. Is it incredible value? Not really. But when you're looking at the top players in this event, I would put some money on him for sure. I think he can win. I don't mind the number at 18-1, so I'm going to play him there.
Can you believe people are putting together like a 5-team NBA parlay right now to hit 18-1 when they could just be betting Patrick Reed or Corey Connors to win this golf tournament?
I mean, yeah.
It's insane. Golf betting is where it's at. I don't know what you're doing if you're not doing it. If you're watching this, you're obviously interested. It's insane. Anyway. Continue up the board.
Next guy I like is Abraham Answer at 30-1. Another guy we haven't seen win a lot on tour.
At all.
I don't know if he's even won.
He's never won.
He's not won. But he's certainly come close. I think this is a course that is a very good fit for him. At 30-1, I like that number also. Now, I will say this. A guy right next to him, that's at 28-1, who also is like plays every single week and has won on tour, is Sung J M. I like that number for him. But I think you can play both those guys. If like we're spreading the risk a little bit, we're not just going to play one guy every week. I like both those guys at 28-1, Sung J M, 30-1, Abraham Answer.
Okay. I like it. I'm going to go with the 35-1 stud. Recently won his very first PGA Tour event back in the fall, Jason Kokrak.
I like this.
Kokrak loves this place. He finished runner-up here in 2019, tied for 8th in 2018, plays difficult golf course as well over his PGA Tour career. He's got another 7th place finish here back in 2015 and a 14th in 2014. Jason Kokrak loves this golf course. That's a fact, okay? Playing really well, checks a lot of boxes. He's one of those bombers that clubs down off the tee here, so definitely hits it a long way. So you're not going to see a lot of drivers out of Kokrak, but the iron play has been very solid lately over the last 24 or so rounds. He's just got a putt, which he tends to do he's been doing pretty okay lately. He's a tremendous ball striker. That's what you're getting with Jason Kokrak. And he's coming off of, here's a few Florida finishes for you. 9th at the Players, 8th at the Arnold Palmer, Florida, Bermuda. Yeah, he's done pretty good. So I think 35-1, Jason Kokrak, very interesting to me. And then getting down the board a little bit, recent PGA Tour winner at the Genesis, Max Homa at 70-1. Very interested in Max Homa. Great, total driver of the golf ball. Good tee to green guy. Now, he's missed his last 2 cuts. He missed his cut at the Masters, but it was his first time. Kind of give that a pass. Missed the cut at the Players, but the Players is one of those events where a lot of big names missed the cut. There was a tough Thursday that day. It was really brutal. Before that, 10th at the Arnold Palmer. Played well at the WGC, won the Genesis, 7th at Pebble Beach. Max is confident. He's riding high. Irons, off the tee, all really popping for him. He's really just doing everything pretty good right now. So I think Homa is very interesting here. This is his first time playing Valspar, but I don't mind that. 70-1, I really like the value there with Max Homa at 70-1. And finally, the last outright for me is going to be Keegan Bradley, who, I can't stop betting on because he's just so he's such a tremendous ball striker. He just gets to greens unlike any other, and then he just misses putts also unlike any other. But plays well in difficult courses, plays well in the wind, tremendous recent form. kind of a mixed bag here at the Valspar, but again, you're just banking on a decent putter week for Keegan. Fun fact is he's in 3 out of his last 4 events, he's gained strokes putting, which he has not done since 2017. So Keegan's putter is warming up. Be on the lookout at 80 to 1. I think that's interesting. So there you go. That's all my outrights.
All right. Well, I'll start in this mid-range with Cameron Tringale at 50 to 1. I think that's a good number for him. Look, I feel like Tringale is
he's got hairy arms. He's got hairy arms. I will say that.
And the thing is, he's been trending all year, and I just don't want to not bet him in a week where who knows what he could do.
You have FOMO, as the kids say.
Yeah, there's a little bit of fear of missing out if he happens to win.
I get it. Sometimes
the
we
way
bet with
he's
that.
been trending. You look at the stats. I mean, he's top 10 in the field in ball striking, 15th in strokes gained approach, top 25 in scrambling, which we mentioned was something we want to look at. Yeah, I think that, across the board, he's one of the, if you're creating models and whatever else as far as stats are concerned, he's going to be right up there in your top 5. I like Tringale at 50 to 1, so I'll bet him there. And then I like the Keegan play that you said, but then also Denny McCarthy.
Yes.
He's at 80 to 1. I love Denny McCarthy this week. This is a guy that's been kind of in sneaky good form. This is a perfect course fit for him. You're getting him at 80 to 1. I think if you're betting Denny McCarthy at 81, he may not win, but you're ahead of the curve here.
He may not win. He probably won't, but yes, probably won't.
Probably won't.
He's 80
but you're
to 1.
ahead of the curve with the number here, I think. Okay, I think he's trending in the he might be like 40 to 1 in a few weeks. So I like him there. At 80 to 1. And I'm like you. I don't really like a ton of numbers over that, over Denny McCarthy here.
Let's talk.
I will say this. Let me add one.
Okay.
I actually have a top 20 number that I like.
Oh, good. Me too.
Chase Seifert.
Yes.
Chase Seifert is 5 to 1, top 20. And now he's like 250 to 1 to win the whole thing. I don't know if that's going to happen. But if you want a top 20, 5 to 1, Chase Seifert has made his last 4 or 5 cuts with 3 top 20 finishes in that time frame. I mean, look, the odds are good there for Chase Seifert to come through for you again at 5 to 1, top 20.
Love the Chase Seifert play. He's been playing extremely well. Florida State product, big time Florida Gulf Coast Panhandle guy. I don't know if there's a strokes gain category for that, but yes, like that for a top 20. I got 3 other top 20 bets for you. Also at 5 to 1, I'll go Tom Hoagie, okay, who is 5th in this field in strokes gained approach over the last 24 rounds, which is the most important stat every week on the PGA Tour when predicting outcomes and betting and DFS is strokes gained approach. He's 5th in the field in that number. So if Hoagie can putt his way around this, if he can putt a little better, he'll be there. He'll be right there. So I like him at 5 to 1. Sam Horsfield, who our friend Caddy John Radhouse mentioned as a dark horse play, another Florida guy who he has a good feeling about, who spends most of his time on the European Tour as a stud on the European Tour. In fact, I think he won twice last year on the Euro Tour. So he's a
great player.
He's got some chops, good player, and a Florida guy. So there's something to that. Those Florida boys, I know. So something to that. 5 to 1 for Sam Horsfield, and then finally at 6 to 1, I'll go Luke List, a guy with a decent record here.
A guy that never wins anybody.
He doesn't.
Money.
No, he wins people money. He just doesn't win golf tournaments. He wins plenty of people money. Wins plenty of people money in DFS. He can win you money in a top 20 for sure. Okay. Last time he played here, finished tied for 16th in 2018. In 2017, finished tied for 17th. Okay. Or tied for 27th. Yes. He's got a couple top 20s so far this year. He's got a 17th at the Valero, a T10 at the Farmers, almost at the Amex, finished T21. Luke List is very capable of a top 20 here. He's a good ball striker. He's a longer hitter that's going to scale back, find himself in a lot of fairways, and then hopefully the strokes gained approach numbers kick in. You know, he's okay. He's a top 20 bet at 6-1. Like, give me a break. You'll be okay if it doesn't hit 6-1.
All right.
What do you? We
I may
got
take that one.
You got
I
to
may
parlay what 3 in NBA games to hit that? Maybe 2.
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
just 2 actually. But anyway, there you go. Tour Junkies After Dark for the Valspar Championship 2021 from the Innisbrook Resort. Thanks for watching. Click the thumbs up if you enjoyed this, and give us a comment. Who do you think? Who do you think's winning the Valspar? Comment below on the DraftKings channel. Who's winning the Valspar 2021? I think it's Patrick Reed or maybe Jason Kokrak. Pat probably thinks it's Abraham Answer or Corey Connors. So who you think? Are you Team Pat? You Team DB? What are we doing? May your screens be green. Have a great week for the Valspar. We'll see you next week. See ya.
Oh!
Hey, hello, hi. Pouring rain here in Sim, Baltimore.
Yeah.
We've got the Lions visiting the Ravens. Christian, Glash, it's good to see you all again. We've made it to another day, Kyle Shanahan. Just want to let you know that we are...
You didn't say Wednesday, Glash. You said Saturday. So the world, you got to live it up now. Sell all your possessions. Go out, do whatever you need to do. Book those last-minute trips because Kyle Shanahan cannot guarantee our safety after this weekend.
Lineups have locked for this 4 p.m. showdown contest. The early classic wraps up as well after this sim. What is your showdown lineup looking like?
Well, I, like a true brain genius, forgot what day it was. I looked at that terrible Lions defense, that terrible Lions secondary, and I was like, you know what? Let's stack up those Ravens pass catchers. So I got Mandrews. I got Hollywood Brown. I, of course, have Lamar Jackson because why would you ever fade him? Don't do that. And I put Willie Snead in my captain spot because there's going to be a lot of opportunities to throw downfield. And then for my token Lions, I got the top 2 wideouts on that side. Not a very weather-friendly, weather-resistant lineup for me. No running backs, only 1 tight end. We'll see how that pays out for me. I'm going to assume not well. How about you, Glash?
I put Lamar in the captain spot, so he'll probably fumble once,
sure.
as it typically happens.
Yeah, acceptable.
Yeah, but you know what? Usually he can make up for it. It will be Ravens' ball to start the sim. The only Lions I played were Marvin Jones and DeAndre Swift. I played Dobbins, I played Boykin, and the Ravens' defense.
I like it. Yeah, this one has all the feelings of a blowout, non-competitive game. The Lions are bad. The Ravens are pretty good. They're playing in Baltimore. They're playing in the weather, which, obviously this Lions team doesn't have to deal with playing at Ford Field. So all signs point to a very nice showing from Baltimore, which means that we'll probably get 4 Matthew Stafford passing touchdowns to Marvin Hall or something stupid.
Razor on Twitch on DraftKings. Does it say when it's raining? Razor, Google Madden Streams info page. Thank you. Retease Did You Know right on top of it. That gives you the breakdown of the weather on Wild Weather Wednesday. That is the only day we do weather here in Simland at DraftKings. So thank you, Retease Did You Know. You beat me to it. Twitch fam is strong. David, yeah, I like it wet sometimes. This poncho keeps me dry. Tom is on the 1s and 2s. We have Frangelico updating scores. Jordan is our producer. Yeah, Tom, I think the wrinkles in the poncho actually make it look soaking wet.
Kind of nice sheen to it too. That does, all that does cast off I just got drenched kind of situation. If you had gone the full 9 yards like I did, you would have showered right before this too, so you'd have the nice wet Jerry curl hair going.
Yeah.
We're now into design runs for Lamar Jackson, and not a terrible idea. Picks up a couple there. He's got every single yard of this Ravens drive so far, I believe.
Tater Hater says, 3rd time's a charm, Lions. Can you finally beat these guys?
I say no.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Lamar with a clean pocket, dumps it off. First down and more, Willie Snead.
A captain, first catch of the game. First catch of the game, period, for either side. Of course, we're only 2 minutes into this one, so not like it's a big deal there. But yeah, we might not see a whole lot of offense in this one. And I really do like that Ravens D play you threw in there, Glash. And River Rat, I'm so happy you are enjoying the post route. Today's was a big one. Actually, it took me a while to write. I tried to pitch it to a few newspapers, but my pitching skills suck. So instead, it's the 5 rules for drafting a star wideout based on 10 years of draft data. And spoiler alert, you're not getting anyone worthwhile. You're not going to even get a full-time starter after round 5. So pay up, get your wideouts early. We're no longer in a world, Glash, where guys like Julian Edelman and Marquez Colston last to the 7th round. No, the NFL values wideouts too much. They scout the hell out of them. Pay up, get the guys you're supposed to get. It includes both these teams, as you so aptly noted in today's free roll, these teams better draft some wide receivers, Glass and Christian, 4 p.m. in the rain contest over in the DK Sim fam. We thank you if you joined us. 157 of you did.
Yeah, I made that last night late. I've been trying to get it out earlier to give people more time.
It's a good turnout.
Yeah.
The Sims Emerson and I have been doing together. We're both lazy, so like the free roll doesn't go up until like 45 minutes beforehand, if that. So we've been putting the club at capacity to make it seem more exclusive. I was like, oh, we maxed out our contest and we get like 50 people. But still,
don't take responsibility. It's Emerson's fault. He should be making it the night before, but he chooses not to. It's okay. Hey, there was a trade. Did you see that trade?
Indeed.
Pretty cool trade. And when I say cool, Lamar airmails his man. This is probably Tucker range though, from 44 yards out.
It should be fine. We saw Matt Prater's kickoff barely make it past the 15. So the rain is having an effect on the way these balls are kicked. But these are two strong-legged guys. I can't imagine that Justin Tucker is going to miss from inside 50, regardless of the conditions. But here is up, and the kick is a good. Raiders taking early 3-0 lead. Yeah, I was kind of surprised. I think it's a great bargain for Denver. That's dirt cheap to get a guy who's a capable but very average starter. High floor, low ceiling. The opposite of Drew Lock, where Drew Lock has that big arm, and yeah, he could show up and throw for 4 passing touchdowns and 350 yards, but he probably isn't going to. Instead, you get Teddy B in there, and you give him a whole lot of weapons, and you see what he can do there. The question is, what does this mean for the Broncos in that number 9 overall pick? Are they basically waving a white flag, Glash, and saying, listen, we aren't going to pay to move up, and we don't think any of the quarterbacks we want will be there at number 9? Is this a distress signal to teams like the football team, the Patriots, guys who are picking after the top 10 picks who need quarterback help? Are they basically looking at that and saying, okay, well, if the Broncos don't have a chance to get the guy they like, what option do we have? Very interesting, very intriguing deal. I like it a lot more for the Broncos than I do for the Panthers, but I understand it from the Panthers side of things. You need to clear up some cap space, and well, you actually ate some of the Teddy Bridgewater money that he had remaining on his deal just to ship him out for a 6th-round pick. It's a weird call, but it's a new era, a new regime in Carolina. And, well, maybe that is just the businessman's way of doing things that David Tepper has instilled on his newly bought franchise.
When Carolina made the move for Sam Darnold, I'm pretty sure most of us were like, oh, that's a pretty good return for the Jets. Like, Jets fans weren't disappointed. I mean, if that's the case, I think that means by what they gave up, folks felt, all right, well, it's probably going to be Sam Darnold, and they'll move on from Bridgewater. I also posed the question at the time, does that rule out Carolina taking a quarterback? And heck, they could, right? I mean, yeah. I know Schefter's last line here in his tweet reporting the news. Well, Pelissero had it first from NFL Network, Tom Pelissero. The Schefter report is trade does not take Denver out of the QB market Thursday night, per source.
Yeah, and I mean, understandable. In the same way that having Teddy Bridgewater didn't keep the Panthers for trading for Sam Darnold, it kind of does send up that. Well, first off, it's basically saying we do not care about Drew Lock, which is the right decision to make.
Yeah.
As high as John Elway's been on him, as much of a value he seemed to be that first year. Misses a big chunk of the season, comes in late, doesn't look great, but his team wins games. Amendola going to find a little room here. That jet sweep actually working out. Very rarely do we get to see that unless it's like OBJ taking. But hey, gain of 8 there. It was a situation where it's like, okay, John Elway likes this guy. He won some games as a rookie, but didn't look great. He took a big step backwards last year, tied for the league lead in interception thrown, despite having a great supporting cast of young talent around him. Now you bring a little bit more stability there with Bridgewater. You see if Jerry Jeudy, if KJ Hamler, if Cortland Sutton, if Noah Fant, if those guys can maximize their potential. And if you go out and get yourself a project passer like Trey Lance, well, you can sit here behind Teddy Bridgewater, and you can be free and clear of Teddy, not owe him anything in 2022. So Yeah, it means a lot for the Broncos this year. It says that Bridgewater is probably our guy. He's going to be the guy who starts the season in Denver. It doesn't mean necessarily they're not going to take anyone, just that they're probably not going to trade up to do so.
Lions having success here, moving the ball in the rain. A 2-yard pickup for Adrian Peterson, the RB2. Second and 7. Tucker kicked a 44-yard field goal if you're just hopping in. First quarter is winding down. So who can I crap on, who I work with? Let's see. Gary and Thorne. I thought his mock draft that was revealed on the Sweat, 11 Eastern, weekdays here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. He had Trey Lance going 9 to Denver. Yeah. Which that could happen based on what we just what was just discussed.
Yeah, I think for me it's just I cannot wrap my head around why Justin Fields continues to sink and continues to drop. It doesn't make any sense to me. This is a guy who was, pretty much regarded the same level as Trevor Lawrence as high school prospects. Didn't work out for him in Georgia, but he had a hell of a second act at Ohio State. He even went out and beat Lawrence's Clemson team while hanging 6 touchdowns on him in a game where he basically went through a car crash but still came back and played very nearly picked off in the end zone. Stafford can't get it done. We're about to get a Matt Prater 33-yarder here. It baffles me, the idea that Fields falling all the way to the Patriots has gone from, if Belichick really likes Fields, going to have to trade up for him too. Well, maybe there's a chance he slides down.
Mm-hmm.
It's wild to me. The guy was so good at Ohio State, and part of me's like, is it just Dwayne Haskins fatigue? Is it just because we didn't have a draft combine? If you look at Justin Fields and what he brought to the table with the Buckeyes, there's a lot to like, a lot that you can feel comfortable about. And if he slides, that is going to be on whatever teams don't pick him up. They are going to have that Lamar Jackson buyer's remorse with him.
Want to shout out our friend Emerson Latzia. He's on top of it right now on Twitter.
Yeah.
I give Emerson a lot of credit for what he's been doing on the Twitter machine. And we can't get too far into this, but just to kind of shed some light on what this trade has done in terms of odds. Like I said, we can't dive too deep into it, but we can at least discuss which teams are in the mix here. Right now, the Patriots are the favorite to get Fields. Yeah. And then after that, it's a tie between Atlanta and Carolina.
Absolutely.
So the move makes it seem like Carolina. I know that I brought up the Schefter side of that tweet because Schefter's like, this move for Denver. Do not rule out the Broncos taking the quarterback. Well, I feel like another line should be in there, or another missing piece to this is, even with Bridgewater out, I wouldn't say that means Carolina's fully committed to Sam Darnold. I think that means Carolina might bring someone else in to take Bridgewater's spot.
Yeah, it's very possible. I mean, you didn't necessarily need a high value backup behind Sam Darnold, though we saw what happens when you don't have that guy and your backups get hurt and twisted. The Jets obviously did a lot worse on the field without Sam Darnold than they had with him there. It's a weird situation in Carolina. I like them hanging on to Teddy Bridgewater. I don't think it wasn't an offer they couldn't refuse, and they ended up paying him $7 million just to go away anyway. It's just a kind of strange situation, but you know what? Maybe that is a signal. They do plan on going out there, bringing a new quarterback on board, and they didn't want to have a terribly crowded QB room. I would have to go and check. I thought they picked up the 5th-year option on Sam Darnold, which used to just be guaranteed for injury, but now, since the 2020 CBA, it's no longer. I'd have to go back and check. I forget right now. I'm drawing a little bit of a blank. But even at, $22 million or whatever it would cost them, it's not a terrible outlay for a starting quarterback. And if they have a rookie behind him, then it's fine. I think for Carolina, though, it means more that they might, instead of going first round with a quarterback, they might wait till that 3rd tier, get a guy like Kyle Trask, because we know the Panthers do have an affinity to Florida quarterbacks, maybe a Kellen Mond, maybe a Davis Mills, although, to be fair, I don't see what everyone's talking about with Davis Mills. I don't think he's that guy. I think he's just, a Mason Rudolph stand-in with whose lack of college tape kind of makes him more intriguing. It's kind of the same way Trey Lance is, but I think Lance is the better prospect. Anyway, through one quarter here, we're tied up at 3-3, but the Ravens are driving. Had a nice big run there from J.K. Dobbins through the air, Only 3 catches in that first quarter. All of them went for first downs at the very least. Willie Snead, 1 for 13. Amendola, 1 for 13. He's also got 8 on the ground. And Marvin Jones Jr., 1 catch, 20 yards for him.
That's it so far in the rain. Couple field goals. Scores have been updated by Frangelico. He's working solo here this afternoon. Producer Jordan is with us. Tom on the 1s and 2s. Producer Jordan. Yeah, I saw this too. The Panthers have until May 3rd to officially pick up Sam Darnold's 5th-year option, but they won't make a decision on his future until after the draft. So you see a trade like today go down. Well, they executed the trade, right? They send Bridgewater to Denver. Perhaps they're just, like they want to see how it plays out, and maybe Denver's like, look, we're gonna give Bridgewater a chance to compete with Drew Lock. That's our plan. But like that report said, there's still a chance they take a QB. So it does. Carolina plays a big part in all of this, especially to your point that you were saying about Fields falling to a New England or even Denver, but Denver now making this move. It feels like they're going to go with Locke and or Bridgewater as their plan. Mr. Hawk is in the YouTube chat, and he is knocking Fields and any comparisons to Lamar Jackson. He doesn't see it.
I'm not saying Fields is the same passer as Lamar Jackson. I just feel like Lamar Jackson, there are a whole bunch of teams who needed quarterbacks who didn't get Lamar Jackson at the back half of that 2018 draft. I think there are going to be teams in the top half of this year's draft who pass on Justin Fields that will go on to regret. I don't think they are similar players. Obviously, it's a very difficult comparison to make. As I see you there in the Twitch chat, Piercy. Good to have you back. I'm glad you and Emerson patched things up. And I'm glad to see this Lamar Jackson-led offense making some strides here as a big strike and a big run after catch for J.K. Dobbins. Could be Mark Ingram territory coming here at Glash. 1st and goal from the 4. Rainy day. Ravens might just keep it on the ground and try to punch it in from there.
J.K. Dobbins, $7,200 to roster in the flex. 1st and goal from the 4. Jackson, complete, touchdown.
Miles Boykin. Wow. So depth chart diver there. Boykin, only 6 fantasy points per sim. 5.2K in the flex, and this is going to be his second touchdown in his last 4 sims, but also his second touchdown in his second touchdown in his last 33 sims. So not quite a reliable performer, but getting it done here early for this Ravens team.
Let's go. First place, baby.
Yeah.
Feeling good.
148, so feeling less good, not as great.
As Christian mentioned, 157 entries in these teams. Better draft some wide receivers, free roll. We have the free showdown up as well, the public showdown, BDEYHLE in first with Lamar in the captain spot. I would like to think these two teams, I know, look, Detroit needs a lot of help, but also for Baltimore, I would like to think they're going to give Jackson some help besides just Sammy Watkins. One team, the Antonio Brown contract came out this morning. Very, very cheap deal. And once again, a prove-it contract. They keep the whole thing intact, but more so, Jeff Ulrich has been on these sims. He's like, I would love to see Antonio Brown in Baltimore because he felt like there could be a fit there because the Ravens do need help at that position. And as it turns out, Antonio Brown needs to stay with Mr. Brady to keep himself in gear.
Yeah,
play with his cousin, right, Tom? So didn't happen. So I was kind of, I don't know. Baltimore, I hope, addresses the position in the draft.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to. They have that 1-year rental on Sammy Watkins. That's a good, cheap, restore your value kind of deal. 1 year, $5 million. They couldn't lure Juju Smith-Schuster over to their side of the AFC North. I think they addressed a lot of needs in free agency, and now they can just go after whatever wideout they think is going to be the biggest bargain. Obviously, they're not picking till the Stafford just absolutely wrecked there. Matt Judon, former Raven, current New England Patriot, getting it done to turn up 3rd and long. No, I think that there is a very good chance, maybe not in the first round, because this is a Ravens team that will probably trade back. That's kind of their whole thing. And if they don't trade back, they'll probably take a defensive player. But I think in the second, third round, any excess value they can wring out of a trade back, they could turn that towards going out, getting themselves a wide receiver, a guy who can be an impact kind of player. But hey, I mean, they got the 31st pick now from the Chiefs, and maybe that's where a guy like Rondale Moore or Elijah Moore or Kadarius Toney or Rashad Bateman. There's going to be a lot of good players to choose from at 31 if they don't trade back. There are going to be a lot of good players to choose from, in the third round as well. It's just a very stacked draft for wideout talent. And the Ravens, I think they only have 95 and 105. I think they are out in the second round because they made that deal with the Chiefs where they traded Zeus Jr. to Kansas City. Double checking. Yeah, so 95 or 100. There's still going to be some pretty decent guys there like Amon-Ra St. Brown, or they want a slot guy, Shi Smith. They're going to have plenty of opportunities to address the talent level there, whereas the Lions have so many holes to fill, Glash. I don't know if they're going to go with wideouts right now, if they're going to prioritize that offense, or if they're just going to let Jared Goff fail on his own and then start over from scratch in 2022.
A lot of holes, and they've got to give someone to Jared Goff, because you mentioned a prove-it deal. I mean, their prove-it-deal guy in Detroit is Tyrell Williams.
And Rashad Perriman, who has been nothing but prove-it deals since being drafted by this Ravens team, pretty much.
Yeah. On Twitch, someone just mentioned Rashad Perriman. I gotta go find it because was it Reed Tees? Something about how Jared. Oh, here it is. Reed Tees, did you know? Rashad Perriman says Jared Goff's arm talent is crazy.
And Piercy, I am impressed with your commitment to making the worst lineup possible. You got nothing but $1,000 players in your roster. You have the rare 0.00 of a lineup that is not a no-show. So, you know what? Maybe Devin Duvernay and Marvin Hall show up today and ruin your black sheep. But kudos to you. Going up.
Lamar Jackson up to 50 rushing yards. His ownership is, of course, through the roof. 53.5% in the captain spot, 92.5% owned overall. So that's also a reflection of this putrid Lions team. Brian C., anyone know how the energy in the sim is? There's a good energy in the sim. Yep, lots of rain, very soggy, but good energy.
Somehow, the jet sweep to Hollywood Brown, a train wreck. But this jet sweep to Danny Amendola goes for me. All right, whatever.
Smash that like button if you have not already. We certainly appreciate it. 330 of you watching on YouTube. Hit subscribe as well. Reeties, did you know, now sharing an article from Pro Football Talk about Perryman complimenting Jared Goff's arm. Oh, I believed you.
Yeah.
But thank you for sourcing. 50 people on Twitch tuning in. Love to see it.
Yeah, I mean,
Emerson's forehead wants Andrews and Snead to get involved here.
I don't think Jared Goff has a bad arm. Him doing stuff on the practice field was never the problem. That's why he was the first overall draft pick. In a vacuum, he can look great, but on the field, he's blanking open windows downfield. He's not making the accurate passes. He gets knocked off schedule. He doesn't adjust well, and he doesn't take the good risks he needs to take downfield, which is why Sean McVay was like, no, get the hell out of here. We are going to offload you and multiple first-round picks for Matthew Stafford. So, yeah, in a vacuum, Jared Goff can absolutely look good. So we do get some Andrews. It's terrible. And third and long turns into fourth and long. The Lions are going to have a chance to even things out before we head to the locker room here.
David Litzow says Mac Jones is a second rounder, and you're not ridiculous for saying that. What was it, a month ago? Probably a little more than that now. A month and a half ago. This guy was talked about being in the late second, early third round pick. And suddenly, it's not more of a belief thing because, as David just pointed out, he thinks he's a second round quarterback. It's because we think we are being told, or at least the reporting is, the San Francisco 49ers believe in Mac Jones. But there's a report that got tossed out a couple days ago that, they might take Trey Lance 2 at 3.
Yeah, again, the only thing I can think of, the only thing that would make this make sense, the whole, we like all 5 quarterbacks despite having given up the farm to trade up to number 3, is that maybe this is just an elaborate heckle at the expense of the Jags and Jets, and they're trying to convince them to do something stupid that lets either Zach Wilson or Trevor Lawrence fall all the way to number 3. It's like it's got this 0.001% shot of working, but you got to do it. These are 2 dumb franchises, and yeah, maybe they will make the dumb move. Why would you give all that up just for Mac Jones? We get a rare Adrian Peterson sighting. He runs forward for a couple there.
Another one for AP. Timeout taken. If you missed it, Boykin has the touchdown. It was a goal line score for the Ravens and a couple of field goals. We will have draft coverage on Thursday between the 8 p.m. sim and the 10 p.m. sim. So, of course, the draft starts at 8. Who knows when those picks will be coming in. They take forever. Television and the interviews. But we will have coverage on the Dream Stream right when that 8 o'clock sim is over. I'll be with Matt LaMarca. Right when it's over, we're going to do post-game. It's going to be a quick post-game, and we're just going to stay up. We're going to stay up on screen. And typically we're like, okay, we got to go. We got to send it to this video. No, we're going to just stay right there. So if you want to, and forget about us, in terms of our blabbing, stay with the chat. Talk with the folks that you've become so close with in the last year. It feels really weird to say out loud because people have become close in the last year in these chat forums.
Ooh, inanimate carbon rods. You just brought up one of my favorite players. I actually got the chance to watch his last home game in college. And Captain Blood, yeah, you're right. But this is a new one for me, maybe. It's Quinn Miners. I've already talked about Quinn Miners. But anyway. No, just a mean dude. And that's a program that's actually done a good job of developing great offensive linemen. Nate Truin spent some time, went from D3 Whitewater to play a little bit, make the active roster with the Buccaneers in 2019. So they have a good O-line system there. They go out and find the biggest, ugliest dudes in Wisconsin that don't have D1 offers, and they say, listen, come win a D3 championship with us. And a lot of those guys take him up on it. And Miners is a guy who made himself a draft prospect by losing weight, by trimming down. And you know what? Once we're done with this quarter break, I'm going to go in. I'm going to find you the YouTube video of him working out in Canada because it has extreme Rocky IV vibes to it. Like, if you put Hearts on Fire in the background to it, you'd be like, hell yeah, this guy can absolutely beat the crap out of Ivan Drago. Let's go. Like, I like Miners as a second-round pick. I'm always here for D3 talent. But he looks the part. He's got great athleticism, and he really showed up and showed out at the Senior Bowl against a lot of D1 pass rushing prospects. Move him to the interior of the line, put him at center because he can snap as well, and he will do work for you. Might be a little bit of a learning curve, but based on how he performed at the Senior Bowl, he should be fine.
Shane Thomas, where is Galladay? He's got one rushing attempt for 0 yards, so we've got that going for him. Marvin Jones, still the leading man with 1 for 20. Neither quarterback has thrown for more than 50 yards. They're both 5 of 7. Yes, be sure to check out postroute.substack.com. Also, want to let you know that this Saturday night here on the DraftKings Dream Stream, the American Cornhole League event will be here starting at 7 p.m. So there will be no sims at 6 and 8. 4 sims. 4 on Saturday. ACL Bag Brawl live here on the Dream Stream. There is a $1,000 prize pool, free-to-play pool that you can check out via the promotions tab on DraftKings.com. Also, you can use the DraftKings Sportsbook. Even if you live in a state that is not Sportsbook eligible, the free-to-play pools. You can get involved, just like when we did the bracket tournament a few weeks ago. So check it out. It's this Saturday at 7 Eastern, YouTube, Twitch, the American Cornhole League, ACL, as we'd like to call it, Bag Brawl. Check it out.
Which obviously pretty cool. I'm enjoying the cornhole action. That was one of the first sports to come back, and I've always been like a casual cornhole guy. Like I'm good at a tailgate, but like seeing what these guys can do is just otherworldly to me. The accuracy, yeah. And with them, it's never just the underhand toss straight up. They do the flip. They basically
it's true. They do.
You got to have the rave shots. You have to have the high arcer that you can land flat on the front of the board to block the frisbee slider up, and it's always very impressive to see. I mean, obviously, it does seem like a sport anyone can get really, really good at, but they have to Malcolm Gladwell themselves and do the 10,000 hours to get there if they want to be on the ACL.
Kicking club, that is true. Usually when you hear ACL, it's because someone tore one.
Yeah.
It's fair. Win in the chat says Galladay is killing my sim. Well, we'll see if Detroit can get a little bit better here. Captain Blood says, we need this draft to start. Christian is stuck on repeat with some of his takes. Oh, I've been saying that. That's my number one draft take right now is just, can we start this damn thing? But I like the build-up. It's fun. It's it's actually a draft I've been looking forward to for quite a bit. I couldn't get into it last year because of probably the pandemic and just like, it got to a point where, yes, it was something to look forward to, but I think it was at a point in quarantine last year that I was so comfortable with doing nothing, and that the standard was you can watch as much Netflix and you can drink and stuff and not be shamed for it. So I just think I was just like, you know what? Oh yeah, neat, the draft. We're not even gonna have I was in a mood of we're not even gonna have a football season at that point last year. But now I'm in. I am so in. I'm so excited.
I watched and I covered it, and it was just a bummer because I was going to go out to Vegas and cover live and report from there. Instead, not only am I stuck here in my basement watching, but I'm also getting furloughed, and who knows what's coming next. So it was a brutal finish all around. So, hey, there we go, Kenny Galladay.
Yeah,
on board with some receiving yards, 1 for 22 now for him. But yeah, I'm excited for the people of Cleveland. Hopefully they can go out and watch safely, partake. For me, even in a non-pandemic, just the sheer amount of people crammed into downtown Nashville 2 years ago was just a nightmare scenario for me. I don't like crowds that much. I don't like standing shoulder to shoulder with people. So hopefully we can do this safely in Cleveland and kind of resume some sense of normalcy. But we'll see on that.
Kilgores are on the road. Alana says Jared is driving, but he says, I appreciate Christian's takes.
Thank you, Jared. I am sorry that your beautiful post-route billboard is getting so beat up. Turns out that having a toddler who is so drawn to the amazing professional quality of this laminated vinyl sign also means she spills milk on it occasionally, every now and then.
Spread him out for Stafford, and down goes Swift. He was in double digits, but not doing all that much. We're almost at 200 likes here on the Dream Stream. Smash that like. Would love it. Death Pause says, history shows at least 2 of the 5 QBs will bust or at best be average starters.
Yeah.
I would put Wilson and Lance on bust alert, although not a Mac Jones believer. San Francisco, perfect team for him to succeed. Yes, landing where you land matters. Yep. Absolutely. No question about it. Matters. And that's why Wilson at 2 to the Jets, there is skepticism. Trevor Lawrence is such an unreal talent that I think people shield where he winds up. And look, Urban Meyer might be a home run hire. It could also go really bad.
I'm worried more about the front office than Urban Meyer with that, just because Meyer did prove to be over his head when it came to free agency and roster building that way. But I mean, this is a guy who has definitely developed and cultivated talent everywhere he's been in college, so that's a good sign for Trevor Lawrence. Also, his wideouts are pretty solid there. They can get him some protection. I think he'll be fine. The Jets, obviously, a lot dicier. It's the Jets, so you know what you're getting into. You know that you are fighting back decades of history. I do like Zach Wilson a lot. I like the addition of Corey Davis. I think they're going to go out and add some receiving talent to help them out. If they can get a tight end who can make a difference, that would be just so very important. But Wilson is a guy that you got to give him credit where it's due. He had a very mediocre 2019 and then made the leap in a big way this season. The arm talent is there. He throws well on the run, which is exactly where the league is going right now. And, he got it done very nearly broke the plane there, and it could be time for a little Kerryon Johnson vulture action, although I don't even know if we would call it a vulture. Kerryon does get a fair share of carries here. The fact that Wilson did what he was able to do without the supporting cast that Justin Fields had in Ohio State or that Jones had at Alabama, very, very impressive performance from him, even if he could not have Coastal Carolinas. Peterson very nearly vultured his way into the end zone, but instead stopped just short. And is Matt Patricia going to get risky here and go for it and try to run into the teeth of that Baltimore defensive line once more? Or are we going to see a Matt Prater chip shot? LJ Fort. Terrible blocking up front. They're going to do it. Nick Bawden up front at fullback. Are we going to get a fullback vulture touchdown flash?
Don't do it. Not on fourth down. On the pitch. No!
Good job, AP.
Peterson again. Oh, my goodness.
Terrible.
Love that, Baltimore D. Still in first place. Let's go. Up by a point.
Very nice. Very nice. That means you've got about 44 points on Piercy's 0.001.
Adrian Peterson, for folks wondering, why in the world is this guy in? He is the listed power back. Kerryon Johnson is the RB1, but Peterson in those goal line situations is the power back. So if you're just like, what the hell's going on here?
Through the lines here, send the house, because third and intermediate. It's going to be real tough to sack Lamar Jackson. It always is, but why not give it a try here? See if you can't free up Trey Flowers to go back there and make his day difficult. Get that safety.
Brother Phil, 3rd and 6. So they're going to give it right back to him. Brother Phil says, study these guys all you want, but until they actually strap them on versus NFL talent, you don't know if they're going to cut it. NFL is a grind, the meetings, the film study, all of it. Not for everybody. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, no question. And that is actually, that's an argument I think you could make for Mac Jones because he's played against the most ready-made NFL talent in the SEC. That is one of the cases to go to him. And Tom says, isn't that the point of analysis? I think people are just sick of it. That's my point. Let's just start this damn thing. As Cassie says the same thing. I'm ready for the draft. Constantly hearing people say, we don't know what they're going to do, yet they find an hour's worth of convo out of the unknown is pointless.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why sometimes we'll talk about cereal and we'll talk about superheroes and whatever and wear ponchos on these streams to fill an extra 5 minutes. I'm ready for this thing. Does that make sense though? I feel like that's where I feel like that's an argument pro Mac Jones.
Yeah. I mean, it's for Kyle Shanahan, I mean, he knows what he wants. He knows the system he's trying to implement, and he knows Mac Jones can be a plug-and-play guy who's going to be better than Jimmy Garoppolo. Then by all means, take the shot there. I just don't think Mac Jones is going to be the 3rd best quarterback in this class.
I'm also, now I think about it, I brought this up earlier in the sim, and I'm reading now the most up-to-date info from the DraftKings Sportsbook. I'm not going to dive into any numbers. But the fact that the leaders, now it's a tied lead for who is the favorite to get Fields, the fact it's New England and Carolina, that to me smells fishy. It almost feels like, does anyone know where this guy's going? Because even those two teams feel like long shots. You can make cases, don't get me wrong. But, man, we're at this point now where teams drafting in the early teens, closer to 10 are the favorites to get this guy. I just find that stunning. I find that stunning that that's where we're at now. A day out, the favorites to get this guy are now teams that are drafting closer to 10 and not closer to 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, on the plus side, we've seen some pretty. I mean, the late draft movement has been pretty accurate. We saw Baker Mayfield go from a guy who, maybe he'll go to the Patriots down at the very end of the first round to a guy who went first overall. Kyler Murray was a guy who's like, he's too small. He's got that MLB contract. Who knows what he's going to be? And then through the draft process, all you had to do was show he was really 5'9", and they're like, all right, cool, you're in. Go number 1 overall to Cliff Kingsbury. I mean, that's all it took. So it's as much as this stuff seems meaningless and seems like teams trying to outsmart themselves, it does pan out. It does make some sense. But as Roger Sherman over at The Ringer pointed out, the first quarterback drafted is only the best quarterback of his class, like 40% of the time over the past 20 years. You don't know what you're going to get. It's just exciting. You know what? If you're an NFL person, there's so many people like that out there. You are doing this because it's exciting. It's interesting. You're talking about the unknown. You are veering off into the future. You're trying to predict these things. And if you're right, you get those bragging rights. So I get it. I understand the hype. And listen, it's a 24-hour news cycle right now. You got to fill those hours sometime. As long as you're not busy listening to Skip Bayless, you're better off for it.
Or Skip Perkins.
Yeah, or Skip. God.
The ghost of Skip Perkins.
I hate him so much.
Cassie says, I love the poncho. I could use it in Texas right about now. This is actually, full disclosure, this is actually a New England Patriots poncho, but we're not allowed to show logos and stuff, so this is inside out.
There.
It's one of those rights things that we can't do. So I am just, following the rules, and it's inside out. But it looks wet. Soaking wet.
The poncho game is a good business, man. You sell those things like what, 1 cent of plastic and 1 cent of ink, and you drop you sell them for $2. People are like, oh, $2 for a poncho? I'd love to. I can stay dry for $2. Let's go. It's a good grip. It's a good scam.
First time playing Fortnite. Do you wear a poncho to the water park? No.
Unless, of course,
hell no.
You're going to the amusement park, and then you're like, oh, we're going to get on the rapids, and I don't want to walk around in wet underwear all day. We're going on the big flume, the one that does the big splash and gets you soaked. And you're like, you know what? I got some very important things in my fanny pack. I got business to take care of. I'm going to unroll the poncho, throw it on, and my hair will just get wet instead. So I can appreciate there's a time and a place for the poncho, of course. Of course there is.
If you don't mind for us here is before we go back. Oh, we're back to the game. Hit that like button for us. We're 8 away from 200. That is complete to Hawkinson. First down. Lions are at the Baltimore 18-yard line. Let's see. Death Paw says, we are all ready for the draft, but I would still rather talk about pre-draft possibilities and rumors than not talk about it. And that's what's great about the Bridgewater trade today. It gives us another layer.
Yeah.
Ogres have layers. You peel off a layer, and you peel off another layer as to what it means, as to what teams are going to do before Carolina and Denver, and how it's going to change things and what their needs might be.
You get a look into the psyche of your team's front office in a way that they can't, explain away. They can give the lip service and put out what they want to be out there in the smoke screens, but when you see them actually make those moves, like the Broncos trading for Teddy Bridgewater, or the Panthers trading for Sam Darnold, or the Dolphins trading back, that's where the rubber meets the road. That's where we can actually figure out where their loyalties lie, what the plan is going forward. So it's not as meaningful if you have a team that's content, but if your team sucks and you need a proof of concept for how they're going to build back, how they're going to get better. Not the rumors, but the actual moves themselves are a great view into what they are thinking behind the scenes. Oh, what was that play?
The Lions just keep teasing us. Now it's 3rd and 13.
not quite 4-down territory, especially if it's 4th and long, but they can get close again. We might see another terrible toss sweep to Adrian Peterson as the play action to Peterson went just about as poorly as it could have there.
They need the 7-yard line for a first down. I am now in 11th place. Damn. I was in first for a while. What the hell happened? That is not the play. I guess they got to go for it again. What's the point of taking 3 here?
I mean, if you got to stop and you get the ball back and you take the lead, I don't think you go for it on 4th and 13 here. I think you take the points. You got 6.5 minutes left to play. If you can get a stop, you've been getting some stops.
And they have been moving the ball.
Yeah.
It's not like they got stopped on 4th and goal, right? So they have had success moving the ball.
Yeah. DFS Queenie all in on Kellen Mond. I appreciate that he got better. I think he can be an interesting prospect, but I don't think he's going to be a starter in the NFL.
Well, maybe not this upcoming year.
No, I mean, maybe not. I think he's a useful backup, a good developmental prospect. I would put him more in the Mason Rudolph category than I would a guy like. Oh man, I'm trying to think of a good comparison for a day 2 kind of pick that you would take, thinking that they could have a nice or be more of a ready-made starter, kind of like an Andy Dalton or a Derek Carr, I guess. I don't see it from Mond the way I do from the 5 quarterbacks ahead of him. I think if we're comparing Mond and Trask, I would rather have Trask than Kellen Mond, but I don't hate him as a prospect. I'm just not as convinced on him as you are, but I appreciate the knowledge you are dropping right now.
Trying to think of some options. I know we were talking about this yesterday. What if you're the Texans? Like, you should take a quarterback.
Yeah.
Actually, the Texans don't have a 1st or a 2nd round pick.
Yeah.
So is their first pick going to be a quarterback? I mean, not a bad idea. I mean, Teddy Bridgewater is another name off the list in terms of guys available. We're running out of names. Garoppolo, Nick Foles. Who else is like, and I say available very loosely.
Yeah.
Like, who is still available?
And listen, I mean, Nick Caserio's down there. That's a guy who has a connection to Jimmy G. Maybe that's the play there, but they also have Tyrod Taylor. And I think right now,
they have Taylor. That's right.
Yeah, but like Taylor obviously is not the guy you want to trust, but like, is he really that much of an upgrade over Jimmy Garoppolo, or is Jimmy G an upgrade over him? I think everyone out there would rather have Garoppolo, who played in the Super Bowl not too long ago, him over Tyrod Taylor. But Taylor's got a specific value to him. He doesn't turn the ball over. He's a very steady kind of guy. He's got those Bridgewater kind of bona fides. So you can win around him. You probably won't win because of him. And to that effect, given the uncertainty of Deshaun Watson's future, you might go for another guy.
Carbon says Russell Wilson. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of steam there, right? I mean, maybe not this coming season, maybe next year.
Yeah.
Maybe Aaron Rodgers next year too, but I feel like those two have moved on, or they've patched up issues for at least this coming season. Donald says, hey, Glash, who do you think Washington should pick at 19? That's a team, Christian, and please agree or disagree. I think it's a team. I'm not going to... Okay, hear me out on this. Okay. They're kind of like Tampa, except they don't have the quarterback yet. Like they actually have a pretty decent roster.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you would take the Buccaneers playmakers over the football team.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, there's a lot of very intriguing young talent there. There's the potential to be a snuffing, dominant defense there because they have just a cachet of former first-round picks along the defensive line that can absolutely ruin your day. No, I agree. They could be in the market for a quarterback if someone slides. They could trade up. They have a nice young playmaking core with Antonio Gibson and Scary Terry and guys there that you like if you're a young quarterback, guys who can really help buoy you. Curtis Samuel's there as well, and you have the ultimate stop-the-gap quarterback and Ryan Fitzpatrick. So drafting a quarterback not exactly a priority, but kind of is. I think they will truly go best player available, and if it happens to be another defensive player, then it'll be 5 or 6 straight years where they go defense in the first round, and then maybe they invest in a wideout on day 2, or maybe they invest in that offensive line, which without Trent Williams could use a little extra punch up. Although Brandon Scherf is still there, he's an interior guy, and his value is there's a cap to that. Big third down here, by the way. If the Ravens can pull this off, it's going to make it very, very difficult for this Lions team. And, in fact, they do. It's Willie Snead up inside the 30. So it looks like that field goal is going to go for naught here. At the very least, the Ravens are going to be able to add 3 more from Justin Tucker. If they don't get another yard, it'll be another 44-yard attempt from him.
So now Donald says, would you go for Mac Jones? Well, go for him, yeah. If you had a way to move up, not too much, didn't have to give up too much to get them. I mean, that the Bears moving up too. Jeff Ulrich, our own Jeff Ulrich, was on the first couple of sims. He thinks that the Bears are going to trade up in the top 10 to get Justin Fields. So I wouldn't rule out another crazy trade.
Yeah, and the problem is their cap sheet sucks so much.
Yeah.
That they don't really have another option other than to go out and find rookie talent. But the problem is if they trade up to get a guy and they have to mortgage future first-round picks, that just muddles their cap space even further because they're not going to be able to replace the high-value players they can no longer afford to re-sign with young rookie talent because they're not going to have those picks because that's what it costs them to move up and draft Mac Jones or Justin Fields or et cetera, et cetera. We got another big third down coming here. Lions have used a couple timeouts. 3rd and short on the way.
And look, I'm in on Fitzpatrick. I know some people can get annoyed with Fitzpatrick. I'm in on to see how it goes for a year. But yeah, they're still going to need a quarterback. Maybe Heineke is the guy. So we'll see. That's why, again, please hang out with us tomorrow night after the 8 p.m. sim. We're going to stay live. LaMarca will be here. There is a chance Kaufman shows up. So it might be the 3 of us. Kaufman, me, and LaMarca.
I might even pop in, Glass, just to say hi.
Did you get around to that, to potentially hop on?
I sent the email out up the food supply chain, so we'll see. We'll see if my services are needed. I will otherwise be popping into the chat and on Twitter, maligning all the terrible draft moves I see, and probably being wrong, to be honest. All right,
touchdown! Gotta be right. What? Oh no, he's down at the 1. Was that Dobbins?
I think it was.
Oh, I have him too. That is not cool.
Looked like a smaller guy than Ingram, and that's the last. The Ravens can just kneel this one out now. That was actually exactly what they needed to do to guarantee the win. They can take 3 knees right now. First down, second down. Yeah.
What a freaking troll job.
Well, good news if you have that Lions defense roster because you're not giving up 17 points. You're only giving up 10. But you know what? We might get the kneel down, handoff, kneel down. And from the 2, they could very well punch it in from here. We might not be done just yet, Clash.
Donald says, Clash, I like Fitzpatrick and Heineke. I even hope they give Heineke a chance too. Yeah, let's go. Run a play.
Ooh. Is it Ingram in the backfield?
Yes.
Oh.
Trisha Stevenson. Let me get this in quick. Great question. There will be the slate is next. NBA pre-lock is what we have going on the slate today. We will have Sharag Hira and Matt Meiselman. So they'll be looking at NBA slate tonight. Today's Wednesday. That makes sense. Larger slate. So please stick around. Don't leave. NBA breakdown. Also your comments, your questions on Twitch and on YouTube. And this is just sad, isn't it?
Yeah, this is not the finish that we were promised, but a very wild weather Wednesday game indeed here. We're going to see Justin Tucker come out and not attempt a chip shot field goal to make it a 7-point game, which You got to imagine at the very least the Lions came out and covered. So, good for them. Normally I wouldn't trust them to keep this one within 2 touchdowns of the Ravens.
They're going to kick this? Kick it. Kick it.
16 total points in the rain in Baltimore. I would like to think we deserve better, Glash, but let's be honest, we probably don't.
So who is your player of the game?
Woof. It's this whole. Let me look at the numbers because I don't want to award it to anyone. I don't want to reward anyone from being in this sim. It was just gross all around. Ravens D had 10 points. You know what? Danny Amendola had 10 points without finding the end zone, and it was a terrible, terrible sim. Let's just give it to Danny. Danny Amendola, Krusty player of the game, even though he wasn't the only guy who scored a touchdown. That honor goes to, of course, Miles Boykin. What Boykin end up with? I gotta look that up too.
I got it right here. Boykin, one catch, and it was the touchdown.
Give it to Danny Amendola. Good, moderate-ish punt play. Let's give to him. And let's babysitter Billy this. Oh, my God. Just options everywhere. But
Galladay?
Yeah, I think Galladay, those superstar traits did not come out to play today. He finishes his day with, oh, no. You know what? Hollywood Brown, 1 catch for -1 yard, 0.9 points. At least Kenny Galladay broke the 5-point barrier along with Marvin Jones. Oh, Mark Andrews, 3.2. Lamar Jackson, under 13. This is just a gross, awful, very bad, no good game. I don't like it. And I like to be able to put this behind us because, Glash, you and I are back for the 6 p.m. That's correct, right?
That is correct. We'll be here for Raiders-Packers in the snow.
It should be a game. Definitely going to be a football game when it happens.
The Packers' record is way better than the Raiders' record since the holiday tournament back in December. DFS Queenie, much appreciated. Thank you. Hit that like button before you go, but please stay. Don't go. We're just about at 200 likes. And in just a moment, we will send it over to Chirag Hira and Matt Meiselman for NBA's version of the slate. But before we get to them, here's a quick clip from this morning's Sweat Show on which NHL center you should be looking to pay up for tonight.
Yeah, so for me, I mean, this is a situation that I take advantage of with the Oilers centers. Once the gap between McDavid and Draisaitl kind of gets to be around 1K, I just like to take the cheaper guy. And it almost always ends up being Leon Draisaitl, who's the cheaper one. But the Oilers have a good matchup here against Winnipeg. Winnipeg still allows quite a few shots on goal. They got a mediocre kind of power play or penalty kill, They still allow a ton of scoring chances. It's a good matchup for your forwards generally when they're going up against Winnipeg. Draisaitl's got multiple points against the Jets in 5 of 8 games this year as well. And the Oilers have split up McDavid and Draisaitl, so it does kind of give you that edge. I mean, it's not necessarily if one goes off, the other one is also going to, because they're not on the same line anymore. So you could pair Leon Draisaitl with a guy like Nugent Hopkins, go with like a little mini stack there, and potentially, get a little bit of leverage on the McDavid owners. I just like Draisaitl mainly because it's cheaper, though. Again, another value option you might want to go down to is like a Ryan O'Reilly. But of the studs that we're talking about there, yeah, I definitely like Leon.
Oh, what's your approach here with the studs at center?
Did you watch the game on Monday night? There is no choice. It's Connor McDavid, guys. You got to go with him because he's clearly at the top of his game. 10 points in his last 3 games. Has absolutely toyed with the Jets all season long, averaging over 2 points a game against them. And I have it on good authority, guys, that Connor Hellebuck has had a couple of sleepless nights with nightmares about this matchup tonight based on what happened 2 days ago. A 4-pointer. Connor McDavid has the motivation to go off again, guys, because he's now chasing the 100-point mark. That's the new challenge put before him. And the Oilers still believe that they have a slim chance of catching the Leafs for first in the division. And don't forget, he scored that hat trick and goal and assist on Monday in only 16 minutes of ice time against Winnipeg, well short of the season-leading average that he has among forwards at 22.5 minutes. So if he goes for the full ride tonight, he'll easily get 4 points, in my opinion.
Welcome to a Wednesday edition of The Slate. We are with Matt today and super excited to get cracking on this slate because there's just, as always, a lot to cover, but more so than usual. Matt, how are you feeling about tonight's slate? I know that you've been playing really well lately. Wanted to give you a shout out too. We didn't get a shout out last time you were on, but you almost won the DraftKings internal contest for the best, I would say the best NBA fantasy player in the company. So close. Had it for most of the night, but couldn't get there at the end.
Yeah, the thing I did the best for that event was I just got a lot of qualifier tickets. So I just had a lot of chances, and I did well fading most of the chalk. And then Yusuf Nurkic, for people that I'm sure a lot of people here played him, he just went nuts. It was his first huge game of the season last week against the Grizzlies, and he wasn't in my lineups. So I did well and didn't have him, and yeah, I ended up getting third place. So it was okay. But yeah, I guess there were some good moves there. I think, I don't know. It's been hit or miss this year. I feel like I've been right on enough to get some cashes, but haven't quite gotten all of the takes right in a night yet, where we kind of hit everything and it all works out. And a lot of that has to do with the injury news. And last week we were trying to figure out who was going to play, who wasn't going to play. And I think it's been really difficult to figure out what some of these teams will do. So I'm sure we'll get into that again.
Yeah, for sure. You know what the craziest part though is, like, how long do you feel that it took you to really become a strong tournament player from a multi-entry perspective? Like, what do you feel was more of your learning curve, or what do you think needed to kind of help boost it a little bit?
Yeah, I think the first step everyone who plays GPPs kind of figures out is, okay, I can't just use projections and just do what everyone else is doing, because I score well, but then everyone else also scores well. And it gets frustrating pretty quickly to score 375 points, let's say, and you come in like 100 and something place, because it's one of those nights where all the chalk goes crazy and you don't even gain anything. But then you can kind of go the other direction where you go a little too contrarian, and it's just you're using players that just didn't have a good enough chance to do well. So it's just finding that balance. And I think it does take some time. It's some trial and error. But one of the important things is just, can you actually assess what the field is going to do? So there's absolutely nothing worse than using a player because you think he'll be low owned, and then he ends up being 40%. And you're like, I don't even like this guy. I just played him because I thought he'd be unowned, and everyone else has him too, and I didn't even want him. So what you start to get a feel over time, just like, these are the players the field is going to use. And I think we'll get into this guy a lot, but Russell Westbrook, if you use ownership projections across the industry, they undersell Westbrook literally every single slate. Like, people are just jamming him in. So he's a triple-double machine and people want to play him. And basically wherever you look, he will be higher owned than whatever anyone expects.
Before we jump into the slate, just one final question about kind of, multi-entry. How do you balance bankroll management then? There are a lot of times where if you're playing tournaments and you're trying to play guys that are under-owned and maybe they underperform, how do you kind of balance bankroll management, making 5 to 10 lineups?
It's definitely different for everybody, and everyone has a different bankroll, and the amount of your bankroll that it's best to play on a given night depends on the kind of contest. So if you're playing in like the biggest tournaments where it's 50K, 100K to first, and 8th place means you break even because you had 100 or so lineups and you just, your best one got into the top 10, but not top 5. And that basically just covered the rest of your entries. If you're playing those every night, you need to be a little more cautious with how much money you dump in, because unless you hit a big one, it's just hard to make money. It doesn't mean you can't win at those. It's just be a little more cautious with how much to play. But if you're doing cash games, you can play more per night, single entry, 3 maxes, like all that stuff. Those are a little more manageable. So I guess it kind of depends what contests I'm involved in. The more first place pays and the more risky I need to be, the less money I want to have involved.
Makes sense. Good notes. Let's jump into the slate. We have some entertaining games coming up for tonight. The top over under, we have Portland and Memphis sitting as the highest total on tonight's slate, but then also looking at New Orleans and Denver. Nikola Jokic has been a monster totally this season, playing MVP standard, but now we have the Nuggets playing up a little bit to his pace. And then we have Zion Williamson that came off that little bit of a dud against their blowout against the Clippers. How do you balance the ownership from these two top projected games and then maybe looking at, the Lakers, and you mentioned Russell Westbrook, the Lakers and Wizards also being number 3 on the slate?
Yeah, just looking at these prices, it's really nuts to see Michael Porter Jr. being almost a value with a price tag in the 8,000s. Like, there was a point this season where he cost half that and wasn't being owned because he just wasn't consistent. There was a 4,000s to maybe 5K Michael Porter Jr. that was just like, he's not that reliable. And now he's like an elite fantasy player because of all the guys that are missing on that team and just how well he's playing. But the big thing here is that we don't know if Steven Adams is playing or not. And my inclination is to get away from a 50% owned Nikola Jokic.
Yep.
And that's much harder to do if Adams isn't there to guard him. So I'm very interested to see whether Adams will play, because the interior defense for the Pelicans should really drop off if he doesn't play. And fading Jokic is a much harder thing to do if he's going up against Jackson Hayes or Willie Hernan-Gomez or Zion. Those are just, Steven Adams is just a much better defender than those guys. So making a decision on the high end between Jokic, Westbrook, or someone else, I think news will tell us a lot there. And we may not get that news until after lock. So this is a tough one.
Yeah, because Denver does play at the 9 o'clock slate. So, I mean, if you have that flexibility available, the Lakers and Washington playing at 7:30. So that kind of sets up here where you need the information. I think, more or less the questionable guys that we're really sitting on too is the situation here with Atlanta. We have players here that with Bogdan questionable, Lou Williams is probable, but also, we have the other scenarios with Brandon Goodwin also dealing with an injury. How much do we take into this scenario here with the Atlanta Hawks? Philly finally playing at full strength. And that when Philly plays at full strength, they have the chance to blow anybody out. So how do you kind of assess what to do with the Hawks lineup with all their questionable situations?
Yeah, we've actually seen the total for this game drop substantially. So it opened at 220 and we're at 214 now. Part of that is because Kevin Huerter is doubtful, so he shouldn't be in there. But we already knew Trae Young wasn't going to play before this line was even up. So Trae Young is not the reason the line is changing. But Bogdanovich being questionable is a big deal. Even if he plays, though, like you said, Philly could blow out Atlanta even with him in there. I mean, Philly is the Sixers are a better team than the Hawks when they're at full strength. And now we've got Trae Young not playing, Gallinari not playing.
Yep.
DeAndre Hunter's been out, and then we have Huerter out, and we could have Bogdanovich out. Like, this game may not be. If all of those players are out, I would probably bet that this game isn't close. We should see the spread move into the double digits at that point. But there would be this upside for the players with the increased roles. So this could be one of those situations where it's like, if you're playing Hawks guys, you want a Sixers player because Embiid is not going to be very owned tonight.
Yeah.
And if the game stays close, he could do really, really well. I mean, he's going against Clint Capella, so not a good matchup, but
yeah,
Joel Embiid, when he's single digit ownership, he doesn't need to be in a good spot to score 70 fantasy points. He's just that good. So I think he could be an interesting pivot off Jokic, but I'm definitely concerned about the blowout.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's the reason why, he's scored fewer than 40 fantasy points in 2 consecutive games is just foul trouble or just sitting here with those blowouts against the Thunder. Before we jump into more of the slate, if you guys have any questions, make sure to punch them in or the chat on Twitter, Twitch, or YouTube, and we will do our best to get to them as well. Do you feel that if Bogdanovich gets ruled out, that there is value here in this 8.5 point spread? Or you said that it's potential to move to double digits if he does get ruled out, but 1.5, does that make sense? Or are you looking in another direction with that? Maybe a first half spread, try to get a little bit on the other side of this?
It's hard to know how good Bogdan Bogdanovic is because he was never this good until this season, or maybe he was, and he wasn't.
Well,
in
the King, I feel like the Kings just held him back. Honestly, like they had their situation where they were trying to get Hield going, they're trying to get Fox really get going, and then either of those guys got injured, and then Bogdanovic was dealing with his own knee injury that he suffered in international play. So I think it took him a year to get over that knee injury too. So I think that's a lot to play with it based on, just how the roles were. There were a lot of ball handlers in Sacramento, but now with Trae Young out, Goodwin being as their main ball handler, I think it really set up well for him to be that primary facilitator.
Yeah. And we also don't know just how impactful his absence would be because this is a different situation than what the Hawks usually have because Kevin Huerter is usually there or Gallinari's there or Trae Young's there. Like when Bogdanovic was out for most of the season, the team was healthy enough where it didn't matter too much. Yeah, I think there probably would be good reasoning to bet the Sixers in some capacity if he's out. But Clint Capella and John Collins are good enough players that maybe the Hawks just slow the game down and those guys play well enough. Their defense should be fine. Like the players that are out for Atlanta are basically offense only guys. Trae Young actually hurts their defense when he's on the court. And you'll just see like Solomon Hill and Clint Capella and John Collins play tons of minutes. So even though the totals dropped, my inclination is to want to bet the under. It's dropped so much already. The wild card here is Lou Williams though. Like if he plays well, the game could stay close and it could be high scoring. And if Lou Williams is bad, then it probably isn't close. Like they're going to need his offense if there's no Bogdan. So I think from a DFS perspective, Lou could be interesting. And I'm kind of disappointed there usually are not Lou Williams props. His role isn't big enough. There's no props for the Hawks side anyway because of the injury, the question marks. But Lou Williams could be the guy that scores for them because John Collins can take some offense and take on some of the role, but there's really no one else if Bogdanovic isn't playing.
Yep. We have some questions coming in from the chat right now. Seti Osman, is he the best value player? Hey, what?
I was worried you'd go to him because, he is the guy. He's everyone's guy tonight.
But is he, though? He played 38 minutes and just scored 26 fantasy points against the Raptors. Yeah, he's flashed 40 upside in the same matchup against the Magic, but that doesn't make sense at 5,000. Is he a good way to build tonight due to his shooting guard and small forward eligibility?
Yeah, I don't want to play him, and the reason is just his ownership is going to be 50s, 60s, something like that, and he played terribly last game, but he managed to get 4 stocks, and that basically saved his fantasy game. You have it up there. He scored 6 real points and still had a decent fantasy game.
Yeah, because of 3 steals, 1 block.
Yeah, so he may lose minutes because he just didn't play well, and it wasn't a good game for the Cavs either. They sort of were in it, but sort of got blown out by the Raptors. Yeah, it wouldn't be that shocking if he just played less minutes this game. But the Cavs are missing a lot of guys. So I think what I want to do there is it's not crazy to play him. Everyone will play him, and there's some reason for it. He still is probably underpriced. 5K is more than he's been, but his role is pretty increased with Colin Sexton out and a few other guys out. Larry Nance is out. But I think I'm more inclined to try to find someone else on Cleveland who would benefit if Osman just has a bad game and they just play him less minutes. So Damian Dotson is probably the guy I'm looking at there as the tournament pivot. So maybe if you're playing a bunch of lineups, play one or the other. Play Dean Wade, who also might be popular. This is a pretty depleted Cavs team, so I think you probably want someone from this team, but it doesn't have to be Chetty.
Yeah, Dotson makes a lot of sense at $3,000. He really opened up the flexibility. He has that same eligibility with shooting guard, small forward, 20 fantasy points in that game, 24 minutes. He has a chance here again to play 24 minutes. So I think that's a really good call out. And the floor seems a little bit more safe than it does. He doesn't come off as a ceiling player, but at his ceiling at 30 fantasy points could be a 10x game.
Yeah, and the reason that I like him the most is just his minutes should directly take away from Chetty's. Like whoever's playing better probably plays more. Not that they won't be on the court together at all. They would. But if Dotson just outplays him, then Chetty maybe only gets 25 minutes or 30 minutes tonight. Yeah. And then you're way ahead of all the people who played the other guy. Dotson could be kind of popular too. So that's something to keep an eye on. Like if people are talking about him. Yeah. Maybe us talking about him puts too many people on him. I don't know if that has that.
I don't think we move the market that much.
No. And people will look at their projections and still want to play Chetty Osman because point per dollar, he's one of the best guys on the slate. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about the ownership getting moved there. But yeah, this is a shorthanded team. They're in a pretty good matchup. Although playing Orlando, like their defense is bad, but this over-under is only 210.5.
Right.
Part of that is because the Cavs themselves play slow, but it's not like Orlando's running up and down the court either. So this game just doesn't have to have a lot of fantasy points. And blowouts happen in games where we don't expect them to. And this could happen. This is a bunch of bad players on both sides.
Yep. Jumping into some more questions we have from the chat. Clarkson, is he a player that you want to play tonight at 6,900 with Mike Conley out of the lineup against the Sacramento Kings?
Yeah, I'm much more willing to eat the chalk here and play the high-owned guy with Clarkson compared to Osman because they're in a really good matchup and there just aren't players to score on the Jazz now. I think there is an argument for Joe Ingles as a slightly cheaper and probably way lower owned guy. So I think you could make the case that Ingles is a better GPP play, but I mean, you can definitely play both of them. Like this is a game against Sacramento and the matchup's good and Conley and Donovan Mitchell are both out. So it's not like it would be crazy at all for two Jazz guards to both have great games.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I personally like Clarkson just because the usage is there and he usually like in these scenarios, the other time when the Jazz rested all their players against the Lakers, it was a revenge scenario, but Clarkson just gets out there and just gets the usage up and he doesn't care if he's going to shoot 5 for 20, 25% from the field. He's still going to get his shots up. And then you have that kind of added bonus now where he started picking up the dimes a little bit. So I really like him as just a overall GPP or a cash game play.
Yeah, for sure. He'll be popular, but like he's too cheap for this role. I mean, he could easily be 8,000 or 9,000 just with Mitchell and Conley both out. He's just going to have the ball in his hands for so much of the game. But I'm pretty curious about the game environment here because there are injuries on the Sacramento side too. And maybe they go super small because Harrison Barnes is basically their power forward. Marvin Bagley's out. Hassan Whiteside's out. Their team is predominantly guard heavy right now.
Yeah.
Terrence Davis is in the rotation. DeLon Wright's in the rotation. So maybe this game gets pretty up tempo, but I'm not really sure because Mo Harkless playing power forward. Maybe that slows the game down a little. Holmes playing a lot of center and then Metu playing some center. So I don't really know. Like this could be a very, very fast game or maybe it isn't. I think there's just a lot of uncertainty with this one.
I like Terrence Davis as that play due to the uncertainty. If the Jazz end up setting up for a blowout here, then you get Terrence Davis playing that garbage time and he can get 29 minutes. If he gets there, that's 30 fantasy points upside potentially here.
Yeah, he's surely one of the best value plays on the slate. And DeLon Wright, to a lesser extent, just Wright is more expensive, 4,900 to 3,300. But yeah, I mean, both of those guys I definitely like. You probably want at least one of them. Yep. And if you don't play either of them, then you're probably banking on the game to stay close, right? Because then you need the starters to be in more and those guys playing less. Tyrese Halliburton, I think his ownership should fall off. It's a tough matchup theoretically against Utah, but without Conley there, the individual defense he's going up against is not nearly what it would have been.
Right.
Jordan Clarkson doesn't guard like Mike Conley guards.
No.
And Halliburton is still in this increased role because De'Aaron Fox is out and now Harrison Barnes is out. So it could be a lot of shots for him and it could be a lot of shots for Buddy Hield. So I think some kind of game stack here makes sense because people will be playing the Utah side and they'll also be playing the backups on Sacramento. And not many people will actually be playing Sacramento starters.
That makes a lot of sense. Cool. Lots of questions coming in. I really appreciate it. So let's jump into some more questions then. Lonnie Walker or Patty Mills with Derek White out of the lineup?
I think they're both okay. This could be an ownership thing, but Lonnie Walker, if we don't know the ownership for the field, Lonnie Walker is probably the better play. I think they're both fine. I think the Kings value is better.
Yeah.
The Spurs value could be more contrarian. So yeah, I think those guys are both fine. They both definitely get a bump with Derek White out. Do you think it's a better route to look there, or maybe go to a slight increased rollout of DeMar DeRozan or DeJounte Murray? Because I think those guys get kind of intriguing also. It's just kind of a hard matchup in Miami.
Yeah, I don't like that total. It just brings it down a little bit here where these guys don't have the potential upside, and then we're spending as much for them. And, DeMar at 8,400, yeah, he's not entirely expensive. He scored 50 fantasy points in the last 2 games. But, if you have a scenario where you're playing against Miami and you have to keep your flexibility a little bit for these guys, I think it just makes more sense to go maybe the cheaper route. But I personally do like the fact that I'd rather go DeJounte over DeMar just because of the salary savings at 7,300. DeMar, you kind of have to get 50 fantasy points from him, whereas DeJounte Murray, if you get 35 or 40, it's going to be good.
Yeah, I think Murray probably benefits a little more from White being out. It's more of the same position, being like kind of combo guards.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think Murray would be one of my favorite plays. I think the reason that I wouldn't use him too much is I like the Halliburton play a little more. But both of those guys, I think, are pretty solid contrarian options. But Murray should be much more contrarian than Halliburton is. Like I don't really see that many people playing him. It's like you said, low total for Murray, and they're just more obvious value guys. Clarkson's in the same price range.
Yep.
Chetty's only a couple thousand cheaper, and he'll be in most lineups. And then you have the pay ups Westbrook and Jokic. So this $7,000 to $8,000 price range seems like it'll get lost a bit.
Do you think that we have to build around Westbrook and Jokic, or is there something to be made with Anthony Davis now playing 31 minutes against the Magic? He has a chance here to play 30 plus minutes against the Wizards. Is he a strong tournament play at 9,200?
I guess it depends on what you think the minutes are. I don't really think I want to do it. I think that the better contrarian route is just this balanced build that people won't do.
Okay.
So guys like Murray, Halliburton, Buddy Hield, Joe Ingles. I think Andre Drummond is still fine. Like until Davis is playing his true full minutes, the other Lakers will still look okay. So yeah, I think I'm more inclined to just kind of go into this $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 range. Maybe Bogdan's a really good play if he starts, and then people are scared off of him because he was dealing with an injury today. But like he's taking all the shots tonight if the game is close. So I think I just would rather go a little cheaper than Davis. And I think there's upside in that price range.
That makes a lot of sense. So you think that due to the safety of Westbrook, more builds are going to be in that direction. And then we have another Laker question coming in from the chat. Do you prefer Schroeder or Clarkson, or is there a case to be made for both these guys? DeJounte Murray, as you said, Tyrese Halliburton, same price range. All these guards that are in this price range they can't own them all. And if you try to play them all, it kind of sets up where, okay, hey, look, we go Murray, Halliburton, Schroeder, Clarkson, and then you only have 3,600 left if you have Jokic as your center.
Yeah, so that's kind of why I don't want to play Jokic. I just would prefer that Steven Adams plays, so I don't have to worry too much about Jokic just dropping like 75 fantasy points.
Yeah.
But I think, Schroeder is definitely one of those guys in that mid to high price tier that could have a huge ceiling game with some reasonable likelihood and will be probably like 15% owned or less. Like there's just a bunch of those guys tonight. And most lineups, I would think almost every lineup has either Westbrook or Jokic in it. A lot will have both. And they'll also have Chetty or Clarkson or both of those guys and Terrence Davis. And it's just like that whole middle in between range there there's just so many good plays there that I just want to get as many of those guys as possible and hope that a few of them go for 50 or 60 or more fantasy points. Schroeder is definitely in that conversation.
Yeah, for sure. More questions coming in from the chat. How do you feel about Alex Len tonight? 3,300 against the Lakers, coming off that nice little performance against Spurs. He did play 23 minutes. That was an up-tempo game. It did go into overtime, if I'm not mistaken. Does that make sense to look at Len, or do we go to Gafford? I know I played Gafford the other night, and Len's the one that got all the minutes.
Yeah, both of them got in foul trouble in that game. Do we have Robin Lopez back, or is he still out?
Let's see.
I think he's still out.
I'm seeing him as potentially probable for tonight.
Yeah, that's the concern. So if Lopez is in and they're going to run this, with Lopez in, they're going to run this 3-center rotation most likely. Like, I just don't want any part of that.
Oh, he just got ruled out. There it is. Robin Lopez has been ruled out.
Okay. So they're on the table. I think I just want to avoid that lineup construction with the cheap center a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think there are just a lot of high upside center plays that won't be owned, like Embiid, Vucevic, Drummond, Jared Allen, more in the mid range. But I think the Wizards guys are fine. There's upside there. It's just, there's so much volatility with that situation. Like, Alex Len could play 12 minutes or he could play 30 minutes. And
yeah, exactly.
It's just really hard. So he's not safe, but I think there is upside for him, just like we saw last game.
Yeah, for sure. More questions coming in. What about Pritchard? Is he a viable option tonight with Kemba out of the lineup?
I think he's okay. I think the Spurs guards that we alluded to before are probably just a bit better. I think the Sacramento guards are a lot better. Pritchard's
4,000 though, coming off that nice little performance.
Yeah, I think just on this slate with so much value, you need upside out of all your players. Like, if he gets 23 fantasy points at 4K, that's not helping you win a tournament.
Yeah.
So he's not bad. It's just like, unless you think he can get 30 or more, you kind of need that, I think, on this slate, because I think this is going to be one of those slates where the scores are really high just because there's a lot of injuries.
Yep. A lot of injuries. And then also studs in good spots. That's what's also bringing this kind of fantasy point floor for what expectations are to win tonight, is that just the good spots that players are in.
Yeah, the one guy who people are playing who is not in a good spot at all is Russell Westbrook. I mean, his matchup is as bad as it can be. The only way it could really be worse is if LeBron was playing. The Lakers are an extremely tough opponent.
Yep.
And they're especially good protecting the rim with Anthony Davis in there. Like, it's just, Westbrook always is live for 70 or 80 fantasy points just because of, like, what we talked about. It's literally what he's trying to do out there. But the spot is great for Jokic. It's not really good for Westbrook. So I would say I agree with you except him.
All right. Well, let's look at this. Is there any value here now at Russell Westbrook not to score a triple-double? I think the rebounds are the one that could be an issue because of the fact that Drummond and Davis are in the middle.
Do you remember what the line was last week when we were talking about the yes/no on Westbrook's trip? I feel like you were getting more odds last week than we are now.
It was. I do remember that. I feel like because he missed it a couple games ago, that the line has kind of shifted to make it a little bit of a coin flip.
Yeah, I think it's hard to say.
It was like minus 200 in that game or minus 250 in that game, and the plus side was plus much better than 128.
It's kind of wild to think that a player could get a triple-double and still not be worth having in DFS, because, like, he's not really putting up many defensive stats, doesn't really shoot threes, he gets a ton of turnovers.
Yep.
We got 57-point fantasy game with a triple-double is hard to do, and Westbrook kind of does them all the time.
Yeah.
But as far as whether or not he'll get it, I mean, it seems like there's still some value on no, but I think it's just kind of hard to tell. I'm not sure the matchup affects the triple-double so much. What I would be more concerned about is just, like, he only scores 12 real points, and it's hard to hit a ceiling game if you're just not having a big scoring game.
Yep. Definitely before the injuries come out, 5:30 usually when all most of, not all, most of the injury reports hit the wire. But we do have a question from the chat asking about our favorite player prop. I'm going to hold on to that one, just waiting for the injury news to kind of pile in. So then maybe there's a chance here where we can jump on a player prop beforehand. Is there anything that maybe catches your eye to maybe have prepared to look at?
I'm trying to just kind of decide in my head how much it matters, this Steven Adams situation, for the rest of the players in the game. And I don't think it's a big enough deal to make props that appealing. Like, the thing that I would like the most, my hunch is betting some under props on Jokic if Adams is in. Okay. But like, that's a really scary thing. That's not a fun bet to root for. That's not like, and Adams doesn't move the needle by so much that Jokic is all of a sudden going to be bad.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of like eyeing that situation. But we talked about like Zion's rebound props when Adams doesn't play. I guess it kind of depends, like if we think Zion plays center at all, or they just run their other centers.
I don't think he's going to play center against Jokic at all.
Yeah, I don't either. So maybe it's just, it doesn't affect him very much at all.
Yeah, definitely. More questions coming in from the chat. Clint Capella or DeAndre Ayton? Are any of these guys appealing to you?
Okay, so both of those guys figure to be like 0.1%. I shouldn't say that. Ayton's actually pretty reasonably priced, so he'll have a bit of ownership. No one's playing Clint Capella tonight, so, and he's also been dealing with an injury lately.
Yep.
Like if you're trying to be as contrarian as possible, Capella could just grab 25 rebounds or something and have a huge game.
Or get in foul trouble against Embiid.
Yeah, I think that's more like I don't want to play Capella today. I'd rather go to like Vooch or Embiid, who are contrarian enough, and you don't need to get as crazy with Capella. But Ayton is dependent on news a little bit too. We don't have an update on Dario Saric, and Ayton should be able to play a few more minutes if Saric is out. And then Jay Crowder's questionable too, which I don't really think should impact Ayton all that much. But the Saric news might actually have some effect on the minutes there.
Yeah. I mean, he has been seeing a healthy dose of minutes, though, like 35, 33. We saw this 40 come against Milwaukee. That was an overtime one, too, I think. But he's just one of those lumbering bigs. And another player in this 6,700 price range to consider. Another guy that we can mention, hey, 67, 69, 71 guys to consider in this price range. If you're building a balanced lineup with just one stud, this is the kind of player that you have to consider. Yeah, I think so. I think we should switch it up a little bit though, because we just got some news that I think we'll have. Yeah, here we go. It's 5:32 now. Yeah. Marcus Smart just got suspended for a game. Maybe you know what that was for, but I had no idea that was going on. I don't recall off the top of my head, but now we do have other news. Herter got ruled out as well.
Yeah.
So that continues to.
But I just want to, the question that we got about Peyton Pritchard, maybe whoever asked that knew that this was coming. But either way, Pritchard looks better now without Smart. So, yeah, kudos to whoever was ahead
at 4K. You have to give up a guard for him then.
Yeah, I still don't think he'd be a priority or anything, but like he's in play. I think it's like a bit of a bump to Jaylen Brown. We'll see who the Celtics actually start.
Threatening language. Interesting.
Oh, is that's what he's suspended? Yeah.
Yeah, so, Marcus Smart is suspended for directing threatening language towards a game official. Thank you to Jordan for dropping that in for us.
That doesn't sound like something that he's going to be able to appeal and get out of. But like he could appeal and then still be able to play tonight. So we shouldn't like necessarily consider him ruled out yet, but it doesn't sound good for him.
Yeah. No, this is not like baseball where they get appeals and they get to play. No, he's
basketball doesn't
not playing tonight.
That's like a very, very common thing in baseball. Yeah, maybe I've been focusing on baseball a little too much lately. Just translating that to basketball. No, we can't do that.
No. So Peyton Pritchard, 4K against the Hornets. Making a lot of sense now. Kemba's out of the lineup. Marcus Smart out of the lineup. Pritchard already played 33 minutes, can play 33 minutes again. This news may even move his ownership in that direction too.
Yeah. The other situation though that I think may become more appealing is in Miami. So we also just got that Duncan Robinson's questionable, and
he left
already
the other night.
Yeah, and Oh, he didn't finish last game. So I
Yeah,
guess
he didn't finish last game, and they ended up playing Gabe Vincent all the way into the fourth quarter. He was kind of their closer guard. Yeah, he didn't do very much against the Bulls. He was just not shooting it well from the field, but they ended up actually closing the game with him because Duncan Robinson was out of the lineup, and Hero was out that night too.
Yeah, you could have fooled me because I checked my Gabe Vincent lineups and still saw 6.5 fantasy points. So I was like, oh, he must have not played very much.
He actually played a lot. I was watching that game and I was like, come on, Gabe, let's go. You're 3K. You're in my lineup, but he wasn't doing anything.
No, he didn't feel like contributing at all. But yeah, that's interesting. He was on the court. So maybe if he played that much, he could be appealing. But the other thing we have to look at there is Tyler Hero and Kendrick Nunn are also questionable. So now there's 3 perimeter players. And guys like Vincent and maybe Trevor Ariza gets a bump. Well, I'm not sure how much more he can actually do. He just kind of stands in the corner.
He actually played that game. He was actually one of their higher usage guys. They were trying to get him the ball, and he's just chucking threes.
He does a lot from the corner, but I think someone has to pass it to him for him to get a shot up.
Yeah.
But he's been a really productive player for them since they got him.
Yeah, that's been interesting. I feel like he just stepped into that Jay Crowder role that they had last year, and he just like seamlessly fit into that spot.
Yeah, they tried it with Andre Iguodala, and it wasn't really cutting in. They're like, we need a better version of this guy.
Yeah, exactly. They came with him.
So we probably have to pay the other guy I wanted to mention. We probably have to pay attention to Goran Dragic. Also, if all those guys are ruled out, he's only 5,400. So he probably becomes a pretty solid value play if at least a couple of those guys sit. So him, Vincent, maybe Ariza. And then
so many guards on this slate.
There's so many guards. And then speaking of guards, we have to go back to Atlanta because we just got more of the news there.
Okay. Tell the people what the news is.
Game time decisions on Bogdanovich and also on who's the other one? Brandon Goodwin. So in the backcourt, 2 guys. And Chris Dunn, they said, is getting a minutes limit increase. So
I've never seen him as much of an offensive threat. He's more of the defensive guy in there, but he does soak up minutes because of his defensive versatility.
Right. I think he'd have to play a lot. He's also the flat minimum. So if he plays 25 minutes, maybe he does just enough where he's worth it. But I don't think he would play that much. So it's more about, does he take away minutes from other guys? He probably just fills Brandon Goodwin's role if Goodwin's out.
Yeah.
But we're going to need to pay attention to this because Lou Williams, who I don't think is very good at basketball, but loves to shoot, and he will be on a team totally devoid of shooting if Bogdanovich is out.
Hey man, Lemon Pepper Lou always gets the buckets up.
This could be a game he shoots 4 for 20. It kind of is setting up that way. But if he gets hot, like he could score 40 plus fantasy points. Like I really think that if he gets going and he's playing well, he's just going to keep firing.
Yeah, definitely. And playing against Philly, we'll see what happens. I don't expect this game to stay close at all. And especially if Bogdan ends up sitting, I don't think they really have a chance here.
Yeah, it's just if they do keep it close, who's going to do it? Like this is the player. And I think John Collins could be a big part of the offense too. I'm with you though. Like I most likely the Sixers win by 10, 12, 15 points and everyone is bad for fantasy from the whole game.
Yeah. Was there anything to make from all this news, from this Marcus Smart news? I didn't see any props coming in for the Celtics.
We probably just missed it because I'm guessing
it's still up. I'm seeing it right now. Tatum is the only one that had points prop and Brown.
Yeah, I think that there's probably some reason to be interested in Jaylen Brown, like points, rebounds, assists. Marcus Smart doesn't do a ton though offensively.
Yeah.
So I think the player who should benefit here the most is Evan Fournier in terms of minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, do the Celtics want to play him big minutes and play him in crunch time?
They did. That's what they brought him for. I mean, he played 35 minutes the night before. Just because Pritchard did well doesn't mean that Fournier didn't do that well either.
Yeah, I think this is a different situation because Fournier was filling in offensively to a large degree for Tatum's absence. And now what they're lacking is defense. Tatum and Brown are playing, but they don't have Smart. So they don't need Fournier's offense as much because Tatum and Brown are there. So like maybe they just play Grant Williams more or someone who Semi Ojeleye, someone who just guards and does nothing on offense. but there's at least a chance that Fournier picks up more minutes from this.
More news coming in. James Ennis will start now against the Cavs. Dwayne Bacon will not be.
James Ennis was listed questionable, and now we have him in, or was he expected to play?
He was expected to play. It was the fact that he's replacing Bacon in the starting lineup after Bacon played 37 minutes and cost him the game.
Right. Yeah, this game just seems very unappealing to me. Like I know that there's some interest here because there are just a lot of guys out, and Cole Anthony is probably a little too cheap. Chuma Okeke is a little too cheap.
Yep.
But ownership here is going to be pretty significant, I think, for a lot of these guys, most notably Chetty Osman. But like Garland should be somewhat popular, and some of these Orlando guys. So I think they're like a lot of value is opening up now with the news that we're getting. And if the ownership holds on this game, like this is one of the worst games of the night. It just has some guys who are out.
Yep.
I don't really think it's that exciting of a game to like try to game stack this or anything, but maybe playing one player from each side is fine.
Yep. Definitely. Let's go to the main injury report for tonight's slate. We switched it up a little bit, make it a little bit more appealing, visually appealing for the people. We have now new sections, questionable, in and out. So questionable for tonight's slate. Guys that really stand out to me, Tyler Hero, Kendrick Nunn, Steven Adams, Nicholas Batum, Dario Saric, Jay Crowder, Duncan Robinson. Those guys, definitely the people that you need to pay attention to. And then from the inside, we mentioned Ennis playing. He's going to be starting. But Alec Burks, he's going to be returning. He's been out a bit, but I don't think that he has enough just yet. He's one of those guys that does come in and score a lot, but I don't know if I feel compelled to play him. And then Tatum in, Robert Williams in, but also sitting out tonight, Harrison Barnes, Derek White, Kemba Walker, Mike Conley, Kevin Huerter, Marcus Smart. Which one of these pieces of news stands out to most to you from kind of what's remaining from the out players? Because I know we've touched a lot on who are questionable.
Yeah, I think we've kind of covered most of who's out. I'm just thinking if there's anyone else from Sacramento that we maybe need to touch on. From Utah, at least, we didn't mention Bojan Bogdanovic. So both of the Bogdanoviches are in play.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else from Utah after Clarkson and Ingles? I think it's just a lot of ball handling responsibility and usage that is missing with both Conley and Mitchell. So Bojan could be interesting. Georges Niang maybe, but I think
he's viable. If that game gets out of hand, George Niang's actually has a chance to, return value. And he's at 3,400, been playing a little bit more minutes. It looks positive in that direction.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure of this, though. He was playing like all of garbage time for a while, and I don't know if that's still the case. So if you're playing him, like you need to be pretty sure he'll be in there for garbage time, because that's like when he was running the garbage time unit, that was when his big fantasy games were happening. But if he only plays 18 minutes and doesn't play garbage time, then he's not really worth it. But I think Bojan probably is too expensive, but he's worth it. I like Ingles more. Do you think there's anyone we've missed on Sacramento? Because there are a lot of players missing for that team.
I mean, we touched on Terrence Davis, 3,300. He's one of my favorite value options for the slate, but also Mo Harkless. He comes in and he flashes that upside. The minutes are pretty secure for him. But Metu also playing well for the Kings. I think that it just sets up here where there's a lot of options, and it will just be based on who's starting. I feel like it's going to be more based on who's starting more than anything. So Halliburton, Hield, Holmes, definitely going to be starting. And then will we have Terrence Davis? Will we have, DeLon Wright? We know Mo Harkless has also been starting for them. So I think it's that last fifth starter that's going to make the difference for me.
Yeah, I that makes sense to me. There's just no way we're going to have this information anytime, even soon after lock. The Kings are probably going to give us this at like 9:40. So it's tough because there are two 10 o'clock games, but there's not much that's very appealing in that Clippers-Suns game. You mentioned Nick Batum is questionable, but his role is not big enough where you would really expect that to be a needle mover in any significant way. And the same is probably true for Saric and Crowder, even if both those guys are out. Like, how excited should we be about Torrey Craig or potentially Frank Kaminsky? I mean, those guys are okay, but
Yeah.
We don't have a lot to pivot to in the Suns Clippers game. So it would just help if we got news earlier.
Yeah. Before we jump off, I do want to touch one more time on this Memphis and Portland game. Yep. What do you think of DeAnthony Melton? He's been getting a little bit of chatter as a top value play, 3,800. His minutes have been on the rise. And then from the Portland side, this game does project to be really high scoring. So do we need to get some exposure there?
Yeah, it's weird. Now that you mention it, this game has the highest total, and I don't really have much interest in it because there's just so much depth on both of these teams. I think Melton is interesting. He's definitely underpriced still, but is he more underpriced than some of the other value that's opening up?
Yep.
I mean, he's probably a little bit worse than those guys, but will be lower owned. So it's kind of that balance of, yeah, he could outperform a lot of those guys. I wouldn't be shocked if he had a better game than Cedi Osman, and he is a lot cheaper. So someone like him or someone in that price range as a pivot off of the chalk in that price range, I think is a good move. But like the high end guys in this game, there's just too many of them. When Nurkic had that huge game that we were talking about last week, beginning of the show, there was no Jonas Valanciunas, and that's part of why the matchup was so good. Is Xavier Tillman and Jaren Jackson and Brandon Clark are not nearly as well equipped, specifically to keep him off the glass like Jovel can.
Yeah, exactly.
There's just so many. Both of these teams have just two strong units. They basically run 8 to 10 deep on both sides, and they have a lot of good players. So, could Damian Lillard score 60 fantasy points tonight on a back-to-back? Sure, but yeah, it's kind of hard to get to this game, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot of depth here and not a lot to play with. It's a really interesting slate because of that, because you have this high total, you have a lot of guys that are priced up, and then you have this one value guard that kind of stands out a little bit, but not like entirely, because he's not going to break the slate. Maybe he goes off and somebody gets hurt or in foul trouble, and then he gets his minutes. But I don't feel totally comfortable. That's why I wanted to bring it back up, because it's a slate where you have this high total, you have all these great players, but we haven't even got a chance to talk about it because there's nothing too appealing there.
Yeah, I do think people will want to run back Yusuf Nurkic because of the recent game versus Memphis. Like he just torched them and had maybe the best game of his whole career.
Yeah.
And I'll try not to be biased because he burned me last time, but he's $1,600 more expensive this time. And it's a worse matchup because Jovel's back in there and he's going to be still semi-popular. So like, I don't want any part of that. And Nurkic could score 50 fantasy points again. I don't like, he is a really, really good player.
Yeah.
But yeah, the context for this game is just a lot worse than it was a week ago.
Yeah. Before we jump off, one final value question that I want to talk to you about. Brad Wanamaker. His minutes have been trending up in the right direction. He's playing well. $3,000. Another guard to consider for the slate. How do you feel about Wanamaker against his former team?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought him up because I kind of forgot about him. And he's like the value play because he's actually in a significant role and he costs nothing. He costs the minimum. I think the reason to get away is kind of like a lot of these other cheap guys. He's going to be really popular and there were just other cheap guys that could become values. So I'd rather play an unowned Gabe Vincent, assuming all those Miami guys are out. Yeah. And this game starts at 7:00. So you're just locking up the slot if you play him. I would like Wanamaker more if he was playing at 8 or 9 p.m. because then at least you kind of know where you stand. But he's fine. I mean, he's definitely underpriced, so I don't think he's a bad player or anything. It's just there might be better plays.
Yep. Well, man, 2 minutes left. If you guys have any final questions, go ahead and jump them in the chat. We will try to get to them. Coming up next for the remainder of tonight's Madden slate, 6:00, Raiders at Packers in the snow. Glash will be back with Christian for that. 8:00, Saints at Dolphins in the rain with Koff and Ducey. Then Bears at Steelers at 10:00 in the snow. Rossi and Carroll will be handling that. We have Robin Lopez news. He's going to be available. So that jumps off for the Gafford and Alex Len plays.
Yeah, I'm not playing any of those three guys. I think there's a chance one of them scores 30 fantasy points.
Yeah.
But it's a low chance. And I just don't think you need to take that kind of dart throw when there will be other unowned better value guys.
Yep, definitely. Definitely unowned value guys that we need to consider. There's so much on the slate. It's been fun though. I feel like these slates are the ones where, you got to stay plugged in. If you're going to make a lineup, make sure to stay plugged in for the entire piece of news. If you need a spot to go to get your news, DK Live. Just download the app or follow on Twitter, and you'll be able to get all the information that is available for tonight's slate. But coming up Friday, we have MLB Pre-Lock with Steve and LaMarca. Then I'll be back on Monday with Julian. And then on Wednesday, back with my man, Matt. Before we jump off, any final thoughts you got?
Yeah, so one quick matchup that we did not talk about that I think could be interesting and also really overlooked is Julius Randle versus Nikola Vucevic. No one's going to play those guys. We've talked about Jokic, Westbrook, like paying up for them. They're both a little overpriced, but like that could be a back and forth, I think, with Randle just always having a huge ceiling. Yep. Maybe as good of a bet to get a triple-double as Westbrook. No, not quite, but he does get a few of them. And Vooch still has more responsibility with Levine out. So like I think those two guys could go overlooked. And because they're in the same game, like it kind of makes sense to play them together if you play them at all.
Makes sense. Good tip. Appreciate it. I will hit you up in Slack. We'll talk about some lineups. Other than that, hope everyone enjoyed the show. Best of luck with your lineups. Peace out.
Hey, here we go. Night slate, Wild Weather Wednesday. If you hate Wild Weather Wednesday, it's almost over.
Yes.
We're halfway done with it.
And it was not a very good start to Wild Weather Wednesday. Not only did we have a bummer of a Chiefs game, apparently, but that game you and I just did, the last sim, what were there, like 13 combined points in that game? It was a nightmare. I think it might have been 16. It might have been a 10-6 finish. There was one touchdown in a Ravens game. Lamar Jackson had fewer than 14 points. So needless to say, I'm a little bit down on this matchup, but I feel like I've learned from it. I feel like I'm moving in the right direction, Clash. Last game, I forgot it was Wild Weather Wednesday. This game, Packers in the snow. I'm loading up on Green Bay players, and I'm putting the big burly dudes in my lineup, including Mercedes Lewis, who is my captain.
Ooh. Okay.
They down for Mercedes so I can make sure I can put Devin Funchess in that lineup as well, because that man has been he continues to be a Simland All-Pro. He's averaging like 25 points per game in his last 5 sims. Got to get him in the lineup as well. Flash, what about you? What does your roster look like?
I know. I didn't play Funchess. I certainly wanted to. It's just the way it shook out. So I'm taking the strategy from the 4. I've got a defense in there.
I like it.
It's Green Bay's D.
Yep.
I played Lewis, Adams, Rodgers, Aaron Jones, and Waller is my captain.
Wow. So we actually have similar builds because I got Waller in there. I got Rodgers. I got Jones. I have the Packers D as well. Just Funch for me, being able to fit him in there was a priority. Even I had enough cash left over where I could have gone Funch. I could have gone Devontae Adams. I looked at those recent showings. I was like, you can't stifle the Funch. So we'll see.
We'll see. But you have data that supports your argument, and I'm probably going to regret it. So we'll see what happens if Funch gives you a bunch today.
I mean, just look at these numbers, Clash. Just the man has been absolutely on fire. 29-6, 28-9, 28-2. Those are his last 3 sims. Go to his 5th sim against the Falcons. 26-2, 17-5, 60. The guy has scored at least a dozen points all of his last 7 appearances. You gotta think he's gonna be there. He'll be doing just fine. I'm hopeful. I have strong feelings that Funch is going to be the guy in this one. He's also one of those bigger targets, one of those snow-ready targets, and pretty much the only reason why the Packers might not draft a first-round wideout talent this year. Maybe they believe in Funch because they've seen just how good he is in Madden 21. They're like, you know what? We've been watching these sims. Funch has been an absolute stud. Why would we burn a draft pick on anyone else when we can get 25 points per game out of Devin, by God, Funchess?
Yeah. I mean, you sound like his agent, for crying out loud. I mean, that was beautifully done, beautifully said.
It's not a bad idea. It is. You should not do that, Packers. You should absolutely pay up and go and pull down a first-round draft pick wide receiver. Hopefully it'll be Rashad Bateman. I like him a lot. But Elijah Moore, man, all he did last year, 8 games, Clash, like 1,200 receiving yards, 8 touchdowns against strictly SEC opponents. Elijah Moore could be a nice fit too. There's a lot of guys I like in this draft class. You can read all about them. And my 5 rules for drafting an NFL wideout live today on the Post Route. Substack.com is King Duck X2. Forgot it was Wednesday. Yeah, I did that last sim and I finished like 147th out of 150. I am sorry to hear it.
All right, let's have some fun. Strap on in. Let's hope the Raiders can keep this somewhat entertaining. 160 entries in snowy Lambeau every Wild Weather Wednesday. Who says no? It does, you know. Seeing Lambeau in the snow, at least it gives you a little bit of a good, you know, a tingly feeling inside of, oh, you know, this isn't so bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a feeling you don't get with most football stadiums because they're such a grift. You don't really have places that inspire that kind of historic symbolism like a Fenway or a Wrigley Field or like the old Yankee Stadium, which has been replaced with a pale imitation. So yeah, you don't have a stadium that really inspires pilgrimages quite like Lambeau And they'd been around for decades and decades. They keep adding on, they keep building on it, but you can still feel that, you know, kind of 60s presence there, especially if you're sitting on the bleacher side of things. You're freezing, you know, your butt is on that cold aluminum. Everything is about 15 degrees, including whatever beverage you happen to be drinking, no matter what it was when it started, whether it was a beer, whether it was a hot chocolate. It is frozen into a chunk of ice sometime around the second quarter. Then you realize, you take a deep breath in and the hair on the inside of your nostrils freezes. Yes, this is what football is meant to be.
That was so beautiful. How you just did that.
I got feelings, man. I majored in words.
There's Darren Waller. We'll take it. Nice job, Darren.
Yeah, I mean, both of us are token Raider in this one, the Murder Hornet himself. And on a wild weather Wednesday, doesn't hurt to stack up those tight ends. Well, in the last game, we saw very little from either Mark Andrews or TJ Hawkinson. A game in which your top two position players were like J.K. Dobbins and Danny Amendola. If you want to go top three, Miles Boykin slid. It was a bad
Oh, man. All right. So it's 2nd and 4. David is in the chat. Andy James, Ren Snow, as opposed to Renfro. Beautiful. Who we got here? Is that Tyrell? Derek Carr, 2 for 2. Yep, Tyrell, gain of 12. Ashley Edwards, Raiders Nation, just win, baby. Yes. Mo, what's good? Brian C. Brian, there's a good energy in the sim because the Raiders have made it to Packers territory on the first drive.
Yeah.
You see, I had to say something.
That's on you as Dean, Lowry, Burley. Well, not Burley. For a defensive tackle, he's actually kind of tall. He's got a good pad level. He's able to get low. But Lowry, like 6'6", 295 out of Northwestern. A good find for this Packer team. Former undrafted free agent, I believe, or a day 3 pick. Either way, built himself from nothing into something and been a key part of some very good Packers teams the past few years. Jalen Richard gets the call, and it does not go well. 3rd and pretty damn long coming up for the Raiders. There are 18 yards to go to get a first here.
Of all the big Raiders that you might have in your lineup, skill guys, not a single one is more than 6% owned in the captain spot. But overall ownership, Waller tops the team with 44.6. It's a dump off to Jalen Richard, nothing doing. 4th and forever.
Yeah, so Jalen Richard gets back-to-back plays, and they go for -3 yards. Not ideal, but hey, good defensive stand there from the Packers. Bent early, did not break. And Dean Lowry, a couple of big plays there, a couple tackles for loss. We're about to see Aaron Rodgers take the field with the sim god himself, Devin Funchess.
Old Man Dog fan, what's up? Good to have you here. Barry, a little rain here in Boston, but then I think it stopped. It got like weirdly warm. I did have a poncho on last sim,
Sure.
but then it started getting kind of steamy in here.
That's just you, baby.
Well, even Sarah was like, can you put the air on? I'm like, yeah, I'm in.
It's good. Because she saw you in that poncho, was like, man, that's a nice poncho. How it happens. That's why you don't wear ponchos that often. They would just distract people. They would disrupt the workplace. Just a good idea.
There we go. Nice run. Aaron Jones, gain of 11. Brian C. says, something about Glash saying there's a good energy in the sim makes me all warm and fuzzy. Makes me feel the family vibes. Well, that's what we're going for here. At least that's what I go for. Just to everyone to feel nice and comfortable.
We got to see a little Aaron Jones action. Jones, of course, brought back into the fold this year, signing that extension. He'll continue to ply his trade in the Packers backfield. And a kind of a non-Green Bay move to pay up for a running back, but they do like their homegrown kind of guys. Granted, it's left him pretty pressed up against the salary cap. And you got to think they thought at that time that it was going to be an issue where, okay, well, we'll be able to extend Aaron Rodgers. We'll be able to push his dead cap money and everything down the line to when the salary cap will be higher. We'll be able to, we'll be able to fit a few more free agents under our belt. Instead, that extension never happened as Jones comes pretty close to the first, but we might be looking at third and short coming up here. The extension just hasn't happened. They're saying all the right things publicly, are Brian Gutekunst and Aaron Rodgers, but you still have to wonder if maybe there's going to be a little bit more dissent between them. I think Rodgers, for his part, is waiting to see what happens at the draft. And if the Packers invest in wideout help, then maybe that'll be the key that says, you know what, you guys are still invested in me. You do see me as both the present and the near future. Let's go. I'm back in. Get me in here through 2020.
Love some of these comments coming in here. David hit that like button. Love it. Thank you. Here is Rodgers, hit as he throws, incomplete, his first pass. Jacob says, what's going on, gentlemen? Who do the Steelers take tomorrow? They drafted 24 overall. They could focus on the O-line. I know we can talk quarterback. I mean, I wouldn't mind it. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, you know what? I think there's a reason why Najee Harris has been mocked to the Steelers time and time again, is that they need an alpha dog in that running back rotation.
That too.
That's MVS there? No, Jason. What? All right, wow. A little depth chart diver there. They definitely need a guy. I mean, this was a running attack that ranked like 30th in the NFL last season, just wasn't very efficient. James Conner was the top dog in that room. He wasn't great, and he's no longer a Pittsburgh Steeler. So it makes sense that they would go running back. My preference would be Harris. He is a great dual threat 2020s kind of running back as Devontae Adams takes this one down to the brink of the red zone. He is the kind of guy who can give you a lot of pass catching out of the backfield. He's the kind of guy who's just impossible to stop in space, and he's got some decent size. He runs in at about 230, so he can be a pile pusher, a pass receiving down, and pretty much anything you need him to be. I like him. Travis Etienne could fit the bill. I mean, that wouldn't be super surprising. And then there's the kid, well, one of the kids out of the University of North Carolina, Javonte Williams, who is just just kind of a beast. A guy who came to college as a linebacker, I believe, or at least started his football career as a linebacker. So this dude is like violence personified in the backfield, runs hard. Javonte Williams is just kind of a guy that you do like a little bit more. I just would prefer Harris because his game is a little bit more complete.
Yeah, there are reports. This is coming from Jerry Dulac of Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. The Pittsburgh Steelers likely to add a running back, as you just talked about, in the first or second round. Etienne is a beast. I love that guy. And Harris is also awesome. There's Jones, first quarter winding down, just the second drive of the sim. Raiders showed some promise, driving the ball into Packers territory, but then I said that, and everything went to hell. So,
yeah, I mean, that was pretty much your fault. I think we can all agree on that, Class. You ruined things for the Raiders, and Congo Cab and Ashley Edwards should take up their complaints with you because things were going very well until you pointed out how well they were going. 0-0, but the Packers about to add some points here, barring a turnover. Second and goal coming up from the 6. Aaron Jones has been working. Aaron Rodgers has looked pretty good. Derek Carr's having a very Derek Carr day. He's 3 for 3, but only for 16 yards. Aaron Jones, 30 on the ground. So moving towards the bonus, although it's still pretty dang early. No one with multiple catches yet in this one. And hey, if you want to learn more about the Steelers and Najee Harris, I'm going to drop the link in there, but that is like a post route from a week ago. I'm going to throw those links into the YouTube and Twitch chat so you can check that out. Why Najee Harris makes so much sense as a Steeler and why he may be the safest pick team combination beyond Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson going 1 and 2.
Got about 40 of you on Twitch. Thanks for being here, Twitch fam. Piercy says he's going to take down the contest. Let's see.
You got to leave Piercy in last again?
I'm in first again.
What?
That was a good little streak I had going on. It's the defense. Yeah. Sack for the Packers D. And also, we've got Jim. Hey, Jim, from Game Ops. Jim is here. We have producer Michael. We also have Terrell in tonight, helping out, producing. And Daniel on the ones and twos. That's our crew. So say hi.
Quick slant. Who do we have here? Is it
MVS?
Oh, MVS. Wow. MVS is the guy I thought about that was like the deep threat in the snow. I don't think that's going to work. Oh, it worked. All right. The quick slant there. An absolute laser beam from Rodgers to his most mercurial wideout. We got ourselves a 6-0 ball game.
Okay. All right. 40.5% owned MVS. A hair over 6% in the captain spot. Jordan Warren has chimed in. Rough sim day for me. I forgot to do a classic lineup and didn't have a lineup for the Bengals game. This is probably the best day to play less lineups. I like classics more, but do better on showdowns. All right, so you've just turned a negative into a positive, Jordan. I like that.
Our guy Piercy, again, going for last place, but he's got some competition this time, as 3 teams have not put in rosters at all, including our guy Zero from over in the Twitch chat. So, Piercy, I appreciate your Jamal Williams captain slot. I appreciate you that you built a roster for 6.5K. What I want is for one of these guys to score the touchdown. And when we point out that that person is 0.6% owned, you can stand up and go like, yes, I was the one who believed in A.J. Dillon. I had Equiminius St. Brown roster.
Brian C. is asking what exactly the post route delves into.
It's all things NFL analysis and breakdowns. Also, we go off topic quite a bit. On Fridays especially, where we'll look at the pulp culture, or for me, it's a deep dive into the world of beverages. I can't really get into here on chat because it's a family show, but let's just say I enjoy a good malted wheat.
There you go. If you don't know, now you know. Congo Cab watching his Raiders in Simland. 2nd and 9 for Carr. MVS has the touchdown if you just missed it. There we go. There we go, Darren Waller. Here we go. Twitch fam, I hope you all are feeling lucky tonight because I'm taking down the dislikes for Ducey NBA contest. I have a good feeling tonight. It's been a while. I have not. Now it's only, what is it, like $1 to get in, Fooligan? You're here. Only like $1 to get involved, but I have not played well in those contests lately, so I'm feeling good. I feel good about my night upcoming. Jacobs, 4 carries, 14 yards. HMFIC, weather for the rest of the night. Can get you that right now. Coming up after this, we have, I'm trying to find it, producer Michael. I'm losing track of where the heck this might be. I think he's tossing it into our channel right now. Rain is for our next sim. Rain is the next sim, and then snow. Rain, snow. That's the order. And the matchups, let's see, Kaufman and Ducey. Speaking of Ducey, Ducey for the 8 o'clock sim, Saints at Dolphins in the rain, and then Madden After Dark, Rossi and Tommy Freeze Pops. Bears at Steelers in the snow. And if you need any more information, go to the Madden Streams info page on DK Nation.
Wow. I don't know what happened to the Packers defense there, but they took the worst possible tackling angles there. Kevin King was involved. That might have something to do with it. You may remember him from getting torched repeatedly in the NFC title game. But there, Tyrell Williams wide open over the middle. A check down pass where they didn't need to throw a check down pass, but it somehow worked for Derek Carr. And well, we've seen the script written before, and last time we did, it ended with like negative 14 yards. So let's see if the Raiders can't make this journey into Packers territory and a little bit more promising.
Wait, so we have Piercy and then Free Piercy.
Yeah.
Who is Free Piercy?
I think Free Piercy used to be CJ, or maybe it was Ford. I think no, Ford's in there on his own. So yeah, it was one of the other Twitch regulars who was taking up the calls.
The only thing I don't like about the name change is that then I forget who you actually were before.
I'm sure we'll find it. Fool. Okay. Woo! Nice strike there from Carr. Ren Snow gets up, and beautiful placement there. I don't know why or in what universe the Packers are like, we need to stick Jair Alexander on Hunter Renfrow. But Renfrow getting the better of that exchange with the all-pro corner. This drive continues for the Raiders, and I don't know, on a snow day from here, 48 yards, I'd give it a 50-50 shot for Daniel Carlson. Real life Daniel Carlson's probably going to hit that 90% of the time, but here in Simland, not quite as good as the all-AFC kicker.
There was some news in the last hour, nothing as it pertains to the draft, but Saquon Barkley, his fifth-year option was picked up. He will be ready to start the season. That was another report from earlier today. What are you most excited? We're going to be together tomorrow at 6 Eastern, so there could be, who knows, man. By the time this one's over, as Jacobs makes the catch for a first down, we could be back here in the same spot tomorrow, and there's maybe a lot of changes, maybe some leaks. But
absolutely, yeah, it's going to be a weird one for sure. But I'm excited about it. I think we're going to have some absolute nonsense rumors come out that we're going to go like, I can't believe that's true, and then we're later going to be like, oh, I guess that's true. But it's going to be fun.
What are you most looking forward to outside of just what the heck's going to shake out with the quarterbacks? Like, is it? And look, I say this all the time. Like, I fall victim of it. I dive into that stuff because it's very juicy. But what else are you looking forward to? I'm excited that they're going to have an actual. It's in Cleveland. It's in a location. I'm looking forward to. I'm not really looking forward to Goodell hugging the players. It's gonna. I compare it to like Voldemort hugging his fellow evil people in Harry Potter. It's gonna be really awkward. But I don't know. Like what else are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Well, I mean, first off, I want to see a lineman jump into Roger Goodell's arms and herniate one of his discs. That would be a memorable draft moment. I want to see how far the Kyle Pitts hype takes us in what's going to happen there. If someone is really going to ship away their future to trade up and take the Falcons number 4 spot so they can draft Kyle Pitts, who just is kind of otherworldly as a tight end prospect, but also plays tight end, which is last year we did have a scarcity of every down, all season dynamic tight ends who filled a role. So is that going to help push things? It's just going to be really interesting to see what happens with a guy like him, a once in a generation kind of talent, who maybe doesn't play the position that you would think would go for a number 4 overall pick. He would be the highest drafted tight end since, I honestly don't even know. Vernon Davis went 6th overall. And as we get, who do we have here? Josh Jacobs into the end zone. That Packers D play looking a little bit worse now as the Raiders tie this one up at 7 pending the extra point. 2 minutes 5 to go in the first half.
Oh, okay, so Free Piercy 1 is Fooligan. Got it. Okay.
Free Piercy 1 suggests there's an original Free Piercy.
I see. That's why a 1 had to be added. Makes sense. All right. Here we go. Tied at 7. Well, we will be in just a second. Some NBA news. If you guys are tinkering your lineups, Tyler Hero is out. Kendrick Nunn will play for the Miami Heat. The NBA news comes in fast and furious in the 6 o'clock hour prior to 7 o'clock walk.
Absolutely. I mean, I can't imagine the stress of having to set and reset your lineups based on load management, who's taking the night off, a more hectic year than usual. I admire the work that you and Koff put in, Lash, making lineups there. I know for a fact that if I dropped in, I would just be donating my money to the Kaufman Kids College Fund.
Yeah, no, it's a blast. I think it's fun that we do the Koff does that contest with the chat or in the DK SimFam Friends League. And we're just more basketball people. I mean, Koff will do anything, really. He'll play any. I'm not as much of a hockey guy. I'll watch hockey, I'll watch baseball, but I won't, the DFS aspect. It's probably easier to do DFS for those other sports because in the NBA, Koff says this, NBA is like a job. Like doing NBA DFS is like having a side gig to monitor the news.
Ooh. Okay, well, I'm intrigued now because I'm getting some reports from my guy Stephen Godfrey, former co-worker, now a friend over at SB Nation, and we all know that the Kansas Jayhawks, having fired Les Miles, looking for a new head coach, and it appears, reading the tea leaves, that their new guy is going to be Army head coach Jeff Monken, which means Kansas might be a Power 5 team running the triple option, which I kind of love. That might be the only way to make that work for them. I mean, this is a godforsaken program right now, and if we're, I don't know, I might have to watch a Kansas game this year, which is not something I ever anticipated saying. It's something I've said since Mark Mangino was fired. I'm baffled. I'm a little intrigued. And then poor Army, man. Army, most prosperous span in years and years under Monken. Now they have to reload. I mean, we've seen it happen with the service academies before when Paul Johnson, decamped for Georgia Tech, and then Ken Muimet-Tololo came in, and Coach Ken really kept things above board for the midshipmen. We're a Navy household here. My in-laws both Navy pilots, so we go out to Philly every few years or so to go watch the festivities there. Just an amazing bucket list experience, Flash. We talked about going to Lambeau, how that kind of carries that weight. There's nothing quite like going to Army Navy, showing up 90 minutes early and watching the walk-ons there. It's just really cool, or march-ons rather. It's really cool to see all that there. It's Funch getting on the board again. Packers up against the clock here, but they do have the ball on the right side of the field. They do have a weather-tested kicker in Mason Crosby, who doesn't really have the leg strength that you'd want him to try something over 50 yards here. Clock ticking, 30-ish seconds, one timeout here. We're looking at maybe 3 plays left in the half for Aaron Rodgers to get something done. But his X factor is lit.
Come on. Ooh. Oh! Looking for MVS. You brought up Kyle Pitts, and for the second time in the last couple of weeks, Freeze Pops brought this up to me last night, and I forget exactly what it was, but something like a clip leaked or a tweet, something. Yeah. Do you believe at all that the Dallas Cowboys might try and move up and get this guy? And I feel like the Cowboys need to be talked about, and the Niners have been the story of the draft buildup. Yeah. It feels like it would be so Jerry Jones to get the spotlight.
Yeah, it would be stupid too. I mean, honestly, it would be a nice addition, clearly, but they'd have to mortgage a lot to move up from 10 to 4 in a year where the Niners need to trade away 3 first-round picks to move up from 12 to 3. This is Aaron Rodgers. Oh no! Disaster has struck. Wow! Holy crap! Instead of just kneeling out the clock, the Packers decide to get bold, and it does not pay off at all. Rodgers chased backwards, puts it on the turf, and the Raiders scoop it off the frozen tundra, run it in for a touchdown. So instead of taking the lead before halftime, Vegas is going to go in, barring a miracle comeback here, up 7 into the locker room.
Well, Allie Smith says he was down. Good point too, Allie, about the WNBA. That's true. The rotations are much tighter.
Yeah, Dude, I actually like playing WNBA contests because I have a lot of people who I know are going to feed me great info there. If you're not following Matt Ellentuck, M Ellentuck on Twitter, and you're an WNBA fan or daily fantasy player, get in touch with that dude because he is awesome. He knows so damn much about the league. One of the best, most reliable reporters out there. What were you saying? Oh, the Cowboys. Yeah, the Cowboys could absolutely do something stupid. It's clearly there. They could continue to build up that offense, and they could become the NFC East version of the Atlanta Falcons. They need to amass cheap players because they are so deeply entrenched in salary cap battles. The Packers learn from their mistakes. They're going to run the ball once, go to halftime, lick their wounds here. At the break, Vegas 14, Green Bay 7. Not a great start, but the Packers will get the ball to start the second half and have a shot at answering that momentous swing of momentum there.
Kyle getting ready for his psychology exam tomorrow. All right, Kyle, let's crush it. Get the flashcards out. I got nothing else for you. All I can say is wishing you luck.
Mike Bizzle, best pitcher in baseball, going in 10 minutes. Oh, is Jack Leiter starting tonight? I'm kidding.
So my buddy, I'm in a text group and my phone's going off. Yeah, so it's what's his face? It's Jacob deGrom going against the Red Sox. Jacob deGrom's ERA is 0.31. Like, that's insane.
I mean, if Corbin Burns is any indication, this might be the week he loses because Burns was like a 0.34, and then the Marlins of all teams got to him. Actually, the Brewers, NL Central leading Brewers, host the Miami Marlins at what was formerly Miller Park and somehow dropped 2 of 3. I have no idea what to think of this team. They are garbage at home and heroic on the road. And maybe they just need to play a lot more NL Central teams. Or maybe they're just bad teams with their kryptonite because they lost the series to the Pirates, too. My Pirates.
50 strikeouts and 29 innings pitched. Damn.
God bless.
How does he have a loss?
Yeah.
Oh,
he plays for the
Mets.
Yeah. The Mets of it all.
He's 32. I didn't realize he's that old already now. Damn.
Does seem younger. Yeah.
32. Well, that Mets team that went to the NLCS, right? That was in 2015?
Yeah.
When they played the Cubs?
I think that's right.
I mean, that was 6 years ago. And that's when those guys were getting all that love.
That's wild to me.
Jeff says, how in the crap is Madden Simulation allowing these mediocre defenses to get away with scooping scores? Well, the weather doesn't help.
I mean, also, this is the Simland where Devin Funchess is one of the greatest receivers in NFL history, so adjust accordingly.
El Bongo, I woke up one time and didn't know where I was. I was confused for 2 hours. Okay. Oh, yes, Mike Bizzle. That team made the World Series. That's right. They lost to the Royals. I think it was the Royals. It was a team wearing blue. And they beat the Cubs in 5 games, I think. Good deal.
And Brian C. making sure, putting a good Hatters reference in there, dropping DeGrom's alma mater, Stetson U, up in North Florida as MVS, another strike there. So he has been the most valuable Packer to play in this one. If somehow you threw the Raiders defense into your lineup, and not many of you did, 1.5% of you rostered them in the free showdown, 0.1% in the captain spot. But if you got them in any way, shape, or form, gotta be pretty happy with that first half. Now Rodgers playing pissed off. Let's see if he can't. I think that was an MVS drop there. So MVS remains pretty high on the target list. Let's see if that continues, or if now that MVS has a drop to his name, that ends right away.
All right, come on, Aaron. There you go.
Nice strike over the middle. It looked like it was MVS again. So 3 catches for 24 and a touchdown. Now that's 3 straight targets for him as well. So the halftime adjustment might have just been LaFleur telling his quarterback, just keep spamming MVS until something bad happens. And typically that's how an MVS series does end. He gets wide open, like 40 yards downfield. Aaron Rodgers puts one on his numbers, and then the ball hits the turf and falls impotently to the ground. As Aaron Jones can't get it done on 3rd and 2. Big decision coming here for Green Bay. Glash, will they go for it? They're near midfield, but not on the right side of it. I got to imagine we're going to see a J.K. Scott punt, and we might see the worst tackler in the NFL get his shot to make a stop here. That's right, J.K. Scott.
While they're punting.
It is a net of 26 yards on the punt. Not great. Raiders take over at their own 27.
Hit that like button for us if you have not already. Yeah, Congo Cab, it's the arcade mode settings. Anything can happen. Ashley Edwards, Raiders fan. What do you want the Raiders to do tomorrow? What do you want the Raiders to do? They have never traded up in Gruden's run as head coach with Mike Mayock. When you give Gruden a 10-year contract, he's going to get a lot of say, I'd like to think.
The whole thing is with Gruden, you don't really know. There's no move that's really out of the question that for the Raiders. They could really go in any direction. You can go, yeah, well, it's the Raiders, so sure. It makes sense. Nice strike there, Tyrell Williams. And already this Raider team up near midfield, looking to extend this lead.
See, nothing, the Raiders taking Ruggs last year, there's so much excitement with that team. Like, I don't think there's a single player. Well, they have a first-round pick. They have a first-round pick, right?
Who's that?
The Raiders. Yeah. So they could get a ready-made offensive lineman. They might address right tackle because they've done a lot of maneuvering. And I remember that now Congo Cab is here in the chat. And I remember Congo Cab, we were having a back and forth. And I was like, oh, yeah, they got nothing at offensive line. He's like, well, actually, we've signed some guys. And I'm like, okay, that's true. But I'm sure they'll want to draft one to have some insurance if they really want to give Derek Carr a chance. And then, of course, with Green Bay, as we've talked about a little bit, the one position they can draft at where they can get a ready-made guy, that was a nice run by Jalen Richard. He just kept churning. They could go receiver. And like you said, maybe, like you said at the start of the sim, unless they watch these sims and they just love Devin Funchess in Simland, they just give him another chance.
Yeah, dude, it's one of those situations where there's just so much wide-out talent. Don't overthink it. You do need defensive help. You could use a defensive back, but at that point where you're the Packers, you're picking at 29, most of the guys that you are way into are probably going to be gone. You're probably not going to get Patrick Surtain or J.C. Horn or Caleb Farley. Those guys are going to be long gone by then. And maybe it makes sense to address the inside linebacker position because your run defense was very suspect. And maybe you can go out and get yourself like a Jamin Davis out of Kentucky, who's a very good, very instinctual thumper up the middle. But there's enough inside linebacker talent that you could wait until the second round. You could say the same thing about wideout too, but if I'm Green Bay, you got a guy who is a proven producer in cold weather outdoors in Rashad Bateman. Go out and get him, as we're about to get a 50-yarder from Daniel Carlson here. I'm going to put it odds 50-50. And Carlson puts it through. Then
he got it.
Wow, the line drive goes through. Not by much, but it's enough to make it a 2-possession game for Vegas.
So the Raiders drafted 17, and I like how the chat is jumping in here. So Diablo says Raiders are taking Devonta Smith. If he falls to that number.
Yeah, that would be crazy. I like Congo Cab. Parsons is on their Raider. Yeah, man, Parsons would be great. I wonder if Parsons might be gone by then because he is, he's in the running for best linebacker talent in this draft. If he could go to a team like the Giants, like the Cowboys, like the Eagles maybe. I mean, there's a lot of ways they could go with that. But yeah, I would love that pick for the Raiders combo cap. Micah Parsons falls all the way to 17. That is a versatile dude who can do a little bit of everything. He makes your team so much better the moment he steps on the field. Do that.
Allie Smith says Eagles are going to take Devonta Smith.
Dude, I mean, it makes sense. They need playmakers, and they got to help Jalen Hurts acclimate to the position. So why not give him the guy who is his former teammate? We get the Lazard King on the board. My favorite Packer. 1 for 13 for him now. He doesn't get a lot of run here, but in the real world, much more instrumental for what he brings to the table that you don't see on the stat sheet. A great downfield blocker. Just very, very good character guy. And he will occasionally snap off some really weird routes that really, really work. He's got a good connection with Aaron Rodgers. So hopefully, even though I want the Packers so badly to bring in a wideout, hopefully Lazard will remain in their plans because he has gotten better and better as time goes on. And he's quite possibly the greatest wideout in Iowa State Cyclones history.
Yeah, great question. Peace of mind. Why is Ruggs' jersey still clean? Diablo, Devonta is someone teams are looking over because of his weight. It's not likely, but look at wide receivers fall last year. Yeah, I'm not concerned about the weight thing. He'll bulk up. He'll get an NFL weight room. And
dude, he only needs to add like 15 pounds, dude. If he gets up to 180, then that's fine. That's NFL numbers. You just don't – it's just kind of concerning to see a guy out there that just kind of like average size, like a little skinny. But, I mean, he didn't get hurt at Alabama last year playing an SEC schedule. He's going to be fine. I mean,
yeah,
I'm not worried about that. I just do think – as Fort points out. Oh, wow. Off to the races goes Devontae Adams. Big third down pickup there. I believe it was Fool News Fortnite talking over in the Twitch chat. Yeah, Fort, will Waddle be drafted before Smith? Everything does seem to be trending toward that, where Jalen Waddle, the Alabama teammate of Devontae Smith, has got a little bit more draft buzz, has been climbing up the draft ranks recently. So it's probably like 80-20 that Waddle goes before Smith now, despite that incredible season that Smith just had. Is another quick strike. These vertical routes really damaging that Raider secondary. Marcedes Lewis gets his second catch of the day, and we are inside the red zone. Are the Packers going to score before the quarter break, or are we about to take a 17-7 lead into the fourth quarter? We have to wait and see.
All right, might get a couple more plays in here. Rodgers to Funchess.
Look like Funch.
Mike Power says, how do we need another wide receiver? Adams, Funchess, MVS, Lazard, St. Brown. I'm okay with that. Well, you're preaching to me. I think Aaron Rodgers has plenty, but some people don't think it's fair. He doesn't have enough.
I think he just needs a guy who can win one-on-one. The guys you're talking about there, besides MVS, struggle to create separation, and MVS doesn't really only in a straight line. He uses that burner speed to stretch the field. MVS very valuable, but he doesn't have the hands that he's in the circle of trust right now. You get a guy like Bateman, and not only do you have a guy that with Devontae Adams right now, every team knows what's coming, and what we saw the Buccaneers do in that NFC title game in the red zone, they knew where the ball was going. They knew the Packers' plans from between the 11 and 20-yard line. They couldn't hand it off to Jones. They couldn't swing the passes out. They were like, they're going to try to run this play, X, Y, and Z, to Devontae Adams. Buccaneers doubled down on him. They have a good secondary, and they stopped that right away. Packers didn't really have a plan B. You get a guy like Bateman, you have a plan B suddenly, or at the very least, you have a guy who makes it much more difficult to double and triple team Devontae Adams. Right now, as much as I like those guys you brought up, none of those are going to inspire fear in the heart of an opposing defense when they play the Packers. They need someone who they cannot leave on an island. A good defensive back cannot just erase from the box score, and that way they can devote extra safety help to Devontae Adams. Do that, and you open up so much of that offense. That's where I think the Packers need to go. And plus, and just a sign, hey, Aaron Rodgers, we have botched the past 3-4 years of extending your prime by getting you nothing in terms of wide receivers, no draft picks before day 3, no big free agent signings. Here you go, pal. A day 1 wideout who is an absolute stud, and Elijah Moore or Rashad Bateman or Rondale Moore. As we get an Aaron Jones touchdown. Woo! We got a 3-point game early in the fourth quarter. AJ 4-6.
Jones, all right. First time playing Fortnite. Clash is doing his best deer in the headlights impersonation.
He was actually just timing me to see how long I would rant on Packers draft pick topic, and the over-under was 4 minutes, and I'm pretty sure I hit the over, so
and just I don't think I've missed anything here, but the Packers have yet to give Adams a contract, right?
Adams?
Devontae.
Yeah.
Meaning an extension. Like, that has not happened yet, right? They haven't paid him.
Right, that's correct. Yeah. So yeah, he would theoretically be an unrestricted free agent in 2022, and I can't imagine a world in which that happens. I'm a little surprised that they didn't do that just because his cap number in 2021 is so high, and they could really spread that out by inking him to an extension. But maybe it comes down to all the Rodgers drama. Maybe they know they don't want to extend Devontae Adams before they take care of Aaron Rodgers, because they know that might put further cracks in the relationship between star quarterback and his front office. But yeah, it's a little bit bizarre to think that Devontae Adams would go anywhere else. Packers would be immensely stupid to let that happen. Devontae Adams was one of the 3 best wideouts in the NFL last season. You could even make the argument that he was the best guy. So yeah, it just right now it's a weird kind of offseason for this Packers team. And not weird in the way that, Brian Gutekunst is going out there and spending money like he's never spent money before. No, it's weird in the kind of way that we don't really know what the future has in store, but we will know more after the draft and once those extensions come into focus.
I'm not really sure what Cecilia is talking about. I'm going to ask for an example. If a player isn't good enough, then why do teams stick with them? If they are an NFL player, they need to produce instead of re-signing them if they are not good. I'm not sure what Cecilia, who or which team she's talking about. But just curious.
Like a bad quarterback too long, because that's actually something we haven't been seeing. Teams are more likely than ever to cut bait with a struggling young quarterback, even if they drafted him in the first round. I mean, just 2 years ago, Josh Rosen got traded a year after being the 10th overall pick of his draft. So, is the screenplay going to work here? It does not. 4th and 2 coming up, so the Packers are going to get a chance to take a fourth quarter lead pending the Raiders punt here.
Joker says CDA just can't help himself, providing the history, the stats, the college alum, the records, some good beer, and play-by-play all at once.
Yeah,
and a freaking sweet headband. I like the combo, the red and the blue today.
It's good.
I like your answer. Yeah, it's good. I know. Burt Macklin just tuned in. Is this possibly the worst sim ever? Burt, you were not watching the last sim we did at 4 o'clock.
This is light years better than that one. We've had more than one touchdown. We had an absolutely bonkers finish to the first half when Aaron Rodgers fumbled the ball away for a Raiders touchdown on a 3rd and 18 that shouldn't even have been in there for anyway. So, wow.
Wrong way.
Jones going the wrong direction with that one. Turning what could have been, if that ball hits him in stride, there's all sorts of room in front of him, would have been a first down. Instead, it's a gain of 1.1 points for you if you got Jones in your lineup.
He has a touchdown rushing variety, Aaron Jones. Green Bay other score, MVS. Raiders had a defensive score at the end of the first half, and the other touchdown belongs to Josh Jacobs. There is Adams coming back for the ball for a first down. Green Bay trailing by 3. Packers up over 200 yards total for the sim. Lord Silverman, first place in our contest titled Snowy Lambeau Every Wild Weather Wednesday. Who says no? In the free public showdown contest, a two-way tie for first. Josh Jacobs in the captain spot. Oh, almost the same play. More yards, though, for Adams.
Very nice pickup for Tay there. He is knocking on the door of that bonus 6 for 91 now. As Cecilia Barber has explained, so like the Packers wideouts, some say they don't have good enough wideouts. Which, yeah, in the grand scope of things, they don't, but the ability to upgrade has been pretty limited. Not just to the salary cap. Oh, it's very nearly picked off there. Not only the Packers have good enough wideouts who are inexpensive that they're not going to bring in better guys at that same price point, especially guys who aren't already familiar with their system. So MVS has been dirt cheap. He's a guy who's a day 3 pick. Lazard was an undrafted free agent. That is the money they save there so they can spend up on Aaron Jones, on Aaron Rodgers, on Devontae Adams, on that massive defensive haul that Gutekunst oversaw a couple years back. They've had the opportunity to make those upgrades at wideout. Instead, they focused their resources elsewhere. And it's been a little bizarre. I will be honest. They could have had Justin Jefferson. They traded up for Jordan Love instead, which wild. It's just one of those things where it's not that the Packers wideouts aren't good. They would be on a roster anywhere else in the league. The problem is they're more wide receiver 3, 4, 5 types than a true wide receiver 2 type. And that's the issue in Green Bay. As Devontae, no doubt a true wide receiver 1. 7 for 105 for him now, and I'm regretting throwing Funch into my lineup over Devontae. Funch, 22 receiving yards. Devontae, 100 plus.
Yeah, and Ruggs, Tater Hater, has chimed in. Jones makes the catch, just shy of the first down out to the 15. Henry Ruggs, $8,200 to roster. He is the slot receiver as well. No, Renfro's the slot guy, pardon me. Ruggs has done nothing. Zip. I faded Ruggs because of the weather, and I prayed it would work out, and so far it has. But I can understand folks that have been riding Henry Ruggs lately. He's been good. There you go. Oh, Adams slipping on the snow. Is that enough for a bonus?
Oh, he's already the bonus. He's there.
He's there. Oh, okay. I missed the last catch. Yeah, there it is. All right.
Kareem, could I beat the Schwab? The Schwab is a trivia monster, but at one point I'm going to absolutely thrash Matt LaMarca in a battle of wits, and we're going to do it live on stream. Ideally, at one point, I will be hosting live trivia here on the Dream stream, something where we can throw around a little bit of that DK cash, but details are still scarce. I don't know if it'll actually come to fruition. I just have high hopes for it. I just like trivia. I miss trivia. We had trivia back briefly for a week, Flash, and then turns out the venue, just people weren't showing up, and they're like they're running out of staff members, and it's not a super great run place to begin with, so we're back on the sideline. Mason Crosby ties it at 17 all. Raiders got 3:48 left in this game to retake that lead.
All right. There we go. Still plenty of time left. Brother Phil says Batman needs a Robin. Devontae could definitely use another guy on the other side of the field to draw some heat off of him. Exactly.
Cade Ross, did anyone else just randomly get $24 added to their account? I did not, but that sounds like a good problem to have.
What could have happened is maybe there was a scoring correction of some sort. That happens from time to time.
Could have been a pool win that maybe you forgot about. I got that $4 WrestleMania cash burning a hole in my pocket right now, and I'm going to be in on the NFL draft pool. And even if you are in a state in which the DK Sportsbook is not an option, you should be able to play many of our DK draft pools. Be sure to check them out. It's a fun way to maybe make a little extra cash to throw into the dream stream here. I know whenever I get my DK promo bucks, we'll bring back the trickle-down Simonomics contests. I'll let you guys take my money again.
Oh, nice of you.
It is nice of me.
Oh, man. Coming up after this, Ducey and Kaufman together. Saints at Dolphins. Rainy Miami. Go to Miami and it rains. It sucks. You know, like, clearly you're not going to Miami for it to rain. But here in Simland, on Wild Weather Wednesday, like, if I wanted to go to Lambeau, I wouldn't mind going in the snow. I can dig it. I can get behind it. That's just me.
Gengflu, are we streaming the NFL draft? Well, we will be covering the NFL draft in between Sims. Glass, you're going to be a big part of that.
Yeah, me and Matt LaMarca will be here after the 8 p.m. Madden Sim. We're going to stay right here. There is a flag on this play. Richard, more for the first. I got a feeling we're going to get holding.
Yeah, cheating on the Raiders.
Yeah, so right when the 8 o'clock Sim ends tomorrow, we're going to stay right here. We're going to go through the players of the game and look at the leaderboard, and then we're going to pop up. We're going to talk Sportsbook too tomorrow, so we'll open up the Sportsbook app and we'll go through wherever we're at. If we're 5 picks in, 6 picks in, 8 picks in, I don't know. We will dive in to all aspects of the NFL draft. So please come hang and be with us. We'll have some fun.
Huge third down coming up for the Packers defense. 3rd and long after the hold. They can force the punt. They're going to give Aaron Rodgers time to work some fourth quarter magic.
Believe in magic. A lot of time, Derek.
Ooh. So not only do they not get the first down, they also stop the clock. So the Packers are going to get the ball back with all 3 timeouts here and plenty of time. We have seen Davante Adams absolutely chew up the Raiders secondary in the second half here. Got to imagine it's going to be more of that. And my guy Funch, his streak of absolute outings is going to come to a close here as that kick sails through the end zone. 80 yards for a touchdown and about 50 for the field goal for Green Bay.
Nice night for Davante. I mean, that's got to be annoying too when you want to get in the Funch. And Funch just hasn't been awful. But I can certainly understand. There's another catch for Adams.
Cool. Great 1-yard gain, dorks.
Well, and you get the PPR point as well. All right. Keep it moving. Come on, Green Bay. We've got producer Michael here with us. Tara Lynn's also here, helping out producing. Daniel on the 1s and 2s, and Jim from Game Ops trips right for Rodgers. Looking.
Rip it, Aaron.
Flag, maybe a free play.
Oh, it's not a free play. It's holding. It's going nowhere. It gets the ball out past midfield, but it's coming back. Cheating on the Packers. So 2 big games, game-changing games, erased by holding calls, and now 2nd and 19 coming up from the Packers. They need to dial up another one of those big throws. Nothing short of this. Well, you can go short of the sticks, but nothing short. Check them. Yeah. Okay. Good start. Not bad. Adams gets the call again. 3rd and 8 coming up. Are the Raiders going to burn a timeout here? They are not. They seem content to play for overtime here. What will the Packers do?
Send it to overtime. We'll take care of this. And they throw it away.
What was that?
Yeah, I don't really get it.
Ugh, garbage. All right.
Ugh.
Well,
ugly.
Derek Carr about to get the ball back here with about 40 seconds and 3 timeouts as we've had 2 very discouraging 2-minute drills. Let's see if the Raiders can't turn this into something.
That would require, hey, maybe this is where we see Henry Ruggs emerge from the ashes.
And he could be. You need a deep ball. Henry Ruggs can be that guy. Tyrell Williams as well. And for me, I spend my days waiting for Zay Jones to show up. Ever since Madden 21 came along, we've not heard from our guy. All right. 10, ball at the 24, 38 seconds. Carr doing his backward dead end shuffle, and feels like we're heading to overtime after seeing that.
Oh, there you go. That white jersey blends in with the snow.
I take it back. I thought that was going nowhere. Nelson Aguilar on the board. Okay. Former Raider now, current overpaid New England Patriot. Let's see if he's worth $13 million a year. I'm going to spoil this one for you, Flash. He's not. But who knows? Maybe he'll surprise me in New England.
At the 42, 2 timeouts left. Carr.
Another strike.
Lead. Jalen Richard.
And hey, we've seen Carlson drain a 50-yarder already in the sim. He's only about 12 yards away from another 50-yarder here. So Raiders do have one last timeout. They can't really afford to run a swing pass. They gotta take their shots downfield here. Anything gets stopped inbounds means you're gonna have to burn that timeout. It means you're basically trying for a Hail Mary as oh no.
Oh boy.
That's gonna make it tough.
Kirksey, you ruined the fun.
So these 3 last drives, Clash, promising, then an immediate backwards play, whether it's been because of a hold or because of a terrible sack taken by Derek Carr. Instead of just letting Carr air it out to the end zone, the Raiders opt for overtime, perhaps having seen what happened to Aaron Rodgers and the fumble 6 he gave up. Packers win the toss, and a touchdown will win it for them.
Old man dog fan, I have Ruggs in classic. Would like a couple of catches, please. Wynn needs Ruggs. Stephen Boss needs Waller. I missed it. Who's getting the ball?
Packers.
Packers are getting the ball.
So barring an amazing comeback, we already know who the babysitter Billy is going to be in this game. It's going to be Henry Ruggs, who has done nothing. I am currently at the end of regulation, sitting in a robust 121st out of 157 of you in the free roll. Flash, where are you?
I am in 49th.
Nice, not bad.
Criminal Bob is in first. Choker, hanging out in the chat, is in second. Who else? Scotty's in fourth. Lord Silverman in third. David, I think, is it Gorgie? Is it Gorgie? Gorgie's in 10th. DW Nasty, 11th. Sean Griffin, 15th. DeMac Lyon is in 16th. Auntie Social, 17th.
Good lineup. Good lineup for Symphony members there.
Once again, we will have the 8 o'clock game. Will be with Kaufman and Kenny, Saints at Dolphins in the rain, and then a snow sim to wrap up Wild Weather Wednesday. Madden After Dark, 10 Eastern. Bears at the Steelers with Jason Rossi and Tommy Freeze Pops. Sam Spiegel wants Waller. We'll have to wait, unless the Packers score a touchdown, of course.
Key third down coming here. Looked like Jones might have had a crease there, but stopped shy. See if he gets the ball here again on third down. If he can't keep this drive alive, or if the Packers are going to have to give the ball back to Vegas and make it a field goal wins it kind of game.
3rd and 2. And Aaron.
He should have got it. Should have got it.
He did.
Like he, yes.
Forward progress.
Sometimes you never know. The spot can be a little bit tricky, but picks up just enough for the first. A fresh set of downs. More opportunities now for Devontae Adams to strike at the heart of that Vegas D.
So now at the 36-yard line, Burt Macklin wants some he's talking about Aaron Hurt here having Ruggs in Classic as well. There we go, over the middle. Is that Mercedes?
Mercedes, my captain, Mercedes Lewis. And we are at a point right now, Glash, if Aaron Rodgers throws a 41-yard touchdown from here, he will hit the bonus on the nose. So if you got Rodgers in the captain spot, you are hoping, waiting, wishing, praying that this Packers team does nothing but throw the ball from here on out, wins this one 23-17. Well, so it goes. Nevertheless.
Peace of mind. Rossi and Tom stack the defense and get a win with a 7-3 final score. Could happen.
Yeah.
Jared says, just got out of work. Check the Sims, saw overtime. Also, 245th in your free roll. Well, there's only 160 people in it. You must be looking at the...
That's going to be the $250 free roll. That's, you can a few cents out of that. Is Funch, another carry. That one goes for 10 plus there. We got a fresh set it down. So, barring disaster, Packers in position to at least add a field goal here and hold the Raiders' feet to the fire.
All right. Here we go. We believe in you. David says, me and Aaron Jones, we've got a good thing going on. Bert needs Ruggs.
Aaron Jones.
Raiders might not see the ball here, people. There's Jones.
A huge gain there. So momentum not stopped, but stemmed after the 4-yard Jones carry.
Must be mentions his birthday. He has three birthdays. Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday of next week. And he wants to know if I'm on Madden After Dark for him, his birthday. I cannot confirm, but I will now make sure I am not available.
Ooh. Mercedes Lewis picks up 4 more, setting up another big third down. Jones picked it up on 3rd and 2 earlier in this drive. Was he going to get the call again here? Are we going to see something stupid like a tight end jet sweep with Mercedes Lewis? Shotgun. Raiders stacking the line in front of him. The quick slant right behind him is right there. Oh, it's a bootleg, and Rodgers is going to get to the 3-yard line.
Wow.
First and goal coming up, and Rodgers just stopped a bit short of claiming the glory for himself.
Damn. That would have been pretty cool. Would have been pretty cool. All right, 1st and goal, 3-yard line. It's Aaron Jones.
He's in.
That's the
We
game.
got ourselves a walk-off. Aaron Jones seals it, and that's going to give him the Krusty Koff Player of the Game honors as well. Put him at about 20 points in the flex. Nice little game there from the Packers. Fell behind 17-10. Coming back in a big way to end this one in OT. And, Flash, we all know who the babysitter Billy is going to be, because the chat has done nothing but curse his name. Henry Ruggs, the bagel. And this is like earlier, that would have been like, oh, okay, that's kind of a standard Henry Ruggs kind of day, right? Like Ruggs was kind of nothing until the update. Now he's averaging 13.3, but today, 0.0. Oh, hello. Terrible.
And who's your player of the game? Adams?
Let's get. Oh, you know what? Let's give Aaron Jones 2 touchdowns here.
Yeah, 2 tuds for sure.
Let's give it to him. He scored the game winner.
Okay. All right. Looking at the leaderboards real quick because Jim is so good. Hey, Jim, updating those scores for us here. Lord Silverman, 1st place. Aaron Rodgers and the captain. Aaron Jones, Devontae Adams, Jacobs, Lewis, Raiders, DST, and in the public showdown, Q-Dog with 2 Gs, First place, Adams captained Jones, Rogers, Williams, Lewis, Raiders defense at 11 points in the flex. Okay, we are back tomorrow night together, 6 o'clock, same time, a couple hours before the draft.
I'll be on the 4 as well, so I'm doing the double there. Coffee me at 4, you and me at 6. Just like today, it's going to be a good one. It won't be Wild Weather Wednesday, so it'll automatically be better, at least on the field.
Rams at the Bucks, too. Nice little matchup.
Ooh, I like it. I like it.
That was a bracket matchup, actually, and the Bucks won, I think. Yeah, the Bucks won because they lost in the bracket final. All righty, that's it for us. Kaufman and Ducey here at 8 o'clock for Saints Dolphins in the rain. Coming up next, here on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Ross Tucker and Steve, is it Fezzik? Steve Fezzik? Make their first round over-under NFL draft bets. Here they are.
If you'd like to make your NFL games a little more interesting, you've come to the right place. It's the Even Money Podcast with Ross Tucker and Steve Fezzik.
Yeah, Vegas, baby, Vegas. It is the Even Money Podcast presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook app, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years, classic journeyman, awesome temp job in my 20s, which led me to where I am now, which is a bunch of media gigs and a bunch of podcasts. We had Ben Standig on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast on Monday. Phenomenal. Going over the #1 mock drafter in the galaxy over the last 10 years. Going over his mock draft. By the way, very helpful when you're placing NFL draft bets. The College Draft Podcast, Emery Hunt and I went over who we think teams should take with their picks. Andrew Brandt will join me on tomorrow's Ross Tucker Football Podcast as he'll give me the lowdown on all the rumors. Do the Niners know who they're going to pick? Do they not know? What he thinks the Falcons might do? And, of course, last week here on the Even Money Podcast, me and Steve Fezzik went over the DraftKings free-to-play $50K pool. So if you're in one of those states where you can't bet on the draft, listen to last week's episode or watch youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL and play that free-to-play pool because Steve and I gave great advice. Steve Fezzik, most of you already know this, the only 2-time winner of the Super Bowl of professional football gambling. It's the Super Contest. You've all heard of it. Steve's the only man to win it twice. Check him out on social at Fezzik Sports. I am at Ross Tucker NFL, and all the shows can be found at Ross Tucker Pod on the various social media platforms. Steve, I am so fired up. It is draft week 2021. And as you and I have discussed over the last month or so here on the Even Money Podcast, the NFL draft can and usually is a very profitable opportunity for us.
Yeah, we didn't, just a few years back, we couldn't even bet on the draft in Nevada. And since then, the popularity has absolutely taken off year after year. What's interesting, Ross, is there is a divide among the sportsbook managers, some of them welcoming the draft and the like, most specifically Circus Sports, the new player here in Nevada. Other sportsbook managers not nearly as excited, saying we never make any money on the draft. It's the one event where the players win, not us.
You know, it's a great point. What does that mean, Steve? We need to take advantage of it, right? I mean, if this is the one event where the players win, we need to take advantage of it. By the way, there are still some states, like my native Pennsylvania, where you can't bet on the NFL draft. I don't really understand it. I mean, I guess I'd be curious to know. I guess there's a gaming board. I live in the state capital, Steve. I'd love to have heard the conversation where they said you can bet on other games, but you can't bet on the NFL draft. Really just seems like they're losing out on revenue. I don't really understand that. I will say this, because I wrote down a bunch of bets I like on the DraftKings Sportsbook app for the draft. You and I are going to go over the bets that we like the most. all I can tell you is you really need to listen to shows like this year round. I mean, you look at like the Mac Jones, where that number is, Steve, where was it just a week ago that you and I were still saying Mac Jones at plus 150 was a good bet, and now he's what, like minus 400 or something crazy? I mean, I think it's a good example, and this is always the case, but a really good example of why you need to listen to these shows and pay attention all the time if you really want to win, Steve.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, this isn't being decided on the field. A lot of these outcomes are predetermined. So normally we'd be extremely adverse to laying things like minus 400, minus 1,000. Here we can certainly do it when the word is out that something is almost predetermined to happen. But here's a case where if you look at Mac Jones, you could have gotten what's a very, very likely predetermined outcome at plus money.
Unbelievable. I mean, it's unbelievable. There were, Justin Fields last week was like minus 125. Mac Jones was plus 150, Steve. And here now Mac Jones on DraftKings is plus or minus 400. You want to talk about a big difference. And I guess there's still some chance it's Trey Lance. I tend to doubt that, Steve. But there's some chance it's Trey Lance. But that's not even the point. My point is on Mac Jones, we were ahead of that. I'll give you another one. How many weeks did I say on here about Rashawn Slater as the first O-lineman drafted? Now, he might not be, okay? But when I said that, you could get Rashawn Slater, first O-lineman drafted, at plus 650. Then it was plus 500. Now it's plus 250. What's the term for that, Steve? It's kind of like closing line value, and it might not happen, by the way. Penei Sewell might still be the first O-lineman to go, but what do you call the value that we have created for people that took Slater at plus 650 or plus 600?
CLV, closing line value, the number one factor to determine are you going to be a winning sports bettor. If you look at all your bets and you go 65 and 35, believe it or not, that tells me almost nothing. You look at those 100 bets, Ross, and if, say, 85 of the 100, the line you got beat the closing line, that is what's so much more significant, even if you lost on those 100 bets.
So interesting. It's like you almost don't have to have an opinion on the game or on the bet as much as an opinion on where the bet's going to go, where the market's going to go.
Or even being aware of where the market already is and catching stale numbers. I know guys that can't name a quarterback in the NFL. They know nothing. They play poker for a living, but they'll bet sports just taking advantage of shops that have stale numbers on things and getting that closing line value.
All right, so let's dive into it. And it's interesting. I didn't even realize how many different ways you can bet the draft at DraftKings. Just looking at it, Steve. They have odds on picks 1, 2, and 3. I don't think we're in that business anymore. You can do they have odds on top 5 pick, top 10 pick, top 32 pick. Do you dabble in any of those, Steve? Do you like any of those markets?
I don't. I pretty much gravitate towards the picks where you look at players and they have an over-under on where they're going to go. That is the vast majority of my picks. Having said this is the ultimate bridge jumper. Ross, may I interest you in Trevor Lawrence? Risk $1,000 to make $10. What do you say?
I mean, they're going to take him. I bet. What do you think the limit is? 1,000?
Oh, I'm sure you can. It's probably 500, but it certainly is as close to free money as you will possibly see. Do we want to bet the sun's going to come up tomorrow? Probably, right?
So the limit is 500. So what's he minus 1,000? So if you put 500 on it, you win $5.
Yeah, minus 10,000. So
10,000.
Right. But the limit is in terms of what you can make. So for most people, the limit's going to be what's in their DraftKings account after all.
Got it. So what's interesting me, none of the top 5 picks interested me. The top 10 pick that I thought was decent was J.C. Horn at plus 110. Joe Horn's son, the corner from South Carolina. You know, he's a really interesting – there's a lot of J.C. Horn bets that I kind of like. Plus 110 to be a top 10 pick. I think there's a decent chance 7, 8, 9, 10 that he goes.
Okay, real important. You can be right directionally, but you're making the wrong bet here. Remember how I hate the needle in the haystack bets because they charge you so much extra vig, and they're doing it with Horn. Don't bet Horn to go 1 through 10 plus $1.10 because essentially you're betting Horn under 10.5. You can get a Horn under 12.5 minus $1.15 and even under 13.5 some shops. You want to win if he goes 11th or 12th. So shop for your best number of Horn. Don't bet it in this pool. Bet the over-under on Horn.
Well, I'll give you another one I think is interesting, Steve. I think Horn was like plus 125 or plus 150 or something. I can look it up to be the first cornerback taken. Okay, so let me look. So he's plus 150 to be the first cornerback taken. I'd say it's about a 2/3 chance it's Surtain, 1/3 Horn. Okay, but here's the thing, Steve. Those are going to be the first 2 defensive players. Like the first corner, the first defensive player taken is going to be the first corner. So I figured out as I was going through DraftKings, I figured out that his odds to be the first defensive player drafted are plus 300. Wait, if he's the first corner drafted, he's going to be the first defensive player drafted. So you don't put plus 150 on Horn to be the first cornerback drafted. Put plus 300 on first defensive player because if some team likes him more than Surtain, he's going to be the first defensive player off the board. So that's the other thing is like, at first I thought I kind of liked plus 150 to be the first corner off the board. Then I saw first defensive player plus 300. That's the number I really like.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And you can get creative and build a portfolio, mind you. If you bet that Horn to be the first defensive player at 3-1, obviously you're worrying about Surtain. Well, if you shop around, Surtain's 10.5 shaded to the under. Many people feel he's going to go 10 to the Cowboys. But you can catch an over 10 right now on Surtain. So you can – I like the portfolio of bet Surtain over 10. You're probably going to push. And it helps protect you a little bit with this Horn bet as well, because I don't see either one of these players. Frankly, I see him going 10th and I see him going 12th. And you're right. Horn could go before Surtain.
What do you think? I'm just trying to make sure everybody's aware of the markets. We'll get into your official bets, but a team's first pick, you know, they have odds on who the Giants' first pick will be or different teams will be. Then they have odds on the position of the team's first pick. So Packers, wide receivers plus 200. Then they have team to draft player. So like Justin Fields, Carolina Panthers plus 300, New England Patriots plus 300. And then they have exact outcome, which is the exact outcome of like picks 3, 4, and 5. So Jones 3, Pitts 4, Chase is 5 plus 200. What are your thoughts? Is there any value in your mind of any of those? A team's first pick, the position of a team's first pick, or team to draft player?
The one team I would look at is Baltimore. Are they going to draft an offensive or defensive player first? I think you've got to look towards the offense with the Orlando Brown trade, and now they've got the need at O-line, and frankly, a need at wide receiver as well. No free agent worth his salt wants to go to Baltimore. The only way Baltimore gets good wide receivers is through the draft. So with those two needs, I think that Baltimore first pick offense minus $1.10 makes a lot of sense.
So if you're looking for a long shot, okay, I kind of like Javonte Williams at plus 500 to be the first running back taken. I don't think people are as high on Travis Etienne. I think it's going to be Najee Harris, but I think there's some chance it's Javonte Williams. So if you were looking for a long shot, Javonte Williams, people love him. Plus 500. People think he might go first round. Plus 500 to be the first running back taken is a long shot I like. And I'm telling you, Steve, I still like Slater plus 250 to be the number one offensive lineman taken. The problem is, the value's all gone. When I was giving it out at plus 650 and plus 450, it's hard for me to be excited now about plus 250.
Yeah, if I had to choose between those two, I certainly would take Slater because I think there's a legitimate chance it could happen. I just don't see the fact on the running backs. Frankly, everybody knows you don't waste your first-round pick with a running back. The word is out, all right? Now, someone may well do it because there's supposed to be half a running back taken in the first round. But when that first running back comes off, if it goes in the first round, it has to be Harris or Etienne. So the only way you can win is already to buck the odds and get to the second round, I feel. And so because of that, I wouldn't burn your money on the 5-1.
So speaking of that, by the way, Steve, you got to check it out on your DraftKings app. They have a Ross Tucker's Big Boy Boost. They boosted, I gave them 5 O-linemen to get drafted in the first round. 4 of them seem like they're close to locks. The 5th one, Landon Dickerson, he's got an injury history, and his over-under number's falling. So it's probably not going to happen, unfortunately. But I just thought it was cool that DraftKings named a bet after me, the Big Boy Boost. So check it out. Whenever you go over there, obviously, there's a million different bets they have. Just use the code Ross. All right. Do you have any pick by position, Steve? First O lineman, first D lineman, first corner, anything like that?
I do not, Ross. I am focused on where specific players are going over unders.
I'll give you one more, by the way, if you want another long shot. First linebacker taken, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah from Notre Dame at plus 700. A lot of people have him going in the teens. Micah Parsons is considered the best linebacker. Micah Parsons has some off-the-field issues. There could easily be teams that say, we're not doing that, and instead they take Owusu-Koramoah. I like him at plus 700. That was another one that stood out to me in terms of some of the first guy at a position. All right, on the draft specials, I didn't even know they had this, Steve. So we're going to get to your draft position over-unders very shortly. I promise. They've got first-round totals, like the number of players at a position drafted in the first round. Do you look at those at all?
I do look at that. And in most years, I have some pretty significant bets. I can tell you early on, I did bet quarterbacks under 5.5 in the first round. It's just gotten too expensive now. So I can't recommend it at minus 650. What's interesting to me is the O-lineman has been 6.5 forever. Now, Ross, you being a former O-lineman, you're probably following this prop more than anyone, but I don't see it. I just don't see 7 guys on the O-line getting drafted in the first round. I would look under.
Yep. The under is minus 125 right now, by the way. Here's the other thing. Did you know they have player to be drafted first? This reminds me of your golf bets, Steve. It's like player to be drafted first between Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle. Devontae Smith is plus 133, Jalen Waddle minus 167. Player to be drafted first, Travis Etienne and Javonte Williams. I kind of like Javonte Williams there at plus 157. They've got player to be drafted first between J.C. Horn and Micah Parsons. How about Caleb Farley and Greg Newsome? You see my tweet today at Ross Tucker NFL about Caleb Farley, that what Pelissero and Ian Rappaport said, 2 back surgeries, still doesn't have feeling in a couple of his toes. I mean, I think Newsom's going to get drafted ahead of him. Now, Newsom's got a little bit of an injury history as well, but Newsom's plus 120. Caleb Farley's I am fading Caleb Farley based on those reports.
I think it makes a lot of sense. You have to fear the bad injury report and updated information. And let's face it, you're putting your job on the line with the first round pick if you pick a bust due to an injury information that was known before the draft.
So have you ever looked at those players to be drafted first, almost like your golf head-to-head matchups?
Yeah, I bet Waddle against Smith. I know it's getting expensive, but pretty much the consensus has been that Waddle is his stock is rising and Smith's is dropping, and the concern about him just simply not being, having enough weight to stay healthy in the NFL. So that Waddle, all the money on him, and it makes sense to me.
All right, let's get to the by the way, they even have college specials, total Big 12 players, total Alabama players drafted in the first round. I mean, it's kind of overwhelming, Steve. Do you sit there and look at all of these?
No, I usually focus on certain aspects of it. I can tell you the guys that are best at it will go ahead and look at all of it. But basically, usually the needle in the haystack bets I'll tend to ignore because it's so hard to find value on those 8-to-1s, 10-to-1s, 20-to-1s.
All right. So without further ado, we're at the draft position. These are the individual player over-unders, which I really like and think are really fun and interesting. They're the bets you like the most. So why don't you hit me, Steve, with some of the ones that you've already put in?
So Kyle Trask, I'm going to go under the 72.5. Quarterback is so valuable. If you can get a quarterback that's going to be a starter and you don't have to pay him very much, I'm not saying Trask is going to be that, but there's the potential. And because of that, at 72.5, heck, there's still a couple guys talking about maybe a team will step up and take that 6th quarterback, number 32. Well, if it would be Trask, you're going to win. You're under 72.5, and you got a whole lot of picks after that you have a chance certainly to win.
All right. You did one. I'll do one. I like the Justin Fields over 7.5 at plus 120. I'd be stunned if he went in the first 6 picks. So the only chance for him to go 7 is if Detroit drafts him, which I tend to doubt, or somebody trades up to get in front of Carolina and Denver, which is a possibility. But I'll take the plus 120 on the over 7.5 Justin Fields. It seems pretty clear at this point that he is generally considered to be the 5th of the 5 quarterbacks. We know who's going the first 3. I think if Atlanta takes one, it's Trey Lance at 4. If they don't, I think Trey Lance is the guy that gets traded up for at 7. I like over 7.5 for Justin Fields, Steve.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Trey Lance is going to go before Justin Fields, and I think that pick makes a whole lot of sense.
All right, give me another one.
Let's take the Alabama running back Harris. I'm going to go over 25.5. I know the Steelers, there's been some talk that they could take him at 24, but the bottom line is that everyone knows you don't take a running back. You don't reach for a running back in the NFL, and because of that, I think you got one out. The only team that's going to take him is Pittsburgh. If you avoid Pittsburgh, you're going to cash your bet more than likely.
Yeah, I can't do that one. I think Steelers might take him. I don't know. I like Kyle Pitts under 5.5. Now it's minus 220. So talk to me on the math here, Steve. But I really think there's a good chance he goes 4 to the Atlanta Falcons. And if he doesn't, I think there's a really good chance he goes 5 to the Cincinnati Bengals. Talk to me about the math because I can't do it in my head, but in my mind, there's like a 75% chance he goes in the top 5 picks.
I think your math is strong. So let's use minus 200 so we can do it in our heads without any work. That means he'd have to go 67% of the time for you to break even at minus 200. You're laying minus 220, so it's got to be higher than that 66.6%. Be just under 70%, you got to be right. I agree with your number. It's about a 75% play. Everyone's talking up from a pure how good is this player versus other drafts. Clearly, that tight end is the best value pick in the draft. You've got pretty much, absent injury, a surefire Pro Bowler for years to come. So I think that number is going to continue to climb. Lay the 220. I like Pitts under the 5.5. Lay minus 220.
Got it. All right. Give me another one you got, Steve. I got 3 more on these.
All right. I'll take the edge rusher Phillips from Miami. I'm going to go under the 18.5. And I'm getting to the party late. There's no doubt about that. Shop around. You can still find a better number. But if there's one player that I'm seeing a consensus of, wow, teams are really excited about getting this player in the middle of the first round, it would be Phillips. So under the 18.5.
So I don't know if I told you this before, okay? But I don't know, 4 or 5 years, I called the U.S. Army All-American Bowl down in San Antonio. He was the single most impressive pro prospect that I saw there. And that was, Christian McCaffrey and Najee Harris and Sam Darnold and Trevor Lawrence was very impressive. But Jalen Phillips, as a senior in high school, Steve, I am convinced would have been drafted by the NFL. Now, I don't know how high. And obviously, they probably wouldn't have played him much that first year. I don't think he would have been ready to play that first year. But he looked like an NFL draft caliber athlete. 6'6", 255, athletic, his hands, super impressive. The issue is, he's had a bunch of concussions, injury issues, and he quit football at one point to get into music. But I think Chip Kelly has that effect on some people. I don't think people are going to hold that against him. So I think you're probably right on the under 18.5 for Phillips. He's just a medical guy. I'm not sure how they feel about that. I'm on the over 21.5 for Caleb Farley. I don't see how people can do that. I don't see how they can take Caleb Farley in the top 20, 21 picks with what we know. It's funny. I wrote all this down this morning. It was minus 130. Now it's up to minus 143, as probably because of my tweet, as more information comes out from Pelissero and Rap Sheet that, Caleb Farley's all messed up with his back. Now he's considered minus 143 to go over 21.5. I'm still doing it. I don't believe that someone is taking a guy. Steve, he has had 2 back surgeries since the last time he played a football game. The second one, he wasn't even playing football yet and had to have a back surgery. And he's got no feeling in some of his toes still. I mean, what are we talking about here? So that's another one I like. What else you got?
See, you can still play Smith to go over 11.5. I'm convinced that Waddle's going before Smith. So I wouldn't go over 12.5, but over 11.5, I think that's still a good bet to go Smith over.
It pains me to say this because I've known this kid since 9th grade. I'm still thinking over 13.5 for Micah Parsons. It only takes one team to be comfortable with it, but you've heard enough about some of the off-the-field stuff and those concerns. Are teams good enough with it that they take them in the top 12, top 13 picks? I don't know. Or are there teams that at 10, 11, and 12 that want them, and they're the ones that have been leaking all these concerns that he falls to? You never really know. But I would still – minus 103 for Micah Parsons, over 13.5. Do you have any others, Steve? I got one more I kind of like.
One more, just a value pick here. Darisaw, I'm going to go over 15.5. And this was a close one. When I'm looking at most of the mocks, he's been pretty much 15, 16, 17, 18. So at 15.5, there's just enough value for me to be interested in the over 15.5.
I like the under 10.5 for Surtain. It's minus 159. I still think, look, I wouldn't be surprised if corners go at 7 or 8 or 9 or 10. So I can win both those bets. I could have Joe Horn be one of those and then still have Surtain come after him, but still go in the top 10 picks. I don't think he gets past the Dallas Cowboys. I like Patrick Surtain under 10.5, minus 159. So those are our bets. Hopefully grades. Sean Grady from Australia will grade us on these. I guess we didn't throw out units there, but we told you what the numbers were. So grades, you're better at math than I am. You know how to do that. Next week, we will tell you how we did and start to discuss how we think some of these teams did and what it might mean for season win totals here on the Even Money Podcast. Check out Steve on social, please, at Fezzik Sports and only at Fezzik Sports. I'm at Ross Tucker NFL. We're at Ross Tucker Pod. Of course, you can check out all the other shows as well over at rosstucker.com or wherever podcasts can be found. Other than that, good luck, everybody. Hope you guys win some money.
Thanks for listening to the Even Money Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, the Fantasy Feast, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
What's up, Dream Streamers? Welcome on back. This, of course, is your 8 o'clock primetime Madden simulations and just a couple of primetime guys. Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman, happy to be with you. What's up, Deuce?
What's going on with you, Superman? I'm great.
Yeah. Someone told me, and I've been wearing this all day. It certainly wasn't in the planning, but somebody told me it's National Superhero Day when we were doing
that. Doesn't sound like a real holiday at all.
Well, I mean, there's a National Everything Day. I would hesitate to call
There's like
it
National Pancake Day.
Yeah, but I mean, that's far from the strangest one. There's like,
What's your favorite holiday? That's completely out there.
I don't know. I feel like we should look around at some of these national whatever days and pick our favorites out.
I think that I put you right on the spot, and I think that we should do it. Yeah, I'm gonna look at it right now.
No, it sounds good to me. Daniel says it's National Sim Day. It should, I think March 28th should probably be National Sim Day, obviously, when these things began. What's your lineup look like for this Saints-Dolphins showdown?
Yeah, so it's not that random. Mike Gesicki in the captain spot, Alvin Kamara, Matt Breida, Jared Cook, Traquan Smith, and Albert Wilson. I hate both of these teams in the Sims, Koff. I didn't want to pick either of them to stack up, so I just decided not to stack. I don't care about where my lineup ranks. I didn't want to roster Drew Brees. I didn't want to roster Tua. I think they both stink in the Sims. I mean, Tua especially in real life. Drew Brees is like okay in real life, Hall of Fame or whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
But yeah, whatever.
No big thing.
But yeah, I didn't know where to go, so I think that both running backs should do well, and I thought Gesicki was a pretty good spot as the captain, and then Cook, Traquan Smith, and Albert Wilson. How about you?
So I originally had Breeze and then ultimately decided to fade him. I just couldn't make the money work the way that I wanted to. Tua I didn't have in there. I don't think he's a bad play. I think he's, good points per dollar and all that. I just, there are more compelling plays here in terms of pay up options. So what I did was Matt Breida in the captain spot, Michael Thomas, Alvin Kamara, Devontae Parker. So it's really all about those big four. And then I have Traquan Smith, who at one point in time I had in the captain slot, and I slid him into the flex. And then Will Lutz for the sake of getting a good kicker involved.
I mean, you're a brave man to roster a kicker, Koff, but I like the lineup. I like it a lot.
Thank you. I
it is
appreciate
National
that.
Superhero Day. You know what else it is today? It's National Blueberry Pie Day. So, happy Blueberry Pie Day to everybody. Yes. It's also that's tomorrow. It's National Bravehearts Day. It's National Great Poetry Reading Day. Yeah, I don't know. Tomorrow is National Shrimp Scampi Day. National Zipper Day. We all have zippers, right?
Sure. I mean, are you going to celebrate with your pants zipper, your coat zipper? It could be a pocket zipper. It could be a backpack zipper. There are a lot of different zippers that you could celebrate tomorrow. It's really up to you.
It doesn't matter who you are or where you come from. You have a zipper. You
do somewhere.
Somewhere you have a zipper that you can zip tomorrow on National Zipper Day. Let's see. Tomorrow's also
Daniel says he's going to spread the love all around to his various zippers.
Tomorrow is also National Comb in Your Pocket Day. And then Friday, what a big day we have on Friday. We have National Bubble Tea Day, National Honesty Day. I'm going to just honestly tell you what I think about you, Koff.
Oh, man. I hope we're working together tomorrow.
This is Friday. National Adopt a Shelter Pet Day, National Bugs Bunny Day, National Oatmeal Raisin Day, National Raisin Day. Sorry, National Oatmeal Cookie Day. But it might as well be oatmeal raisin. National Hairball Awareness Day, National Hairstylist Appreciation Day. I mean, why don't we have a day? Why isn't there a National DraftKings Day? Why isn't there a National Cough Day? Huh?
I bet there is. I bet there's a National DraftKings Day. We need to found it. As far as a National Cough Day, I mean,
yeah, I guess so.
Got to think about that.
Well, what we have to think about right now is that Tua Tagovailoa currently has the football in his hands on 2nd and 7, and he's going to roll out to the left and throw across his body like he never does in real life, and incomplete is the pass. 3rd and 7 as the Saints looking to put up a good defensive stop here to start the day, or the night, as it would be. Glad you be with us. Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman on the DraftKings stream. Yeah, about 200 of you.
watching on the YouTube stream. Of course, many others on Twitch and on the app. Another incompletion from Tua, but why are we surprised? And the Dolphins are going to have to kick. CEH in the chat, Congo Cab in the chat after we went back and forth about the Raiders the other day. Got Sean Preston, Peace of Mind, Meager, who's a regular, Barry, Kicking Club, David, Cassie, James, Choker. What's going on, Choker? Kicks away for Miami. Looks like New Orleans is going to have some pretty good field position after this. What we would assume is a face mask penalty. Nope, blocking the back. Never mind. It's not gonna... Peace of Mind says, when is National I Don't Give a Crap Day? I like that one. Let's see. I'm going to look that up, actually. Nope. National Chili Dog Day. National Don't Cry Over Spilled Milk Day is February 11th. National Don't Cry Day is May 28th. Daniel says that it would be February 29th to be National I Don't Give a Crap Day. Alana, National Cough Day is printed on every day on the commentator calendar. Yeah, I think so. CEH giving me a little knuckles. Shout out to CEH. Drew Brees left side. I was going to say complete, but I don't think it was complete. 3rd and 11. Old man dog fan says every day is Cough Day. Oh yeah, happy birthday, Cough. Wait, before he comes back, is it Cough's birthday? Is it Cough's? Someone tell me if it's Cough's birthday. I don't know. It's not on my Google Calendar yet. We got a 3rd and 11 here. Drew Brees out to the right side, and that's not going to be a first down. Ducey, stop saying Jasicki with J. It is Jasicki. It's Jasicki. What do you mean? What are we doing here? It's Mike Jasicki. Punts away. Daniel says, is it? I think it's Mike Jasicki. That's what I thought. I mean, I lived my whole life thinking it's Mike Jasicki. Am I living a lie? I think it's Mike Gusicki. I'm going to look at 1st and 10 here for the Creamsicle Dolphins. What uniforms these are? Tua with the ball. 1st and 10. Going to throw right side. Oh, that time it's complete. Wow, what a shocker. To the 21-yard line. 2nd and 6. Coffin, I'm doing play-by-play now, so you can.
I'm just enjoying the show. I'm just enjoying the show. It sounds great.
You can just do color, I'm here.
Let's go.
Is it your birthday today?
My actual birthday? No, it's just something the chat likes to do from time to time.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Daniel,
we got a matter of months before that one rolls around.
Good. I was gonna say, I feel like I was here for Koff's birthday, and if it's Koff's birthday today, Carolyn said happy birthday. I mean, I just didn't.
hey, thanks, Tarolyn. Appreciate you. I'm sure you've already shouted out. Of course, we have producer Mike Tarolyn, who is soon enough going to be producing games on her lonesome, which is just a frightening thought. Not her ability. Like, she'll be fine doing it. I don't worry about that. It's the idea of her telling me what to do and I have to listen. That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around right now. We also, of course, have Daniel, Jim, great crew. She says, I'm so excited. I can see that about her.
Congo Cab says, happy birthday, Kenny. Thank you very much.
See? Spread the love. It doesn't just have to be zippers. It can be birthdays as well.
Been talking to Eastern folk all day. What's those Eastern accents? Can't do British, mate. But mine is Australian.
Hey, for anyone that decided to roster Jaylen Brown tonight for the Celtics, by the way, 20-point first quarter. Real points, not fantasy points.
I got to tell something.
Dude went nuts in quarter number 1. Go ahead, tell me something.
I got to tell someone. So, DraftKings.
I've heard of them.
Here at DraftKings, we have a lot of great partnerships, right?
Yep.
So one of the partnerships that we have is with the New York Mets. And normally, every night, they have Julian Edlow on the scoreboard. And he's on the pregame show, and he gets a baseball bet. Meanwhile, Julian, he doesn't watch baseball.
No,
he watches
no clue.
the Celtics every night. The guy does not watch baseball. So he gives his picks. Normally they're they lose, whatever. But he gives his pick, he was not giving his pick to me. He was out, so they asked me to fill in for Jules on the Mets.
Oh man!
And it was I have a lot of friends who cover the Mets.
Sure.
I'm not friends with any of the Mets themselves, but I've talked to them before. I've met them. I've covered them. I used to work for SNY. So I felt pretty good about being on the Mets scoreboard. And we do the hit at 4:30, and they ask me, hey, what's a team you like to win tonight?
Yeah.
I think the Braves tonight. I think the Braves are going to win. They're going to win pretty handily. They're up 6-0 in the second inning.
The Braves.
Yeah. Against the Cubs in third inning now.
Smart guy.
Me, do you like any you like anything on the DraftKings sportsbook? And I said, I think Marcell Ozuna's going to homer tonight. He's been real cold at the plate lately.
Okay.
I think he's going to homer tonight.
And
what did he do in his first at bat, Koff? He hit a home run.
Man, when you're hot, you're hot, buddy. You're going to know if there's really something in the water if you finish top 10 with your lineup here for this sim.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I am not hot at all. I felt good about the Braves tonight. I felt good about Marcell Ozuna hitting a home run. And I was correct. And it just feels so good to be correct, doesn't it?
Daniel says, I want to know what Kenny thinks is going to happen with the fourth pick tomorrow night in the draft. Yeah, let's find out how hot you are, because we've seen Moose, Jules, Reed, Bukes. They've all put out their mock drafts for the top 10. Gary and others.
No one asks Kenny for his mock
top
draft.
10?
No one asks Kenny what he thinks about the New York Jets in the draft,
Well, I'm asking now. Do you want to take a little time sometime during the sim and put together a top 10? So you can put it out there into the world?
No.
I mean, it's a total dart throw. Nobody's going to attack you for being wrong. We are scoreless, 2.5 to go, opening quarter again. Mike, TL, Danny Boy, Jim, Deucey, Koff, all here with you.
Number 1.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence.
You don't say.
Quarterback. Clemson.
Okay.
Number 2. Zach Wilson. Quarterback out of BYU.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3.
That's where it gets tricky. That's where the draft begins. Young Kenneth. As Alana says, National Cough Day is printed on every day on the commentator calendar. Oh, I like the sound of that.
Justin Fields, quarterback, Ohio State. Number 4.
That's what you think the Niners are going to do at number 3. Not the guys that we keep hearing there between, Mac Jones and Trey Lance. You are going off board. Justin Fields at number 3. Look at that run. That's a nice, healthy run. Nice work, Matt Breida.
I don't know.
Maybe you'll be right.
I just feel like there's a chance. Number 4.
You think it's all one
you know what?
smoke screen, huh?
Take it back. I take it back.
He's taking it back. Well, just
Number
like that.
3,
Didn't last long.
Number
Both
3,
call didn't
Trey
last long.
Number 3, Trey Lance.
Okay.
Number 4, Justin Fields.
Wow. So
My
the
big call
Falcons
of the
are
draft-
not going to go with Pitts or someone up. It's going to be a quarterback. Or are you thinking Atlanta's going to trade the pick?
No, my big call of the draft is that the Falcons draft a quarterback. I've been saying, and probably not going to happen, but I've been saying it for months and months and months. I've said the Falcons, they are in a great spot here to draft a quarterback. They have Matt Ryan, who is very old. What is stopping them from drafting a quarterback right now?
Nothing is stopping them, but a lot of people seem to think they're going to have their eyes on Kyle Pitts.
Right, that's what people think. I think that there's no good reason why they should not draft a running back, and I think a quarterback. And I do think they will draft a quarterback. I think it'll be Justin Fields. I think it'll be an upset pick.
So you think we're going quarterbacks 1 through 4 in the draft tomorrow night?
Yeah, I really do think so. I mean, again, it's not going to happen, but that's just my bold prediction. You wanted my different picks? That's my different pick. I think.
Well, I don't want your. I mean,
I think the Falcons should draft a quarterback, and I think that they will. I really do.
We don't need bold. You can just give me your mock. It doesn't need to be bold predictions. I just want you to tell me what you think is going to happen.
Yeah,
if you want to be bold, that's okay too.
I do want to be bold. Okay. Let's see.
Why stop now, right? 4th and 1. They're going to go for it. Nice aggressive AI on the part of the Dolphins, only from the 36. I mean, that's long field goal range, but they got it. First down. Who says Tua stinks? 6 for 10 in the opening quarter for 45. Ball to the 28. Albert Wilson with his first grab.
Number 5 is going to be Sewell. Number 6 is going to be Trey Lance to the Miami Dolphins.
So all 5 of the QBs that we keep hearing about are going to be gone in the top 6 picks. And the club that has Tua Tagovailoa.
I'm sorry, did I say Mac Jones? Did I say Mac Jones at all?
Oh, you're right. You're right. We still got Mac available, but even still
got Mac.
So that's 4 out of the top 6 are going to be QBs, including Miami taking one, despite having Tua in the fold. Okay.
Look, I am open about how this is a bad mock draft. So this is just what I think every team
should do. This is what Kenny is advocating for here, and I appreciate it. I appreciate the thoughts, the honesty, the bold flair for the dramatic. As the first quarter winds down, Daniel is keeping a log, wants to make sure everything is on the record, on the up
So
and
here
up.
we go. So number 6 is Trey Lance. Number 7 is Jalen Waddle. Number 8 to the Panthers, Mac Jones.
Okay. I mean, you don't have that Teddy Bridgewater problem anymore.
Actually, no. I'm sorry. They're not going to. I think they might believe in Sam Darnold. I think they're going to draft Jalen Waddle, number 8, Panthers.
Okay. Couldn't they? I mean, they could believe in Sam Darnold and still want to draft a potential
maybe
plan or
number 9. I think the Broncos luck out and they draft Mac Jones.
Okay.
And then number 10, the Cowboys. Well, they already have a million receivers. Jamar Chase. No. Never mind. I just said they have all these receivers. Patrick Surtain. Patrick Surtain. How about that?
Yeah, I like that. He's showing up on a lot of Cowboys mocks. They're
I think
that's
accurate. Yeah. That's my it's Wild Weather Wednesday, right? That's my wild mock draft.
Wild Deucey draft. I like it.
Obi-Wan says, yet Ducey's getting Gouda to host. Ducey wins. Ducey does win. Thank you, Obi-Wan.
Must be says, I'm pretty sure Trey Lance got drafted twice. I don't think so, but Daniel's been keeping...
I went back on my pick, I believe.
Yeah, Daniel's been keeping a record, so we can take a look at it.
I think I said...
You landed on Lance to San Fran at number 3. And then you went Fields at 4.
Oh, did I say Lance? Okay, I'm sorry. Then I said Fields. So I did Trey Lance to the... No, I didn't do Trey Lance twice. I said Trey Lance to the Panthers, but then I said, no, that's stupid, and I took Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Right?
You did.
So I went Lawrence, Wilson.
You started to draft him twice.
Lawrence, Wilson, Lance, Fields, and then Sewell, and then no, that's not what I did. Did I do Fields to the Broncos?
Daniel, do we have a complete list?
Daniel, you heard it.
Save us, Daniel. CEH says, Koff, I'll play MLB every night.
He said he's compiling.
I put out a last-minute MLB contest tonight, Deucey. Like a traditional last-minute one that came out 5 minutes before lock, not a branded last-minute NBA that comes out several hours before lock.
Very nice.
Tua completes that pass. Yeah, it was. I don't know that we filled it because it was very last-minute. It's the first time I've done it, but we may have gotten 9 people in there.
Lawrence,
10.
Wilson, Lance. I'm trying to remember my mock now. Lance.
Daniel's compiling.
Lawrence, Wilson, Lance, and then I think I said Fields to Atlanta, and then Sewell. But then I might have done Lance twice. I might have done because I think I wanted a quarterback to go to Miami.
So you may have drafted Lance 3 times almost, is what you're saying.
I think so. I'm getting confused.
This is why it's important to write things down.
Lawrence. Okay. I'm gonna put the sack check.
Did people? I'm not going to do it every night, but did people enjoy the last minute MLB? Because I can do that every once in a while.
Okay, yeah, I had Lawrence, Wilson, Lance Fields. That's right. Then I had Sewell. And then to the Dolphins, I have to mix up because I think I did draft Lance twice. So the Dolphins, I think I'll say they draft Jalen Waddle, and then I'll say
Daniel says I heard Lance 3 times.
Okay, I'm gonna say the Dolphins draft Jalen Waddle, and then
Okay.
I'll say the Lions pick
As long as it's someone who can bite kneecaps, that's all we care about.
Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
And then
we
I'll
can do it.
say the Panthers take. No, I said the Panthers were going to have Jamar Chase. So I'll just say.
Oh, it's a mess. Start over. Start over.
No, I'm not going to start over. Dolphins take Waddle. Lions take Devontae Smith. Panthers take
Lexus,
Jamar
just throw
Chase.
the whole mock away.
Panthers take Jamar Chase. The Broncos take Mac Jones, and the Cowboys take Patrick Surtain. There it is. That's the mock draft. That's the Deuce's Wild mock draft. Deuce's Wild mock draft. Lawrence, Wilson, Lance, Fields, Sewell, Waddle, Smith, and then with the Panthers, they take Chase.
It's 3-0 Miami, by the way.
And then it's
Sanders field goal.
and then it's Mac Jones and Patrick Surtain.
So this is where we really potentially mess you up because D says, so what, Kenny? Nobody trades back or what? You don't see
Yeah,
any
don't even-
trades in the top 10?
We're
beyond
not
what
talking
we've
about
done?
trades, D-Mac.
Sure we are.
D-
If
oh,
you,
it's
if you want to
D-Mac,
project-
it's D-Rod, one of my enemies in the chat.
I said D-Rod. Or I just said D, one or the other. But you're not going to project any trades in the top 10? You want to make this a little more interesting? You can do
No
it.
trades. No trades.
No trades.
No one's going to want to trade. I think that there is still like a 10% chance that the Jets end up taking Justin Fields. I do. I don't know why, but I just think that.
So you don't feel like Wilson's a lock, despite most people feeling that way.
I don't feel like he's a lock, no.
I like it. Could really turn this thing on its side. Do you think? Because most people have said as that punts away to Miami, so nothing doing out of the Saints offense so far. 5 minutes to go, second quarter. Do you think, as everyone has said, like draft starts at number 3, Niners are between Jones and Lance, and they've disregarded Fields and da-da-da-da-da-da that we keep hearing from. Meanwhile, Lynch and Shanahan, they're not committing to anybody publicly. Do you think, because there's nobody in front of them that can mess them up, per se, if there's a guy they really like who they suspect will be available, do you think that the reason they haven't committed to anyone publicly, whether gamesmanship or whatever, is actually because they like Wilson better and they're just hoping that he happens to fall?
You know about the Niners?
Yeah.
I think that it's so difficult to figure out the Niners because I just feel like they have, like, Mac Jones would be their prototypical quarterback that they would want in that system, but I also feel like I said it the other day on a stream, and I'll say it again.
Please.
I think that the Niners traded up, just like they were like, well, we need to move on from Jimmy G. Okay,
Right.
let's trade up for a quarterback. And then after they traded up, I really do think they were like, oh my gosh, wait, what did we just do? We just traded up to number 3. Like, who do we want? We don't even. I think they traded up without a
Do you think
plan.
there's buyer's remorse?
No, I don't think that there's buyer's remorse. I think they traded up to 3 without a plan. I don't think that they had a clear vision for who they wanted to take at number 3. I think that the Niners wanted a quarterback. They knew it was a big quarterback draft, and that's why they traded up to 3. I don't think they had the slightest clue why they were trading up to 3. I think that they were just completely confused. By the way, Daniel has completed my mock draft, and
Would you like to review it now that it's in
I'll
writing?
make sure. I'll tell you if it sounds right. Lawrence, Wilson, Lance, Fields, correct. Sewell, correct. Waddle, Devontae Smith, Jamar Chase. Yep, that's correct. Mac Jones, correct. Patrick Surtain, correct. That's correct. Correct top 10. Feel free to release that into the internets.
Put it out into the internets.
Since I'm doing play-by-play, I'll call this punts. That's away. The Miami Dolphins once again conceded possession to the New Orleans Saints.
To the internets.
I'm feeling good about that mock. I am. It's a little wild, but I just think that there's going to be a big surprise tonight. I don't know what it is, but I like this. Cassie says, I feel sorry for Kenny. The hate is real here. And then Kicking Club says, at Cassie, I feel sorry for Ducey too, mostly because he deserves it.
For anyone interested, by the way, in draft coverage, we will have in between the 8 and the 10 o'clock sims tomorrow night. Coverage of the first round. Glash, Lamarca, they're doing a sim together, and then they're just going to hang out in sort of a leaderboard live style, hang out with you throughout some of that first round before that next sim rolls around and take you through some of the picks, potential trades, whatever else is going on. So I do encourage you, for anyone that is listening or in the chat or want to come back, if you're
maybe I'll call in and talk about the Jets.
Yeah, call in. You can outnumber Glash. A couple of Jets fans united.
I really think I should do that. I'm gonna try to go around.
Mark it
Glash
on your calendar
and surprise. I'm gonna ambush Glash.
I like that.
My Jets picks.
He deserves it. Fully support it. Must be here on Superhero Day. Buy Stream Trash, The Phantom, Meteor Man, Blank Man. All right, well, let me first tell you, I own all three.
Of course you do.
And I can prove it if I have to. The Phantom, Meteor Man, and Blank Man. I am going to... Dana says, how do you own all three? Because I enjoyed those movies growing up. Billy Zane is in The Phantom. I can't remember the actor in Meteor Man, but it's a fun story. And then Blank Man is Damon Wayans. I would... Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm going to buy Blank Man. I'm going to stream Meteor Man, and I'm going to trash The Phantom. Apologies to Billy Zane. He's a cool dude.
Okay. I was just going to say, I watched a great documentary last night that I'm sure that you've either watched before or would love.
Okay.
And it is called The Last Blockbuster. It's on Netflix.
So I've heard of it. I've not watched it.
Amazing.
Yeah? It's Netflix, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's amazing, but it's just like very compelling. Because obviously it's about the last blockbuster on Earth, which was in Bend, Oregon. And it's still open. It's remained open throughout the pandemic.
Down,
we looked it up and we were just like, oh, surely that because this business was teetering on the edge. It's like locals in Oregon, right? They love renting movies, and that's like the whole premise of the doc is like these people love renting movies.
Yeah.
They come in, they talk to the woman, like it's like she like is like part of the community, and like people will come in to talk to them. They have like employee parties there, and like, but the thing is, it became the last one after there were 3 in Alaska that closed down, and so after that, she got a bunch of publicity for her store. It was on the news. It was on like Jeopardy. It was everywhere. So then it became like a tourist attraction where people were coming. They were like interviewing people. Someone came from Spain to go to this blockbuster.
Was it just a tourist attraction, or did I read at some point that it like they made it like a bed and breakfast, basically?
I don't think it was a bed and breakfast, but I will tell you that it was a working blockbuster. They had, they had like the machine, like the computer that was from like 1990. It's crazy. So anyway, it's just about like this. It talks about why Blockbuster failed, which is very cool. The last few, they interviewed people that own the last few franchises. They interviewed this woman very extensively. Very cool documentary. But I just think as someone who loves movies as much as you do, you would like it. They also interviewed like the guy that played, the guy with the gap in his teeth on the league. They interviewed him.
Oh, really?
They interviewed
Andre.
Andre. That's right. They interviewed a guy that was on Gilmore Girls. That's it. Yeah, there's a picture right there. The last Blockbuster owner.
So, and it's still open, you said?
It's still open. They're still open. And it says, like, we looked it up. It's, like, mask required. So
It's wild that it survived the pandemic.
I cannot believe that it did. But they literally rent movies. And when people want to see movies and they don't have them, she goes to Target and buys DVDs and puts them in.
Really?
Yeah.
So they are not only
That's how much
still
she cares
renting
about
out what
the
they have,
Blockbuster.
they're still investing in it.
Well, she is.
Yeah.
She paid it. She
And
owns
what kind
what
of business
is
do they get? Like, how often do people come and rent a movie
a,
from this
a
Blockbuster?
lot of times, dude. They get a lot of rentals. It's like a real business. And the thing about it is, it's a, it's like what's what I'm looking for? So it's like a private business, right? It's like a small business. It's called like, I don't know, Pacific Video or something. And then what they do, or what they did, right? Because what Blockbuster did when it first started was it went through all these towns to different video, and they explain this, to different video stores, and they would license the name Blockbuster to these video stores. And so that, like, these small, video rental stores became Blockbusters just by nature of, like, Blockbuster wanting to take over, right? So this is not actually like a Blockbuster. It's called like Pacific Video, but they licensed the name Blockbuster. Anyway, so it's the whole thing about how her licensing agreement was ending while they were filming the documentary, and that she got the license renewed. It's like a whole thing, but it's very cool.
How long is the documentary?
It's like an hour and 20 minutes.
Maybe I'll check it out tonight.
You know what I want to watch tonight? I've been trying to watch it with my girlfriend for days now, and it's Blues Brothers.
Brag.
Blues Brothers. I've never seen Blues Brothers.
Really?
Yeah, I've never seen it. I want to
How
watch.
does that show up on your? I think I feel like watching Blues Brothers.
I think it was on an ad for Peacock.
Okay.
And it was like, watch Blues Brothers, and I was like, I've never seen Blues Brothers.
It's a lot of fun.
I want Blues Brothers, man.
Soul Man, the Sam and Dave action.
Yeah, dude, I love that song. I want to watch Blues Brothers.
Fun movie.
I'm hoping she's not here right now. So here's the thing. I'm hoping that this sim ends in time for me to start Blues Brothers. And then when she comes home, it's like 15 minutes into Blues Brothers. And so I'm like, well, I'm not turning off Blues Brothers. You
So
can watch it.
she's kind of forced into watching it.
Then she's forced to watching it. We watch Blues Brothers. She has a lot of laughs. It's a lot of fun. She loves Blues Brothers.
And then you can watch it again all the time. What if she just retires to the bedroom? What if she decides, I'm not going to sit next to you and watch this. I'm going to go do something else.
Put it on the bedroom.
And what if she stays in the living room? Are you going to follow her around and make her watch it?
Absolutely.
I'm not going to turn this off.
I want to
But
watch
I am going to go put it on
Blues
wherever you
Brothers.
are.
The thing about me, Koff, is that I am a man of shared experiences. I like to share experiences with people. Yeah. I will wait to watch movies. I will wait to watch TV shows. I will wait to watch TikToks until she's home and will watch them with me. I want to experience it with other people, and I want to experience it with her. And so I want to watch Blues Brothers. I don't want to watch Blues Brothers alone. I'm not going to get nearly as much enjoyment out of it as if I watch it with someone else and someone else.
Couldn't you just say this to her? Couldn't you just say it's really important to me that we watch this together?
I can't. No, I can't say that. Like I've said it. I've said stuff like that before, and she's like, "No, I'm not watching."
I'm out on that. Your happiness is not that important to
Drew
you.
Brees.
Drew Brees.
Dirt. Drew
all the way
Brees.
back to midfield.
Grass. Eat grass, Drew. Andrew Brees, if that's your real name.
Carolyn, Mike, Daniel, Jim. Are you also people of shared experiences? Are you like Kenny in this way?
David says it's 6-0 on the pitch. It is. The Atlanta Braves are up 6-0. Folks are calling it the call of the century by Kenny Ducey that the Atlanta Braves are going to win tonight.
The call of the. So did you hear from people who saw you up on the video board at Citi Field?
People are saying, Koff. People are saying. I didn't say this. You know what? No, sadly, it was around like 6:30, and I'm just like, surely by now someone's tweeted me that they saw me up on the big board at Citi Field.
You would
No
think,
one sent a
right?
tweet. No one told me, "Oh, so cool, man! I saw you up on." No one said anything. I am appalled right now that none of my Twitter followers said anything about me being on the Citi Field scoreboard.
Okay.
I'm friends with Tim Healy, who covers the team for Newsday.
Sure. Yeah.
Covering the Mets for many years. I'm friends with so many Mets writers.
Mhm.
No one has said a single thing to me about
Nothing.
me on the Mets pregame show.
Makes me sad. It's rude, really, is what it is.
Yeah, it makes me sad too.
It's not good friendship, is what it is. I don't like that. Don't like it.
You know what though? I don't even know if you're a good friend. So let's not.
Why is that?
Don't throw stones in glass houses.
How dare you? I don't even know if you're a good friend, he says. Cruel. All right, 2-93 at the half, 62 passing for Breeze. So neither one basically has been very good, folks. I think you've been able to pick that up on your own. Breida, 5 for 37 on the ground, 2 for 15 for Tua. Kamara, only 2 rushing yards at the break. That is it. Gross. 40 for Thomas in the air, 2 for 40, 2 for 30 for Parker. Hey, by the way, as we have no touchdowns in this game, it's 6-0. If you have Jason Sanders, you're a rock star. Kareem said, "There's no way, Koff, that you own Meteor Man." Take this, Kareem.
Wow.
Take this, Kareem. Robert Townsend, baby. Meteor Man. If I got to get Blank Man and Phantom off the shelf too, I'll do it. I will do it.
I have a theory.
Don't you tell me what I do and don't own, Kareem.
I like this. I actually like this form of cough. I like you being fired up. I like this a lot.
This is fired up.
I've never seen you like angry or, anything.
Oh,
This is great.
all right. We, you know what? We're going to step aside real quick. We're presenting here in prime time a little bit of a sweat induced forced. What's the word? Sweat inspired. Just a sweaty halftime show is what it is. We're going to come back. Hopefully we get some offense. We're going to get our pulse off the stink button here for the second half of this sim, I hope. But we're going to step aside, and when we come back, give you the second half of this game. But first, a little bit of look. All this talk of mock drafts in the NFL. Well, Gary and Thorne revealed his top 10 on the Sweat earlier today. Let's check it out.
The Miami Dolphins at number 6. You got him snagging LSU wide receiver Jamar Chase. So you think Chase's talent here supersedes the urge to pair Tua with one of his favorite targets at Bama, Jalen Waddle? Wouldn't you want that duo, connection?
Maybe 3 months ago, it was a really nice narrative. I can't remember Waddle's exact answer, but I know they were asking a lot of the Alabama receivers, hey, maybe you can't answer this, but Tua or Mac, and they were all like Mac very quickly. So it's possible that the connection, the Alabama connection, the good vibes, maybe not as good. I think Miami, we just talked about that San Francisco trade, the amount of capital they traded up to switch with Miami and get that number 3 pick. And then Miami goes and trades with Philadelphia and moves back up to 6. It seems like the reason they were so desperate to get back up to 6 was that they knew with how the board was playing out, 3 quarterbacks were going in the first 3 picks. And there are, depending on who you talk to, 3 quote unquote generational talents at the skill positions. You've got, or if we want to consider offensive tackle a skill position, which we probably should at this point. So they wanted one of those 3 guys, and it seems like Pitts isn't going to be an option. I don't think he's going to make it to 6. So depending on what the Bengals do, if they want to pair Chase with Burrow, I know that's a big narrative too. I think the Dolphins are more than happy to just take Sewell and bolster an offensive line that was also very bad last season. There's also the chance that they trade down. I know there are reports coming out of camp today that while the Dolphins might not trade down to New England's got 15, Washington has 19, Chicago has 20, all teams that might want to trade up for a quarterback, they don't want to go that far down the board. They want a number 1 offensive weapon for Tua, but maybe that 9 pick, maybe Denver would want to move up and try to snag a quarterback that's been falling. So Cincinnati and Miami, that's really the linchpin of this first round. They're going to dictate so much of what else happens in this draft.
Well, I hope everybody enjoyed that very much. Remember, the sweat comes your way 11 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday, right here on the Dream Stream channels you are used to checking out on YouTube and Twitch. And tomorrow, NFL Draft Day, Round 1, a very special edition of the sweat, because you will get the man you just heard from, Garion Thorne, Steve Buchanan, Julian Edlow, Jeff Ulrich, Reed T. Fowler. All of them will be together for an entire hour debating their Round 1 mock drafts, especially that top 10. So you do not want to miss it. Again, comes your way tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Eastern. But we, Kenny Ducey and Adam Kaufman, are here with you for the rest of this sim, hoping that we get ourselves some offense, something other than a Jason Sanders field goal.
Cool.
Touchdowns, maybe. That would be great. In fact, let's take a little look-see at what our lineups are looking like right now. I have to
No, let's not do that. I don't.
No, I'm going to do it.
Well, no, I don't want to do
It's not
that.
like the scoring is going to be high. You know, we've
No.
got JB, our man Jimmy B, is in front right now by percentage points over Tay Bebe or BB. I'm 67th, which is, it's just bad, out of the 156. Where are you, sir?
Oh boy, I am. Yeah, I'm in.
Let's search for Jets fan.
I'm in 124th.
Okay, I was going to say I'll start at the bottom and scroll up. Stats are good through the half. Thank you so much, Jim. And thanks to all of you just for being you. And Kareem, I hope you saw that movie. Hope you saw that I flashed that for you.
I'm in 124th.
David says, "Cough, Kenny, why are we all getting along? It's freaking me out. What happened? We need details."
Excuse me?
I think he's upset that I haven't
No, it's because Koff is behaving himself. That's why.
angered you tonight or something.
Eric says, here's what Eric said.
Oh, our man Winalda.
He said, Ducey is complaining to the producers. Koff is just sitting there with a silly look on his face, recognizing how silly all of this is.
What did you complain about? Did I zone out?
Does he think that I'm complaining about you being mean to me? Is that I don't understand what that means.
I'm right now.
What does he think that I'm complaining about?
Winalda, tell us more, my man. I'm just sitting here basking in the Celtics.
Here we go.
leading the
He
game
says,
at halftime. Although Jaylen Brown, after 20 points in the first quarter, did nothing in quarter number 2. So that's awesome.
Winalda says, I'm having a glass of wine, waiting for my girls to get back from gymnastics. I've got about 17 minutes of peace, so I'm going to disturb the peace of the sim by talking about how Mr. Ducey is complaining to the producers about Mr. Kaufman. That's my name. I'm Eric Winalda. That's my name. That's how I talk.
Is that what you think former international soccer star Eric Winalda sounds like?
Winalda. Yes, that's how I talk. I'm Eric Winalda.
For a guy that likes to talk about the pitch, you should appreciate the legends that join us here in the sim.
Sorry, I have to shout out. This is, you search your life. There's a lot of people out there that just
Wikipedia page.
There you go. There's a lot of people out there, Koff. They'll lie, or they'll just spout nonsense, right? They won't tell the truth. They refuse to tell the straight up truth about what's going on. These people, they run away from reality. They try to make you believe something other than what's going on, and it's so refreshing to hear. They're so refreshing to hear someone like Stephen Boss. He just tells it like it is, man. He says, this is a quote from Stephen Boss. He says, "The sim isn't over." I mean, come on.
That's true.
I mean, how real was that comment? I mean, this guy wins chat VP. The sim isn't over.
I like Kareem here. Kareem says, Cotham.
I
totally misjudged you.
I was thinking the sim was over this whole time. Now Steven's saying it's not over.
Hey, did you hear that? I don't know if this is legit. You have to bring a certain amount, right? Certain element of skepticism with you in this chair, in this role. But if we're to take everything at face value, did you know that I got a couple engaged today in Simland? earlier today.
No, this is just something. Can you just stop it right now? Because you did not do that.
You don't
just
buy
stop.
It. You're saying you don't buy it.
No, of course these people were already going to get. No one just gets engaged because Adam Kaufman says to get engaged. These people were probably going steady for like 8 years.
No. Don't misinterpret what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying I convinced them to get engaged. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is a man named Jay was in the chat earlier and said, hey, Koff, Carly's sitting here, and could you ask Carly to marry me? And so I found all of my most romantic, inner, deep emotions. I brought them to the sim.
First of all, this is a fabrication of us. There's no way this happened. Also, who is this person, Jay? I feel like if there was someone who wanted to use a sim to get engaged, it would be someone who's here every day, like, CEH.
Daniel says, I feel like Koff has done this before, like sometime late last year, LOL. Daniel, as a matter of fact, I did. I think it was last summer. And again, I don't know what's true and what's not. I'm not going to pretend that I do. But what I will say is to that individual at the time, I said, like, all right, now that was fun. We had a good time with that. Prove it. And he very quickly DM'd me a picture of them in the ring and everything.
Okay, and when was this?
It was, I don't know, summer.
Okay, so this wasn't today, right?
No,
there's
this
just
one
no
was not
proof
today.
that this. So there's no proof that this person got engaged.
This one today?
This one today, yeah.
No, I have no proof. And I was just going to say, I wish I had during that sim when he was like, oh, she said yes, this is so, and they were excited, obviously. If this is all, on the up and up, I wish I had said, shoot me a picture so that
Look, all I'm saying is if you said this was Mrs. Hawk, if you said this was Mrs. H,
you would actually have an easier time.
If you said this was Mrs. Phil, like Sister Phil instead of Brother Phil.
Well, I hope Brother Phil isn't marrying his sister.
I guess.
Where do you
this
live,
was
Brother
like
Phil?
Mrs. Noble, I'd be like, oh, that's so cute. What a story about. Oh yeah, they used Koff. I mean, why not Glash? But they used Koff to be the person who got them engaged. That's so nice. But to just say that it was some random guy named Jay, like who is Jay? Come on, man.
Jay wasn't it wasn't just like username Jay. I don't remember the username.
The only Jay I know was from that podcast.
The one with Silent Bob.
The one that Adnan did it. Who was it?
Koff's voice was present around the birth of Madden Samantha.
I forget the name of that podcast now. It was Serial. There you go. Jay.
I may as well have been in the delivery room for Madden Samantha.
It better not be Jay from Serial.
Breathing exercises for Alana and Jared.
Z Clink says that he's going to ask you to help propose.
And I'm happy to do it. Look, help me out. There are a lot of Team Always Here people in the chat. Who was here earlier that heard this expression of poetic? I don't know. Yeah, I was going to say justice. But that doesn't really fit.
By the way,
who was here for the romance earlier today? I mean, you can ask Moose. It's not like I was alone on the sim. We had a whole production crew and everything.
Just to get off this subject. Okay.
Why would you ever want to get off this subject?
Adnan did it. Okay, let's just all be real about it. Adnan did it. Okay, let's stop pretending like he did. And that's all I'll say.
Yeah, Legacy, I need you to propose soon, too, before my lady flips. I'm asking
now,
you
how in the world was that not a touchdown?
Juicy wants Koff. Juicy, everyone wants Koff to marry them, says Brewster B. What do you think?
You know what? In the nicest way I could say this, I don't want you to marry me. Like, I'm just trying to be like as nice as possible in saying it. I'd rather have someone else marry me.
I would like to be an ordained minister for your wedding.
Why not? You know what? If you become an ordained minister, I'll give you like a 35% chance of doing my wedding. How about that?
Well, I can get ordained very easily. It's a certificate. You do like a 30-minute thing online.
Yeah, but do you have the mental fortitude to do a 30-minute thing online just to be an ordained minister?
To marry you? By the way, Sean says, Koff, can you ask Kira for a divorce? It's funny that you say that because right after I did what I did, somebody said, Is Tua, you going to get the touchdown? Finally a touchdown in this sim. Good God, I thought we were going to get another Jason Sanders
So,
field goal.
and of course, it's my
Oh.
captain, Mike Jasicki. Jasicki. It's Jasicki, okay? Everyone, stop making fun of how I say it. Executive session says...
Yeah, but two things. One, not correct, and two, wasn't that Adam Shaheen on that?
Come on, it's correct. It's correct. Come on. No,
It's
it might have
not,
been
but
Adam. I
but
thought it was
also-
80. Oh, I thought it was a different number.
No,
Okay.
yeah, it wasn't Gesicki.
It's Adam.
I think it was Adam
Shaheen.
who
Adam
probably
Shaheen.
nobody rosters. But somebody did say earlier, well, Koff could, if you're the one that we turn to marry us, is 2-point conversion here. Tua rolls out. Go, Tua, go! Walks on in. There you go. Tua Tagovailoa with a 2-point conversion.
Tua for Tua.
Who would we ask among the commentators to ask our significant others like, Kira and Sean here for a breakup? I said 100% Kenny. Definitely ask Kenny to ask your significant other for a breakup.
By the way, we have executive sessions here. I'm just going to completely ignore what you just said. We have executive sessions in the chat saying that Adnan didn't do it, that it was his friend Jay, who I just brought up. It was his snitch friend. It was Adnan, man. It was Adnan. Let's just be honest about it. He did it. You listened to Serial back in the day, right?
I didn't. I remember it, but I never listened to it. No.
You never listened to it.
Never.
Adnan did it. I'm sorry, he did it. There was no good reason that he didn't do it.
I guess I don't need to listen to it now.
There was he had no alibi. That's the thing. He definitely did it.
So some of the people that were here earlier, by the way, Alana says Koff basically delivered Matt and Samantha with his sim calls, and if Sims were around back when we got engaged, Jared absolutely would have done it that way. Koff, you nailed it, says Meager. Meager even created a contest with that in the title. Koff got a couple engaged today. Let's see. Meager adds, she absolutely would have said no if Koff didn't ask. That might be a stretch. I'm not so sure I believe that. Richard says, I heard it. Smooth. Corny, Koff, but smooth. Dom heard it. Kicking Club heard it.
Wait,
a lot of people heard it.
What did you just say? Kitten Club?
Kicking Club.
I thought you said
Congo
Kitten
Cab.
Club.
I was here, Koff. Didn't know what was going on.
I was like, there's no way there's a
Tom says,
Kitten
Koff, is it
Club.
a shotgun wedding? I can't speak to that. I don't know. I'm not the planner. Alana says, does Koff have the mental fortitude to do a 30-minute thing online about a guy who talks for hours a day online about fake sports? Great point. Sean says, I'd have Koff ordain my second wedding. Don't tell your first wife.
I don't
Eric says,
understand
I will
what
fly you
Dan
to
Russell's
Hawaii this
comment
November
is.
to redo his vows with Amanda. Winalda, I couldn't be there fast enough. Could not be there fast enough. Bring all the kids, you and Amanda. I'll bring my wife. We'll leave the kids at home so we can actually enjoy the trip. And it'll be such a great time, all of us together. We're going to party. We are going to party.
Eric wants to know if I believe in UFOs. I mean, there's no.
You definitely do.
I mean, it's not like there's nothing to believe in. Like they're real.
There it was.
Well, no, but that's the thing. It's like it's an
I'm pretty
unidentified
sure
flying object. Like obviously, there's flying objects that we just don't know what they are.
Sure.
It's documented.
So you're taking it at the very literal sense.
Dude, that's yes, of course there are like it's
so
like
really
yeah.
what he should have said is, do you believe in alien spaceships?
Which again, duh, like yeah, but it's like
Not ruling it out.
But that's not what the question should be, right? The question should be like, do you believe that like aliens are spying on us? And then that's like where I'm like, I don't know, like I just know that there's like we've seen flying things in the air that we don't know what they are, so that's a UFO. And like, do you think that there's aliens out there? Of course, man. Like, look at like think about how small we are in the context of the universe. So obviously there are aliens out there, and there are alien spaceships out there, and there are things in our sky that we don't know what they are. But it's impossible to like know what it means, right? Like, you know,
Sure.
I mean.
But do you believe
who
in
knows?
miracles? You sexy thing.
You call me Al Michaels. Sean says, that's one thing I agree with you, Ducey. That's where we are, I guess. Sean thinks that there are aliens. I mean, like, that's the thing, there are aliens. We just don't know. We don't know what their motive is. We don't know anything about them. We don't know what planet they're from. We don't know what they look like. That's what I think anyway. I don't think that we actually have. I don't think anyone from like the last 200 years has seen an alien or has been visited by an alien. But I think it's naive to think they don't exist, you know?
So I'm certainly not, this isn't me saying I do believe in aliens or I don't believe in aliens. I think the larger point here is this. Are we truly arrogant enough as humans? And I think the answer, by the way, is yes. Are we truly arrogant enough as humans to believe that we are the only living intellectual society in the entire universe?
Right, of course. Yeah, of course we're not, right? Like, that's the thing. So,
like, no, of course nothing else exists anywhere else because have you seen it?
Right, we're humans and we haven't seen it with our eyes. So, you know, never mind the fact that, what did I say? Like, we can only see like 20% of light, like, or whatever, like, you know what I mean? And here, obviously, we can't hear every sound. So there's plenty of people out there who would say, you know, we don't even experience our whole world. So how could we
Don't you only use like 10% of your brain, something like that too?
You only use 10% of your brain. I'm pretty sure I saw something like you only can only see 20% of the light in your life.
Executive Session says this is the best show ever, the Coffin Ducey show.
There could be, there could be real life ghosts or aliens out there that we just can't even see.
Cassie says, if I ever got married, I'm signing documents without a ceremony. No reason to start out in debt. Take me to a chicken joint and I'm good.
The visible, here we go.
That's great.
What are the limits of human vision? This is so hard to figure out. So there is a visible spectrum.
I just want to know when Eric's flying me to Hawaii. Eric, you know how to reach
Our
me.
cone cells detect a small sliver of the possible photon wavelengths out there in the range of 380 to 720 nanometers, what we call the visible spectrum. Below our narrow perceptual band is the infrared and the radio spectrum. Ladder's longer, whatever. So I'm getting this from BBC. So, yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is we don't see all light with our eyes. Cough. So, and there's something here from energy.gov. Daniel just dropped in. So this is something that I think once you come to terms with your limitations as a human being, you can really start to be a happier person or just understand more, be more conscious. But I feel like knowing that we can't hear all sounds and see all things, you know, first of all, I think that, you know, you just have to immediately accept like that there's probably some stuff around you that might be happening that you just don't know about, or you can't see wavelengths. I mean, there could be other life forms out there that we just don't know about, especially ones that maybe show up in our lives. But anyway, that's too metaphysical. I don't know. I just think that like we're all small people. There's obviously another planet out there. So I don't know how this became the Bill Walton segment of the show, but it is. This is Madden After Dark, truly.
A couple hours early. 14-0 Miami still, by the way.
This is primetime Madden, man. Look at this. Look at Sean Payton. He's fired up. He's saying my team hasn't scored a touchdown all day. Maybe. I shouldn't have made such a huge stink about getting on the field after my team was reprimanded by the NFL.
I'm glad I faded Drew Brees. I'll tell you that.
Ugh. Remember that whole thing? I don't want to even say the name of it, but
yeah, there, touchdown.
That was the moment I knew that I didn't like the Saints. When Sean Payton was suspended for an entire year for you know what.
Yeah.
And then
it's called Bountygate.
And then he said during the playoffs, I believe, he was like, well, I'm not allowed to be on the field. I gotta be on the field with my team. Let me on the field. Why can't, like, dude, you got suspended, man. You're not allowed on the field. And he whined about it. He's like, I should be on the field. I'm the coach. Like, dude, you got in trouble, man. Just do your time. Like, for real, just stop whining and do some self-reflection, right? Those are the worst type of people. The people that get in trouble for something and instead of just reflecting on why they got in trouble and growing as a human, just immediately deflect and start blaming other people. Those are the people that need to be better. Like, he needs to be better. Anyway, that's only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the Saints and whining and all the people out there who whined about all those calls by referees. A good team. You ever hear Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs blame referees? Cough. Ever?
No.
Ever? It's because they're good enough. They're so good that it doesn't matter what the referees rule. They still win almost every game. There are some teams out there, believe it or not, that are good enough that they don't even put themselves in the position to get, screwed by refereeing crews. So sometimes when you're like, oh, that game came down to a bad call, maybe think about the fact that, hey, maybe we kind of messed up as a team and, we could have easily, won that game and scored more points in the first half, and then it wouldn't even come down to Roby Coleman hitting that guy. That's my 2 cents.
Nathan says, Cobb, you can just nap the rest of the game. I don't need to do that. I'm enjoying the show just like you guys. We got 4.5 to go, fourth quarter, maybe even overtime. Maybe we'll get some free football. There's a lot of alien chatter going on now in the chat.
So much alien emojis everywhere. Peace of mind. Ducey is spot on. That's the thing. I'm telling you, like, just think about the good teams out there.
Uh-huh.
Think about the Patriots. Did those guys ever once blame referees for a loss?
No, sir.
When Tom Brady lost to the Jets in the divisional round, got upset in Foxborough, did you hear a single Patriots fan? Did you hear Bill Belichick? Did you hear any of the players? Did they say, "Oh, the referees hosed us"? Oh, what? No, man. Like, it never came down to that. Ever. Like, you never let the game come down to a referee's call. If you do that, you're putting it up to chance. And the thing is, it wasn't like it was a close game. They were up on the Rams by like 2 touchdowns. They should have easily won that game. It was not like one of these back and forth, really close games, like comes down right to the wire, and then you're kind of at the mercy of the referees. This was a game that they never should have been close in. You know what I mean? Like, and they
deflated footballs.
And the thing about it with the Saints, which was the most annoying part, Koff, which I'm sure you would agree with me, is that they got a whole rule put in because of that. They got a whole rule that you could review pass interference that we all as a league determined was such a terrible rule, and we got rid of it every year.
We got a 4th and 3 coming up here for Miami from midfield. Got to assume we would get a punt.
Daniel says the Colts blame deflated footballs.
I just said that.
That's the thing.
I said it to you. You acknowledged
I'm ignoring that you said it. The thing is, as a Jets fan at the time, I was like, oh, Tom Brady. But as you think about it, like that, that shouldn't make a big difference at all. First of all, the Patriots lost games that year, right? They lost with deflated footballs.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like they were unbeatable. It's not like they had this amazing edge over the rest of the league. And yeah, I mean, I just think that in general, like the Patriots were just a good team, and people were trying to find an excuse for why they were so good. That's why that whole thing came to life.
What is the number one most interesting thing, or I don't know, frame it however you want, the number one thing that you are looking forward to in round 1 of the draft tomorrow night as you sit here less than 24 hours out?
Are you serious?
So it's all about question? So it's all about whether or not Zach Wilson goes at number 2?
He's serious? Yeah, of course. Seeing my son anytime, any place.
Your son.
Anytime, any place, anywhere. Zach Wilson, I hope he wears the headband to the draft tomorrow. I am so fired up to see our baby boy get drafted by the New York Jets and lead us to a Super Bowl.
Earlier, you're not convinced that he's going to go number 2. That is who you want.
I want Sam Darnold, but let's be real here.
I don't believe that's true at all.
Psyched. I'm psyched.
I don't believe you will.
It's always fun when you have reason to get excited, and that is what tomorrow night is. there is a lot of reason for excitement. The Atlanta Braves are up 8-0. The pitcher hit a home run. I mean, they have 13 hits through 5 innings. I mean, I hate to say I told you so to everyone out there, but come on.
I was waiting for it. Is he going to do it? Is he going to say I told you so? Then he
I
hits
told
you
you
with
so.
the I told you so.
I wrote about it up. I wrote about it on the Action Network. I told you on the Sweat. I said the Braves. I said it on the Mets scoreboard. Braves, baby, Braves.
Daniel says he told you so, Koff. He told you so. So good. Minute and a half to go here. Regulation. Must be says there are some bat bleep crazy DK family members. I think we cover the spectrum, man. We cover it all ends, one end to the other. We got it all. We got variety. Variety is the spice of life, folks, though. And that's what I want. That's what I want out of the DK Sim fam.
Yeah. Look, you want to go into left field with me? I will be your Clint Frazier. I will talk about aliens. I will talk about how small we are in the context of the universe.
Peace of mind says tonight, Ducey spoke wisdom and truth.
Look at you reading a positive Ducey comment for once.
I do it all the time.
You never do it, Koff.
If there is one thing I have had enough of, that I have had it up to here with, is the belief that you think that
you never do. You never read positive comments about me. You never do it.
That any positive Ducey comments I fade. Hashtag fade Ducey. No. You can all get your slander right on out of here. I am reading everything pro Ducey that I see for the rest of my days. All of them.
Kicking Club says
it can be, man, Ducey really manicured that beard pretty well today. Man's looking sharp. I'll read it. I will read it.
Eric said aliens to Jets and back. Kicking Club said, Ducey, I hope that someday something in your life gives you more pleasure than the time the Jets beat the Pats in the playoffs. I'm sorry, Kicking Club, but nothing will ever give me that much joy. Oh, man, that was like the greatest day of my life. But you know what? The greatest day of who didn't have the greatest day of their life today, Carl?
I sense a Babysitter Billy Award winner coming. Who's that?
Alvin Kamara. He had 15 rushing yards. That's all I'll say. 15 rushing yards.
Disgusting day. 21% owned in the captain, 80% overall. Not even 5 fantasy points today.
Just an absolute disgrace. He should be ashamed of himself.
Yeah, we should tweet him. Why didn't you show up in the sim, Kamara? If
you know who's going to get my player of the game?
Who is it?
It's a guy by the name of Devontae Parker. $8,000. He had 12 points. You know what? 12 points is pretty good in this sim.
For this sim,
yeah, cheap. $1,600 less than Tua Tagovailoa.
You could have made a case for your guy Tua, though.
Almost had as many points as him. Daniel said not Jasicki.
Not G-Sicky?
Jasicki? No. I don't even think he had the touchdown catch. We have to sort all that out on the back end here.
Mm-hmm.
Once the game goes final here, we get to the box score. We'll figure out who got the touchdown. I think it was Adam Shaheen. So no, I don't think that he got player of the game. I think I'm going to give it to Devontae Parker. Just had a better game, but almost identical lines. If you see this, Tua and Breeze. Tua was 18 of 28 for 155 and a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Breeze was 16 of 26 for 152 and a touchdown. They almost had the exact same game, which is pretty difficult to do. Breida had 76 yards, but Breida was so pricey and so heavily owned. I'm not going to give it to Breida. I'm going to give it to Devontae Parker. Shout out to Devontae Parker. D-Park. 5
Michael
catches for
says,
74.
by the way, Ducey's trying really hard for Ducey. Read that, Koff. See? You're putting the effort in tonight.
Thank you.
So touchdown for Manny Sanders, 3 for 36. 70-plus receiving yards for Parker and Thomas. In the 20s for Breida, Grant, and Cook. 36 for Sanders. We'll give you the other touchdown. I believe it was Shaheen. Yeah, 1 for 1, pardon me, for Adam Shaheen. So congrats to anyone that was prepared for that tonight with the Vulture score. So there you have it.
Shaheen the dream.
Tony says, I've been listening and watching this sim for about 5 minutes, and I'm just about finished with this. Sorry, sim family. Tony, you're going to miss us. If you leave, you're going to miss us.
You're gonna miss me when I'm gone.
You're going to find that we are the itch. That
Remember when
just
Anna
can't
Kendrick
quite
made a
scratch
song?
somewhere else. You'll come back.
Just
You'll
like,
come back.
yeah.
All right.
like the Anna
Thanks to
Kendrick
Mike,
song.
to Daniel, to Tara Lynn, Jim, everybody for being here with us, the DK Sim fam. Most especially, obviously, coming up, Madden After Dark, Tom Carroll, Jason Rossi together for Bills Niners. That is, or no, I'm sorry. It is that tandem, different game though. Bears Steelers, Rossi and Tom coming up in a little less than an hour. Make sure you're on for that. And Kenny will be back for the Nooner with Emerson tomorrow. I'll have you for the 2 and the 4 with BK and Christian. So NFL draft, it awaits, folks. Round 1 tomorrow night.
Tomorrow at noon, you're going to be getting second dose Stussy too. We'll see how I'm feeling. You're going to want to tune in to see if I'm just deathly ill or if I'm feeling okay.
I'm just going to pop into the chat so I can read all the positive comments about you. Coming up next here on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Pat Mayo and Ben Rassa are going to discuss their favorite 2021 Valspar Championship DraftKings picks and value plays for the week as well, folks. That's coming up. Mayo also previews the course, debates the best roster construction. He will explain which players are best suited for DFS cash games, which should be deployed in guaranteed prize pool tournaments as well. So all that is on the way. Once again, Madden After Dark, Rossi, Tom Ace coming up for you in about 45 minutes. Kenny, a great pleasure, sir.
Amazing to be with you, Koff, once again.
All right, we're going to go hunting for aliens. We'll see you guys soon.
Ben Raza from Awesemo.com is on the line. You ready for the Valspar? This is a fun one.
I love the Valspar. Don't remember it because the last time we saw it was quite a while. Like when I was reading that Paul Casey was going for the three-peat, I was like, wait, what? But I now remember we haven't seen this course in a while. I'm very excited to get back. I love this course.
I feel like this is a course where you win a lot of money solely because Paul Casey keeps winning here.
So anytime you got Paul Casey winning and Usti getting in the hunt, that's probably why I say I love this course. I've had some good success here over the years. I like it. It's tough. It fits the kind of teams I like to build. So we'll see if we can keep that going.
Yeah. Casey, Reed, Louie, all your guys tend to play well here. Is there a specific I mean, those are your types of players anyways. Maybe it's just happenstance that they tend to do well with the Valspar. But is there any particular type of player in general that you're looking for here? Is it like good irons, good chipping?
Yeah, so it's the rare. Usually those are counterintuitive because the normal philosophy is if you're so good with your irons, you can get away with chipping because you don't need to face it. But at a place like this, at Copperhead, you can't really do that. And I think the ability to mitigate big numbers that like someone like Patrick Reed seems to work his way in and out of trouble. Louis, I mean, lately he's a super putter, but he's had some really good scrambling opportunities here in the past. So I think that type of player rarely is in play, but this week more than ever, it's actually very important.
All right, well, let's go to the 10K range on DraftKings. It starts off with the number 2 player in the world, priced higher than the number 1 player in the world. It's Justin Thomas. He is $11,500. DJ is 11.2. Big Vic 10.5. Patrick Reed 10.3. Paul Casey, the 2-time defending champion, is $10,000. I briefly brought this up with Jeff on the betting show that Casey's like 22, 25 to 1 in some spots, that no one's going to bet him, are they? And he's going to win again.
Yeah, probably go for the three-peat, and it's true. I mean, he's a reasonable tag, and people are going to start with him, but you see this sometimes in DFS where it's like, I can't tell you the winner. I feel like in betting this week, you're not going to see Casey's name on too many cards, which is pretty ironic.
Yeah, it's funny. It just with the top of the betting board, it's super tough. Do you have a lean of any of these guys, $10,000 and above? Because I really want to play Dustin Johnson, but I'm really concerned about his irons. And he kind of has to win at that price tag is the whole thing when it comes down to it. Like the T17 that he gave me at the Heritage was fine as an actual result, but it didn't really help out my DraftKings lineups all that much. So when I think about it, I think that Reed might just be the play at 10-3.
Reed's always the play. Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with going to Reed. He just does what he does. He's putting amazing. He's been like that all season. The harder, the better. I do think, and he's priced like it, that Justin Thomas naturally is just always the safest. He doesn't miss cuts. He scores. If the putter cooperates, he is the favorite for a reason, and I totally get that. I think you can pay that for sure, but Reed, you're getting $1,200 discount. He's a great starting point off Casey. You're paying $300 more. I have absolutely no problem with them. The question I had for you is anybody going to play Hovland? I think he might be the one that gets lost.
I have a feeling that Hovland's going to be higher owned than DJ will. Can I just say that I don't love Justin Thomas at this course? I just feel like this is not, and I've seen him win. He won at Quail Hollow in a PGA championship that was set up very similar to this. So listen, I know he can win, and I know that he's the betting favorite, but just the things that he does poorly are not, like we said, chipping and approaches, which he is probably the best at in the field. So that's great. But the putting can putt himself out of this tournament, and the driving's not good.
Yeah, the driving's been really surprising. I mean, it was never mega elite, but it was good enough and it was consistent enough for a while there. And then you get wedges in his hands. I'm more going to the fact that, the two main skill sets, he's dominant with the irons, dominant working out of trouble. He just needs to make a couple. So I get it. I'm a little concerned about Dustin Johnson. He's been putting pretty well, but his irons have been broken to an extent. So if I go north of 11, I know there's only two guys, but it would be JT over DJ.
Looking at the projected ownership right now, it's still Tuesday morning, so this has a lot of time to mature. FantasyNational.com/Mayo, by the way. Also, I have NFL mock drafts out, player profiles, bets. Go check that all out on Mayo Media Network. Remember to smash the like button to the episode, sub to the channel, and in the comment section, give me your two favorite plays below $7,000 for the Valspar Championship this week, by the way. Probably no Quail Hollow show next week for DraftKings. If I get up and running at my new set and have my equipment show up, then we'll most definitely do one. But I just want to be primed and ready to go for PGA Championship week, Ben. But I have Dustin Johnson projected as the lowest right now. In the single digits, he's the only one. Vic in like 11%.
Is Sunday? I don't know if it was him or Ventura, but that was very, very disturbing. I'm a little salty with that. And I don't think, that profile is perfect for Valspar, but when you're that talented, of course you can do it. I definitely prefer Reed, though, when we're talking about that next batch of players.
All right, well, let's go 9K then, because I think this is where a lot of people are, I don't necessarily think going to start, but maybe they are. You can play three guys in the 9Ks if you want to. I don't think that this tier is substantially below everyone else. And looking at the early ownership projections, I was surprised at the guy who is the lowest owned right now. So Scheffler 9.8, Connors, Louis, Hatton, Answer, Im, Joaquin Neiman, and Russell Henley. In order of the guys, I'm probably going to play four guys from this range, and this is how I may start all of my teams. Sung Jae at 9.2, then Henley at $9,000, and then Scheffler at 98. Scheffler is the one that no one is owning right now.
That is interesting. I like Scheffler a lot. I thought him and Bubba had a real chance to win last week. Didn't materialize, but they still played good. And he's just very consistent, really no weak link. The putter, it's not a strong suit, but it's good enough to hang in there, and everything else is firing on all cylinders. I also think, again, anytime you're close to someone like Paul Casey, who's going to be an extreme lightning rod this week, that's a good thing. Most people will find $200. So you're going to get some uniqueness there, but I have to, how can you not like Usti?
I never play Usti. I just don't do it. He's one of those guys
That's a good life choice
that I think you either play every week or you never play him. Then you don't have to worry about just the withdrawals and stuff like that. The only time I really play Usti is when I log on to Fantasy National and see that his calculated ownership and projected ownership is below 5%. Then I feel good about it. But that's not the case this week. People are playing Louis.
Yeah, that is, I mean, the truth be told, the time to play Louis is when it makes the least amount of sense. And he is coming in, obviously could have won, possibly should have won last week. He's got a runner up here. And what he did there was just complete wizardry around the greens. And he's putting at an unsustainable rate. So all of those things I don't love. Ownership will determine it. I'm with you on Hatton. I like him a lot. The guy that I always get stuck on is Neiman, because I love the talent. I love the game. I just worry about the around the green play at courses like this.
I do too, but he has played tough courses really well. It's funny, like the more the wind, the harder the course, the better he tends to play. So that's a positive on his side. But I agree with you that the chipping has been really problematic. But I think it's the same case you could make for Vic at the same time. That the path that you spelled out earlier is that putting in irons and around the green player together and focusing on that is one thing, because normally you want someone who's ball striking out of the ball. They're driving it well, they're hitting their irons well, and that's Neiman and Hovland. Like, that's how they can win this tournament, is just by being the best ball striker. Almost very similar to what Corey Connors had done through 3 rounds the first year that Paul Casey won. He was in the final group or the second to last group, ended up fading away on Sunday, but it was like the first real run that he ever got on the PGA Tour, like being in contention late. And that's exactly what happened to him. Like, he was ball striking, per Corey Connors, exceptionally well throughout the week. And then he started missing a few greens on Sunday, and then he had to rely on a short game. And a short game sucks, so he ended up going like T13 or something like that. So I can see going to him. I think I just like all of the other guys better than him at this particular course. And for someone who has money on Neiman at the British Open, I'm starting to rethink that now. I hope it gets real windy, put it that way.
Yeah, listen, these guys, particularly Neiman, there's a ton of talent, and he has shown he's starting to, he's finding his way in majors a little bit, and it'll come. I'm with you on Henley. He's got the combination. His ball striking, I think, is honestly underrated because it's Henley. He's a world-class iron player, has been for a long time. Just needs to get hot with the putter, which can come and go. So there's a lot to like here. I think a lot of people are going to join you in maybe starting with 3 guys in the 9s and omitting the top.
The move would be to start with Scheffler at 9-8 and hope that this isn't one of the bad iron weeks for him, because around the green, he's great off the tee. He's great. The putter comes and goes. But if he can get his irons dialed in, they've been better. They were better at the Zurich. They were better at the Masters. So, hopefully he can do that again here. And even just looking at him, he's not great at any one thing, but he's not bad at anything either, which is, I don't love his, over the past 36 rounds, he's one of the worst guys in the field from 175 to 200, but he hits it long enough that maybe the forced layups won't cause him, maybe he can get past that area, his problem area, when it comes down to the approach range. But it doesn't seem like anyone's playing him. Should we talk about Connors, the guy who's going to be the most owned? Like, at the end, I did this with Reed for the Heritage Show. We made a play the best plays lineup, and it was my only 6 of 6.
Yeah, it's been that way for seemingly like a year now, and that gets me into serious trouble because play the best plays is a formula that I strongly go against, and Corey Connors is bucking that trend with hole-in-ones and putting now. I mean, if he putts even remotely consistently, he's going to elevate himself to where he is right now. So I just can't. There's too many pivots. This is what I say every time, but how can I play Corey Connors when I can get Scheffler at a discount, when I can get Hatton and Im and guys cheaper for maybe slightly less ownership? To me, he's not a priority in any format just because of that. Maybe if you're going cash, of course, that's a different story, but I will once again probably be underweight on Corey Connors.
Yeah, and I don't really do an underweight or overweight on guys. Either I play guys and I'm overweight on them, or I just don't play. I play 0%, and he's probably going to be a 0%er. He'll be in the play the best plays lineup, obviously, because he really, all signs point to him being a great play this week, but we're trying to win a giant GPP here, and sometimes you need to buck the trend. We spend this entire show talking ourselves out of the good plays.
That's what we're here for. Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly frustrating to see that, but you do have to try to take a long-term view, and I still strongly believe that the times that you get these pivots right long-term, it gives you the opportunities for payouts that cover months and possibly years of play the best plays burning you.
He could be this good because he's gained over 2 strokes putting in 5 consecutive events. If this putting is real, like, he's a top 15 player in the world.
Yes, and there is that. I dealt with that with Morikawa for a while, where I was just like, well, if he's this good, I'm going to have some serious problems. It turns out, spoiler alert, he is that good. And I have to adjust with that. So that's something that you definitely can consider. And that's why people get to him in some capacity. But there's a lot of direct pivots that I know are that good already. So I will go with the lower 9s and maybe go to Scheffler because that's an interesting pivot as well.
The one name that I really haven't heard brought up, not that I've done a ton of digging about it, but isn't Abraham Answer almost the exact same as Corey Connors?
I mean, he is. He's also absolutely crushing. The difference is his putter has been not horrendous, but it's certainly been quiet. Makes a ton of cuts. Great ball striker. I have no problem with Answer. You can't play him all, of course, but he's someone, again, you don't need nearly as much to get leverage. So you don't need as many shares, and that's always appealing.
it just feels like one of these weeks he's going to putt. He comes top 25 every single week, and he constantly loses strokes putting. And long term, like, he's not an awful putter, which is really strange. Like, he's lost it recently. That if he can get that back, I think if you're looking for a skill pivot off of Corey Connors, like Hatton and Connors don't share a whole lot of similarities in the way that their games are played. Now, neither does Louis, neither does Scheffler, but Answer and Connors are almost a perfect comp for one another. They are not super long off the tee, but they hit almost every single fairway. They're rarely in trouble. Their chipping and putting can give them problems from time to time. Like you always say, playing like sort of the skill set stack, you can play them together, but I think that if I can get Answer at half to a third of the ownership of Connors at a cheaper price, I might just make that play instead. And this would, the guys I'm talking about right now, this would probably involve me playing no one over $10,000.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's your priority first. Is if someone, if DJ or JT or one of these guys just wins, it's going to be a tough week if you go that route. But if they don't, you're going to have, basically the top of the board remaining. You're going to have multiple shots. And then, I say this a lot, if the top doesn't win, it opens it up where your lineup's not going to correlate in terms of priority. Like your 7K guy may take the placement points, and your guy like Answer giving you a T8 is actually very useful. So once you open it up and survive the top, it's a totally different game, and that could be very lucrative.
Did you see Sungjae's irons at the Heritage?
So Sungjae, hopefully Benny On didn't do anything, because it's now showing he's set up perfectly here. Yeah, everything is checking out. Tee to green is good. The putter is always good. It's got to be all systems go for Sungjae, right?
Yeah, I bet him. I'm using him. Sungjae, we were just waiting for the irons to come back, and they came back at Harbor Town. If he can keep it going, he's played this course once. He was fourth. If he can just do what he did at Heritage, he's probably going to win.
Yeah, he's won in Florida before. Sungjae's a guy that more likely than not, you're not going to find a ton of red flags. It's just, can the irons come? And that's where he struggled. His around the green game isn't the best, but he's a well-rounded player. Where is he, like 30-ish?
He's 28 in some spots. I got him at 34 yesterday. He might still be 33-ish. Also, bet Guido on the European Tour. Oh, I meant to ask you.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, I did. This is one of the main reasons that I wanted to have you on. I had it written down that I totally forgot. Your guy, Max Kiefer, who you constantly bet over and over and have been doing for like 3 straight years.
You're not wrong.
Hey, in your mouth 2 Sundays in a row. T2s back-to-back weeks.
Yeah, and then that wasn't bad enough. One of the weeks, Griot came in second. And then last week, Louis came in second. So it's just been, thank God, not that I bet him, but Peter Uihlein won on the Corn Ferry Tour to close one for the good guys. But the last week was whatever. Your boy, what was that guy's name? Higo?
Yeah, Higo. Garrick, my guy, Garrick Higo. Big winner.
Good for him. He deserved it. How Catlin won is beyond it. Kiefer had it. I cannot believe he lost 2 weeks ago. That was as brutal as it gets. Truly devastating for a guy that's never won on the European Tour.
He almost went full Spieth magic on Sunday last weekend.
I got a couple DMs that he was making like birdies from the sea, and he was doing things that were quite disturbing. Just couldn't go low enough, but he is just fantastic. I love that guy. Hopefully he can break through one of these days and get me back to even on all the outrights I've had on him.
Well, the crappy thing, he's no longer like 200 to 1 every single week. He's like 30 to 1 now.
No, this is the worst thing, because I haven't cashed a dime with him, but I used to get him at triple digits all the time, because why? For obvious reasons. And now it's kind of like Schwab, where it's like his price is cratered, but I never got paid off. So it's quite unfortunate.
And this week, Matthias Schwab, 28 to 1 on the European Tour. Max Kiefer, 28 to 1 on the European Tour. But the bet is Guido at 33, or this other random loser that Sky's going for the Skyfecta here with 3 in a row on the European Tour. So I just got to continue tailing him. He's paying off all my PGA debts. Johannes Vermeen, 60 to 1. That's the guy.
Of course, yeah. Good old. What country is that person from?
I'm gonna say he's either Dutch or South African.
Oh, I didn't think about. Yeah, I was gonna go in the juice bucket. I didn't think about South African. Okay, I'm gonna try to remember that name and see what we can do. But yeah, it's been tough. I was wondering if you're gonna bring that up. It's been a tough tough Sunday morning in the Raza household for the last couple of weeks.
Johannes Verman is American? That can't be right.
Yeah, it's from Jersey. What?
Johannes
That can't be right.
Johannes Verman. Yeah. Let's see here. He doesn't have a Wikipedia page, so that's
a good sign.
That's a start for Johannes Verman. I can't believe this guy's 60-1. I've already bet on him too. This isn't great. Hopefully Guido can just win. That'd be a real cap for Sky though. His guy closing off the Sky Fecta. Yeah, he is. He's American.
Okay.
All right.
I didn't have that.
USA. Let's go.
Hey, it can happen. There's some good Americans over there. I don't even know where they are in Europe, to tell you the truth, this week.
They're on the Canary Islands still. It's just a different course.
Okay. Well, that's all that needs to be said. Go.
Hey, it did a good job. Whatever the Canary Islands did, it worked on Feinberg because now he wants to go to the Canary Islands. It looks so nice.
It did look pretty cool. I don't know. I know a decent amount about geography. I don't really know where the Canary Islands is, though.
It's off the coast of Portugal, isn't it?
Sounds right.
Let's see. Let me.
I mean, there were so many Spanish players last week.
It's off the coast of Morocco, so just off just past the Iberian
same
Peninsula,
neighborhood.
a bit south. So yeah, it looks fantastic. Wasn't that where that stupid Ronaldo statue was?
What?
Remember that Ronaldo statue that they unveiled? And it just looked like he had suffered like acid burns or something like that.
I missed the acid burn Ronaldo statue. I'm gonna have to catch up on my soccer gossip. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I want to very badly.
This was a couple of years ago. I think it was unveiled at the Canary Islands airport. I could be off on that, but it was an island off like somewhere in the Atlantic, just off the coast of like Iberia and just the like northwest Africa.
I'm Googling this now. This is amazing. Yeah, you're right.
Was it the Canary Islands?
Madeira Island.
Okay, so I had the island wrong. So I think the Canary Islands is a Spanish island. I guess Madeira would be a Portuguese island.
Yeah, at the airport, it looks like a Hall of Fame bus that didn't make the final cut here. That's not the best.
All right, 8K guys at the Valspar Championship. I don't love this range outside of, I assume, the guys that everyone loves. Like, I love Kokrak at $8,700. That's chalk that I will eat. I also like Ryan Palmer at 85. I just think that he's good. Charlie Hoffman rates out number 1 in the modeling. That is not going unnoticed by Fantasy National members, as he is currently the highest projected owned player on the slate.
Yeah, I mean, he's in a groove. There's no doubt about it. Churning out good finishes, and it checks out, particularly with his irons. Kokrak makes sense. There's a couple guys, and I'm going to talk about another one when we get to the lower ranges, that I think, even though they're aggressive off the tee, they actually benefit when they're forced to club down a little bit. Luke List is one of them. I always say that about him, and I believe that to be true with Kokrak. His game is just much better shape. I mean, I know I talk up my guys, but Griot is actually playing tremendous golf right now.
Yeah, doesn't it feel like it's just going to fall apart for him? He's getting up there in price now. And the heritage is one thing. This is a step up in both competition and difficulty, of course. This ain't the Puerto Rico Open anymore.
It's certainly not. And this is a guy, I mean, you're definitely living dangerously in the sense that, and we've seen this, if he can't get around the green. He doesn't have the formula that I want. He has one part of it down to a T. He's an elite ball striker. His around the green game is not going to be able to hold up. So it's a bunch of risk reward there. I'm still interested because I really do believe that the putter has made some turns. He's gained in 3 of 5, which for him is absolutely massive. I'm pretty convinced that he has an opportunity here, but he has to hit plenty of greens because he just can't scramble like these other guys.
This 8K range is super chalky right now. So you're looking at Kokrak, Hoffman, Griot, Kirk, Homa, all projected above 15% at the moment, and Tringali.
It's going to be interesting how people do that. Do they go north of 10K and then go with 2 of these guys? Do they flat and go like 9s and 8s? I guess. But if you go very aggressive in the 9s, you're probably going to create a dead range here.
Well, it's based on the way that this is laying itself out right now. And just to say, like, the only guy above The two guys above 15% at $10,000, like currently, and this is all going to change, obviously, is Patrick Reed at 16%, Paul Casey at 15%. Then you have like Hovland at 10, Dustin at 6, Justin Thomas at 12. So maybe the move might be just like double up at top and go to the bottom. Because if you're going to start in the 9s, it feels like you're going to take 2 or 3 guys in the 9s. And if you take one of these guys at the top, it feels like you almost drop immediately into the 8s and take like 3 of those guys.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna be a build I think people will look to, and I probably will as well. Just because I think you can find leverage. And then there are a couple guys, you mentioned a bunch of chalky options. Taylor Gooch is in a similar bucket to me as Griot. You're gonna have to get by with your approach. He's a world-class iron player at times. It comes and goes, but he has extreme variance within that. Putter's been good. I actually am, I don't think he's going to be popular. It's not a guy I go to often, but
Kevin Na.
I see Kevin Na's there as well. These are guys, there's something to that. It doesn't mean you pivot in all 6 spots, but you can at least explore these type of options.
Well, it's really funny to me. I know that you always kind of speak about this as it pertains to JB Holmes, that he has this weird, uncanny ability that when he putts well, he putts really well. And then all of a sudden he's gaining 10 strokes on the greens. Like that's the sort of player who can provide legitimate upside when they are pivot plays at low ownership. Now, we haven't seen that at a JB in a while, but Kevin Na is kind of that guy at the same time. Like he could most definitely miss the cut of Homa and Kirk and Griot and Tringali and even Hoffman at this point. He's probably the least likely to make the cut of those guys. He's also probably the most likely to win.
Absolutely. There's a totally different, this is where you have to evaluate what you're trying to do. Win equity wise, Kevin Na is certainly always playing above. It's like Sneds to me. He's another one who does that. Like these guys are more likely to win than where they're priced. The reason they're priced down there is because their missed cut equity is gigantic. Because when they don't have it, it's really bad. So you can tap into some of that. I totally get it. There's certainly safer options, though, in the mid-8s.
Yeah, listen, Kevin Na is not going to make the best plays lineup, but he's probably going to make Pat Mayo's lineup because I lose money every single week. But whenever I think I can play Kevin Na every single week. So through the withdrawals, he's sort of like Louis is for you, except he's cheaper priced, which is great. And he wins more, so that's actually nice. But when I'm looking at his like Valspar history, he hasn't played here since 2017. He missed the cut that year. Before that, 22nd, 10th, and 2nd. Not bad. This is a course that is not penal for him off the tee because off the tee means a lot less than it does at other courses, unless you're putting it into the woods, but he's a fairly accurate player. The irons can be amazing. We know how hot the putter can get, and I'm never really worried about him getting it up and down. That he can do.
Oh, no doubt. And obviously, this is a short sample size. I'm just using it to make a point. But if you just look at Kevin Na's putting at Valspar, this is exactly what I'm talking about. He's had 2 negative events where he lost strokes putting. He lost 2.4 and 2.9. Then he had 2 positive, and he gained 4 and 4.7. And that's what you're talking about. That's a huge spread. You're not seeing like, oh, he gained 0.5 of it. He was around 0. It's boom or bust, and that's what you want to look for with pivots, because if you get it right, the upside for Kevin Na is actually winning the tournament.
Kevin Na's projected ownership is the lowest of anyone in the 8K range, and it's around 4% right now.
Yeah, and that's warranted in some regard because most people, particularly if you're playing like a single lineup or something, you don't want to sacrifice it to the gods immediately. So I get being hesitant, but at the same time, if you want to embrace that, could be. It's unlikely, but you could get a massive payoff from a guy like that.
We're doing it this week. We're going to win with Kevin Na, Ben. Let's have it. I'm in.
I'll go to the loony bin.
He's gonna withdraw, isn't he?
Probably. That seems possible. But if he doesn't, we're ahead of the game.
Yeah, then we can just grind out his T36 after he has a real hot Sunday when no one's watching. 7K range at Valspar. I don't have a ton of takes from here. They're all kind of the same guy. I like Woodland, 78, club down course. And I'm playing, Cam is going to be on the show with us tomorrow breaking down the Kentucky Derby. So this isn't, I'm going to try to do my best Cam here. $7,400, a player you're very familiar with, Ben Raza. He has had 4 starts so far in 2021. He has yet to finish worse than T15. He has 3 top 10s. He has played exclusively on the European Tour. I have no idea what he is doing at this tournament, but it's my guy, Sam Horsfield.
Get them Kentucky Derby vibes, yeah.
The Derby narrative. That's what we're going here.
Smart. Okay, I see what you did there. Yeah, when you said Cam, I thought you were going to mention one of the Cams, Cam Davis or Cam Champ, but you went to the horse theme. I see what's going on. This is a guy that I've always thought is really talented. We just don't have a ton of information. When we've seen him over here, for the most part, it's been pretty bad, but it's been in majors and things of that nature. He's played API well a couple times. I think it's an interesting play. You've got Lanto right there. You've got Lucas Glover in this range is someone that I look to.
He's been good.
He really has. I have a feeling I'm going to get into a little trouble with Lucas Glover. So there are options, no doubt.
The current players projected over 10% on fantasynational.com at the moment, the glove being one of them. Keegan Bradley, the highest owned of anyone here. And I mean, pick your poison with Keegan. There's a reason that he can go full Keegan because it's this course where he did it at. So be very careful with Keegan Bradley. This course also has the second most putts Ben missed inside 5 feet.
Oh, that'll be... Yeah, surely that won't come into play with a guy like Keegan. I mean, his irons are automatic at this point, but it's one of the more unbalanced player profiles. His short game and his putting are as bad as it gets, and his ball striking is as good as it gets.
So Keegan, Glover, Denny McCarthy, oh hi Denny, Lanto Griffin, and Doug the Gim Reaper projected at 20%. Good God.
Yeah, that's
stop playing Doug Gim. Leave Doug Gim for me, okay?
You're not talking to me, believe me. I play Doug Gim a little, but
I play him a lot. I play him every week.
I played him last week. Him and Sue they're solid. They did their thing. But I don't know. There's some interesting pivots here, starting with a guy that I get into trouble with, and he's really shown no signs. But long term, when I think about this guy, I think kind of about Valspar. I'm going to play Alex Noren. Same price as Gim, direct pivot. He's playing okay. He actually looked good at Heritage for a change. And the Swedes were all right last week. So I'm going to go to Alex Noren as a pivot here.
Alex Noren as a pivot. Okay. Do we just roll the dice on Hadwin and maybe you can figure it out?
So Hadwin's tricky because you have to just almost convince yourself that it doesn't matter with the stats, because you look at him and you're just like, this is ridiculously unsustainable.
Yeah, but go and look at what he did at Heritage when he completely inverted what he had been doing.
Yeah, and then he missed the cut. If you would have told me that Hatton gained almost 2 strokes on the approach, I would have been saying, okay, he's going to be in the hunt, and he didn't even make the weekend. So sometimes that's good. It means that it's like the whack-a-mole formula, and you just need to connect the dots. But other times it's now his best thing may be regressing. I don't know. He has a weird distribution of results at Valspar, which I think a lot of guys would have over time. So it's not like he can't do it. He's done it here. I just don't know exactly where his game is at.
It's all over the place, but this is it's hard to look back because when he won at this event, his lead-in form was so good that he was basically what we saw from Corey Connors at the moment, Hadwin was doing, except he was priced still down in this range, and he wasn't a prohibitive favorite in this field after the 2 best players in the world. So you could still kind of glom on to him here. I like what you said about Glover. I have Kisner projected at 1% right now. So
that's been a guy that I think I've been doing it right, but it hasn't been working at all. I just keep betting him. He's 90-1 this week. To me, that's because the miscut equity is gigantic. I know he can win. I know he's talented. I don't mind sprinkling, but I'm going to keep betting him. I know that may be a fool's errand, but if you're going to give me almost 100-1 in fields like this with a guy like Kisner, I'm going to keep doing it.
Noren's a pretty good call. I didn't realize how well he played at Heritage.
He did, and he did it in the way that I wanted to see it. He was very good with his irons, and he's an incredible up and down player. Didn't really even need the putter, and the putter's been hot. So I look at that. If he can hold it together off the tee, I think there's something there with Noren who is not going to be popular.
Can you go teach Doug Gim how to putt for me, please?
Oh, yeah, that's what you want, me teaching people.
Well, listen, it has to be better than what he's doing right now. He is averaging in his past 5 tournaments, the average number of strokes gained putting is minus 3.2.
Yeah, that's in there with Benyon-esque territory. That's hard to do because if you have 0, you've skewed the data, and for him to
and he's only missed 1 cut.
Well, that's. I mean, I don't know what you do about that because it's like, first of all, this is a full field. So making the cut, this is going to be another low. I mean, 6 of 6 last week was like 1%. This is going to be very low as well. So there is something to that. But at tee to green, this guy is on fire. Interesting guy.
And this is a good course for him too because he's super accurate off the tee, and he's one of the I believe in these irons. Like I go back and I look at the event log. He has lost strokes with his irons once since he lost at Sony in 2 rounds. He had a horrible Sony the week that the first week, like I bet him hard. And then, all of a sudden he just he's missed 2 cuts over his next 10 starts. He's yet to drop strokes on approaches since. He drops it occasionally off the tee. He's like hit or miss around the green, but the putting has just been atrocious. And these are the type of guys that I bet on all the time. This is the Pat Mayo profile of guys that I like.
It can work, and there is the kind of what we're talking about with Corey Connors, but even more so here. You can also just macro bet on these guys. Like next year at Valspar, Doug Gim could be 9K. He could be 10K. Like there's a chance he's just really good, and he's starting to find it. Now he could also be like off the tour potentially. There's a big range of outcomes, but there's something to that. I just don't love the fact that I think a lot of people have really gravitated towards him in recent weeks.
Welcome in, Dream Streamers, for your Madden After Dark Dream Stream edition. I'm Jason Rossi. Follow me on Twitch. Follow me on Twitch at Jason D. Rossi. I think there's an account. Also over on Twitter at Jason D. Rossi. This handsome son of a gun, that my tag team partner for the next hour. He can be found at your boy TC Fresh. He is Tom Carroll. Tom, what's up, dude?
What's up? Madden After Dark, MAD. I got a lineup in. Did you?
I created a contest.
There you go.
I will say it's the worst lineup ever. And if I come anywhere near midway up, let's like the midpoint, how many people enter? 117. So if I'm at like 56 and up, you should all like just be embarrassed. That's all I'm gonna say. Actually, with lineups of locks, we can tell people. Why don't you go with yours first, and then I'll tell people my horrible lineup.
These are two tricky teams, right? So
Sure.
This is sort of a weird lineup as well. I went with Madden Mitch in the captain spot, Mitchell Trubisky, $15,900. Steelers DST because I don't trust the Bears. Ebron and Graham for the tight end stack, and then two Pittsburgh tight ends in Deontay Johnson and James Washington.
Washington, kid. You got to get him in there. Can't wait till Madden 22 so we can have Chase Claypool be like a thing. But until those days, here we go. Listen to this one. I'll tell you my captain last. I got James Conner in the lineup.
Why?
Because he's been stinging me like a bee. That's a little preview, I think, of what we're about to see. He's been absolutely crushing me every time I don't play him. He had 2 touchdowns last time. His last 2 games, he's actually done anything, like touched the ball at a great amount. He has gone over double digits, so I'm liking him in there. Then I got Ted Ginn. I also have Ebron. I went with the guy I can't stand the most, Juju Smith-Schuster, because he stinks. I went with Trubisky. And my captain in this one, I think I left like almost $6,000 left over after this.
Okay.
My captain, the Steelers DST.
Wow, bold
Watch out,
claims being made. Yeah, Rossi, this is quite the lineup that you have here. Also, quite the jersey matchup here. I keep getting confused. I'm like, wait, why did the Steelers jerseys look different in this frame? No, that's the Bears.
Honestly, super credit to our crew here. And that looks like, I don't even know what I'm looking at. Is that the Bears?
I don't
Jets?
have like a recollection of them wearing those jerseys. I believe that it happens.
What about the Steelers?
I've seen the Steelers. No, I've seen the Steelers do this.
No, but they used to have the Bumblebee one. This one almost looks like it's something out of like soccer in Europe. Look at that. What am I even looking at? Daniel might have created these jerseys, which
these are crazy.
Oh, Free Piercy. Love that positivity to start. You just put on mute.
Love
Thanks,
that.
Bro.
Oh, that reminds me. Got to get into live chat.
Oh, yeah. Good reminder. I'm on top chat right now.
Yep, 100%.
Steelers, oh, look at this. David says Rossi, Steelers, D, my captain as well.
Okay. You're not alone.
Yeah, go figure. Rossi with the tight end. No. I don't know if that's a joke, but yeah, I did my squats today. We got Michael is our producer tonight. We got Tara Lynn hiding in the back as well, keeping it captive. Learning, grinding, love to see it. Daniel is our technical director inside the internet. So if you guys act out, he's coming for you. And then we got Jimbo and Ops Up Jim. So yeah, what is going on? What am I looking at with these uniforms?
It's insane. I don't know what I'm looking at.
We're going to have an offensive explosion probably just based on that.
Nuts. This is nuts.
Cassie says, those uniforms need to be banned. Just got a sight of relief. Just having to watch a tornado pass by my best friend on TV a few minutes ago. Glad she's and the babies are okay. That was a quick segue. I thought it was going to be a joke, but that thing took a turn.
A wild tornado-like turn. Wow. I'm glad everyone's safe, but that was a roller coaster.
I'm not laughing at her, but I'm laughing literally because I'm reading this thinking it's all going to tie into like the joke of these uniforms.
Just different thoughts, no punctuation. Sometimes that can happen.
Oh, leg day for David, you know it, bro. Every day's leg day. That's when you're carrying around this hefty weight.
You know what these jerseys are? They're like a modern spin on a jersey that would have looked normal in like 1930. You know?
Are you talking about the Bears unis?
Both.
I don't know. Those they look like highlighters for the Steelers.
I don't know what's going on.
Trubisky has no reason not to throw anywhere near those unis. Like, he should not throw an interception today as we get a quick 3 and out here from the Bears.
Clem Fandango saying these uniforms make me glad that I'm legally blind.
Well, appreciate you being here either way, Clem.
Hey, as long as you can hear.
Wow, and I'm sure legally blind.
I think I'd rather be. What would you rather be, deaf or blind?
Not answering the question. I'm not playing this game.
Okay.
That's a twisted game, and it's going to be on YouTube, and then somehow, some way in like 20 years, it's going to be like, well, back on April 28th of 2021, you were bothered with this question. Well, here is $500,000, and now here, you now have lost blank. Nope.
I'd rather be deaf.
Okay. He said it.
I took 2 semesters of ASL in college.
Oh, is that ASMR?
American Sign Language. All I remember is how to say my name. So I'd like to, exercise that muscle again if I'm given the option of one or the other.
Yeah. No, we're not doing this. Look at this. Now you got people in the chat dropping theirs.
Mad After Dark, baby.
Hey, we're getting real funky with it. These uniforms look like a traffic sign that Autobahn says escape tank. Thanks, Daniel, for pointing that out. Love to see it. Here is Roethlisberger in the offense, a 2nd and 1. The give. No, it's a fake. The highlighter throws to another highlighter. It is incomplete. Oh, it is caught. Wait a minute. There's no way they were in the field. A lot of people talking about it. Did you see this thing on Twitter today about the guy, how he's explaining tornadoes? Like what a tornado watches compared to what a tornado actually is?
No.
Okay, so I'll make this very quick. It was hilarious. It's a weatherman in some podunk town somewhere in America. He has a picture of a taco. And then he has a picture of a taco being prepared to be made. Like we have all the fixings out, like your beef, your shredded lettuce, your tomatoes. And he basically says tornado watch is like when you have all your dishes prepared to make a taco, but you didn't make it yet. When you actually have a tornado warning is when you have the taco on your plate. Now he does it much funny and more hilarious, but you should check it out. You just Google like taco tornado.
That seems to make sense to me. Were people upset by this analogy?
No, I think it was just people. It was like the dawning of, because you hear a lot of like tornado watch in these areas. You're like, how could there be a tornado here? That doesn't make any sense. And then he said, well, it's just because all the storms are kind of like all around that area, like when you have all your ingredients for a taco. You didn't make the taco isn't on your dish yet. Once the taco hits your dish is when you're in tornado warning.
It's like right before Taco Tuesday when you have all of the ingredients on the counter.
Yeah.
Everyone's sitting at the table. Then when your mom says dinner is ready, you get up and you make your own tacos. That's when the tornado starts.
Exactly. Basically, we're on draft watch right now because the draft isn't actually happening.
Oh, now I see what you're doing here. So basically, all the taco ingredients are on the counter here, people.
You know it. James Conner, by the way, I have him in my live, is just under 16% owned in the contest.
Yeah, he stinks.
But he had 2 touchdowns like 2 times in a row. He does stink. Trust me. He gets no carries, and then he's gonna punch it in from the one whenever I don't have him. Now that I have him, it's gonna be like the Samuel show.
See, stinks. Oh, just kidding.
Go, baby.
Wow,
wait, but
right on cue.
Hold on, but wait. I gotta.
Oh, that's Conner.
Oh, it is James Conner, baby, the Terminator in the house.
All right,
that's his longest touchdown of the year.
I'll take a lap.
It's gonna take a break. Wow, I'd love to see it. Huge there.
Right on cue.
What's up, Red Smash? First time. Piercy, Obi. Who else we got over here on Twitch? Any other names I'm seeing? These are the ones that are popping up, at least, and all the others that are silently watching. All of our YouTubers: Sam, Jay Duncan, Scotty Too Hardy, Tom's Microwave says Jim Conner. I don't know, Jim.
I don't know, Jim. I don't want to do that. I feel like it'll mess up my voice.
Because of me. Brian's in here. Obviously, we talked to David. Jimmy B, what's up, dude?
Jay Duncan saying tornado is very common in Missouri. That is true. First time I ever heard a tornado warning siren here in Missouri. It's kind of freaky.
I'm good. Yeah, we don't really get that here in Massachusetts, back where you, the East Coast.
Yeah, New England.
Little lack of that. You get everything else, but
tornadoes. I'm good on
freak me out.
tornadoes. We don't need those.
Yeah, I'm all set. Yeah, I was once driving in Ohio, and we saw like where they don't touch ground. I don't know if they're officially called a tornado, but like we saw like a cyclone in the distance, but it didn't like hit. It was just like in the air. It was like just in the atmosphere. Terrifying.
That sounds extremely terrifying.
Yeah, but it was like way out. You know, when you're in the, probably even somewhere where you drive, like where you can just see miles to your left and right.
Because there's just like, nothing.
There's nothing.
There's so much nothing in the middle of this country. It's insane.
Seriously. Run there, Montgomery.
Kyle saying he's ready for his psychology exam tomorrow. Let's go, Kyle.
Kyle, if you don't ace that, ace it or don't show up, bro.
No,
sorry.
Look, Kyle, just do your best.
No.
And don't fail.
Sorry, I'm going to need an A. Hopefully you're studying
honestly,
right now.
you should go to bed.
Yeah,
I mean, unless you live on the West Coast, you should go to bed. It's too late. You should get good rest before your exam.
Take a nap, just like our guy Trubisky will there on the sack. It's funny today. With draft meeting tomorrow, I was looking up some of the old, drafts and classes. We were talking about that Eli draft last night, I think. We were talking about a few others. There's been some incredible first rounds. Like, there has been some, like, I always wonder, like, what are we going to see tomorrow night? Are we going to see, like, one of those first rounds where we're going to look back 10, 15, 25 years from now, whatever, and, like, be like, wow.
I predict this is a bad draft historically because there's going to be so many quarterbacks taken. There's no way that we can get a high hit rate on 5, maybe 6 guys getting taken in the first round.
That was the question I was going to ask. And we're now where the debate has gone from being 5 in the first round to 5 in the top 10. Is there going to be a sneaky, like, end of the first round quarterback? Is there going to be 6
I was saying
quarterbacks
this
taken?
to Glash, and I think I may have mentioned it to you, but again, the nights blend. I think the Bucs are going to take a quarterback.
Oh, Chris Sims? Thinking they're going to get the field's going to fall to him?
I think that I think that
I agree with
they don't have any other needs.
Especially now, Antonio. I need somebody with a big old brain to tell me how Tampa Bay continues to do this. Tampa Bay is gathering talent like they're South Beach, and everyone's been, hitting the obliques. Like, just muscles are popping. It's just South Beach talent is off the hook right now. I've been seeing the pictures.
Nuts.
And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, Tampa Bay football team. It's like the swimsuit edition of Sports Illustrated. Just babes and hunks everywhere. I'm like, what are we doing?
Love it. It's my favorite issue of the year.
How do they do this? How does Tampa Bay have all these players and not even be in salary cap peril? It's like, yeah, we still got money.
The NFL is fake with the salary cap stuff. It's all fake.
That's great. I don't care if it's fake. I just don't understand how they have every starter back. They have signed Giovanni. By the way, they had to re-sign these guys. It's not like they were all under contract. They signed Giovanni Bernard. I don't care if it's league minimums. You have Antonio Brown now. They've re-signed Lenny Fournette. They've re-signed Levante David. This is disgusting. And they have Tom freaking Brady there, who was like an albatross in New England, even though they didn't pay him more than 15% of the entire team's salary. What's going on?
It's nuts, dude. It's a factory right now.
Oh, it's like kind of upsetting because the 1 year was fine. Like, okay, good for Tom, got it. But like, I can't be seeing this multiple years. I can't be watching.
You know what though? No, Rossi, I'm going to spin it positive here. Pat spent a lot this offseason, okay?
Yeah,
we got all these dudes coming in.
Sure.
I feel good about what we did, all right? Tom, I'm happy for him, but let's get excited about the Pats, maybe.
I'm not excited about the Pats yet. It's a team that was below 500 that still has Cam Newton as a quarterback. I'm
just trying to stay positive.
Well, listen, Jimmy G's coming, dude. Jimmy G's coming.
Come on home, baby.
I just want it for the narrative. Jimmy G versus Brady and Gillette. The forgotten son versus, like, the king. Oh. It's like the stepson who was tossed. It's like Cinderella's story. Oh, Jesus. What was that?
Is it the cat?
Hold on. I don't know. Somebody's down. Hold on. Hold that thought.
Rossi is going to take care of some business here. There was a large bang of some type. I'm hoping it was just the cat knocking something over. If it is anything more serious, if I am allowed to mention it, I will. Hopefully everything's okay in the Rossi household. That's a big gainer here. by the Steelers. Rossi rejoining us. What happened, Rossi?
I don't know. My wife's sleeping on the couch up there. I yell up, everything okay? She, yep, Desi did it. And I said, well, of course, I wasn't blaming you. You were sleeping. And I said, what is it? And she just says, everything's fine. And that doesn't make me feel any better, but what am I going to do?
What are you going to do? Kicking Club calling you spoiled, bro.
I'm spoiled? Do you
Yeah.
see?
He
I'm
says,
wearing
wow.
like rags, bro. I'm wearing
He says,
straight
wow,
rags.
are the Pats fans spoiled or what?
Kicking Club, just quick question. What team of choice? What's your fandom? Before I respond, I just want to know what team you're a fan of. And it's not going to get offensive, don't worry. I'm not that guy. By the way, while we're here, and this is the last time we're all going to be together before the draft, everyone start like Kicking Club. I definitely want to know who you're a fan of. But everybody, Kyle says, what's up with the weird unis? It's called Madden After Dark, baby. We're getting wild.
Things are getting weird, Kyle.
Everybody start dropping in who you want your team to draft. Or a position or something. Just say what team you're a fan of and who you want them to draft.
I like
or a
that.
position. Because I want to start getting the vibe from the DK Sim fan, because our guy Tom Carroll's going to be back tomorrow at this time. You know,
That's right, me and
draft.
Lamarca, baby.
By the way, Lamarca going to be, him and Glash going to kind of be updating you in between Sims tomorrow night. So a lot of content tomorrow when it comes to the NFL draft here on the Dream Stream.
Dun 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 dun. That was my draft. My draft chime. Did you like that?
I did. It sounded real good. David said prayers for Rossi. Yeah, prayers for Rossi's cat. I'm going to throw him out the window in a minute.
Yeah, what's going on with that, dude? Get your cat in line.
I don't know.
Right?
He was down here chewing on some crunchies. Like,
Put your
chilling
cat
out.
on a leash. Are you a guy that brings a cat on a walk?
I wish I could.
No. Why can't you?
I've never tried. I don't have a
You
leash.
could. You could if you wanted to. You just need to buy the right harness or leash for your cat.
I'm gonna put my child on a leash. I'm gonna do like my wife, my child.
There's
and my- it's
people
like-
that do that. There's people
I'm
that bring
going
their
to.
kids out on a leash.
Well, because I know why. Because their kids are just runners.
They run everywhere.
My kid is just a runner, dude. It's just straight, just gas, deuces as soon as he gets on the floor.
Absolute deuces.
Kicking
by the
Club
way,
says go.
I'm wearing this shirt. My friend is launching a podcast, the Tell Us Why podcast, a podcast about financial freedom. Just wanted to give him a shout out.
Wait a second. First of all, that's not even in screen. Daniel's got you right. We got high and tight. Yeah, get up a little higher. Stand up a little.
See it?
No, I can't tell on the screen. I can see it, but
there it is. Tell us why.
I'm gonna say yeah.
I think their first episode drops May.
Wait a second.
6th.
Wait a second. They already have merch and they haven't launched a pod yet?
Hey, they're going big or going home, baby.
Oh, that's okay.
A podcast about financial freedom. Tell us why.
Tara Lynn, I heard, is going to be on there. Just telling everybody about financial freedom. We got Michael, our producer, Daniel, our technical director. Tara Lynn is here with us. Jimbo and Ops. Hope everyone's doing well. Relly Rel says, Jason, Tom, what's up?
What is good? I may have voiced the intro for that podcast, Rossi. That's why I got
so
it.
this is okay. Now we're getting there. Now it's all.
So you'll hear my voice at the beginning. Yeah.
Hey everybody, it's me, Tom Carroll, and you're listening to the Financial Freedom Podcast called What's in the Box.
What's the name of it?
Tell us why. What's in the box?
I couldn't remember. All right, let's see. Okay, go back to Kicking Club. Kicking Club says Titans because I live in Nashville, but lifetime I've been a 49ers fan.
Okay. Who do you want?
So Kicking Club, well, no, this is because he said I was spoiled. Kicking Club.
Oh, gotcha.
If the Tennessee Titans started to just dominate winning Super Bowls, do you want it to end? Your silence tells me everything. No, of course, no, of course, and 49ers, like, dude, when they were winning all those championships in the 80s and into the early 90s, like, you wanted that to never end. I'm not necessarily spoiled. I'm not saying, like, the Pats don't like it.
You're just scorned. You're a scorned lover.
No, here's what I am. I'm used to winning. It doesn't make me spoiled. Not like I'm saying, oh, well, if I don't have a championship team, it's not worth watching. No, I watched every game last year, and that's going to be intercepted by the Bears. Get some. Look at these uniforms, Daniel. Man, that's hilarious.
Ridiculous. No, I understand. You have a high standard. It's fine.
That's it. It's the standards change once you elevate to that roster, and especially the Patriots have done it. Literally, the last time they did not make the playoffs was 2002. I'm sorry, 2009, but they were 11-5. 3 times into the year 2000, they haven't made the playoffs. It's insane, but that's why. So, King Club, I feel you. Patriots trade, so they have 32 6th-round picks. This is James, and they take 32 quarterbacks. Lightning strikes twice, so he's trying to just take all the 6th-round QBs. Find Brady somewhere. Anna, that's dark. She says, Rossi, give your cat a sour fireball like the Kangaroo Jack.
Wait, is that something that happened in the movie Kangaroo Jack? And I gotta
think
ask
it did.
because I don't think I've seen it since it was in theaters. Shout out Anthony Anderson.
The movie's ridiculous again.
I love Anthony Anderson.
I heard he loves you too. He's on that pod. What's in the box?
Tell us why.
Why the face?
A podcast about financial freedom.
Deep ball going nowhere. The Trubisky way. Sean Preston says Washington. That's his team. He says good left tackle. Not happening. So a decent coverable offensive line. Okay. Convertible.
Washington really should try and get one of these quarterbacks. I don't know if they have the capital to do it, but
they do.
They should be looking at one for sure.
Until Snyder's pride aways, that's a deep ball going all the way. House call, Allen Robinson.
Hey-oh!
That is all the way 80 yards. Wake up. On a Madden After Dark, that's going to tie this game up. And there goes my second place currently. I wasn't going to say it till halftime, but had to say it because now it's over.
Wow.
That Steelers DST was dominating for me.
Wow. Hey, Washington is picking at 19, so obviously all the good dudes, quote unquote good dudes, going to be off the board for the quarterback position by then. It's going to be hard.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I mean, the Patriots are at 15. If one of these guys is there, they're taking one. And then I'm looking at the top 10.
I don't know.
Yeah, dude, come on. So you got 1, 2, 3. First 3 picks probably going to be quarterbacks. 4 could be a quarterback. If not at 4, you're going to see Detroit pick a quarterback. Carolina could be in the market for one. Denver obviously got Bridgewater today, so they're going to be out of the market for one. And then Vikings could use a quarterback.
Not going to draft it, though.
Dude, I would not be shocked if Fields was there at 14 and the Vikings were like, yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point.
Why wouldn't they? Cousins is not the long-term answer. And okay, I was actually thinking about this randomly the other day because we booked Brett Favre. He's coming on the podcast in a few weeks. And I was like, is Brett Favre the 3rd greatest quarterback in Vikings history? I honestly believe he is.
Did you say 3rd? Yes, actually.
Fran Tarkenton's number 1.
Wait. Oh, in Vikings history?
Yes.
I was gonna say backwards history, but
I think he's number 2 on that list. But Fran Tarkenton's number 1. Dante Culpepper's number 2.
As long as you have Culpepper on there.
And then Brett Favre, I honestly believe, is number 3. And I guess Cunningham, him or Randall Cunningham.
Yeah, he's in as you would say, he's in the conversation.
But that just tells you that franchise has not been able to figure it out long-term at quarterback since Fran Tarkenton. So, I don't know. If there's a dude there at 14, I think you take him.
Yeah, it's a good call.
You've got good pieces around, too. I mean, you got Justin Jefferson. You're going to waste him? The way you kind of wasted Randy Moss. I know you had a few good years, but you never got to a Super Bowl, won a Super Bowl.
Well, we all know why that.
They didn't even make the playoffs that many times with Randy Moss.
No, there's a lot going on there. That team kind of stunk.
That's what I'm saying.
Randy Moss, one of the biggest slips. Talk about double. The Patriots selected 2 players before Randy Moss in that first round.
Everyone just got it wrong on Randy Moss on every level until he got to the pros. I mean, what was it? 3 different schools he went to?
I believe so, yeah. Ended in
FSU,
Marshall.
Notre Dame, and then he ended up at Marshall.
I don't think he ever went to Notre Dame, though.
Right. But Notre Dame was in the mix for him at some point.
Yeah. He's caught. First down here. Jimmy B says,
to put a bow on that, I just want to put a bow on that.
I don't care. You talk all day.
We're tying a bow.
Right. Put it together.
I don't think Washington will have one of those 5 guys to pick by the time they're up.
I think it's really crazy if that is true, though, when you really think about it. Like, are these really generational talents?
I've been saying this all offseason whenever the draft came up, where it was like, why is this the first time that we're going to see 5 quarterbacks go in, like, the first 12 picks? Like, these aren't generational talents.
No.
I think it's just a product of the system changing.
I think it's also finance now. You don't have to like
That's what I mean.
Josh Rosen, Dwayne Haskins, they don't work out. See you later.
Exactly. The system has changed. The way teams operate at that position has completely changed.
There's caught across the middle. Nice play again. Steelers making their way. Big Ben, 4.5 left to play. This is Johnson.
Ew.
Jimmy B said Tara Lynn, the #1 wrestling valet. Oh, that's right. Tara Lynn, yesterday we were saying you would be in Ducey's corner to be just straight heat. Like it would just be, everyone would like hate Ducey and you would make them hate him more. It's a wrestling thing. It's a credit to you. Oh, wait a second. Is this Kenny's picks? Is this like Kenny's draft picks?
What's happening here? Did we just have a massive fumble recovery?
Yeah, things going all the way the other way. Big Ben just losing it.
Ball slipping around, slipping and slapping.
I still think everyone's insane if Trey Lance is going to San Francisco. I think this has been one big
No,
joke.
Mac Jones.
Yeah. I think it's a one big joke that they're. I think you know what's happening now in the league? Everybody wants people to believe that the other guy's better than the guy they're taking. So they like try to everyone's playing chess, man. Tara Lynn said lovely. Tuesday would be like Greg Valentine. Yeah, Tara Lynn. Google Greg Valentine. That's your man. Well, Ducey's already wrong, with all due respect. It's because I think he has Mac Jones going to Denver. Denver making that trade. Not that couldn't still happen, but I think Denver making that trade solidified they are not going to be in the court. They're going to trade down.
Yeah, no way.
They are like, Carolina, because everyone's hearing Carolina's open for business to move down in the draft, right? So Denver was like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and get that quarterback. We're going to be the ones that are going to move back.
I love that trade for Denver, by the way. 6th rounder. Bridgewater's decent.
He's
and
a
that's
starting
a team that
quarterback.
has pieces. Yeah,
He's a starting quarterback in this league, and it is insane.
And if they felt like they couldn't get the guy they wanted at the pick they were at, why not get Bridgewater as a guy to bridge the gap, if you will? Until you get the guy you want down the line.
Yeah, think about it. It's just another year removed. You know, he was in New Orleans as a backup, had that,
he won 5 games and 6 starts or something like that.
Yeah. Goes to Carolina on a rookie coach, plays, I think, still at worst average, And now it's like, oh yeah, we're going to trade him off for a 6th round pick. And we just traded.
I think he showed that he can play in this league. There's no question about it.
Yeah, I'm with you. Jay Duncan says Roethlisberger just turned his pants brown. Oh, wait, they're already brownish.
They're all brown.
Kicking Club says the 49ers think the Jets are playing Go Fish, trying to confuse them. Is there any doubt in the first 2 picks at this point?
No. I don't even think that it's a conversation in Vegas at this point.
Yeah, I did see somebody put it was like $1,000 wager to win $1 or something, or maybe it's $100 to win $1 about Lawrence being the first pick.
Yeah, it's just a foregone conclusion. This has been a foregone conclusion that Trevor Lawrence was going to be in this spot 3 years ago, regardless of who's picking.
I think that's one thing that's already gone overshadowed and it's a forgotten part of this story. Trevor Lawrence, and this is where a lot of these conversations have come from the past, he's now one of a handful of players in the last 30 years that have been a surefire hit. In the NFL, even if he does, they knew he'd be the #1 pick, right? Yes. So it was him. There was Bradford, who you heard about for years. There was Andrew Luck, Peyton Manning, and I think those are really the guys that people knew sophomore year of college. When it's time, they're going to be the first or very early. Jake Locker was another one, but he decided to stay in college another year and actually hurt his draft stock.
Yep, totally. Yeah, I was looking at Mel Kiper had something up on SportsCenter today. They just work those dudes to death this week. He probably did 1,000 TV hits. So one of the things they threw up, he's such a legend. The graphic they had was his 5 highest rated quarterbacks for the draft ever. Elway was 1, Luck was 2, and then I believe Peyton Manning was 3. Trevor Lawrence was 4th. That's just, Kuiper's draft grade for quarterbacks, and he's done every draft since they've been on television. So since 1979?
Yeah, his famous, when he got famous was that 1994 draft when he told the Colts that they were dumb for taking Marshall Faulk when they needed a quarterback and they wanted him to take Trent Dilfer. Then the Colts GM was like, if I wanted to take advice from my neighbor, he's a mailman. He knows more about the game than Mel Kiper.
I remember that.
He's never worn a jock.
He's like, who's Mel Kiper?
And then that GM got fired after they went, I believe, 3-13, and Peyton Manning came into town, and so on and so forth.
With that said, though, Marshall Faulk was sick.
Oh, yeah, it was a great pick. Didn't last long for the team.
No, they needed to get rid of him.
Yeah, so it was a bad pick, if you really think about it.
No, bad pick, but he was sick.
Oh, yeah, Hall of Fame. That's also strange. Like, they were like, yeah, we're going to send you to the Rams. And how wonderful that turned out for him. No one talks about that.
So good for them right away. I think his first year they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I think that was his first year.
Really? Yeah. So he was there with Peyton Manning. Marshall Faulk was there. That's
a
field goal.
Yeah, they crossed bats.
Piñato for 3. Hope everyone's doing good, feeling fine. Smash that thumbs up. Well, Madden After Dark action. Jason Rossi, Tom Carroll.
Yeah, Lawrence, first year in St. Louis was 1999.
Whew, not bad.
That team was so nasty.
Sure was. These uniforms are a perfect representation of Garbage Wednesdays, says Ponzo. I have my garbage is Wednesday, so I had to put my garbage.
Oh, that's your garbage day. Okay, good to know.
Brother Phil says Jamarcus Russell, and what did he do? The Raiders franchise was the last straw for the owners. It changed to a new system shortly thereafter.
Yeah, I think that really was the straw that broke the camel's back. I remember they were all really upset about Bradford getting all that guaranteed money and being injured all the time. That was another guy that sort of sent that in that direction.
So good.
He was so good his rookie year. He got like $70 million guaranteed.
Well, listen,
something nuts like that.
It was the price of doing business then. Escape Tank says Lawrence is going to make his real cheddar on his pending Rogaine endorsement. Mark my words. Wow. What is he, Urlacher?
His hair is awful.
It's just strange looking. He looks so good bald. Actually, that we have Tara Lynn in here. Tara Lynn, can you Google, if you don't know, just right off your bat, if Brian Urlacher's head just didn't pop right into your cranium. You Google Brian Urlacher bald and then Brian Urlacher with hair and let us know what looks better. I want a female perspective on that.
It is not even close. I'd be shocked if she goes with the hair on Urlacher.
Especially for like a big fit guy. Like bald, I feel like almost like...
Yeah, he pulls it off.
Of course he does. It's like he's not like a huge mountain of a man and like...
No, he's yoked. He's still yoked.
Yeah, he's even like gotten like leaner.
Yeah. Yeah, bad move.
Weird move. 32 seconds remaining here after the Pinheiro field goal. The Steelers trying to respond.
Kyle, I am on Madden After Dark tomorrow with Matt LaMarca. Who will be played by Matt LaMarca in the DK Simfan movie.
Obi-Wan imploring, he says, Miss Azak, please. Know me, I guess. He doesn't like me, so he's telling everyone not know me.
I was telling Tara Lynn before the game started that we need her and Jesse to do a sim together.
I said that this should be like, the Friday nights used to be like, the ladies' nights ones when we'd have them on. And I think, I'm down with that. I'll gladly take a step aside of my 19 this weekend.
Yeah, we're doing a lot together this weekend, I think.
That's going to be a blast. And
like
I said,
I'm on 6 times this weekend.
Ditto, my friend. Ditto.
Yes. That's a dozen, folks, for those wondering.
If you like what you hear now, well, get used to it this weekend, baby.
Strap on in.
And shout out to Michael, Daniel, Tara Lynn, Jimbo. I have a great crew here with us tonight. What the hair?
What?
My God. No.
Oh, wait, I can't tell if that means she likes it or not.
No, I think she doesn't. I think she's saying, like, unless she's just sweating over there, maybe.
Yeah, unless it's like Oh my God, he's so
like
handsome.
she's dropping the sunglasses type of thing.
Yeah.
Like, my God. Or doing a
oh my Lord. Has the fan out.
Yeah, just woo! He sure peaches my tree.
He's making my ice cubes melt over here.
Turned up the heat in this weather. It's my grandmother, by the way.
Speaking of your grandmother, shout out to Granny if you're watching. Hello.
Tara Lynn says, am I a Southern woman? Oh, yeah, that's right. She goes, am I a Southern woman now? Oh, Lord!
Oh, Lord!
You're actually
That's my fan. For
Carol
those that
Burnett. They can't see you. They cannot see you. We're still not on camera.
Yeah, I was just saying for the people on the Zoom.
I think they understood.
That's my fan, guys.
All right, here we go. 4th and 3. Just go for it.
Jay Duncan saying exactly, Rossi. Well-built and fit bald is sexy. When you're short and chubby, you get asked if you made your wish yet.
I don't get the last part, but I'm nervous.
I don't either, but I kind of like it. No, it's 100% a great look. If you're in good shape, you can pretty much pull off like most hairstyles, is my opinion. That's a hot take.
I do feel like if you got real built shoulders, you can bald looks great. You got to have high shoulders, man.
Bald with the beard. That's a solid look, I think.
All right. Maybe one day we'll see if this hair stays on.
Dude, the beard you had when I joined The Sims, like that you started growing for Christmas in like early October was thick and legendary.
Yeah, it was definitely thick. Legendary.
Legendary.
Sean Preston says, Jason Kneecaps Rossi, Tom Meatball Carroll. We got a mafia starting, LOL.
Hey. Oh my Lord.
My God.
Oh my Lord. Brian Urlacher.
That boy is a snack. DFS Queenie says, we are her favorite combo. You are too kind. I appreciate you. We are here at the half. If you're just joining us, it was an 80-yard tud by Allen Robinson from Mitchie T. Now another draft day trade up, then became now a Buffalo Bill. Is that what the 49ers are in store for? Trading up and getting the wrong guy?
Honestly, if they pick Mac Jones, it's more likely than if they pick Justin Fields. I honestly believe that. I don't understand what Kyle Shanahan's doing. As a Patriots fan, I will gladly let him pick Mac Jones, who I think is the far less superior quarterback to Justin Fields. I'm going Fields, baby. I'm all in on Fields. I'm in.
I like the player Fields. I just think Mac Jones fits that prototypical stand in the pocket, deliver.
Oh, you
quickly.
mean Jimmy Garoppolo?
He's not as handsome.
No, exactly. So why are you getting rid of Garoppolo to draft Garoppolo?
Injuries, bro. Injuries. Years. Future.
Injuries, sminjuries, okay?
No, don't.
If you can
What's
get
the number
Fields-
one ability? What's the number one ability?
What I'm saying is,
answer.
No, of course you gotta be in the. You gotta stay out of the tub to be in the club.
Availability. Ooh, what's that?
You need to look at the two quarterbacks and say, where do we have a higher ceiling? And I'm going with the guy that can be a playmaker over the guy that needs to make plays within my system. I'd rather have the guy that can do it without my system, but works great within my system than the guy that needs my system to be great.
Well, tomorrow, dude, I love where you're going. We're going to get more of this type of stuff with the Sweat. Steve, Reed, Gary, and Jeff, Julian debate their mock drafts on Thursday's NFL draft. The Sweat starts tomorrow at 11 a.m., baby. Gear up, start here, get here at 10:45. Bring the popcorn, bring the soda
Bring
waters.
the fire.
Bring that heat, baby.
Hot
Flames.
fire.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. 11 a.m., it all starts. We'll be here all day. You're going to get Sims. You're going to get some pre-lock stuff. You're going to get LaMarca and that sneaky son of a gun Glash in between Sims during the draft, updating you on the picks and analyzing. And LaMarca's just going to whisper sweet nothings and make you feel peaceful and wholesome all at the same time.
I'm going to a baseball game tomorrow.
Like a real one?
Yep. Major League Baseball game, Busch Stadium. Cardinals hosting the Phillies. 12:15 first pitch.
Oh, day baseball?
Playing hooky, baby.
The day baseball is the greatest thing ever.
Don't tell my bosses.
Who's your bosses? Want me to call them?
Don't tell him.
Did they
No,
know?
I finagled my schedule. I had a long work day today up until the sim/last night to make up for doing the day baseball thing on Thursday. I'm excited. Although there's some morning rain in the forecast, so I'm hoping that Busch Stadium tarps their field correctly here.
Who they playing?
Phils. It's a good matchup.
Go Phillies.
Nola on the mound.
There's my guy Obi-Wan saying, "No one's your bro." Ah, Obi-Wan, you're my bro, dude. You don't have to like me. We're still bros. We're all bros.
I like
Reed's
Obi-Wan.
my bro.
Obi-Wan and I are tight, actually.
It's all good. Listen, like I said, not everyone has to like me. This guy just comes at me all day.
I liked you enough to listen to your podcast today. I come on and tell you this, and I'd say that I like your intro song, and you immediately neg your intro song.
Well, I didn't neg it. I just think
I come in here thinking we're going to bond over this intro song, and you're like, oh, yeah, it stinks.
Well, fumble on the play here. Ball's still on the loose. Picked up by the Bears. Well, first off, you tell me you listen to my podcast, and the biggest takeaway is the intro song, so that makes me a little insecure.
Well,
I'm joking.
I want to see how many minutes into it I was. I was listening right before I got on the Zoom. I am 18 minutes and 24 seconds in. I listened to you talk about the circle, which I actually listened to you talk about on the Zoom. I listened to a few of the first songs that were chosen. A song from Parks and Rec that I recognized. The song from South Park I recognized. And then I think I had to pause it. So.
Oh, into the end zone. Just like Tom Carroll into that iTunes app. There he goes. Tariq Cohen. Look at he's going to try to bounce back, have a big year for the Bears with a red rifle. Who isn't excited? Oh, Nate says, I'm your Canadian, bro. Appreciate you, Nate.
Hey, what province are you in, Nate? Jay Duncan saying, get you some Gus's pretzels to take into the park. Best in town. Jay, love Gus's. Live right near it. Fantastic pretzel spot. There's multiple really good pretzel places in St. Louis. It's very interesting. There's a place called Pretzel Boys, which is really good. Gus's is sort of the classic. Up north, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rossi, it's just like Auntie Annie's and like that's it.
Pretzel time in the malls.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But
like there's no like pretzel shops, you know?
No, it's not really an item.
That's such a Midwest thing.
Yeah, I guess it seems like a Midwest thing also.
There's a good amount of German people in St. Louis. There might be some German influence.
I'm assuming. Always go for a
That's
good
one
pretzel,
thing.
says Daniel.
Yeah, I love pretzels. A good hot pretzel. I'm going to get a hot pretzel at Busch Stadium tomorrow, and I'm going to really enjoy it. Get some cheese.
So it's funny. When I think of pretzels, that's more of like a hockey basketball thing. For me, baseball, it's a dog, peanuts,
dog, and a Diet Coke.
Maybe sure if you get down with the DC. Trying to think of what other baseball. I don't know. I'm usually like
for me, it's definitely hot. I'll get 2 hot dogs at a baseball.
Oh yeah. Listen, and the other part
and a 32-ounce Diet Coke.
All boy, please. But the thing about day baseball, I usually don't eat as much during the game because you have so much time after to potentially go with. Is it you and the lady? You and Morgan? Who are you going with?
So I have a friend who is doing a cross-country road trip. She's moving to New Mexico. Her and her parents are driving across the country, and they got into St. Louis tonight, and they're going to the Cardinal game during the day tomorrow, and then they're taking off for their next destination. So I'm popping over to the stadium to say hello. Randomly, 2 different college friends were in town for one night only this week, and I've lived here for like 3 years, and rarely have people visited. And technically these people aren't visiting me. They're just stopping by and they know I live here, but I still count it because,
Absolutely.
I'm taking it as a personal win.
You have to. Delfish, who earlier said John Cena's new hair looks like trash, which I gotta agree, especially in wrestling, like in movies, looks fine. But Delfish says, do you know Philadelphia eats 6 times more pretzels than the average American? Philadelphia
has like every record like that with food, I feel
Well,
like.
he says Wawa pretzels are amazing.
Oh, okay.
But that's like, isn't that kind of like saying like 7-Eleven hot dogs are amazing? And I'm not trying to be
apparently
disrespectful.
Wawa, there's like this big battle between Wawa and Sheets. Those are the two places that people.
Did you just say Cheeks?
Sheets, Sheets. It's like a Pennsylvania convenience store battle. It's like, are you a Wawa person if you're from the Philly side, or are you a Sheets person if you're from the Pittsburgh side? Heated debate. A lot of people at ESPN are from Pennsylvania, and they used to always battle over that in the control room. I personally have only ever had Wawa, and it was on a road trip, and we just stopped there quick. And I didn't really enjoy it wasn't like I went there to enjoy the experience. I went there to pee and get back in the van. You know.
Was it a good bathroom?
So, it was fine. It had a toilet.
Captain Blood said, so is the Lebertard show going to start repping these Sims now that they get DK partners? Yep. We're going to put all that money to advertise the Dream Stream.
I will say this, though. Stugatz would love these. If Stugatz knew that this existed, he would be all the way in on this.
Oh, absolutely. We'll get them all involved. It's all due time. Crossover, promotion, maybe one of their producers, something. They'll all be a part of it.
Love it. All great dudes.
Sheets craps on Wawa, says Kareem. Dude, Peace of Mind says, is this a rugby sim? What does Madden sim mean?
So apparently Sheets is spelled with a Z at the end. See, I don't know. I've never been.
I've never even heard of that. I just know when I was in Philly and people were like, oh, you got to go to the Wawa. I thought they were joking. Like, it sounded like a joke.
You got to go to Wawa and get a water. They all say water weird. Go get me an ice cold water from Wawa.
Wawa, Thunder Bay, and Kenora, the only 3 bathroom stops, says Piercy.
Oh, fumble. I should have rostered Bears defense.
Should have stacked both defenses. Snow game with these two.
If I had known these uniforms were going to be worn, yeah, I definitely would have rostered both defenses.
See, I thought this was going to... Well, actually, we still got 24 points.
Nah, man, look, you ask Tom Brady. If you change the numbers, you change the uniforms, things get confusing for the old man.
Oh, Trubisky takes 2 hits. By the way, again, can I get a quick wellness check on Jordan Lindenbaum?
Yeah, second straight day, huh?
Was he here earlier? Does anybody know? I need a wellness check on Jordan Lindenbaum.
This reminds me of
Daniel,
when you'd have the regular callers in radio, and they wouldn't call for a few weeks, and people would get nervous, you know. And then eventually they check back in, and everyone can have a sigh of relief.
And there's a nice play. End around to Jimmy Graham, going to lose about 3 yards on the play, so set up a 3rd and 5. But yeah, it's like, has anybody heard from Tom Carroll? Or Tom and Easty?
I remember when I was working at 98.5, the year that the Eagles beat the Pats in the Super Bowl, there was a guy that used to call. I worked on the night show quite a bit there in between Celtics games, and he would call every night for the Adam Jones show, and he was hilarious caller. And he would call in with like these parody songs, and he was just so funny. And then the Eagles beat the Pats, and he didn't call back in for like 6 months, and everyone was getting so worried. Like, it was mentioned on the show basically every day. Like, I forget the guy's name at this point, but it was like, where's so-and-so? Is he ever going to call? Like, callers would call in asking about that caller.
When the sports teams lose a big game, it's hard to tune back in the next day.
Oh,
obviously, it's
hard.
actually highest ratings for how that works. But, like, just the average I know whenever, like, the Patriots have, I'm like, I'm not listening. Mm-hmm. Like, when after that Super Bowl, I worked, and I was like, I can't listen to this.
It's so painful.
The Bears continue to drive here.
It sucks when when it's impossible for you to avoid the news cycle because you have to help create the news cycle the next day.
Yeah, true. You have to set the tone for the city.
You're like, oh, this is I help establish the conversation for the city.
Absolute loser. Piercy, I don't know if you're talking about Lindenbaum, but he says he hasn't been on in a while. Like, what's going on? Does anybody have a wellness check on Jordan Lindenbaum? Can I get Can I get a wellness check on Lindenbaum? Does anybody have information? I need to know.
Oh, that was good, Rossi.
Thanks. Got so many issues with people, but gotta let it all go, my friends. Just daggers from a distance. Just hope he's happy. I don't want to lose sleep because of anything I did. A favorite NFL parody song is "He's Jay Cutler," a tale of a long list of bad quarterbacks